The plot of this film is purely fictional. Do not take it seriously. Thanks for the support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation to update. Chapter 1. The Emperor's orders are hard to defy. Night falls. The 11th hour of the clapper sounded soon. Shengjing City's bustle gradually dispersed. Originally surrounded by the daytime, but at this moment only left the official name of the people who are cleaning up the streets. Located in the Imperial City south of the nearest Chang'an Street. Lin Xiangfu. At this moment the maids and servants are orderly in the backyard lights. After the delicate Goathorn Palace lanterns were lit up one by one, the entire Xiangfu mansion was filled with a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. In the main house in the east courtyard, the eldest Lady Dong was weeping with her head bowed down. But she suppressed her sobs, not daring to make too much noise. Sitting next to her was the equally frowning Lin family's eldest master, Lin Guangzhu. His fists clenched and unclenched, and in the end, he could only let out a long sigh. And when he looked at his own wife, he wanted to speak again and again. Master, what can we do? We only have one daughter, but we have to send her to the palace to be some kind of laborer. The people of the Western Crossing courtyard are talking a good game. To put it bluntly, aren't they just seeing that their daughter has been in the palace for many years, and has only produced a princess? To have Shallow enter the palace is not for her to fix her favor. Thinking of their own daughter, that kind of understanding of the appearance of the First Lady even more restrained their own crying. Dead clutching the hand of the handkerchief. Cannot wait to instantly go to tear the daughter into the palace of the Imperial decree to be good. Originally thought to leave her 2 years slower to become a family. Did not think that was Rongha Hall of that woman to calculate on. If we had known that we were going to send her to the palace, we should have arranged a marriage when she reached maturity. The remorseful Master Lin smashed his fist on his leg, and it didn't hurt him to hit him. However, the filial piety of the most important of all. He would even open his mouth to call his stepmother that woman from Rongha Tang, so that the eldest lady sitting next to him couldn't help but stop crying. Sentence by sentence, she complained about the grievances she had suffered over the years. Arsingji is now 23 years old, yet he's still just an unranked guard. I'm afraid that no one will believe it when I tell them that the first grandson of Minister Lin can't even make it to the lowest rank of a 7th grade palace guard. Making people laugh. Muji is now 13 years old. The famous state scholarship cannot enter. Can only ask a scholar teacher at home teaching, even if he has a swan's ambition, but also no wings to fight the arrow. The more he said, the more sad. That crying red eyes are now rubbed swollen. Seeing that the family has been reduced to the next door, to the west side of the courtyard accompaniment. Did not think that even their only daughter is not spared. Listening to his own wife's bitter rebuke. Thinking of these decades. The big house is either ignored or sidelined. Master Lin is indignant. But he couldn't do anything else except to throw a few punches into the air. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of a long journey. And it was a long time ago that I was in the middle of a long journey. And it was a long time ago that I was in the middle of a long journey. And it was a long time ago that I was in the middle of a long journey. And it was a long time ago that I was in the middle of a long journey. And her real full granddaughter, Lin Xiang Master's eldest granddaughter Lin Evening Bode now, is the palace head of a person under 10,000 people on the noble consort lady. No wonder the subordinates said that the west courtyard was the master of the Xiangfu, and their east courtyard people. Without the lady's mother's family Dong's succor, I'm afraid that would have become a deserted courtyard, or to be driven back home to guard the ancestral home. A long sigh. The Lin family master both hate their own powerlessness, but also feel aggrieved for the children. The children's family is a very important part of their lives, and they have a lot to live up to. Candle flames lengthen the couple's shadows cast under the window. Outside the door, originally served a sweet soup to give their parents a taste of Lin Xingji and Lin Evening Yi siblings. Will hear these words clearly. Lin Evening Yi was a little stunned, wrinkling her brows as she pondered over the matter. Lin Xingji's hand holding the wooden tray was pinched to the point of veins. His face was also very ugly. He just came back from duty today, and on his way back to his room, he met his sister, which is why he came to greet his parents together. But he didn't expect that he would accidentally overhear the matter of the west courtyard wanting to send his sister to the palace. Anxious, he wanted to break into the house immediately, but was blocked by Lin Evening Yi, shaking her head gently at him. She pulled his arm and whispered, "Big brother, follow me." Saying that, he dragged the person from the main house to his own small courtyard with a raw pull. "Shallow, why don't you let me go in and ask for clarification?" Lin Xingyi was incredibly excited about anything involving his sister, especially after hearing that the matter of entering the palace was also related to the people of the Western Crossing Courtyard and Rongha Hall. The evil fire in his heart that had been suppressed for a long time was about to explode out. Lin Lianyi looked at his brother like this. Do not have to think know how parents heartache and sadness. This way. The cool breeze had long since sobered her up. What does big brother want to ask when he goes in? Saying more won't change the fact that I'm going into the palace. Will it? Instead, it will cause father and mother to feel even worse. So why bother? But this is your life matter all. The West courtyards are too deceitful. A fist slammed on the pearwood table. Even the celadone cups and jars placed on it shook and rattled, making a clanging sound. Lin Lianyi went forward and looked at his hand. It was only slightly red. Not in the way. Only then did she slowly open her mouth and said. No despondency or difficulty could be heard in her tone. The wood has been turned into a boat. The Imperial order is hard to disobey. Our room in the family survival is difficult. If for my marriage again annoyed the county princess and the West Cross courtyard people, call mother in the backyard how to live in peace. Some time ago, my grandfather gave my father a job to enter the Qin Tian supervision. So if I go to the palace in exchange for our family's peace and prosperity, big brother, I am 10,000 times willing. Lin Lianyi's eyes were full of sincerity. And more than anything, she was hung up on her family. Seeing his sister being so understanding, Lin Xingyi was quite hard to bear. Obviously she was only 17 years old. Obviously she could find an ordinary family to live some peaceful days. But everything has become a bubble. Into the palace. Look is the supreme honor thing. But behind it, and how many thorns road to go. The west courtyard of the Lin evening boat have done the noble consort lady. Also do not see her over how pleased. My sister this go. Still do not know live is what day is it. Shallow. Lin Xingyi wanted to advise, but did not know where to start. This night, all the people in the East Crossing courtyard slept uneasily. Early in the morning of the second day, it was only just as the clouds broke the early dawn. Rongha Tang's Mama Lu personally entered the East Crossing courtyard to invite First Lady Dong and Lin Wui over to catch up. The expression on her face was one of never-before-seen harmony. The second young lady is lucky. It seems to be going to the palace to become a nobleman. The first lady can be relieved. There is our noble consort lady to look after. The second young lady cannot suffer. Maybe once you go to enjoy the rich and noble. This is not also the big house of good fortune? While walking, she also curtly persuaded. First Lady Dong's eyes were still slightly red. Her mouth pursed tightly. Under her wide sleeves, she held Lin Avini's hand for a long time, unwilling to let go. Lin Eveningyi also held back her mother's slightly trembling hand, wanting to convey her own calmness to her, so that she would be more relieved. Chapter 2, Paying a Visit to Grandmother. From the East Courtyard to Rongha Hall, there are 2 moon gates and a small garden in between. It was a good time in April. But at this moment, all the people were not interested in strolling in the garden, and went straight to Rongha Tang. Compared to the simple elegance of the East Courtyard, this Rongha Tang is much more exquisite and grand. The wall cover of the courtyard is engraved with flowers and riches. And under the corridor, there are a few well-manicured cedars, standing in the corner as if they were guards. Just because Rongkong County Princess likes it. So this courtyard is placed in the middle of a feng shui gathering vat. The 9 golden-tailed koi carp swimming in it are specially found by Zhan Wangfu, said to be worth 100 gold. Now the Zhan Wangfu's head of the prince is Rongkong County's brother. The two have always been amicable relationship. Coupled with the minister Lin in the former dynasty is also the arm of the figure. So the relationship between the two families is very good. But here, the big house was the only one left behind. Along with Mama Lu's steps, the group walked to the corridor, and saw a maid lifting the curtain from inside to come out to greet them. Slave servant Guyu has met the eldest madam. Meet the second young miss. The old madam has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in quickly. That attentive appearance made people feel wary. After all, in the usual time of greeting, it was not possible to see this first-class female ambassador come out to welcome them. First Lady Dong didn't reply. She glanced sideways at Lin Wui. Her concern was obvious. It was Lin Wui who smiled faintly, and soothed all of her mother's anxieties. The mother and daughter duo slightly tidied up their clothes and crowns, then walked into the inner hall, only to see that it had already been filled with people. At the head of the table was naturally the step-room of Master Lin Xiang, the stepmother of Master Lin, the step-grandmother of Lin Lianyi and the others. who was looking at them with love and affection at the moment. She was dressed in a gorgeous peony embroidered round neck lapel coat, and her headpin was a 5 phoenix gold inlaid jade step rocker, which set her off in a gorgeous way, obviously already nearly 60 years old, but maintained as if she was in her early 40s. Looking young. Coming? Daughter-in-law Dong has met mother-in-law. Please mother-in-law peace. Granddaughter has met grandmother. Please grandmother peace. Even though the mother and daughter duo had more than a little bit of reluctance, they had to bow in a disciplined manner towards County Lord Ronkong at this moment. Otherwise, if they let the others pick out the mistakes, wouldn't it add to the big house's woes? Quickly get up. County Head Ronkong was like an elder who loved her juniors, waving her hand at Lin Evening E and saying, I haven't seen Sister E for a few days. Come over and let me take a look. Dong's brows knitted even tighter as she heard this. The second wife, Wang, who was sitting at the right side of the head, glanced over and saw it. And in her heart, she sneered. But on her lips, she spoke sweetly. Mother-in-law, you see. Daughter-in-law said this sister child born as flowers, like good-looking it, and is the delicate age, naturally have to good wind and water nourishment. Otherwise fall into the world of the mundane. Defeat is not a pity? In the words, are saying that she seems to be born to enter the palace in general. Ronkong County Princess look also good. Look carefully. She is more than their own heart to raise the evening boat, but also a few points of color. She is beautiful but not ostentatious, and her family has a handle on her, which is the best thing to hold. So he patted the back of Lin Lian's hand and glanced towards Gu Yu, who was standing next to him, and saw that the maid brought a brocade tray out, and what was inside was all precious jewelry. Not to say that it was worth a lot of money, but it was also all the best objects. This is what I ordered someone to create from the Jin Bazai. Since his sister is going to enter the palace, there must be some things to set off her face, so as not to make the others laugh and say that the young lady out of our Fei's house is shabby. The item was sent to Dong's face. The golden hairpin once again pierced her heart. Immediately struggling, she knelt down and said, Please mother-in-law have pity on us, mother and daughter. I only have this one daughter. If she is sent to the palace, it will be difficult to see her again in the future. As soon as First Lady Dong's words came out, Ronkong Sheriff's face didn't look too good. Originally she was still pulling Lin Evening Yi's hand, but at this moment she also let it go. Next to her, the second Madame Wang looked at her as being so ungrateful, and immediately spoke out in mockery. Sister-in-law, I also only both sister and daughter, not for the family's future and her brother's future sent to the palace. Obviously is to enjoy the blessings of the matter. How to your mouth as if the intention of the sister is to go to war in general. Be careful of the trouble out of the mouth. The second wife of Wang's father is the secretary of the Ministry of War. For the origin of the merchants of the first wife of Dong's never looked down on. Over the years, the secret and openly make a lot of trips. Especially after her daughter into the palace favor step by step. Is not the big house in the eyes of the people. Now worried about their own daughters in the harem law's favor. Even looked at the daughter of the big house. Said good sound is to enter the palace as a companion. But in fact why? The people each know very well. The old family. You are not home, do not know firewood and rice expensive. This phase of the scenery you also dipped a lot. To the time to contribute to the family but repeatedly shirk. But do not forget. You also have a husband and son of the people. Not for the sake of the other people. Think about their future. Should also send his sister child into the palace. With a single sentence, Sheriff Ronkong put the nail in the coffin of this matter once again. Dong hated her so much that she gnashed her silver teeth. But under years of bullying, she had long been used to being submissive, wanting to say something more, but not knowing how to argue. On the contrary, Lin Hui did not want her mother's situation to be as difficult as before after she left. So towards County Lord Ronkong, she respectfully bowed again and said, Grandmother is right. Granddaughter would like to contribute to the family's glory and father's and brother's future. I hope that grandmother will forgive her on the basis that mother has always been respectful all these years. Looking at this granddaughter in front of her, County Lord Ronkong was satisfied. In the end is the Fei's master's own granddaughter. See things is more than the other three insights. Well, that into the palace of the Imperial decree has come down. Tomorrow morning, since there will be the palace to pick up, is you prepare to prepare it. Thank you grandmother for reminding me. Granddaughter knows. After finishing the main event, Princess Ronkong didn't bother to talk to them anymore. So she found an excuse and sent them back to the east courtyard. Dong held back her tears until she returned to her own courtyard and entered the main house before she cried in a low voice. "My son? How can this be?" Her mother's burst of crying made Lin Evening feel that it was hard on her heart as well. But right now, with the ability of the big house to want to reject the holy decree, it would be asking for death. Instead of looking up to others, it would be better to go along with it. When she entered the palace, she thought that her family would be able to live more comfortably. So Lin Lian wiped Dong's tears with a handkerchief and softly comforted. "Mother need not worry. My daughter is not going to die. She will think of ways to protect herself after entering the palace. On the contrary, it is you who must also act carefully in this back house. So if you contradict the old madam's words like this today, it would be better to say less in the future. I'm just upset. Why should I take you to pave the way for Lin Evening Zhou?" Chapter 3 Summoned to the Palace. Mother thought left. This time into the palace if the daughter can get some face in front of His Majesty. It is also really a good thing that can benefit father and brother. Is it possible that you really want to see elder brother and third brother live their lives in such a muddled manner? Being pressured by the people of the Western Crossing Court to never get ahead? Hearing her daughter mention her two sons and their future prospects, Dong finally managed to hold back her tears. The eyes that looked at Lin Evening were filled with apology and intolerance. "Don't worry. My daughter isn't a cattail to be rubbed by others. Besides, as Auntie said, doesn't the palace still have Big Sister to take care of a few things? What they are playing, you and I know very well. Since I want to help her solid favor, naturally we'll think of ways to protect me safe is." Some words said to let Dong's high heart is more comfort. Now, crying again will not help. It is better to think about what to prepare something for her daughter to be good. So she wiped away her tears and began to pack her clothes. That night, Lin Wani said goodbye to her parents and talked with her elder brother and younger brother for a while before resting. When the house was so dark that only one light remained, she lay on the bed and thought about how she would live the rest of her life. Those words in the daytime were just words of comfort for her mother, and everything after entering the palace was unknown to her, tossing and turning for a long time. Only in the day are a little light when sleepy to sleep over. So much so that she was still napping in the carriage to the palace, accompanied by the maids Chunchi and Xian looking at their own young lady's eyes black and blue, and getting closer and closer to the palace wall. The heart like a drum do not know what to do. Miss. Hearing Chun Chi's familiar voice, Lin Lian even opened her eyes and woke up from her shallow sleep. Arrived? The palace attendant outside said that we've arrived at Shuanjin Gate, and that this carriage is not allowed to enter. Lin Wani nodded and took a deep breath before lifting the curtain and getting out of the carriage, only to see that all around were high crimson palace walls. The plaque of Shuanjin Gate was hanging in front of them. The palace guards in charge of receiving people stood in front of the carriage in a disciplined manner. There were a total of 3 of them, all dressed in ink with a greenish hue, thick as dark mossy cloudy silk cloth shirts. Nun Su Guangping, steward of the Internal Court Department, has met little Lord Lin. Please ask little Lord Lin to be at peace. Eunuch Su is polite. Nucius was ordered to wait here for little Lord, and will send you to the Tsuanxiu Palace first. After entering the palace, everything should be at one's beck and call. Lin Lian was not arrogant, and followed this eunuch Su to enter the palace through the side door. After the palace door slowly closed, Lin Wani glanced out of the city, turned her head back to come over. Has been walking firmly. No distractions. After entering the Tsuanxiu Palace, waiting for her was a series of harsh inspections. The sisters refused to let go of even the strands of hair from head to toe, tossing and turning for half an hour or so before they were finished. Little master, forgive me. These rules are the concubines need to check. No matter. Has sister checked? Well, after the young master has changed into her palace attire, there will be a palace staff to guide you to Yihua Palace. Dare to toss half a day. This is not the real landing place. But both come to be at peace. Lin Wani is not much resentment. In the palace wait for a good change of clothes. Went to Yihua Palace. The palace walls were lofty, and the rules were strict. Along the way, they met several sets of palace maids and chamberlains. All of them bowed their heads in a disciplined manner. Such a battle, which made Chunchi and Xian, who were following Lin Gui, swallow their saliva. Lifting up their spirits, they were afraid that a little mistake would harm their own young lady. They were so nervous that they even forgot to walk through those doors and palaces. And when they reacted, The three of them were already standing in the east side of the Ihua Palace. Leading the way was an older sister who said without a smile, "Young Master Lin, this left side hall is where you will be living from now on. It's all set up inside. If there's any shortcomings, just let the maid fetch it from the inner court division." "Thank you, sister, for your guidance," said Let beside Xia and passed a heavy purse over. That sister is not polite. Without a trace of except the purse. The tone of voice is also more than just a lot of goodwill. And even kindly mentioned a sentence. The little master into the palace late in January. This Ihua Palace. No concubine master. So the main hall is still idle. But the back of the hall lived in the showgirls in the highest position Chuguiran, whose father is the northwestern tiger general. And the right side of the hall lived in the Mu promised, whose father is Huayin governor. She and the little master of the same position. Weekdays can be more to move around. Sure enough, money can make the devil turn the wheels. This sister made clear the identity and background of the person living with her in the palace without a trace, which solved Lin Evening Ye's doubts. Sister has the heart. Little master rest first. There will be palace people to summon you later. After saying this, she respectfully saluted and turned around to leave the left side of the hall. Only after she left did Chun Chi and Xiaoan relax and look around curiously. "Miss, someone else is coming later? It's about the people from your highness's palace. It's natural for us to meet them when we first enter the palace." She was originally not from the draft. If it wasn't for the noble consort and Princess Ronkong operating behind the scenes, I'm afraid she wouldn't have entered the palace at this time. Since she had entered the palace, of course she had to meet. Chuanchi nodded her head as if she did not understand. But it was Xiaoan who reminded her and said, "Once you're in the palace, you can no longer call yourself Miss. You have to call yourself Little Lord. Just like those sisters." Chuanchi spat out her tongue in embarrassment. The slave girl forgot. "Miss? Oh no. Little Lord. What should we do next? Just organize all the things I brought with me. Don't we need to go and meet the other people in the palace? The rules of the harem are very hierarchical. Empress Su has been sick and died for 3 years. Now the palace is headed by your highness. So naturally we have to pay her a visit first. It's not good to mess up the rules." Lin Wani patiently explained. "There's no big deal in the palace. The left is just a bunch of women serving the same man. But a woman's heart under the sea needle. Especially in the palace. The wrong step is afraid to cause a lot of attention. So Lin Wani dare not take it lightly. Fortunately, she has been at home all these years is also look at the eyes to act. So it will not be bad rules." She asked Xiaoan to order some incense wood. And the familiar smell eased the tension of the three of them. The things they brought were not many. And they were all set up in less than a few moments. The room to the left was the study. And most of the books on the bookshelf were the books that Lin Liani loved to read. And some of the mechanical toys that her father had prepared for her before she entered the palace to pass the time. To the right was the bedchamber. The yellow pearwood bed and couch was carved with begonias. And the top was covered with an autumn-scented raccoon veil. And when one looked closely, even the light that filtered through became softer. Chuanchi was asking Lin Wei how to use the lunch when she heard someone coming from outside the house. Chapter 4. Noble Consort's Discipline. Only to see that the person coming was none other than Jiang Hiqing, the chief eunuch beside your highness, whom Lin Evening Yi had met once when she was at home. On that occasion, he was ordered to send the western region wine given by your highness herself. But he was a man who could do things and speak sweetly. Little Lord has finally entered the palace. The Empress has been expecting you for some days. As expected, it is said that stretching a hand does not hit a smiling person, let alone in the palace. This eunuch John's ability can be much bigger. But in the face of Lin Liani, this just entered the palace promise. Or is always polite. Many thanks to the Empress for her concern. The servant girl has also long wanted to pay her respects to the Empress. In the end, it's a family of sisters. Think of one thing. The Empress just ordered the slave to invite you over to catch up. This is very good. Please ask eunuch Jiang to lead the way in front. The unassuming and unobtrusive attitude had made Jiang Hiqing make a mental note of this second miss of the Xiangfu. Seeing her in a snowy green soft tobacco Luo-Lucian palace dress, lined with her quiet and appropriate, such as ink waterfall hair like a streaming cloud bun, oblique inserted a few magnolia hairpins, and a crowd of dainty and gaudy little master compared to. She is dressed plainly elegant. The face is clear and beautiful. Eyes skin and jade bone. Is a rare beauty. Look carefully. There is a reddish tear mole under the corner of the eye on the left side. but it adds a few more flavors. I have to say, this house is really a piece of feng shui treasure land. Raised out of the girl a race a person, then a flower. I'm afraid that there will be another favored nobleman in the palace. Young master. This way, please. Jiang Hiqing didn't say much, leading Lin Wanyi all the way to the door of Lin To Palace. After walking for about 3/4 of an hour, going through 4 palace gates and a magnificent palace, Lin Wanyi finally saw the legendary Lin To Palace. This palace is located in the east of the 6 palaces of the upper row. In addition to the queen lives in the Chengqian Palace. It is the largest palace in the harem. Before entering the palace door, Lin Wanyi smelled a faint plum blossom fragrance. This time of the year will have such a taste. When it is strange, followed Jiang and Qing across into the palace. Lin Evening nodded slightly and did not look around. The 2 maids following behind her also respectfully bowed their heads. Shouldn't look at the uncluttered. The rules are taught well. This is the Lin To Palace where your highness resides. The young master will have to come more often in the future. The queen has ordered that coming here is the same as being at home. No need to be polite. Hearing this, Lin Wanyi slightly paused in her steps before she could raise her head and straighten her waist. As far as her eyes could see, they were filled with the wealth and glory of Lin To Palace. If it is said that Yihua Palace has been repaired up and down to be colorful, then this Lin To Palace is nobility. Into the eye is not only a well-tended small garden. There is a high mountain and water rockery piled up by the pool. Not big but very delicate. A little bit of the taste of the south of the Yangtze River garden. Its surroundings are also paved with pebbles of the same size. Walking on it, even if there is water, will not slip. The main hall is made up of 7 large houses, in the middle of which hangs a pair of imperial plaques, which reads, Rugia have virtue. These were the 4 words that the emperor had specially picked out from the decree that noble consort Lin had been crowned and made into a plaque to send over to show the vastness of the dragon's grace. This matter had also been greatly publicized by Annie Tu in the Xiangfu. So Lin Lianyi knew about it. Interlocking her hands in front of her and tightening the handkerchief in her hand, Lin Evening followed the Jiang hitching up the steps in front of the main hall, only to hear him shouting with a sharp voice. Little Master Lin has arrived. The palace maids inside immediately hit the curtains left and right, welcoming people in. For noble consort Lin's eldest sister, Lin Lianyi's impression was not very deep. Although the 2 sisters were only 4 years apart, Guifei Lin entered the palace at the age of 15. And now she is 21. So they haven't seen each other for 6 years. Moreover, at home, the 2 in addition to the Rongha Hall to ask for peace will gossip 2 sentences. Private and not much interaction. Therefore, after entering the main hall cabinet, it was too late to sit up and look. Lin Lianyi's hand overlapped on the forehead. Voice firm. Respectfully bowed on the woven gold blanket meticulously said. Promise Lin to meet your highness. Please your highness golden peace. The woman in the bright window and clean table. Originally the noble consort Lin, who was leaning back on the rosewood table and letting the people around her pinch her legs, suddenly heard the voice before slowly opening her eyes and opening them. Years of palace nourishment led her, and the former has long been incomparable. Now and power in hand. Naturally more than the authority of the superior. Slender in stature. Skin white as snow. Delicate features through a careless attitude. Towards the side of the big palace maid Qin, he slightly raised his hand. Before slowly opening his mouth to Lin Evening he said, Sister up. Although it is in the palace. But I in the end is also your eldest sister. No one win. But also like before that call this palace is. Nyang Nyang Long Grace. But maidservant concubine dare not overstep the rules. Condescension or sincerity. Lin Evening he can hear. If she really big call Lin Guifei a elder sister. Only afraid of Zhang Yang unintelligent reputation will be spread out immediately. Seeing her still quite abide by the rules. Lin Guifei's mouth slightly stretching open. As grandmother said. Very good to pinpoint. Thinking of this, the sincerity on her face was 3 times more. Sister quickly sit down. This palace away from home for many years. And siblings are rarely seen. Big brother now how? Still working as an official in the Imperial City Department? On the surface is nagging family routine. But in reality it is a test. Lin Lianyi does not believe. With the position of the noble consort now, and Rongkong County Princess's ear report, she will really do not know the situation of the elder brother. But now that she is in a lowly position, she should be more careful in her reply. Back to the mother's words. Big brother everything is good. Just in the Imperial City Division has been 7 years. There is not much progress. But the years are getting older. Mother is giving him to look at the marriage. Oh! 7 years and no promotion? Before Lin evening he replied. He said to himself, I think grandfather is to sharpen big brother's mind. After all, is the first grandson of the house of the minister. It is not good to indulge in arrogance. Pride? This is really ridiculous coming from the mouth of Lin Guifei. Big brother diligently for many years may not be reappointed. Less is the western courtyard of the people in the back to do the trick. But on the contrary, they have no place to complain about the big house. Can only hit the teeth and swallow blood. Lin Guifei specially opened her mouth to find the big brother to say things. Is only to warn her not to think of strong head just. Or the end will not be better than the big brother to wear. So Lin Lianyi also can only temporarily bowed his head. Tone of voice calmly replied. Your Highness is right. Seeing her crouch down like this, noble consort Lin's heart lowered another 3 points. The hammering was necessary. But if the hammering went too far, and made her scared out of her wits by her own authority, that would not be good. After all, to her understanding of the emperor, the wooden beauty and the timid people who do not understand the style are not sacred favor. So since she has been chosen to enter the palace, naturally, to be able to fix the favor. Chapter 5. So An eased the tone and said, the time of the draft you missed due to illness. But the palace thought of sister pouring human posture. If you could enter the palace as a consort, I think the great uncle and great aunt is also willing. You if in the harem got his majesty's favor. In the big brother's future is also beneficial. When not to mention the Imperial city division. The forbidden army are into the. Sister you say yes? First slap, and then give a sweet date. The law of grace and authority Lin Guifei is used like a fish in water. Lin Lianyi did not know Lin Guifei's meaning. Her face hung a faint smile. A kind of noble consort lady said anything right expression. The two sisters were talking about family matters for but a few moments. When they saw Jiang Hiqing walk in, saying in a respectful manner, Nukai greets the Empress mother. Chief Director Quan of the Inner Court Division has come. Oh! What is the matter? Said he was sending the Rising Note. The Rising Note is the book that records the Emperor's visits to the concubines. Weekdays are respect room of eunuch he sent. How today will be the whole chief personally sent. It seems there are other things to report. Pass him in. Nuns follow orders. Jiang Hiqing only went out. Only to see the chamberlain with a duster in his hand bring in 2 small eunuchs with him. Nun Quan Fu invites your highness to have a golden peace. And invites Lin Gong to have a blessed peace. He had grown 12 mind's eyes. Even though Lin Wanyi had only entered the palace for only 2 hours. He was already able to accurately state Lin Wanyi's identity when he met her. Truly a powerful hand. Speak. What is the reason for seeking to see this palace? Back to your majesty. 1 is to send the starting note for your majesty to look over. 2 is that Lin promised that the green head plate has been made. The slave came to ask your majesty. Is it to be sent to the Imperial court today? The people of the Inner Court Division are quick on their feet. Since it's already done, send it up. Your highness said yes. The 2 of them were talking about Lin Yuanyi's bedding as if no one else was there. And she, the rightful owner, was left out to the side. After reporting back what he had to say, Chief Executive Quan respectfully retreated. When he walked out of Lin To Palace, he thought about it, and said to the little eunuch who followed beside him, Go and tell Deputy Chief Executive Qin. Lin promised to be diligent in all the things the palace wants. This time to please her good. In the future, the internal court division up and down also follow the blessing. Yes, Chief Steward. Quan Fu turned back and glanced at the auspicious clouds above Lin To Palace. He had to say, Your Highness' vision is really good. This Lin Yi's posture is much more outstanding than this batch of newly promoted showgirls. If she is also a blessed one, I am afraid that a consort will be just around the corner in the future. They do lackey. Naturally will bet on the treasure. So fast steps left the Lin To Palace. Rushed to send the green head plate to Qinan Palace. A family of sisters. Since you have entered the palace, then this palace should take care of. Yihua Palace is close to His Majesty's Qinan Palace. If you are called to accompany the driver in the future is not troublesome. Thank you for taking the trouble to arrange. The servant girl will remember your kindness. Apart from reminiscing about the past, the 2 sisters couldn't say anything else. So not long after Chief Executive Quan left, Lin Wanyi also returned to Yihua Palace. Less than half a day after entering the palace, the 3 of them had gone back and forth to several places. Having walked a lot, their feet were sore at the moment. Xiaoan took off Lin Wanyi's shoes and socks. So she gently massaged them. Her hand strength was just right. And soon Lin Wanyi's exhaustion was relieved. Chuanqi is in good spirits, and still has the strength to look around. Rather, I'm tired of you having to look after me. Little master, what do you mean? It's a blessing for the slave girl to be able to serve little master. As the master and servant duo were talking, they saw that Chun-Chi had also returned. As soon as they entered, they couldn't care less and said with surprise in their eyes, "Little lord, this left side of the hall is much bigger than the small courtyard we have at home. There is a small side room in front of the door. The slave girl sees that there are some charcoal burning cookers inside. If you want to eat some hot soup and tea, it is convenient." She went out this trip. The harvest is not small. Put the left side of the temple front and back are given a roundabout. The front yard corridor built a flower pool. Planted are expensive flowers and plants. Slave girl sees some like camellias, but not too sure. On the contrary, there is a small pavilion behind this house. Elegant and chic. Doesn't the little master love to drink tea? In the summer, put a tea set in the pavilion. It will be comfortable. Lin Lianyi snorted a laugh. You're good at enjoying yourself. Heh heh. Isn't this the little bishop's good? Listening to Chuanqi's chirping voice, it made Lin Eveningyi's heart that had been hanging in the air fall quite a bit. Yes, since she had entered the palace, she had to live well both for herself and for her family. Bitter is a day. Happy is a day. Why give yourself pain? Nowadays, there is a noble consort protection. The chamberlain courtesan sisters, and so on are also very polite. Take advantage of this time to give the days of the plate smooth. Is the most important thing. April day's sun. Still warm. Lunch looking for the palace example. Said 2 dishes and a soup. The portion is sufficient not to mention. Even the color of the dishes are very delicate. A dish of fish and shrimp braised mountain treasures. A dish of honey-stained tofu. Plus a can of simmered mountain chicken shredded bamboo shoot soup. Our tastes light, but very nourishing dishes. The courtesan's portions were simpler, but they were all tasty and delicious. Chuanqi smelled the bamboo shoot soup, and the cravings in her stomach were aroused. Lin Wanyi saw that she liked it, and said with a smile, I can't finish this much. You guys keep a bowl to taste. Many thanks, young master. Chuanqi was not polite. Instead, it was Xiaoan who felt it was not quite right, squirming and not knowing whether to take it or not. She was different from Chuanqi. Chuanqi was a personal servant girl who had grown up with Lin Evenyi since she was a child. Her affection was not comparable to that of others. While she was sent into the Xiangfu house 2 years ago, when she reached her maturity by old Master Dong's idea, in order to take care of Lin Evenyi's body, so she had some medical skills. Seeing Xiaoan's worry, Chun-Chi handed over a bowl with a big grin. Our little master loves her slave girl the most. Don't worry about drinking it. Seeing that Lin Wanyi also nodded towards her, Xiaoan was then relieved. After eating this beautiful lunch, Lin Wanyi was sleepy. This day she got up early in the morning. Not to mention that she had to keep her eyes open when talking to people. So her brain was very tired. Originally thought of resting for a moment. Who knew that the outside came? Entered the door is a face of the eunuch. Look at the clothing system and in the Lin To Palace to see the whole chief executive some similar. Lin Wanyi guessed that about is also the inner court division has the face of the big eunuchate. As expected, the chamberlain opened his mouth and spoke. Servant Chinan, deputy chief eunuch of the inner court department. I've met young master Lin. Please bless young master with peace. So it's eunuch Qin. Please rise quickly. Turning to Chun-Chi, he said, move a chair for eunuch Qin. Little lord is polite. Slave is here today to congratulate little lord on her big day. Seeing that Lin Eveningyi was a bit stunned, he immediately said with a joyful smile, His Majesty has just flipped little lord your card. It is little lord who will be serving the bed tonight. Chapter 6. Careful Preparation. How long has it been since this green-head plate was sent up? And to have a reply so quickly. Lin Wanyi was really a bit dumbfounded. However, on second thought, he was sent to the palace for Lin Guifei to fix favor. Naturally, he should go to bed earlier, so that the hearts of the people inside and outside the palace can be rested. In this way, will be relieved. Many thanks to eunuch Qin for coming to tell me. Xiaoan, serve tea to eunuch Qin. If the rank, she is only a 9th grade promise. In front of Qin, although it is a lackey, but it is from the 7th grade of the inner court division, deputy general manager. It is also a character who can walk around before the Imperial court. So a few more points of politeness should also be appropriate. Little Master is polite. Later on there will be a bedchamber sister to come to explain the rules of the bedchamber. You just do as you are told. Thank you. Eunuch Chin. Chief Executive Quan was right. This newly promoted promise is really great. Not to mention that she has a sense of propriety. She treats people with extra politeness and kindness. To say that in the palace, the subordinates are some worship high and low. But no one was born with this face. If encountered politely, face have to give 3 more. These two are Chuanchi girl and Xian girlet. After the palace lack of what just called a small road to fetches. He is the slave's apprentice. Do things diligently and properly. Specially sent to the little master to run errands. After saying that, he made a wink towards the back. And soon a small eunuch with a clear face walked out. None Xiaoluzi. Please Lin promised to be blessed with peace. Just after the words fell he bowed down greatly. But he was a truthful person. According to the saying, Lin Wui's promised identity is not worthy of a small eunuch. But Deputy Chief Chin still sent Xiaoluzi. Here there can't help but have the heart and soul of the inner court division. If she is successful, then in the future when she sees the small road will remember the good of the inner court department. Is not it the best of both worlds? If the pressure is not in, also does not affect what? Find an excuse to transfer the person again is. Anyway, small Luzi's file is still recorded in the inner court division. In the final analysis is not Lin Evening Ye's people. It's true that the old foxes of the past years. The calculator played more than anyone else. Lin Evening Ye's quiet face. Always hanging a faint smile. Nothing offensive. But also let people cannot see through her. In that case, I'd like to thank Eunuch Chin for his kind words. Little Lord is polite. Leaving little Luzi behind. This Deputy Chief Chin left first. Xiao Luzi worked here during the day, and went back to the inner court department at night. So there was no need to deliberately pack a residence for him. When he first came here, Xiao Luzi didn't know Lin Lian's temperament. But he couldn't go wrong by talking less and doing more. So, when Chuanchi mentioned that he wanted to fill up the water tank in the small side room, he volunteered to go. Looking at his busy in and out figure, Chan Chi was a trifle pleased with himself. Young master, this little Luzi is quite diligent. If the slave girls went to fight, I'm afraid it would take half an hour. Look how long it's been. The tank is almost full. This small road son is also in the palace of backing. You speak and do things politely. Don't lose big because of small. Little master don't worry. Slave girl knows. Chuanchi this made character big and bold but never bully. Brain turned fast. People also good to get along with. So Lin Liani is not worried. See, this water tank has just been filled not long. The palace head of the sisters of the bedchamber arrived as promised. And 4 people lined up. Standing in front of Lin Evening Ye's eyes. All of them were wearing pale blue lapel long shirt. And their hair buns were also combed meticulously. The leader is a round-faced and kind person. About as used to see the concubines of the bedchamber of the nervous and shy look. For Lin Evening Ye's calm and serene, but some into the eyes. So the tone of voice with a few points of soft. Said the rules of the bedchamber. At 5 o'clock there will be a soft sedan chair to take the young master into the side hall of Chinan Hall. After the big water bath there will be a person in charge of sending the young master into the inner hall. At that time you just wait for his majesty with peace of mind. After saying that, he handed over the palace affairs pamphlet in his hand. Chuanchi received it, and took it to Lin Evening Yi, only to see that she had only flipped through 2 pages before a blush crept onto her cheeks. After all, she was a concubine who had not yet had sex. So she would naturally be shy when she saw this. On the contrary, it was the bedchambered sister, who looked like she was used to seeing the scene, and exited to comfort her. This is a great matter of extending the royal heir. Little master need not be shy. Lin Lian Yi forced down the embarrassment in her heart, accepted the booklet, and then said to Sister Sibe, "Many thanks for your advice, sister." Seeing her uninhibited appearance, the sleeping sister had some idea in her heart. However, those who were too delicate and nervous before the bedtime service would mostly end up with less than satisfactory results. On the contrary, it is the ones who are calm and generous that can go up the ladder for a long time. Not to mention the other things. This promise in front of me has a good temperament, and will definitely have a good future in time. With this in mind, he served more and more carefully under his hand. At 5 o'clock, the soft sedan chair picked up Lin Wui, and ran to the side of the Chinan Palace and went. Standing in front of the palace entrance for a long time, not willing to leave, Chunchi and Xian are both nervous, but also with some excitement. On the contrary, next to the small Lucy face calm. This scene he has seen more. Naturally nothing much to think about. Speaking of this Qianan Hall, after all, it was where the emperor lived. So one of the side halls here was half the size of Lin Hui's entire residence. Just entering the door, he saw 7 or 8 palace maids standing inside. Bowing slightly to Lin Evening Yi and said, "Slave servant has met Lin Yi." The one at the head happened to be the sister of the bedchamber, who had spoken to her earlier about the rules. Lin Evening Yi nodded to her. And then she took a long breath, stretching out her hands left and right, letting people serve her to broaden her clothes. Hot water into the bath. Ink hair high plate. The wooden barrel was dripping with essential oils blended by the Imperial hospital, which would cause the person bathing to emit a faint floral scent. Needless to say, this flavor must be the emperor likes. Otherwise it will not be given to the new concubines to use. Nose sniffing. Lin Lianyi quickly know how to modulate. Embroidery. Tea art. Flower arrangement. Incense. These noble women of the world must be good at something. Lin Evening Yi has learnt since she was a child, although she never showed it in front of people. But her talent was there. And for this reason, her mother Dong was secretly happy, saying that her own daughter was just smarter than the others. Being stared at by so many people bathing, Lin Lianyi will naturally be embarrassed. But this is a process that cannot be avoided. Simply closed his eyes. Let them rub his. These palace maids are in the Qianan palace to wait for a long time, the old man. So concubines can be favored. They can guess at a glance 8 or 9, not quite 10. Even if they are accustomed to seeing the beauty of the palace maids in the first eye, to see Lin Lianyi, or some cannot move their eyes, compared with those favored ladies in the palace. The biggest advantage of the young master in front of her is not only young and beautiful, but also has a quiet temperament that is rare at this age. Thinking back to those newly promoted concubines who had served in the bed these days, the crowd was most optimistic about Lin Evening Yi. I don't know how long it took. Lin Wanyi felt her cheeks getting a little hot before the palace maids fetched her up from the water. Chapter 7. The first look at the dragon's face. The soft veil wrapped around her body. Thinking of the rules of bedding service that the bedding sister had said before, Lin Wanyi was not very happy in her heart. But her face did not show it. Naked and wrapped in a brocade quilt carried into the inner hall. The eyes of others is a supreme honor. But she felt strange hurt self-esteem. Who knows that the bedding sister but held a set of tribute satin plain snow one skirt palace dress too. Wait for Lin Evening Yi dress fully. Sister. Isn't that? Before Lin Evening Yi had time to finish her sentence, the bedding sister said with a few moments of praise in her eyes, the emperor licensed the little master to serve in palace clothes. This is a rare favor. The little master is really a blessing. Deep awe. Lin Lianyi smiled and did not answer. Onlookers feel that it is a blessing from heaven. But she feels that if the witch shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. The emperor's favor towards her, either towards Lin Xiang, or towards Lin noble consort. In her case, a small promise to get this kind of love will inevitably be sidelined in the future. But this is not she can comment on. Only to let the palace maidservant waiting to dress. Sister of the bedchamber originally wanted to give her makeup. But the bias Lin Evening Yi, this life is already outstanding. The more not to put on makeup, the more is through the clear beauty. As the saying goes, hibiscus comes out of clear water and is naturally unadorned. Therefore, after applying only a little bit of moisturizing gel, Lin Huai was sent to the inner hall of Qianan Palace. The inner hall is even bigger than the side hall just now, and all the treasures are of the finest quality. The furniture made of Nanmu is arranged in a staggered manner, and the unicorn gilt bronze furnace in the middle is burning with a light incense. Sister of the bedchamber guided her to sit beside an 8 imperial table, and quietly retreated. Say not curious, that is false. Here is the entire way most honorable people live in the place. Lin Wanyi turned his head to look around. I have to say, really penetrate the emperor's style. In way, this bright yellow and black is the symbol of the emperor. Idle people cannot be used. Even if it is such as Lin Guifei as a person under 10,000 people. The use of yellow is at most chrysanthemum yellow. And this Qianan Hall will be bright yellow to the extreme. The most attention, naturally, is that the Nanmu carving 10,000 word brocade behind the fan door. Wide dragon bed of bright yellow tint. Looks like it seems to be a cicada wing veil. If the hidden look, not really. Just thinking about it, I heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside. One by one into the heart of Lin Lianyi. Her initially non-nervous heart suddenly thumped, and she could only rely on a slight swallow to ease her emotions. I promised Lin to meet His Majesty. Please be at peace. She stood up and took 2 quick steps towards the front before kneeling on the regimental flower-woven gold blanket to greet the Emperor. This was the rule in the palace. Soon, the pair of black brocade boots embroidered with gold dragons stood still in front of her. And when she slightly raised her eyes to see it, Lin Wani would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous. When she was in the Xiangfu, the biggest official she had ever seen was her own grandfather. Grandfather is meticulous. Few words. I do not know what kind of attitude of the Emperor in front of him. Just kneeling down fast. She did not see the Emperor's appearance clearly, but that person seems to look at her for a few moments, then said calmly, "Get up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Keeping to the rules, Lin Lianyi had been nodding her head and looking at the brocade blanket on the ground with lowered eyebrows and drooping eyes. "Very respectful. There's no need to be formal. Raise your head for me to take a look." This just fell. Lin Lianyi lightly pursed her lips. The body is quite a lot of upright. Just the eyes are still lowered, reflecting the concubine should have a meek look. It must be said, Lin Lianyi's appearance would be a surprise to anyone who looked at it, even if it was the Emperor who had read countless people. The feng shui of the Xiangfu is good. Lin Lianyi listened to this. For a moment, she didn't know how to reply. The two of them sat and stood one by one, although the distance was only 3 or 2 steps. But it was as if there was a veil in between, making it difficult to get close, according to the teaching of the sister of the bedchamber. At this moment, Lin Lianyi should show more performance in the transfer of grace and due, so that the Emperor could remember her. However, Lin Eveningyi's feet are as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Her mouth also seems to be sealed up, so she can only stand there quietly, letting the Emperor look at her up and down. How old is this year? The maidservant concubine will turn 17 in June. What do you like to do on weekdays? The concubine's mother embroidered well, so the concubine followed and learnt some. Can you read and write? Slightly know a few. The Emperor asked a sentence. Lin Lianyi answered a sentence. Not at all like a concubine to be favored. Instead it seems like a gentleman in the academy asking a student. I remember when noble consort Lin just entered the palace. A clever mouth can be very powerful. Obviously, sisters, your mouth is somewhat stupid. After saying that, seems to also let out a light laugh. Not big, but fall in Lin Eveningyi's heart, but feel that this Emperor is a difficult to serve the Lord. Noble consort and promise. The difference between the mud, not to mention the mouth, is stupid. I'm afraid to be inferior in every way, in order to live in peace. But these, she could not say out loud. Thought about it, and could only answer, Your Majesty is right. Your Highness' heavenly beauty is not something that a servant girl can compare to. Hearing her reply with such sincerity, the sitting Emperor was speechless. Dong Yuzhong was the chief eunuch beside the Emperor, and when he heard this, he immediately came forward and said in a soft voice, Your Majesty's evening meal used not much. May I summon them to send some more? No need. I am not hungry. Just after saying this, he saw Lin Lianyi's hands overlapping in front of her body, gently pressing her stomach. 9 to 5 naturally wouldn't be hungry. But since she left the house, she had only eaten 2 pastries to pat her stomach, and now she was already in front of her stomach, but in front of the Emperor, especially this concubine who was just ready to serve the bed, which had the guts to say she was hungry. So can only hard to carry. The good thing is that she is not a glutton. Later find an opportunity to drink a mouthful of tea is. Heart has already turned an unknown number of turns, but the face is still a lowbrow look. Just let the Imperial kitchen send some light porridge to it. Yes. Slave complies. Soon the people from the Imperial catering room sent a white porcelain cup. The lid had not been opened yet, but the fragrance went straight to Lin Eveningyi's nose. Serving the palace people are aware of the rules. After the things sent quickly retreated out. Not long after this inner hall, and only Lin Eveningyi and the Emperor 2 people left. The white porcelain cup is placed on the 8 immortal table. The palace people are gone. That can only be Lin Eveningyi to wait for the meal. Are you hungry? Can I use some? Lin Eveningyi's scooped porridge hand suddenly paused. In front of the fish congee simmered just right. Looked delicious. But the betting grandmother did not say she can eat with the Emperor at the same table. If it should be, will it be a bad rule? So had to be honest. The maidservant has not had her evening meal, and is somewhat hungry. But the maidservant's status is lowly, and does not dare to eat with his majesty. You are honest. The sitting emperor's tone had some moderation in it. And I don't know if it was Lin Lianyi's illusion, but it seemed that he also heard a hint of light laughter. Chapter 8. Accompanying the king's side. Dong Yuzhong. None is here. With a command from the emperor, the chief eunuch who was originally waiting outside immediately pushed the door and stepped in. Standing fixedly in front of the two of them, his waist bowed all the way. Not a single bit of discipline. You come to serve me with my meal. As for Lin promised, give her a bowl as well. Servant obeys the decree. After saying that, he handed the duster in his hand to the little eunuch at the back, and immediately came up and smiled to Lin Eveningyi and said, Little master, slave come. After saying this, he took the porcelain bowl in her hand and served 2 bowls in one go. The first bowl was naturally placed in front of the emperor, and this second bowl was brought in front of Lin Eveningyi before Dong Yuzhong politely said, Little lord, have your meal. This is a gift from his majesty. Gazing at the stool, only to see Dong Yuzhong gently nodding his head. Only then did Lin Eveningyi eat a pill of peace of mind, the small half of her body settling on the round stool in front of her, eating the bowl of porridge gently and slowly. Together with the delivery, there were also 2 small dishes to accompany the porridge. Dong Yuzhong was busy serving dishes to the emperor, and at the same time, he didn't miss to clip into the plate in front of Lin Eveningyi. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Lin Wanyi would have wanted to taste that small dish. It looked delicious. Just in the hands of the bowl of porridge has almost reached the bottom. It is not good to let the emperor and serving eunuchs think that she is greedy for food for the first time to serve the bed. Seeing her drop the bowl, Dong Yuzhong also did not give her again cloth dishes, but the emperor with meals for a long time. Lin Lianyi half-sitting legs are a little numb, only to hear him faintly said, Remove it. Yes. Palace people walked in quickly, removed the things, and at the same time also brought water to purify the mouth, waiting for the 2 to rinse their mouths. Seeing the emperor reaching out for a handkerchief, Lin Lianyi unprecedentedly walked up and helped him hand it over, also counting returning the favor of a porridge to him. The emperor looked at her sideways for a moment, only to see the slender neck slightly lowered. But it was a well-behaved look. When the palace people have left, Lin Lianyi's eyes closed hard across, and then opened his mouth is a sentence. Maidservant concubines wait for your majesty to go to bed. So dizzily, she followed the emperor into the bedchamber behind the fan door. Sitting on her knees on the bed, Lin Wanyi was a bit formal. She didn't know whether she should remove her clothes or wait for Saijia. When it was still too late to react, she only felt a heavenly rotation. And when she opened her eyes again, she had already landed on top of the brocade quilt. Your majesty. Her voice was a little trembling, but in the emperor's ears, there were more than 3 points of pouting. This look was much more vivid than when she had just stood up and answered the question. However, without waiting for Lin Eveningyi to open her mouth again, the candle flames outside went out altogether. Settle down? The emperor's voice was somewhat surged out from his throat, along with the movements of his hands being somewhat hurried. Cicada wing veil. Hibiscus tint. The most spring is thick. Riding the soft palanquin back to Yihua Palace. When the curtain was lifted, he saw Chun Chi and Xian waiting somewhere early, with some excitement in their words. Slave servant has met little lord. Please little lord bless peace. Get up. About Lin Lianyi herself didn't expect that her voice at this moment had more than a bit of fatigue. Xian frowned as she looked up. And as expected, her own little master was still a budding flower when she went there. But at the moment, it was as if she had been ravaged by the wind and snow. Helping Lin Lianyi out of the sedan chair, and giving some reward money to the betting mama who sent her back. After respectfully sending people away, the 3 masters and servants returned to the left side of the hall. What hour is it? It's just after Ohio. She thought that it was already midnight, but she didn't think that it was only 2 hours after tossing this for a long time. As a low-ranking concubine serving the bed, she was not qualified to stay in the Qianan Hall for the night. The soreness between her legs clear as day. Remembering everything that had just happened, her cheeks mischievously flushed scarlet again. Chunchi and Xian were both untouched maids as well. Even though they understood what this bedtime service meant, they didn't know how to serve at this moment. Get water to wash up and rest. Early tomorrow morning, she still had to go and greet the ladies of the harem. This was the rule. There was no delay. Slave servant will go now. Chun-Chi immediately turned around and left after saying this. Hot water was always boiling in the side room at that entrance, so it was quick. By the time Lin Wani washed up and lay quietly on her own bed, she didn't even have the strength to think about it much and fell asleep. A good night's sleep. It wasn't until the early dawn, when Xiaoan gently came in to wake her up, that she slowly opened her eyes. After sleeping for a while, the soreness in her body did not subside much. Lin Lian could not help but lament in her heart. Being a favorite concubine wasn't necessarily a good thing. At least this physical work made it unbearable. Little master, first drink some water to moisten your throat. Good. Warm water crossed her throat and entered her belly. Lin Lian Yi's muddled brain finally came to her senses. What hour is it? Young master. It's dawning. There is still some time left before the hour to greet the various palace ladies. Lin Lian Yi instructed. Later on, you will go to Lin To Palace with me. As you wish. She a promise. The whole palace audience with a palace maid on the line. And is just after the bedtime. Do not let people clutch the handle. In the middle of the conversation, Chuanqi brought in a copper basin. The water inside was still hot. Twisted a handkerchief and sent it over to Lin Evening Yi. Later Xiao Luzi came. See if it's convenient for him or not. Go to the Imperial catering room to order some flour over. You take the time to make some white jade cake and put it in there. That thing fills the stomach. Eat a piece of it to top it up for a long time. What's wrong with little lord? The pastries set by the Imperial catering room don't hold up to hunger. Your little lord, I almost made a fool of myself in front of his majesty. Ah? Chuanqi's eyes were wide open, and her mouth was open in a shocked manner. Little lord, you wouldn't have been so hungry in front of the Imperial court that your stomach rumbled. His majesty didn't blame you. Right? Gurgling isn't so bad. But it's getting close. After hearing her own little lord's words, Chuanqi stomped her feet left and right anxiously. Then said with a heartfelt expression, Little master, don't worry. This white jade cake slave girl will definitely use enough ingredients. Lin Lian Yi looked at this chest-beating assurance of hers, and let out a giggle. The rules of the Xiangfu are also big. Especially when it comes to happy events to go to Rongha Hall to ask for peace. A stay will take half a day. So this white jade cake is what they use to satiate their stomachs in the mansion. And the effect is very good. Thinking back to last night's bowl of fish congee, gulped down in front of the royal palace did not taste much. It's a bit of an outrage. Early morning light sprinkled. Lin Lian got up to clean up. This is the first time after she entered the palace to see the concubines. Neither can be too out of the ordinary, but also cannot be overly covered, or lose the face of the house of Xiang. Lin Guifei, the first one, will be looking for her trouble. After thinking about it, let Xiaoan find a powder blue satin bamboo leaves embroidered long skirt. Outside cover a pin moon-colored lapel shirt. The hair bun according to the promised grade O good. Pinned a few white jade pressure sideburns butterfly hairpin. Chapter 9 Appearance at the Palaces. Her face was covered with a layer of peach blossom powder, revealing all the features of her skin like condensed grease. Watching Lin Wani tidy up from head to toe, Xiaoan and Chuanqi only managed to stop. Young master's outfit. It's really impossible for people to pick faults. Xiaoan had to know more about the rules, so she understood what was at stake. Let's go. Don't miss the hour. Yes. This was Lin Evening Yi's second trip to Lin To Palace. And this time, she didn't bother to look at the scenery along the way. Early spring in April. It was slightly cool in the early morning. Fortunately, her dress was not too thin. Plus she walked all the way to Lin To Palace, so she did not feel cold. Just entering the palace entrance, she saw the palace maid welcoming her up, with a smile on her face. But her eyes were not very sincere. Young master, you have come. The slave girl has been waiting here for a long time. Thinking to congratulate the young master first. Those eyes bulged and swiveled, and everyone knew what the words meant. Xiaoan stood behind Lin Evening Yi. In her heart, she was a little annoyed that this palace maid really didn't know the rules. Obviously their own little master would like to act in a low profile. But she rushed to congratulate. Afraid that people do not know that yesterday's bedtime is their little master? It's really adding to the chaos. Lin Lian Yi for this kind of flattering people is the most disliked. But this is in the Lin To Palace. She no longer cannot show it. So said with a light smile. It's all thanks to the Empress' blessings. A sentence that doesn't hurt. And then quickly walked into the courtyard and stood under the corridor. That courtesan originally also intended to set some more into the who knows but with a punch in the cotton. If there seems to be no difference between this talk back and did not say. The heart secretly annoyed. This Lin Xiao master is really a slippery hand loach. However, when I think of myself in the Linto Palace as a sweeping courtesan no way out, might as well follow the Lin Xiaoyu from the beginning. He is now going to be a second-class palace maid. And if Lin Xiaoyang once favored, she will not also follow the chickens and dogs. The more I think about it, the more the broom in my hand is sweeping hard. The main hall of the corridor. At the moment already stood 3 or 2 concubines. Lin Lianyi walked over. To them line a half-squatting salute. But unfortunately only got a blank stare and a cold snort. I think I know why. Both dislike her backdoor into the palace also served the bedding of low-ranking concubines. But also taking into account her relationship with Lin Guifei, not good to attack. So Lin Lianyi stood under the corridor respectfully, waiting for Lin Guifei's summons. I have to say, at this moment, if she did not have Lin Guifei this big Buddha in the back to protect, I'm afraid that there will not be less than a row of head. Therefore, this thigh should be hugged when still have to hug. Seeing the concubines of the palace entering the door of Lin To Palace one after another, this originally still somewhat empty courtyard was instantly filled with people. With this look, Lin Wani felt why all the women in the palace wanted to climb up the ladder. If you are not in a high position, the warblers and swallows, not to be defeated, but also to be annihilated, hard such as thinking. Saw yesterday's just seen he from the inner hall hit the curtain came out. To the concubines on the line salute. And then said with a smile, Your Highness has already packed up. Please all the little masters to go in. Yes. A room full of women gathered in one piece. Anyone who came to see it felt dazzled. This Linto Palace's main hall has a floor screen throne in the center, with intricate carvings on it, carefully looking at the style of a brocade ground phoenix bird. And Your Highness is wearing a grand dress today. Carved silk embroidered and lotus pattern of the lapel of the palace dress. Hairpin on the bun is also, and lotus pattern of the ruby rocker. Gorgeous not to say, but also set off her phoenixy wanqian. Willow-curved eyebrows. Is a pair of upturned phoenix eyes. Sitting on the top seems to be some overlooking the crowd. The Empress Dowager went to the Wutai Mountain Meditation Buddha. Su Huang died 3 years. Now Lin Guifei is the highest position in the Palace of Women. Naturally, she is honored. All people according to rank are sitting at the bottom of the purple sandalwood circle chair above, listening to what the noble consort said. The first position on the left and right-hand side is still empty. And the first thing the noble consort asked was them. Where are Consort E and Consort Lon? Report to Your Highness. Consort Lon woke up early some discomfort. So said the palace to report. Today's invitation to peace will not come. As for Consort E, about still on the way to it. The implication is that they did not receive an explanation from the palace. This sentence made Lin Wani wary. It looks like this Lady Yi Fei is a hard case. The whole palace can come late on the day of the audience. It must be either the holy favor does not fail, or the family power is strong. Otherwise how would she dare to fight against noble consort Lin in such a blatant manner? Only to see Lin noble consort with a calm expression. To the lower concubines then said, Since Sister Yi Fei is still on her way, then all the sisters should have a cup of tea first. And when she comes, then we can catch up together. As expected, none of the women in the palace are vegetarians. Yi Fei not. This time to ask for peace also want to delay. Finally this and also push to the head of Yi Fei. Really will be a disaster. Your Highness just finished speaking. The big palace made chinha on people on the rainy day dragon well and exquisite tea. This rainy day dragon well is just tribute this year. His Majesty rewarded this palace some. Today all take out and all sisters with drink. Taste really good. Your Highness is really sympathetic to us. Such a good imperial tea. Maidservant smells like gold. The one who spoke was a palace concubine whose looks were not very outstanding, and who looked a bit old. Lotus root lotus-colored soft satin palace dress embroidered with twining branches of vase pattern. Look clean. But a closer look at the clothes to see. Grade is not high. Do sister have it will joke. A few days ago, the palace newly obtained a red coral hairpin. See as novelty. This will be rewarded to the sister to play 1 or 2 it. The words just fell. See your consort side of another big palace made Qin Lu end of the brocade played out. Walked to Du Chongzai in front. Respectfully handed over. Du Chongzai's eyes showed surprise. Finally it was not in vain for her to sell her good deeds in these days. It looks like Your Highness is interested in promoting her. Thinking about her Yuanhan 9 years on the side of the emperor. A flash of 8 years have passed. The position is still standing. Not to mention compared to the old man. Is that this just entered the palace concubines. Higher than her order there is a Chu noblewoman. The same as the standing in Ming's. Whether it is the appearance, figure, family history and reputation. She is a good person. She is a good person. Whether it is appearance, body, family, or talent are far above her. If you don't put up a fight and find a backer to protect her, I'm afraid she'll be like the weeds by the city wall, unattended. Thinking of this, she immediately got up and performed a half-body salute to noble consort Lin, and said with a tone of excitement, "Concubine, thank you for your reward." Such a climbing appearance, but caused a brightly colored woman sitting on the table to be quite unhappy. Eyes containing mockery looked at the same Du Cheng's eye, although did not speak. But the meaning is very clear. It's true that it's an unpopular country bumpkin. A coral hairpin can be so happy. Chapter 10, Taking the Lead. Noble Chu's hand painted with Danju-colored nails gently picked up the teacup, brought it up to her nose and sniffed it. Her face was calm for a while. The tea was good, but it was not enough to excite her. This kind of thing in the Northwest could not compare to the excitement of soul-hunting wine. Only the person on the seat is a noble consort. She had just entered the palace nobility. Also not good to play sex in front of. Eyes flowing towards the opposite end of the seat looked over. Saw Lin Evening. All of a sudden the heart of the vinegar came up. Sourly and impatiently, she said in Lin Huai's direction. It is said that His Majesty has a new fairy-like promise. I think it is this Sister Lin. Indeed, good posture. This 6 palaces up and down the sisters are compared to you. After saying that, he laughed, but his eyes were filled with boundless indifference and hostility. Coming! As expected, this Queen Chang'an would be the target of all. Lin Lianyi's previous thoughts were to try not to make herself too out of place, and to muddle through if she could, but she didn't want to. This sitting down hasn't even been a quarter of an hour, and the other party provoked her to come over. If according to her past thoughts, naturally she can avoid it. But now people in the palace, and is the first time to see. If she was stepped down, later want to turn can be difficult. It is not certain that anyone can come up to her to show off their power. So how can she live a peaceful life in the future? Thinking of this, she glanced at noble consort Lin on the seat. She was smiling, as if she was watching a cat or dog play a funny game. But the warning in her eyes was accurately transmitted to Lin Evening. She represented the face of the Xiangfu and noble consort Lin. Even if she was just a mere promise, she was not a promise that could be trampled on. With noble consort Lin as her backbone, Lin Evening was much less respectful. Therefore, raising her head to look at that Chu noblewoman who had just been shady, with 3 points of detachment and 6 points of generosity in her tone, she replied right back at her. Many thanks for sister's praise. Only who in these 6 palaces knows that your highness is a beautiful lady. The servant girl's posture of a willow does not dare to compare. In one sentence, she had taken herself out. On the one hand, it praised noble consort Lin, and on the other hand, it implicitly disparaged noble Lady Chu's lack of eyes. The meaning of the words. The people present were all people who had been in the harem, who didn't understand the reasoning behind it. Chu Guoran was so provoked by her words that she almost broke the teacup in her hand. When she looked at Lin Hui again, her eyes did not hide it at all, putting her disgust on the surface. Sister Lin really is a clever mouth. 3 words are letting me offend your highness. This no naturally know that I just praise sister pretty face just. Don't know still think I have disrespect to your highness. Just into the palace to sow discord. Sister really is good ability. Unforgiving. Has always been Chu Guoran's style of behavior. In the Northwest, her father was the Tiger Way general, the first general under the Northwest Marquis, who saw her not to look up 3 times in favor of the palace. This is also the queen. That is also the queen's. Everywhere short of a head, where she cannot stand this idle gas. So not looking for someone to get out of anger. Relieve the boredom of only to be angry sick. The contempt in the eyes of all show. The rest of the palace consort either watch the fun, or listen to the wind. By this stupid Chu Guoran first played the first. So they can also see. This new to the palace of Lin promise to means how. Or how is the backer behind it? It's a close call. At this moment, if Lin Lian is soft, I'm afraid to be Chu Guoran this sentence to nail. The palace cannot tolerate weak people. Looked around the palace concubines a glance. What they mean, Lin Lian hard no. Sister misunderstood. The servant girl has never had such thoughts. Your concubine's heavenly beauty is praised by His Majesty's golden words. When I was still at home, I often heard my grandmother and second aunt mention this matter. That's why I kept it in mind. As for what sister complained about, you and I have no grievances. And it's the first time we've met. So it's too late for the servant girl to make peace with you. So how could she sow discord? The more the backer moved, the bigger the backer got. One sentence pushed the matter of praising your consort's appearance onto the emperor and the Roncong County princess. They were the ones Chuguerin couldn't afford to offend. So even if she gritted her teeth, she could only swallow her breath in indignation. Word by word, she said to Lin Evening E. In that case, it's sister I'm overthinking. Sister but a momentary mouth. Think heartless. Your concubine mother's temper is the most kind. Will not blame sister, that is. Servant girl is young and unintelligent, causing your sister to be angry. Please your concubine mother chastise me. After saying that, she squatted and bowed down to noble consort Lin. Her words were calm, but with a tone that was not humble. Seeing how sincere and calm she was, if noble Lady Chu didn't follow suit and kneel down, she was afraid that this charge of defying noble consort would be withheld. So even more reluctantly, she had to bow her head. Turned to the upper-seated Lin Guifei, also performed crouching salute. The tone of voice then just step by step pressing is diluted a lot. Your Highness, please forgive me. I've lost my words. In a few words, the situation will be reversed. Not only to choose their own clean, but also force Chuguerin had to bow her head and admit her mistake. When it is really powerful, Lin Guifei looked at the bottom of the two good manners confessed appearance. Heart is both happy and worried. This Chuguerin relying on her own family lineage, but also young and beautiful. Into the palace in this January is already offended a lot of people. She was defeated by Lin Wui's clever mouth. But it was a relief. But Lin Evening E this without a trace of borrowing power. But let Lin Guifei some scruples. Smart and beautiful. Supporting such a person to the throne. I'm afraid that in the future to make enemies for themselves. But now the concubines are all in. If she does not protect Lin Evening E, it will make people speculate that they are centrifugal in the house. Against her original intention not to mention. But also add some trouble. So had to be followed. So, moderating her tone, she said, our words rush words. The two sisters do not need to think too much. This palace is not that hard of small people. I'll get up. Thank you, Your Highness. Concubine, thank you for your Majesty's grace. Noble consort Lin was still one step away from being able to ask for the throne and become the most honorable woman in his harem and even in the world. So the virtuousness that should be put on naturally wouldn't be lacking. With a wave of her hand, she immediately let Qin he take some palace flowers out and steer away from the topic just now. Now is the good weather in April. Yesterday's inner court department people sent these palace flowers. This palace sea is suitable for the time. All the sisters to see can have like said. Let the palace ladies are served with a tray to stand in front of the concubines. Let them choose. Palace flowers are made of silk. Not only realistic flowers. Even the texture of the flowers and stamens are disposed of in a very subtle way. From a distance, thought it was a real flower. Wei has the custom of wearing hairpins. And in the early years, freshly picked flowers were worn on the temples to honor the appearance. Chapter 11. Concubine Yi's appearance. But nowadays, after the emperor ascended the throne, he was diligent and loved the people, and never liked luxury. Therefore, noble consort Lin followed suit and thought of making this item out of silk flowers, which could be worn over and over again, which was not bad at all. The brocade tray was brought to Lin Evening E, only to see that there was also an iris and a winching orchid inside. And without thinking, she picked up the winching orchid. The pale yellow flowers looked simple and understated amongst the crowd of flowers competing for color. She liked it. Instead, Chuguerin, who saw her picking up the orchid, couldn't help but giggle and laugh. The mockery in her eyes became more apparent. Still think she is what character it. Front foot only forced his own had to admit fault to the noble consort. Back foot pretends to be a look of the world. If it is really so calm nature of mind. Into the palace to do what? Why don't you wrap your hair and go to the mountains to be a nun? And save yourself the trouble of trying to seduce his majesty here, with the reward of the palace flowers. All people, whether sincere or not, have to say thank you. So, all of them got up and saluted to noble consort Lin and said, My servant maidservant thanks your majesty for the reward. As soon as the words fell, the curtain outside was violently lifted up, and instantly a beautiful voice could be heard resounding from outside. Yo, I'm late. I don't know what your highness is buzzing about here. Only to see a woman with elegant manners and ordinary posture, but with a bit of valor and grace in her temperament walked in, dressed in aqua-red twining branch flowers piping satin long skirt palace dress. Above the stamen is with the east bead pendant, walking to sway. Fei eyes burning at the seat of the Lin Guifei, although the identity of a head short. But the platitudes and chiaroscuro is not lost. Walk straight to the front of Lin Guifei, slightly bent the knee even salute. This perfunctory attitude, the crowd have seen understanding, but no one dares to comment, have shut up and bowed their heads. On the contrary, the seat of Lin Guifei put up a generous smile. Looking at the bottom of the face said, "Sister came? Greetings to sister." The third prince got up early, some discomfort. My concubine sought the eunuch to see, which delayed the hour. Sister will not blame it. Oh! What's wrong with the third prince? A little cough. Always not good. A few days ago His Majesty gave loquat manna. Ate a few days is to see good. I do not know why this morning and more cough a few times. I'm afraid that His Majesty will miss it. So I had to ask the Imperial doctor to take a look. The third prince has always been physically fit. Then all the royal princesses are hard and sturdy. A few coughs. But it is just an excuse for concubine E. Noble consort Lin did not break it down, instead following her words down. I see. Chin he. Slave girl in. Go and send a basket of the newly imported snow pear from the outer clan to Yifei's palace. And have the palace staff add some silver ears and red dates to steam it before eating it. It's a method that can moisten the lungs and stop coughing. Yes. Slave girl obeys the order. Noble consort Lin looked like she loved the third prince, which made consort E grateful. Thank you, sister, for thinking of me. When the third prince recovers from his illness, I will definitely let him come to sister's palace to look for the grand princess to play with. The big princess in Yifei's mouth is naturally Princess Mingruo, born to noble consort Lin, who is now 4 years old. A proud daughter of heaven, living a naturally nourishing life. However, Lin Lianyi did not miss the pain that flickered in the eyes of noble consort Lin, and secretly thought in her heart, County Princess Ronkong and noble consort Lin were thinking of ways to get her into the palace. And I'm afraid that it's more than just solid favor. After all, Lin Guifei, since the birth of the big princess, has been many years without pregnancy. Send her to the palace. There must be the idea of seeking children in it. Can't help but caress the abdomen. She can't help it. Even if the child is also in the womb to be counted? Lin Lianyi didn't want to. Nor did she want this to happen. With a sideways glance at Xian, who had been standing in a disciplined manner behind her, she had a side plan in her heart. In the middle of the main hall, dark currents surged. Yifei appeared, the most pleased and just also eaten the defeat of Chuguiren. After all, Yifei's grandfather is the famous Northwest Marquis. She was in the Northwest when she had a few acquaintances with Yifei has not yet entered the palace. How to say that they are also from the same Northwest military general's family of the palace consort? The relationship is naturally better than others. So they said to consort E in a complimentary manner. The third prince is His Majesty's favorite prince, naturally more valuable than others. Your Majesty is lucky. A few days ago when I went to the palace to visit the third prince, he even wore strategy. Will look at it. It is really gifted. In the future all must be a great future. Hearing these words, concubine E turned back to glance at that noble lady Chu, the smugness in her eyes showing. Chu sister, don't talk nonsense. This palace see Lanfei's sister second prince is also good. Is the body bone weak a bit? Must be carefully, will raise only good. Yifei's sister, this is reasonable. Now Lanfei's sister is the palace head of the most valuable. Her pregnancy is almost 6 months. If again to give birth to His Majesty a fourth prince, that is heaven's great good fortune. You say it. Originally, consort E, who was still a bit complacent, now glanced at noble consort Lin with a smile on her face and no smile in her eyes, only to see Lin noble consort smile but reached the bottom of her eyes. The two did not open their mouths to speak, but just looked at each other. But the concubines present felt sweaty and nervous. To say that the ladies in the palace, the most valuable than Lin Guifei, Yifei and Lan Fei 3. Among them, Lin Guifei's position is the highest. But into the palace for many years only a princess. In the harem, this need to give birth to a son of the emperor to have the qualification to compete for power and profit in the environment of a slight 3 week. And Yifei from the military family. Grandfather is one of the first emperor's appointed ministers. Coupled with a healthy son in hand, although the position on the short sum. But it is the head of the palace cannot be underestimated women. Lon Fei, if the family history is to be weaker. His father is the cabinet of the university scholar. From the Lin Feis. But for the people of the wind and moon awesome. So in the dynasty empty post. The family force but thin. The only thing that can compete with the other two is her pregnancy. As a pregnant person in the palace, who has not seen for a long time. She has been living in deep seclusion since she was pregnant. Not to cause trouble. Therefore, the newly promoted concubines did not have a deep impression of her. They only hoped that they too could be as lucky as consort Lon. And that they could conceive a child earlier. Even if it was a princess. So that they could have something to look forward to in the palace. Consort raised her eyebrows slightly. Her vermilion lips slightly hooked. Sister is right. This blessing of having many children is indeed something that neither you nor I can compare to. A sentence hit right in the middle of noble consort Lin's pain. Childlessness has always been her biggest heart disease. The more urgent it was, the more unattainable it was. Especially with more and more children in the palace. It was only then that she had to agree to her grandmother's request to let Lin Evening E enter the palace. Right. There's also Lin Evening E. Suddenly remembering last night's bedtime service. Her complexion instantly eased. Did not write on consort E's words. But instead had someone call Lin Evening E to the front of the eyes. Extraordinarily intimate, pulling her hand and said. Chapter 12 Promising Moo. This palace heard His Majesty's side of the palace people said. You served the bed last night is very sacred heart. Later take a few boxes of Dong gelatin go back to make up for it. I believe that in the near future. You will also for His Majesty to give birth to the linchpin. Is not it? Younger sister. Noble consort Lin called this sister. More affectionately and sincerely than ever. But with these words, she was also dragged into the whirlpool. For the first time, concubine E sized up Lin Lianyi. And looking at her face, she couldn't help but smile heartily. The second young lady of the Xiangfu house is truly stunning. It's just a pity that her position is a bit lower. But with your highness, I'm sure it won't be difficult to level the playing field. These words were no less favorable than the one from noble consort Lin just now. One was wishing her an early pregnancy and the birth of a son. One was wishing her a bright and promising future. All are good words. If placed in ordinary people, Lin Lianyi will be happy to hear. But this is in the palace. So many women share a man. She did not even need to turn back. Her back has been stared at some numbness. Obviously she is just an end of the line promise. But stirred up this situation dark tide. In her heart, both noble consort Lin and concubine E were both scrupulous and eager to get away from her. But right now, she has nothing to save her life. She still has to rely on noble consort Lin. So she had to open her mouth and say, Concubine, thank you for your favor. Instead, she didn't say anything to show her loyalty. But the meaning was obvious. Noble consort Lin received her sincerity and asked the Grand Palace maiden Qin He at her side to personally help her up. With a wave of her hand, she let her retreat. Noble Lady Chu stared at Lin Evening E with eyes that changed from the beginning of disgust to naked jealousy. Obviously, she was the highest ranked of this group of newly promoted showgirls, and should logically be the most favored. Why this Lin Evening E through the back door into the palace became the meat and potatoes in the eyes of everyone. This breath cannot be swallowed no matter what. Since she grew up in the family of military generals, there are not so many curves. For the dark underground means do not see clearly. But this explicit favoritism has made her mixed up in the mind. If it is not still in the Linto Palace, I am afraid to have a seizure. Hard-cold snort. And so back to the Yihua Palace. See how they pack her. The handkerchief was clenched in her hand. But Mui, who was also sitting at the end of the seat, frowned and glanced at Lin Wan Yi with slight concern. Alright. This palace flower has also been handed out. This palace has to deal with other important matters. So I won't keep all sisters. I'll retire. Yes. Subject concubine maidservant obeys. After saying this, the concubines got up and retired. The first to leave was naturally Empress E, who was the latest to arrive. Noble Lady Chu followed behind her. But she didn't put the other concubines in her eyes at all. Lin Lianyi hadn't eaten anything this morning. But she had been on tenterhooks for several times. Turning back to look at Xian, only to see her eyes full of worry. No harm done. Go back to the palace. Yes, little lord. Just 2 steps away from Linto Palace. Lin Wanyi heard someone behind her calling her. Sister Lin. Sister Lin. The voice wasn't big. but it sounded too tense childish. Turning back to look, it was the palace concubine who had just sat behind her along with her. What her status was is unknown for now. But looking at her age, she was still young. So Lin Lianyi stopped her footsteps to leave, and asked in a calm tone, "How is this sister called?" "I am Yihua Palace's Promise Mu." "The same as sister. Also only entered the palace not long to serve." Promise Mu. The previous sister did mention that she was the daughter of the governor of Huayang. The family is not high. The age is not too old. Look like a child in general has not grown it. Was sent to the palace to serve people. The good thing is that today's son of heaven is only 26 years old. Not old. Otherwise, it is really a tree of pear blossom pressure begonia sad. Mu promised to call me. What is the matter? Lin Lianyi did not have the reaction of a familiar person. So she opened her mouth and closed her mouth or called the other party Mu promise. Instead, this Mu promised to be a soft face and sweet mouth. Came up to affectionately hold Lin Evening E, sweetly called sister. That toot up the white tender face reminds Lin Evening E of her youngest brother at home. He is also accustomed to calling his sister in this way. So for a moment, he was a bit lost in thought. Sister only entered the palace yesterday. I think everything in the palace is still not very familiar. My sister came earlier in January. The Imperial garden has been there several times. Now it is the time of spring colors. I want to invite my sister to go for a walk together. Seeing that Lin Evening E did not agree, immediately said, "Sister and I are the same Yihua Palace people. It's good to walk around more." With some expectation in her tone. Her round almond eyes were clear, just like the elk in the mountains, causing pity. "You are not afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Just now, when she was inviting peace, she had offended Noble Chu. This was something that Lin Lianyi knew only too well. Similarly, they were all from Yihua Palace. But Noble Lady Chu's position was 2 steps higher than hers. So it was easy for her to find trouble. It is not a good opportunity to make friends with Lin Huai at this time. Although Mu Yixing was young, she wasn't completely brainless. So she muttered her little mouth and said, "Sister doesn't know. When you didn't come, Noble Lady Chu also looked at me with a bad eye. Around she can't see me. Even if befriending sister will offend her. I'm not afraid. She is a truthful person." She came up and told her situation. Lin Evening he looked at her with fixed eyes. The probing in her eyes made Mui lower her head with some weakness. In the harem, Lin Lianyi did not believe that there was any sincere sisterhood. The reason why Mui chose to befriend her at this time was more about the power of the Xiangfu family behind her, and the protection of noble consort Lin. The situation just now made it clear that she was someone who was valued by noble consort Lin. Following Lin Evening E was at least better than being alone in the harem. Mu's mind was clearly seen by Lin Evening E. And just when Mu thought that Lin Evening E was about to brush her sleeve away, she agreed, thinking of the sentence that the grandmother reminded. Lin Evening E also felt that the days in the palace is not good to live alone. So that the other people think that she is a person who is not easy to get along with. In the future cannot be much benefit. Although Mu's intentions are not pure. But she is also just the intention of the Lei Xiao flower. Want to find a stable backer. It's not an unseemly idea. And the same in a palace. In the future less move. One more ally. One less enemy. Chu Guiran there is offended through. It is not good to call the entire Yihua Palace people with her in two. In that case, then I'd appreciate it if sister would lead the way. A sentence that caused Mu to raise her head in surprise. Her eyes containing delight. Even her tone of voice was a bit higher pitched as she spoke. I knew that sister was good-tempered and would definitely not refuse me. After saying this, she pulled Lin Avini towards the Imperial garden. While walking she also danced and talked to Lin Avini about the interesting things she had done since entering the palace. Chapter 13, Unstable Foundation. Yusho Palace. Yifei sitting on the rosewood couch. Next to the table with a gilt copper stove. Burning is from the northwest of the moon branch incense. Light through the refreshing sweetness. Yifei's favorite smell. Unfortunately, such a good scent. The people present are not interested. Chu Guiran indignantly spoke about the things that happened before consort E came. And her wanton choreography of Lin Evening E was so bad that she was close to directly giving her the name of the scourge of the red face. Your Highness, that Lin E looks to be a goods that panders to the Lord. If she really lets His Majesty fall in love with her, then wouldn't your Highness be like a tiger adding wings to its wings? She detested Lin Even E. and couldn't wait to borrow consort Yi's hand to immediately send Lin Even Yi to her death. But in fact, in the end, Lin Evening Yi did not have much deep hatred with her. It's about self-esteem. When she was in the girl's room, she was a person who liked to be at the top of her game, especially her bright beauty. It can be said that in the northwestern part of the country, where there are a lot of military families, she is outstandingly beautiful. Now in the palace, her posture is only medium. Being able to be chosen to enter the palace, looks are just the foundation. Especially compared to Lin Evening Yi, she looks even more mediocre, which is what makes her upset so much. Your Highness couldn't give birth to one herself, so she sought out a young and beautiful one from her family. Who can't tell what she's up to? Your Highness, although our third prince is now His Majesty's most favored, but if a series of princes are born, it's unlikely that this favor will be diluted at some point. And if it affects the third prince's future, then that's not good. The Chu family was dependent on the Northwest Marquis, and noble Lady Chu was naturally dependent on concubine Yi. These words fell in the heart of Yi Fei. She played with a jade roller in her hand. That thing is some days ago. My mother's family sent into the palace. It is said to have a miraculous effect on the face. Her features were born ordinary, but one in the maintenance properly. So obviously the age than Lin Guifei, but also a few years longer. At the moment look but not than Chu Guiran how much older. You can see things that Lin promised to also see the same understanding. Don't worry about it. The Lin family that weighed deep. We wait and see what happens is. Your Highness, consort Yi has been in the palace for many years, and knows a lot about the concubines' families. So what was going on in Lin Xiang's house was roughly understood. She even felt that she didn't even need to make a move, and that noble consort Lin wouldn't let this Lin promise climb too fast. Otherwise, a mountain cannot be two tigers. Lin family sisters, since they can be together, solid favor. Naturally, there is also the possibility of dividing and contending for favor. Thinking about this, she felt that this matter was much more interesting. Chu Guiran didn't know the reason for this, and only felt that Empress Yi Fei's move was simply letting the tiger return to the mountain. Do not take advantage of the time when Lin Wan Yi just entered the palace to suppress. Is it difficult to wait for her to become the favorite concubine to fight against it? The heart held a stomach of anger, but in front of Yi Fei, but did not dare to attack. Rather, Yi Fei glanced at Chu Guiran's muttering face, and knew what she was thinking in her heart. Well, here is Shengjing Imperial City, not the northwestern land. Even if you want to clean up that lens, but also have to take into account its back of the Xiongfu. Her grandfather is now in the dynasty as a hot figure. Offend the Lin's family. You thought about the Chu family can afford it? Chu Guiran was knocked down by consort Yi. Her arrogance went down quite a bit. Didn't you say that she is not in favor in the Xiongfu? Even if she is not in favor, she is still entering the palace in the name of the second young lady of the Xiongfu. And she and the Xiongfu are both honored and disgraced. Do you understand? I know. It's not enough to just know. Go and cause trouble less often. Right now your foundation in the palace is still unstable. Thinking of ways to get more favor from His Majesty is the important thing. Don't pick up the watermelon and lose the sesame. When concubine Yi said this, noble Chu reacted. Lin Lianyi is again favored. Now is only a small promise. He is the position of nobleman. If you can promote another, is a concubine, then the main hall of Yihua Palace she will be able to live on. Thinking of the flowing colors of the Yihua Palace's main hall, her distaste for Lin Evening Yi appeared to be less important. My concubine thanks you for your guidance, Your Highness. Seeing that she wasn't as arrogant as she was just now, concubine Yi only had the ability to put away her overbearing nature and joked and laughed with her, chatting about some more interesting things about the Northwest. Chu Guiran at the moment does not know. With her in the same palace in the two promises, is in the spring of the Imperial Garden to chat and tease it. Sister also know. I was born from the Jiang and Huaiyang County, most of the year to see all kinds of flowers. But this Imperial Garden in the head of a number of flowers, I have never seen before. Pointing with his hand, there was a sea of flowers. White flowers, the heart of the flower with a light egg yellow. The middle of the heart of the flower is orange, when in full bloom beautiful. This is the pink hibiscus from the western regions. I've seen 2 of them in my grandmother's room, and I've heard that they're worth a lot of money. From the western regions? Well, some caravans from the western regions would bring over local flower seeds. And there are also experts in cultivating flowers in Shengjing City. So that's why this pink hibiscus appeared. Pink hibiscus? Sister, Don't tell me. If you look closely, it does look a bit similar to the hibiscus we usually see. I heard that this pink hibiscus also has several colors. Only the palace is respected by bright yellow. So the introduction of pink hibiscus is also some yellow mixed in. I see. Sister, this is knowledgeable. Sister, admire. Lin Lianyi smiled. But it's just a flower and plant. It's not knowledgeable. Just can't help but think of the 5 years of traveling through the mountains and rivers with maternal grandfather and 2 uncles. It's really a bit like a lifetime ago. If you don't want to see me as a stranger, you can call me Lan Chun from now on. This is my maiden name. Lan Chun? Well, I was born at the end of March. My father took the name when he thought of the spring colors in the courtyard. And it was also because of the name that I loved to stroll around the garden since I was a child. Then wouldn't your birthday be over? Now it's almost mid-April. Naturally it's over. Only to see that Mu promised to nod his head, with some hopelessness in his tone. In the past at home, the birthday always has parents to accompany. Now this big day of maturity. But only I and the maid Inger are left. A woman's maturity ceremony is a very important ceremony in way. Of course, the rich and noble families have their own way, and the common people have their own way. It's just that Mu promised that this maturity scene is a bit dismal. Alone in the palace after the 15th birthday, not to mention. The future life cannot leave this high wall. Thinking of this, Lin Lianyi felt some pity for her. So with a light smile, she comforted her and said, Sister, if you don't mind, later you can go back with me to the left side of the hall to finish the longevity noodles. Chuanchi, that girl has the best craftsmanship. Let her make you a bowl is. Chapter 14, Eating Longevity Noodles. Really? Lin Lianyi looked at her with arched eyebrows and nodded. Just to see Mu, he excitedly almost didn't spin up in place. In that case, then sister will not be polite. The fluttering little girl's mind was plain to see. And although Lin Lianyi was only 2 years older than her calm and collected demeanor was worlds apart from it. In the left side hall of Yihua Palace, Chun-Chi saw that her own young master came back with 2 unfamiliar faces, and was a little curious for a moment. Slave servant Chun-Chi invites little lord to wish her well. Who is this? There was no need for Lin Lianyi to open her mouth. That Mu said bluntly. I'm Mu Yixing from the right side of the hall, following my sister back for a bowl of longevity noodles. So that's how it was. So Chun-Chi lowered her head and bowed respectfully. Slave girl has met Mu Yixi. Please be at peace, young master. Quickly get up. I was not a person who is heavy on rules. I was often told off by mother when I was at home, taking his own boudoir anecdote to open his mouth. But it instantly brought a lot of distance. Other than that, this Mu Yi's ability to get acquainted with herself made Lin Yuanyi's master and servant all 3 a bit overwhelmed. Chuanchi, you ask Xiao Luzi to go and see if the Imperial kitchen has fresh noodles. Find some and send them over. Yes. Slave servant obeys. Xiao Luzi, sister has a new little eunuch here? The same as promised. She entered the palace in January. In addition to accompanying the maid Inger, only divided into a rough work of the third-class palace maid, small eunuchs and other things, but did not see. So it is curious to ask. Did not? Is the inner court division sent to help run errands? But the person is still the inner court division. Oh. So. Mu promised to look naive. I don't know whether it's hiding his heart deeply, or is it just so simple? Lin Lianyi looked at this small half-day. Also not very sure. Entering the inner hall, that Mu Yi was even more surprised. Only see 3 rooms connected together. The main hall is placed in the yellow pear wood table. Left and right each put 2 of the same type of chair. Look carefully. The handle and back of the carving is the pattern of begonias. Above also put the brocade embroidered flowers cushion. Is neutralized a lot of yellow pear with thick. The left and right rooms are separated by 4 screens. On one side is the color of spring, summer, autumn and winter. On the other side is the plum orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum gentleman elegance. Not to mention the materials, but also lined with the house more than a few points of elegance. Sister, this left side of the temple layout can be really beautiful, although the size and my right side of the temple is about the same. But inside the furnishings on the difference. In the end, sister has someone to protect. So the people in the palace will also serve with care. After saying that, a hint of sadness showed in her eyes. Lin Lianyi didn't answer, because it was the truth. When she first arrived, she also felt that the house was really well furnished. But seeing that Xiao Luzi didn't even have a reaction when she came, She knew that it must have been set up in advance by the inner court division. As for the face of Lin Guifei, or the face of the Xiangfu, it is unknown. How she was born was something they couldn't change. In the eyes of outsiders, she is the second young lady of the Xiangfu house, and her status is precious. But the sins she suffered inside were not enough to be told by outsiders. This longevity noodle is not yet ready. Little Lord Mu, first have a cup of tea to moisten your throat. Xiaoan was always a little wary of this sudden Mu promise. So when she mentioned the furnishings in the hall, she deliberately came up and skirted around it. Mu promised to receive the tea and lightly took a sip, his face still holding a smile. But the topic was diverted elsewhere. This left and right side of the hall, and the back of the hall, and the main hall are separated from the copious corridor. And added the moon door. If the sister wants to be clean, will be a moon door is closed. It's also considered to be an independent courtyard. This is something that Lin Lianyi didn't realize before. She entered the palace yesterday until now. Has been busy. Never have free time to take a look around the courtyard she is in. Hearing Mui say this, her heart felt satisfied. Other people, even if and the back of the palace or less dealings with the good, save true noblemen nowhere to take the air. Just stare at the left side of the temple. Then she this peaceful days don't want to live well. So Eyes with a smile said, so very good. At home when I do not like to move around. Self-concerned hiding in this courtyard. But also peaceful. I'm afraid sister can only think about it. Eyes rolled. That expression and movement threw some comical. How? Didn't your highness say? Yesterday's bedtime sister deeply sacred heart. Think this Chang'an soft sedan chair to come the day to be diligent. Hearing her mention this at first, Lin Wanyi was somewhat caught off guard. The redness slowly climbed up her cheeks. And it was really a bit difficult to speak of the embarrassment and shyness. Obviously, this Mu promised to be 2 years younger than her. But she was quite open-minded on this matter. Seeing that Lin Hui was a little uncomfortable, Mu Yixing covered her mouth with a handkerchief and snickered a few times. As the two of them were talking, they saw Chuanqi already bring in the longevity noodles. The soup was clear and bright. The noodles were well defined. And there were some finely chopped green onions sprinkled on top, which was delicious at first glance. Mu promised to smile and pick up her chopsticks when she saw it. Many thanks, sister. Many thanks, Miss Chuanqi. This longevity noodles are made just like the ones I eat at home. The chopsticks picked it up and tasted it. And it tasted really good. Seeing that she liked it, Chuanqi was also happy and hurriedly said, Little Lord Mu, be careful of the heat. The noodles were not cooked much. Just a small bowl. It was quickly eaten up by Mu Promise. And still looking at Chun-Chi with intent, she couldn't help but praise. Miss Chun-Chi's craftsmanship is really good. It's much tastier than the one sent from the Imperial kitchen. The latter sentence was said with a deliberately lowered voice. And her appearance amused the crowd. As long as little Master Mu likes it. If you want to eat it in the future, come and find the slave girl. The slave girl will make it for you. Don't worry. In the future, I will definitely come to bother my sister. That and Lin Evening E familiar appearance. The onlooker will not know that they met only 2 hours ago. Lin Evening E hadn't even had 2 sips of tea in her hand when she heard someone shouting outside. Young master. His Majesty sent someone to deliver something. His Majesty? Sending something? The moment these words came out, the faces of the people present could be all sorts of awesome. Lin Lianyi was a bit stunned. Chun-Chi was elated. Mu Yi promised to look curious. And among the few, Xia An's expression was fairly normal. But the way her hands rubbed back and forth revealed her worry. Quickly pass it on. Yes. Regardless of whether she was happy or not. The Emperor sent someone to deliver something. She had to respectfully accept it. So a group of people got up and stood in front of the table. And they saw that the person who came was actually eunuch Dong Yuzhong, who was beside the Emperor. This is the Qianan palace of the chief eunuch. With him to send things to. Really a supreme favorite. The eunuch Dong Yuzhong entered the door to see a few people. But is very amiable. To Lin Evening Yi and Mu Lanchun saluted and said, Slave Dong Yuzhong has met young Master Lin. Has met young Master Mu. Please bless the 2 young masters. Chapter 15 Gifts of Small Dishes. Eunuch Dong, please rise. Lin Lianyi said politely. She was a little surprised at Dong Yuzhong's arrival. In her heart, she thought that this emperor was really good at picking the right time to send something. She had just caused trouble in Lin To Palace. And now he was rushing to send fire? When it really is to see what's going on. It's not a big deal. But these are only dared to think a little in the heart. Face is still a gentle and calm look. Dong Yuzhong waved his hand, followed by 2 small eunuchs on the end of the brocade plate up. Placed inside is not what exotic treasures, but even 2 discs of mediocre porridge dishes. Other people looked at the heart of a good strange. Bias Lin evening he was surprised. This small dish. Isn't it the 2 dishes that came with the fish congee last night? At that time, she was too embarrassed to use it. It is hard to believe that the emperor has seen it in his eyes. So he sent it to her today to taste the flavor? Dong Yuzhong saw that everyone froze and immediately explained. His Majesty said yesterday to see the little master seems to have like. So today specially sent to the little master taste. If it is like, let the Imperial catering room in the future every now and then to you to send over is. This palace, the gift of real gold and silver. Gift of silk and silk also have. Even if it is to reward the food, it must also be a slow fire simmering out of the good things. 2 small dishes. Really do not know what His Majesty means. Say favorite. Seems to be a bit of a shame. Say not to favorite. This is the first reward among the newly promoted concubines. Mu promised to suppress the curiosity in his heart and turned to look at Lin Evening He beside him, only to see that she was calm and immediately said to Xiao Luzi, Your Majesty's benevolence. The servant girl is grateful. Little Luzi quickly accepted. Yes, little lord. Since the things have been delivered. Then the old slave will take his leave. Eunuch Dong, take your time. After saying that, she let the people send Dong Yuzhong out, while she sat at the table looking at the 2 plates of small dishes in front of her, and fell into reminiscence. Did she act so obviously last night? Or was the emperor doing this deliberately, intending to knock the mountain down? After thinking for a small amount of time, she couldn't come up with a solution. Suddenly remembered her father had said before she entered the palace, His Majesty's young man ascended to the throne. His mind is far from being able to be reached by others. Rather than hiding in front of him, it is better to be more sincere, and perhaps also get some peace and quiet. Thinking like this, to these 2 small plates of food is relieved. Sister, sister. Lin Lian was interrupted from her contemplation by a burst of calls from Mu Yi, and when she looked up at her again, she only saw that she was still as innocent as she was when she first saw her. Let sister see you laugh. I am accustomed to sleeping at home. Now in the palace is to get up early. This moment are a little shaky. Both so that sister will not bother more. Another day to come back to find sister to talk is. Good. Then you slow down. Sister, don't worry. After sending away Mu promised, Lin Wani took a long breath. Seeing this, Xian hurriedly came up to loosen her muscles and bones. While massaging, she also asked, Little Master rashly befriended Mu Yi to this point. Will it be a bit too fast? What Xian meant, Lin Lian knew exactly. Don't worry. But it's just a mutual test. Everything she saw in my temple today. If the wind is revealed tomorrow, then we also know the depth of this person. So it was. But if little Master Mu is outside making up nonsense, trap little Master in injustice that can be how good? She wouldn't dare. Even if she is taking into account your highness, she wouldn't dare to act out. At most she would just make up a couple of gossips. Gossip is just. She has heard countless kinds of gossip in the Xiangfu. It doesn't matter anymore. After saying that, she told Chuanqi, You be more diligent in these 2 days. Ask around more to find out if there are any rumors outside. We will naturally know if the other party is a human or a ghost. Little Master, don't worry. This matter slave girl will definitely do it. Master and servant 3 people are of one mind. Every step in this palace should pay more attention. Otherwise, the noble consort can protect today, but also can't protect tomorrow. Mentioning Guifei, Lin Lian thought of one more thing. So she pulled Xia into the front and asked in a soft voice, How is my cold? Why is young master suddenly asking about this? And then glanced deeply at Lin Wani, and seeing the movement of her covering her belly, he instantly understood. So she cautiously looked around and saw Chunqi standing at the door nodding towards them before she spoke in a low voice. The young master has been using medication all these years. The coldness has dispersed by 7 or 8 points. Just that if you want to have a pregnancy, you still need to temper it for another 2 years. Both so. Then I serve the bed. The young master, don't worry. That treatment of cold disease medicine in this has contraceptive herbs. Easily is not a child. That's good. Lin Lian was finally a bit more relieved. Little master doesn't want to have her own child. It's not that I don't want to have one. It's that I don't want to have one now. Your Highness called me into the palace for the sake of having a child. And with my current abilities, if I were to get pregnant, I wouldn't necessarily be able to protect myself and my child. It's better to have it later. After hearing this, Xian also nodded, thinking that her own young master was sober. So he took the pulse with his hand and closed his eyes to check carefully. And only after a few moments did he slowly open his mouth and said, "Little master, don't worry. With the slave girl in, we'll never let anything happen to you." Returning to hold Xiaoyan's hand, and then waved towards Chun-Chi. Seeing that she also came over, the master and servant three then sat together as a group to talk. It's not easy to live in peace in the palace, especially when it's hardest to keep your heart. I have never wanted to make a grudge against her people, but I am also unwilling to let people bully me. You are my most intimate people. At home I can protect you, but in the palace it may not be the case. So act and speak with care. Understand? Little master, don't worry. Before the slave girl entered the palace, the eldest madam had repeatedly explained this. Chun-Chi nodded solemnly. Although she is lively, she is not stupid. Naturally she understands what she can do, and what she can say. Xian is already a calm and steady person, and will only be more careful in this matter. After the master and servant three said will be whispered, heard Xiao Luzi in the outside shouted again. Young master, Eunuch Pan from the Imperial catering room is asking for an audience. Imperial catering room? Eunuch Pan? What is this here for? Could it be that he had sent small dishes to accompany the kanji, and now he was sending the kanji along with it? This morning, she either asked for peace or received various eunuchs, but one of them couldn't be offended. So after slightly arranging her dress, she said to Xiao Luzi, "Let Eunuch Pan come in." Yes. The door to the temple was already open, but there was also a gauze curtain hanging. Xian walked over and lifted the gauze curtain, only to see a somewhat slightly fat eunuch standing in the doorway, his face somewhat pleasingly looking in. Eunuch Pan, please. Please don't, please. Girl, please. He was rather putting his posture low. The people in the Imperial catering room all have some fireworks in their bodies, about the reason why they have stayed in the kitchen for a long time. There is always some greasy flavor in their bodies. Chapter 16, the catering room. But today's Eunuch Pan seems to have changed his clothes before coming. There is no greasy smell on his body. Followed by 4 small eunuchs, and took quite a few things. Lin Wani took a look and was quite curious. Eunuch Pan came over. But what's the matter? The little master new to the palace. The slave also has nothing good to honor, but early in the morning to see the little Luzi to go to the dining room to ask for flour, for fear that the slave underneath the work is not careful. So especially for the little master to find some good to come. After saying that, he took some of the kitchen utensils, and all the things needed for food. Chun-Chi's eyes lit up when she saw those things, turning back to look at her own young master, as if asking if she could take them. Lin Lian was dumbfounded. She didn't think that the people in the Imperial catering room would be so aware. In the first place, Eunuch Dong had sent the small dishes, and in the second place, the people from the Imperial catering room had followed the trend and sent these, even though it contained the meaning of currying favor. It was also considered to be the right thing to do. So nodding, he said to that Eunuch Pan, "Thank you for your goodwill. My servant girl at home often loved to do some food. Originally thought of letting her get some small snacks to relieve the craving. Did not expect to disturb the eunuch. I hope that the eunuch do not take it to heart is." Small master said what words? Slave for small master to do things happy are not too late it. In the future if there is what is missing, just let the small road to find slave is. Will give the small master to prepare a complete. In that case, thank you Eunuch Pan. After getting 2 good words, Lin Wani asked Chun-Chi to hand over a purse. Weighing it was not heavy, but Eunuch Pan's face became more and more favorable. Here is not guaranteed to be silver tickets. That thing can be worth more than loose silver. It looks like this Yihua palace did not come to the wrong. In front of the promise of the young master. Not only temperament and good, also generous. Look at Eunuch Dong personally to the dining room to take away the appearance of small dishes. Presumably His Majesty also liked very much. So, right now can boast to the time. Never want to let go. So happily took the purse. Continued. I will send some charcoal and pots and pans over. Just came to see the door of the side room is good. Build a small kitchen is suitable. Having one's own kitchenette is certainly good. But to have a kitchenette in the position of a promise, isn't it a bit over the top? Good is good. But the rules of the palace. Lin Lian said halfway through her sentence. That eunuch Pan quickly understood and immediately picked up. Little master, don't worry. Eunuch Qin specially instructed. Not considered over the rules. Not exceeding the rules. That's good. When I looked at Eunuch Pan's rounded and slightly fat body, I felt that it was a lot cuter. With the Imperial kitchen's filial piety. The people in the left side of the hall have something to do. Lin Lian lunge after the rest to go. But it is Chuanchi pull a small road in Xian. In the side room, inside the left drumming, right drumming. Even the palm of the land is hard to repair into a small kitchen. The kitchen is small. But it has all the essentials. Nowadays. Not to mention soup and water. Even Lin Wanyi's morning, noon and evening meals she can change out. The rice in the rice vat. The flour in the cupboard. The seasonal fruits and vegetables in the basket. And the fresh meat were all sent over together. The other things were fine. It was just that this meat was not easy to seal. So Chuanchi cut it into a line of cured hanging in the window. The wind drying. After 2 or 3 days, we'll be able to make cured meat fried bamboo shoots for everyone to eat. That dish was the most appetizing. And in the past, when she made it at home, the eldest and third young masters would always eat 2 more bowls of rice. Thinking of the days in the past when she was still in the Sangha, Chuanchi was a little hard to bear. Obviously, it had only been 2 days since she left. But it seemed as if 2 months had passed. I don't know how the first mistress is doing in the residence. Did the old madam and the second madam give you a hard time? Xiao Luzi looked at the originally still excited Chun Chi as if the flowers were absent. Curiously asked, "What's wrong with Sister Chuanchi?" "Hey, I'm homesick. How about you? After so many years in the palace. Do you want to?" When Xiao Luzi heard this, there was a flash of hard feelings in her eyes. But she quickly adjusted and said with a stiff upper lip to Chun Chi, "I don't want to. My family is gone. It's useless to think." Looking at Xiao Luzi's somewhat sad expression, Chun Chi felt that he had found a confidant. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'm the same as you. My family is also gone. So little lord is my family, as well as the Grand Master, the Grand Madam, the Grand Young Master, the Third Young Master, and their family are all good people." Good people? How long had it been since Xiao Luzi had heard this word? In the palace, where are the good guys and bad guys? There are just those who are in favor, and those who are out of favor. Favored. 1,000 good, all good. The whole palace up and down which one see is not a smile to welcome. But if it is out of favor, that day is called a sad. By people white eyes are still light, for fear that some people take the opportunity to step on it. Have to be their ashes cannot be destroyed. But these words, he will not easily say to Chuanchi girls. For one thing, it was unlucky. And for another, they wouldn't necessarily believe it. Therefore, it was better to concentrate on his duties. So he got up and said, "Sister Chuanchi, sit for a moment. I'll go fill up the water tank. Otherwise it will be troublesome if the young master doesn't have any water at night. Well, go quickly and be careful on the way." After saying that, she handed him a bag wrapped in oilskin over. "This is white jade cake. It's perfect for patting your stomach. I put full ingredients in it. You're lucky to have a mouthful." Xiao Luzi looked at Chun Chi in surprise, as if he did not expect this to be given to him. "Don't worry about taking it. This is also little lord's intention." For the first time, Xiao Luzi felt some warmth. This feeling of being cared for was so good. Even better than being rewarded by his master. So collecting that bag in his arms, he smiled and rubbed the back of his head. "Please trouble Sister Chuanchi to thank little master for me. Slave will definitely do his best." Chuanchi was laughed at by this sincere look of his. This little eunuch is really simple-minded and easy to coax. Turning into the small kitchen, he began to stew the nourishing soups that Lin evening he loved to drink on weekdays. The afternoon slipped through her fingers. When Lin Wei woke up, it was already Shenzhen time. This sleep was soothing and replenished a lot of vital energy. Xiaoan just happened to bring hot water in from outside. When she saw that Lin evening he had already risen. "Young master, slave girl serves you to get up." "Good." After a simple freshening up, Lin evening he casually pinned a mahogany hairpin. The simpler it was, the more it accentuated her noble temperament. The small kitchen has already taken care of almost everything. Chuanchi is making soup for little master. You can drink it later. "Oh, things are this complete?" Eunuch Pan's heart is careful. The things he sent are all very good. That girl Chuanchi is very happy. saying that there is finally a place for her to use it. Listening to Xia and talking about Chun-Chi, Lin Wanyi felt as if she had returned to the days of the small courtyard of the Xiangfu. Only that she no longer woke up in the morning to go and greet her parents, but to have an audience with your consort. Chapter 17 Plain Days. I wonder how mother is doing at home. There was also father, elder brother and younger brother. She is now in a position where she can't see her family even when she is pregnant, and she only hopes that if Princess Roncom goes to the palace to meet with the Empress Dowager, she can bring her mother along with her. Just such a good thing. How can fall on the head of the big house? After all, it's still a parasite. Looking up to others. Ah. Just as I was thinking, I saw Chun-Chi bring in sweet soup. The steaming hot sweet soup immediately made Lin Wanyi's sadness dissolve a lot. This is the flavor of the old times. When you smell it, it's as if you've gone back to the past. Young master, the things in this palace are good. The sweet soup that comes out is more translucent than the ones at home. After saying that, she brought the sweet soup to Lin Eveningyi's face. Lin Eveningyi took a look. It was really better. In the past days, their food, clothing, and housing in the Xiangfu were always deducted. All the good things were rushed to the Ronga Tang and the West Courtyard. What they could get was just some second-class goods, not even as exquisite as the food she used to eat in the days when she stayed at her grandfather's house. I wonder how mother is doing now. This sweet soup was her favorite on weekdays. Chun-Chi stood by the side in silence. She also wanted to comfort her, but she couldn't say anything when the words came to her lips. Instead, it was Xia who said to Lin Wanyi while serving her the soup, "Little master, don't worry about it. If madam knew about it, she would also be sad with it. Young master, can't we send a letter out? Nowadays you are very honorable in front of both His Majesty and Your Highness. If you write a letter, I'm sure the errand boy will be able to find it." Chun-Chi thought for half a day and gave this idea. But unfortunately, it was rejected by Lin Eveningyi. "No. I've only been in the palace for a short time, and I'm thinking of sending a letter home. Those who know will say I'm homesick. Those who don't will say I'm a bully." Chun-Chi's eyes widened as she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Little master, forgive me. Slave girl didn't know that this matter would be this serious. If I had known, I wouldn't have even mentioned it." The chagrined and regretful look made Lin Eveningyi pat her hand and comfort her. "That's why I said that you must be careful with everything. You have an active nature. It's unlikely that you will offend someone at any time. Think more before you speak or do anything. Do you know?" Slave girl knows. Now the answer was not as loud as in the morning. Chun-Chi was also blaming herself in her heart. If she had harmed the young master because of her own unintentional mistake, then it would be useless for her to die in thanksgiving. So she secretly resolved to speak less and do more in the future, and to sharpen her temperament before making any plans. Seeing that Chun-Chi was indeed frightened, Lin Lianyi did not continue to comfort her. There were things that one had to experience and overcome on their own to be effective. No one is born with so much heart and caution, but it's just a matter of honing it day in and day out. The days in the palace are slow. The morning rises and the evening falls. Some of the skills in the body, nature is good to pass. But if there is no interest in hobbies, they can only look at the door of the promenade day after day, looking forward to the arrival of the soft sedan chair. On the contrary, the left side of the temple in the master and servant a few people to live their own small life. One is not idle. Since that day after the betting and reward, Lin Lianyi has been pushed to the tip of the storm. Although there is Lin Guifei protection, but there is still no shortage of gossip choreography. She is not a lively person by nature. So apart from going to the Lin To Palace every day to ask for peace, she almost never went out of the door of the left side of the palace, either with Chun-Chi in the small kitchen to study new dishes, or in Xia weight-waving ink landscapes. And in the small courtyard of the palace of the phases of life is almost the same. It was a clean life behind closed doors. Seeing that she is also living in deep simplicity, the outside gossip spreads and becomes boring. The other favorite concubines have gone to make up for it. A time this once favorite concubine so became the past tense. The past 7 or 8 days. Early this morning, Lin Wanyi just returned from the Lin To Palace to ask for peace. The inner court department sent some lengths of wood, and a skilled craftsman, the deputy chief of the inner court division, Shinan, stood fixed in front of Lin Eveningyi, slightly bowed, his eyebrows curved, and said with respect in his words, "None listened to Xiao Luzi said that young master wants to build a swing next to the pavilion in the backyard. So I brought something today. These are all made by the best craftsman carpenter in the palace. Later on just fix it, and it will be finished. Lin Wanyi did not expect. He just idly said one more sentence. This Xiao Luzi is a god of ear report. So fast to pass the words to this deputy chief executive. Afraid that the people outside would start talking about it again. So she rushed to explain. Eunuch Qin is polite. I was just gossiping about it and said something. But it's troublesome for you guys. What did Little Lord say? To be able to work for Little Lord is a blessing for the lackeys. After saying this, he glanced at Lin Wanyi. Seeing her brows lightly knit, his heart immediately understood. Little Master, don't worry. This matter has already been reported to Chief Dong. Got his permission to start preparing. We'll never violate the palace rules. Reported to Chief Dong? Isn't that the same as telling the Emperor? She a small promise. Want to take a swing, have to be reported to the Emperor in front of the bottom of these people are really fussing a lot. Heart secretly sigh. Peaceful life is afraid to live again. But on the face, he still has to thank Eunuch Qin. In that case, I would like to thank Eunuch Qin for taking the trouble to arrange this. After saying that, he said to Xiao Luzi again, you take Eunuch Qin and the others to the backyard and see what is suitable to build. If there is still extra wood, build a pergola out by hand. Yes. Slave obeys the decree. Left and right are out of the limelight. Instead of shrugging it off, it's better to accept it. And in the meantime, make some more benefits for yourself. Plant some grapevines on the corners of the swing. And wait for the coming summer. Only to be able to climb all over the top of the pergola. So that there is also a place to cool off in the summer. This in the phase how small courtyard head failed to achieve the dream. In the palace head is a true. Lin Lianyi could not help but laugh lightly. This favor is really important. At least there are many more possibilities to benefit from it. Seeing that Chuanqi was a bit impatient, always looking outside, Lin Wanyi's heart was much clearer. Go ahead and look if you want to. Come back and call me when you're done. Yes, little lord. As she spoke, Chun-Chi excitedly trotted out. But it was Xiaoan who stood by the side. Still as disciplined and cautious as ever. Chuanqi, this girl changes her face. Just now, she was still chagrined. But in the blink of an eye she is happy again. Yes, Chuanqi's nature is simple. And she is loyal to little lord. It's just that she sometimes jumps out of her skin. The only thing that she is patient with is when cooking. Otherwise her handiwork wouldn't be this good. Indeed, since there is a small kitchen, we haven't touched much of the things sent by the Imperial kitchen. Xiaoan also smiled along. Then served Lin evening tea to continue reading. Chapter 18, Swing Pergola. In the backyard, the wood that Qin had brought was all sawn up long ago. Even the interfaces at the splices had been made. They just needed to be put together. Xiao Luzi followed that craftsman to knock and beat. And soon that swing frame was in shape. Positive red is not Lin Lianyi, this position can be used. So the wood outside is not painted. Just after sanding. With oil soaked for a long time. So the wood's natural color is reflected in the best. Mortise and tenon interface is also good. Tightly closed at all, cannot see where the interface. As if it was born in a natural way. Xiao Luzi carefully checked once. To determine the safety. They began to build the pergola. The swing is placed directly opposite the pavilion. So this pergola is also good to build. With the wall as the back. The small half of the yard are framed with wood. And then fine to the top of some vertical and horizontal bars. Soon the roof of the pergola is done. Now it looked bare and a bit ugly. But when the vines climbed well in the coming year, it would become beautiful. This was something Chuanqi wasn't worried about. Turning to Eunuch Qin, he then said sincerely, Trouble Eunuch Qin. If it's convenient, I'll also have to ask you to find us some more grapevine seeds. This is fine. I'll have someone send them over later. Thank you, Eunuch. After saying this, he also gave Eunuch Qin a half-squatting salute. Please don't. Please don't. Miss Chuanqi is too kind. Chuanqi really didn't expect that they would meet people like Eunuch Qin and Xiao Luzi in the palace. And thought that they would be lackeys who look at people through their noses. But they turn out to be so nice. Thinking about it, it's probably because the little master is most likely to be favored. But a series of 7-8 days passed. Did not see the Qianan Hall side of the movement. She had the heart to ask. But was afraid to give their own little master trouble. So has been holding back. As a result, she was shown by Eunuch Qin. So with a smile, he said to her, Miss Chuanqi, don't worry. The little lord is deeply blessed. A sentence that was said and seemed like nothing was said. But it was instantly understood when it was heard in Chun-Chi's ears. With excitement in her eyes, the expression on her face couldn't be hidden. Fearing that she made a mistake, she hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "Eunuch later. I made some sweet soup in the kitchenette. I'll send 2 bowls over here for everyone to try." Before Eunuch Chin had time to reply, he saw that she had already turned around and quickly left. Rather a warm-hearted one. I also hope that this initial heart can be maintained all the time. The carpenter was still seriously building the pergola. But Eunuch Chin pulled Xiao Luzi aside and lowered his voice to speak. "How is it? Are you still used to serving?" "Well, little lord has a kind temper and has never scolded. The 2 sisters who follow her are also good to get along with. Sister Chunchi cooks food for me day in and day out. And Sister Xian also remembers at all times, and has given me quite a few good things." Hearing this, Qin nodded in relief. It looks like sending him here was not a mistake. So he patted Xiao Luzi's shoulder and said, "Very well. Then you should pay more attention to your duties. I see that this little Master Lin is not an ordinary person, and will definitely have great fortune in the future. You follow her now with more heart and loyalty. And when she advances in rank, you will naturally be able to stay here as well. Master is right. I know what to do." Glancing lovingly at Xiao Luzi, Eunuch Qin quickly collected himself. By the time Chunchi brought over the sweet soup, everything had long since returned to normal. Eunuch Qin was still watching from the sidelines, while the pergola that little Luzi had built with the carpenter was almost finished. In about half an hour, both the swing and the pergola were finished. Eunuch Qin brought someone to greet Lin Evening Yi and then excused himself and left. After they all left, Lin Evening Yi brought Xian over to look. The swing is not big, only enough to sit 1 person. But it looks very solid. The best thing is that the side is also empty a position. If you want to be lazy in the summer to take a cool time, you can move a rocking chair over, lying comfortably. Then look at the pergola. It is open type, borrowing the terrain and the wall. Built a small half of the courtyard. Also avoided the back window of the bedchamber. In this way, even if the vines climbed all over it wouldn't block the sunlight. And if the wind blew over, one might be able to smell the aroma of the grapes. Eunuch Qin's work is really thoughtful. And the person he chose is also so handy. Lin Lian praised from the bottom of her heart. But she also stored some thoughts to intentionally let Xiao Luzi hear it. Xiao Luzi is not very old, but in the palace as an official is also some years. This outside the voice of nature to understand. So hastily knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "Please also ask the young master to chastise." He knelt. Xian was not much of a reaction. But Chun-Chi frowned. Obviously, he had done a good deed. Why did he still have to ask little lord to chastise him? Looking up again at her own little lord, she was quite frank. Seeing that the usual good-tempered little lord did not say a word, Xiao Luzi knew that she had been careless. So he hurriedly said, "Slaves should not trespass the words of the little master to tell the Duke of Qin. Although unintentional but also rebel against the little master. But slave if there is a hint of wanting to harm the little master's heart. Will let me die without a burial place." After saying this, he cowed out heavily. His eyes were determined to look at Lin Lian, and he had tears in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Chun-Chi also understood. This Xiao Luzi was not a member of their palace, and the proper master above him was Duke Qin. But these days of getting along with each other had made them all lose their guard and forget about this. Luckily, what was passed over was just wanting to build a swing frame. If what was passed over was some kind of treasonous words, wouldn't Lin Lian die without even knowing how? Thinking of this, chills ran down his back. In Chun-Chi's eyes when she looked at Xiao Luzi again, there were many more complications and defenses. There was a gentle breeze, and the sun had long been high in the sky. The original warm sunlight sprinkled on Xiao Luzi's body, but he could not feel any warmth at all. Kneeling, his knees were a little numb before he heard Lin Wanyi faintly open his mouth and say, "Get up." "Many thanks, little lord." Xiao Luzi struggled to get up from the ground. Luckily there were no small stones on this ground. Otherwise it would be strange if he didn't bleed from his knees. However, he was still jittery. After all, the little lord had not yet opened his mouth to forgive him. If this broke the road he stayed on, wouldn't it be a self-moving stone? So he gritted his teeth and said eagerly, "Little master, slave since the age of 6 into the palace. Now has 8 years. In the palace head what bitter have not eaten. What people have not seen. If not for the promotion of Eunuch Qin, transferred me from the treasury to his side. I'm afraid that the slave is not fortunate enough to come to serve by the side of the young master. This time it was my own idea that was too big. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again." What he said was sincere. And Lin Lian didn't doubt it. Just one heart cannot be used twice. A servant does not serve two masters. If he really wants to stay, need to recognize this matter only. Chapter 19. Only loyal servants stay. When I was a girl at home, I once kept a wild cat, and it almost froze to death that winter when it snowed heavily. Then Chuanqi and I brought it back to the courtyard and cared for it with care for several months. And it was well behaved and lovely. It's just that after spring started, I searched around for it but couldn't find it. So I realized that my small courtyard was just a temporary place for it to live in. And with the vastness of heaven and earth outside, how could it possibly crave that little bit of warmth in the small courtyard? Lin Lian said while reminiscing. That's why I understood after that. A melon that is twisted by force is not sweet. And those who stay by force will also have a different heart. If you don't stay by my side with all your heart, I don't care if your skills are great. I only keep loyal servants by my side. A few words knocked Xiao Luzi even more red in the face and ears. Lin Lian looked a little intolerant, but still pressed down that little bit of compassion in her heart. This is the palace. A little carelessness is a place of cannibalism. If Xiao Luzi was still eunuch Qin's earwig, then he couldn't stay. Only to see Xia and Chuanqi immediately fall to their knees and say to Lin Evening in a show of loyalty, "The slave girls will serve young master wholeheartedly, and will never have second thoughts in this life, or else they will not be allowed to die." Xiao Luzi also followed and knelt down again, this time with a firm tone, and said, "Little master, don't worry. Slave is also willing to with two sisters. Wholeheartedly serve little master. Never have second thoughts. As for eunuch Qin's place, I will deal with it myself. His loyalty. Only listen to these words, or these days to do things to see. Is not really see. He still needs to be observed over a long period of time. But right now, Lin Wani still believed in him 3 times. So, with a long breath, she said, "I'll get up. You only need to remember. Words over the ears are useless. The most important thing is to store the heart." Yes. Taking advantage of the matter of the swing pergola, he hammered Xiao Luzi for a while. Afterwards, Lin Lian didn't say anything about it, as if it had never happened. The seeds for that grapevine were sent over, and Chuanqi brought Xiao Luzi to plant them in the corner. The two of them, who usually loved to laugh and joke around, had nothing to say to each other at the moment. Xiao Luzi was the first to break the deadlock, and said somewhat apologetically to Chuanqi, "Sister Chuanqi is disappointed in me?" The sadness that flowed from her words was not fake, and hearing it in Chuanqi's ears followed the discomfort. "There is one thing. The young master has never been a snappy person. I've served her for many years, and I haven't seen her lose her temper. To speak so seriously about someone is the first time I've seen it." Then added a sentence and said, "This palace is really scary. Everywhere is." The words came to her mouth, but she was concerned about what the young master had just explained, so she closed her mouth again. But even if she didn't say anything, Xiao Luzi understood what she was trying to express. "Sister, don't worry. I've been in the palace for many years. I've also served many people. But only the little master and you guys are treating me with sincerity. Although I'm stupid, but I also know the reasoning of the kindness of a drop of water. The reasoning of the springs of water. And I'll never do it again. I hope so." Chuanqi didn't dare to trust him again. Even if she could see the thick sadness in his eyes, she could only pretend not to see it. Xiao Luzi knew that he had made a mistake in this matter, and the only way to solve the problem now was to work hard and try to get their forgiveness. So he worked harder than usual, not even a little lazy. Under the bright window of Lin Evening at this moment is seeing the Cloud State Miscellany of the 9th. This book is the big brother specially for her to find. Is said to be a fondness for cloud traveling written by the monk. During the 5 years she followed her grandfather to seek medical treatment, she had traveled through half of way, but had never set foot in the northern states. Therefore, reading this miscellany is also considered to be a walk, so it is particularly interesting. Through the back window, Xian saw Xiao Luzi and Chuanqi tamping the ground and pouring water by the spoonful, which was not lazy at all. Lowering the window, he turned to Lin Evening and came, whispering, "Little master, the matter of Xiao Luzi. There is no harm. Around we also have no handle to fall in his hands. In the future be careful is." less in front of him to mention things related to the head of the family is good. Yes. Look at this incident. Xiaoluzi is also honored in front of eunuch Qin. Remember to tell Chuanqi not to be too harsh on Xiaoluzi because of this. Slave girl knows. After saying this, Lin Lianyi continued to read again. But she didn't look too much into it. It was really hard to live a peaceful life in the palace. After tossing and turning all morning, Chuanqi didn't have time to make lunch. So the master and servants ate what the Imperial kitchen sent over. Today's dishes were also good. With big bones boiled into the soup put 3 fresh silk. Color matching properly. Look at the appetite. Explosive fire fried a tripe, which also added some soybean sprouts. Tripe eat up very strong. Bean sprouts also retain the original crisp. Inside also put some choking sea pepper. But Lin Lianyi eat but do not feel spicy. Little Lord's ability to eat spicy food is really great. Chuanqi glanced at the chili in that shredded belly, and didn't have the slightest desire to eat it. She was afraid of eating spicy food in her life. A little bit of it would make her sweat a lot. Unlike Lin Evening, she could eat anything spicier than this. Grandfather's home has a shuo to the cook. Cooking always loved to spicy seasoning. At first I ate not too accustomed to. Behind but no spicy not happy. Xiaoan smiled. When she was still in the Dong family, she had also seen this cook from Shu, who clearly loved spicy food, but did not see him getting hot, causing several cooks to be jealous. The Imperial kitchen is about the first 2 days to see the thing sent. With a little spicy Lin Evening he loved to eat. So they thought today to send this belly. On the tripe, Lin Lianyi ate a small half bowl of rice, and drank a bowl of bone soup. The whole person satisfied. No wonder there is a proverb that says, food is the sky. The feeling of eating and drinking is comfortable. However, this comfort did not last long. The clean days of the master and servants were broken again. Xiaoluzi welcomed eunuch Qi in from the outer courtyard. And this time, without even waiting for him to speak, Lin Lianyi knew in her heart. The excitement on Chuanqi's face was evident when he saw eunuch Qi. It's been quite a few days since my young master last attended the bedchamber. And if His Majesty doesn't summon him again, I'm afraid people outside will have something to say. That eunuch Qi is in charge of the division of the bedchamber of the chief eunuch. Looks a little thin and reticent, but in fact speaks sweetly it. See who are polite. Only to see him smiling and said, Slave, please little master bless peace. Eunuch Qi, please rise. Thank you, little lord. Slave today is here to ask little lord to prepare. His Majesty flipped your card. Later the soft sedan chair will come over to pick up little lord is. With the first time of serving the bed. This time Lin Lianyi was not formal. Chapter 20, Waiting to be Summoned. Many thanks to eunuch Qi for coming to tell me. Young master is polite. Then you can prepare yourself first. Slave will leave. Xiaoluzi. Send eunuch Qi out. Yes. After sending this eunuch Qi away, Chuanqi immediately came to Lin Lianyi's side and said delicately, how does young master want to dress up today? Slave servant serves you. In her opinion, the young master was just a little too plain. She was always plain on weekdays. But today was the big day for bedding. So she still had to dress up properly. Even if she still had to bathe and freshen up when she went to the Qianan Palace. It didn't prevent her from packing up prettier now. You will be my hair is good. As for the clothes, wearing that white background embroidered butterfly through the flowers of the dress it. Chuanqi frowned to think about it. Will not still be a bit plain. But this time, they brought into the palace with clothes is not much. Promised that the status is also low. Sent the palace clothes are also according to the rank. So want to be overly out of the ordinary is also not possible. She nodded and went to look for clothes. At the same time, she asked Xiaoan to prepare warm water. She wanted to comb the little master's hair. Chuanqi's hair combing skills were first class. It was something she learned from an old sister when she was at home. And although she was a cheerful person, her hands were dexterous as hell. It was similar to cooking. You only needed to see it once to get a general idea. She also studied several hairstyles that were more suitable for Lin Lianyi. And the details were hidden in small thoughts. Lin Lianyi closed her eyes and let her take care of her. But in her head, she was thinking about this bedtime service. During these days when she went to Lin To Palace to ask for peace, noble consort Lin had left her alone once. The words were all for her to cherish this hard-earned favor. Otherwise, if she became a passerby in the harem, her life would not be so comfortable. For cannot get favor things. Lin Guifei then she can be much more anxious. But she cannot sway the emperor's mind. Declared who serves the bed that are the emperor's own thing. She dry anxious also useless. So she had to shift her attention to Lin Evening here. This time. I don't know whether it is related to Lin Guifei. She is so eager to be in favor. The purpose is for the child. Thinking of the child. Lin Evening had a pang of worry. Glancing at Xian. She only saw that she quickly understood. Walking over to the cabinet where the medicine was kept. She took out a small pill, and handed it to Lin Evening after putting it in warm water and melting it. Young master. It's time to take the medicine after the meal. After finishing it in one tilt. Lin Evening's worried mind was only slightly weaker. Waiting for her to freshen up and dress up. Chang'en's soft sedan chair also came over. Picking her up, and heading towards the Qianan palace that everyone aspires to. Still the same rules. After the big water bath she changed into a new palace dress. By the bedchamber sister sent to the inner hall. Still sitting next to the 8 immortal table. This time. She had eaten 2 pieces of white jade cake before she came. But it was satiating. In her mind, she was still recalling the rules that the bedchamber sister had said. But then she saw Dong Yuzhong walk in. Followed by a group of eunuchs. Lin Wani got up, and looked a little curious. Dong Yuzhong stepped forward and spoke. His Majesty still has some political affairs to deal with. About half an hour. For fear that the little master is hungry. Specially ordered the Imperial kitchen to make some delicious meals to send. The little master first meal. Eunuch Dong is polite. His Majesty he? Has he ever had a late meal? Little lord don't worry. The slave has already served and used it. That's good. Otherwise, the king of a country hadn't even used the meal yet. How could she? A small promise. Dare to make a fuss. It was just that she had just eaten the white jade cake. And now that she was looking at the table full of dishes, she was actually somewhat unable to move her chopsticks. Seeing her hesitation, Dong Yuzhong asked good-naturedly, "Does the young master not like these?" "Did not. Just ate some pastries before coming. Now not hungry." Dong Yuzhong smiled. He has the longest-serving Grand Master by the side of the Emperor. For the Emperor's mind that is guessed accurately. Not to mention a promise that just entered the palace. In front of him is like a transparent person. Little master no need to be formal. His Majesty these days are busy dealing with the front court's report. To the harem's ladies are rarely summoned. You this time to come. Or the first one. The way this was said, it seemed to be intentionally for Lin Evening to hear. No one has been summoned to serve for a few days. It seems that this 9 to 5 is not that good. Many thanks to Eunuch Dong for mentioning this. The servant girl will definitely serve His Majesty well. It was probably related to Lin Wui's temperament. Eunuch Dong could tell at a glance that she was different. The concubines in the harem either entered the palace for their families, or fought for the emperor's sons and princesses. So every time they went to bed, they tried to attract the emperor's attention. She is always light, and never seen her to flatter, but can make people feel like a spring breeze, as if by her side can get relaxed. The smile in his eyes became more and more obvious. Eunuch Dong said respectfully to Lin Evening, "Then young master sit down for a moment. If there is anything you want to call Qiuming at the door. He is the disciple of my slave, and has been serving in this hall for several years. My slave has to rush back to His Majesty's side to serve, so I won't be staying much longer. Don't worry, Eunuch Dong. Please also inform His Majesty that state affairs are important." "Yes. I'll take my leave." When Dong Yuzhong left, he purposely glanced at Qiuming at the door, looking like a young eunuch. But he looked much more stable. After all, it is the people who serve in front of the Imperial court. Naturally, they should have the ability to watch the 6 roads and listen to all sides. Eunuch Dong left this inner hall, and only one person left, faced with a table of delicious food. Lin Wani in the end, or chopsticks. It was made according to His Majesty's taste, and it was light without losing its freshness. Inside there is a braised 3 fresh food is good. Lin Wani used more. The rest is just a taste. For dishes and 1 soup, there was still a lot left when she took it away. Waste is really waste. But she did not dare to comment. After purifying her hands and mouth, Sister of the Bedchamber also brought a cup of rose water to drink to moisten her throat. Not to mention that it can also get rid of the taste of the food in her mouth. After all, Lin Lani came here is not specialized in eating. Bedding is the top priority. So, just like Wang Baochuan, who was bitterly guarding the cold kiln, sat on the mahogany round stool and so on. Half an hour. Not too long. Not too short. Lin Liani felt herself sitting with some drowsiness. only to hear some hurried footsteps coming from outside. Immediately waking up with a start, she gently patted her cheeks with her hand, then stood up to wait for the Emperor. This was her second time to see the Emperor. The rules were still firmly remembered. Only this time she was less shy than last time, and was a little more calm. Concubine, please, Emperor wanted. Well, get up. It was that low, rounded voice again, transmitting a bit of fatigue. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The last time she had her head lowered, she didn't even get a good look at what the Emperor looked like before she was eaten dry. Chapter 21, Gossiping about the family. So this time, after she finished asking for peace, she could really see clearly the face of the Emperor's dragon in front of her. Soared eyebrows into the temples. High nose. Only the gaze is very cold. Lips also thin pursed. Lin Lian suddenly recalled a sentence that had been said when she accompanied her mother in the mansion to show her big brother the future sister-in-law. Thin-lipped people tend to be cold-hearted. So the daughter-in-law picked for your big brother still has to choose one with thicker lips. If it was according to this standard. The Emperor in front of him was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pass his mother's hurdle. Pity. Pity. The bright yellow robe on his body is very majestic. But perhaps it is the reason for the recent overwork. The original tall and sturdy body is a little thin. Lin Lian still looked virtuous and meek. But this time, there were 2 more points of initiative. Is His Majesty tired? Looking at the auburn under his eyes, and the constant frown, he knew that the political affairs must be busy, and perhaps even a bit tricky. Well, have you had your evening meal? Back to Your Majesty. I've used it. Do you like it? The braised tripe inside is good. That dish I also love to eat. Turn around and let the Imperial catering room send you over to add vegetables. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Lian didn't know what to do. Twice serving the bed. Twice giving dishes. Those who didn't know might have thought how much she liked to eat. In her heart, she sighed deeply. Yet on her face, she still had to pretend to like it. The Emperor didn't know these small plans in Lin Wanyi's heart. And with a show of his hands, he said faintly, change your clothes. Lin Evening saw that the inner hall had already retired without a single person. Only she was there. Naturally, she was the one to change clothes. The robe's coiled buttons were not much. 3 or 2 times also unlocked. Inside wearing the same bright yellow bedclothes. Shaking Lin Evening saw my pain. The corners of the inner garment are embroidered with golden dragons. So majestic. Lin Evening finger lightly caressed a bit. Feel the stitching is fine and out of the ordinary. Cannot help but sigh that the palace embroiderer is really powerful. This little movement of hers did not escape the Emperor's eyes. So she opened her mouth and asked, last time you said you learnt some embroidery from your mother? Back to Your Majesty. Yes. Well, in that case, then embroider a bedclothes for me. The bedclothes said by this needle and thread room shake my headache. Lin Lian was dumbfounded. This Emperor was really a master who could beat the snake around the stick. So quickly arranged errands for her. Muttering in her heart. Her face did not dare to make any expression, and immediately replied. Maidservant concubine obeys the decree. Before coming, the Emperor had already washed up. So after wearing his bedclothes, he settled on top of the dragon couch. Seeing that Lin Yuan was still standing in front of him, he patted the seat next to him and said, come over and sit. Speaking breathlessly, his hands pinched above the bridge of his nose, transmitting a strong sense of exhaustion. Lin Lian looked at him like this and somehow blurted out, Your Majesty, concubine will help you press it. Just after the words left her mouth, she regretted it. She had only served in the bed for 1 time. Would such an action make people think that she intended to pander to the Lord? Unfortunately, before she could think about it too much, she was given permission by the Emperor. Turning over on the bed, one of them laid down in Lin Evening's arms, frightening Lin Evening so much that she didn't dare to move. She forced herself to calm down, but such skin-to-skin contact did make her a little overly nervous. Feeling her slight trembling, the Emperor, who had originally closed his eyes to enjoy himself, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Evening. Wasn't it you who said you would help me press my head? Still not starting? The Emperor had been an emperor for a long time, and a casual remark seemed like an order. Lin Evening had to obey, and could only treat the Emperor in front of her as her mother. Fortunately, she had the habit of pressing the head for her mother in her daily life. So whether it was the force, the points, or the techniques were mastered to perfection. Perhaps she was too tired. Or perhaps Lin Evening pressed too comfortably. Not long after, the lying Emperor let out an even breathing sound. obviously sleeping. Looking at the relaxed emperor. Lin evening he had to sigh. Everyone wants to do this supreme position. But how many people know the hard work behind the scenes? For the king is not just greedy for pleasure on the line. If not, remember the people of the country? I'm afraid the seat is not secure. Thinking about it, I remembered that in my grandfather's house, the second uncle had said on the way of the king, the way to be a king must first save the people. If the loss of the people to serve his body is like cutting the stalk to bite the stomach is full and the body died. If the world is at peace, the body must be corrected first. There is no one who is correct in the body but curved in the shadows, who rules from above but is in chaos from below. Now the world is calm and the river is clear. I think there must be the cause of the people in front of me to strive to rule. Thinking of this, for him to massage the force lighter, but let the sleeping emperor more and more peace of mind. Until midnight, eunuch Dong Long did not hear any movement inside, so he called out in a low voice, "Your Majesty?" See, no one responded, and then walked in softly. He saw that the emperor, who had always been a light sleeper, was now sleeping soundly, while Lin Hui was leaning against the shelf next to the bed, also asleep. The two were sleeping peacefully, a scene that Dong Yuzhong had never seen before. But a moment later, the corners of his mouth rose. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong at all. The future of this Lin promise could not be underestimated. But in front of him, the rules of betting could not be scrapped. If she stays overnight in Qianan Hall, I'm afraid that tomorrow the harem will be in an uproar. So he went up and gently called Lin Evening He a few times as little lord. Lin Hui was a light sleeper and quickly awoke from her dream. Seeing Dong Yuzhong, she immediately understood what it meant. So she gently removed the emperor's head from her lap. Seeing this, Dong Yuzhong immediately patted the pillows, covered the brocade quilt, and placed the emperor in a proper position before saying in a low voice, "Little lord, it's time. I'll have someone send you back to Yihua Palace." Much obliged to the eunuch for taking the trouble. Just as he wanted to get up, he realized that his legs were numb, and the moment he moved, it was crunchy and painful. Seeing this, Dong Yuzhong immediately went forward to help, stretching out a hand and said, "Little master, ride on the slave's hand. The soft sedan chair is waiting outside. Instantly can send the little master back to rest." Lin Lian he would like to refuse, but the legs are numb. If they fall down and knocked, the final sufferer is still himself. So he can only towards Dong Yuzhong say gratefully, "Thank you, eunuch Dong." Then slowly moved out, got on the soft sedan chair, all the way to Yihua Palace and went safely. Chuanchi Xiaoan is still waiting in front of the palace gate. When she came down from the soft sedan chair, her leg numbness has been much better. The two of them walked up to the left and right to support, or as before, gave the eunuchs who carried the feet some silver money. Go. Yes. When the master and servant trio returned to the left side of the hall, Lin Wani didn't even have the strength to wash up. Xiaoan saw the problems with her legs and feet at a glance. So she asked worriedly, "Little lord, what happened to your legs?" "No harm." His Majesty leaned over and slept. "So it's a bit numb." Hearing this, Chuanchi was both happy that her own young master had gained the emperor's favor, but also felt that it was a bit of a shame to miss out on a good opportunity to serve in the bed. Chapter 22, Relieving the Difficulty. Then the little master or early to settle it. Tomorrow still have to get up early to go to ask for peace. Toss this most of the night. I'm afraid that tomorrow is very tired. Who says otherwise? Originally thought that serving the bed is tired. Didn't think that not serving the bed is also tired. The thought of being yin and yang again tomorrow. She was annoyed in her heart. Turn out the lights. Good. Little lord sleep at ease. The slave girl will just keep watch in the outer room. After Chun Chi said this, the ram's horn palace lamps in the bedchamber were extinguished by her, leaving only one in the outer room. Looking at the blurring and swaying light, Lin Lian's drowsiness gradually came on. She slept comfortably, but at this moment in the Qianan Hall, the lamp was palmed again. Dong Yuzhong heard a movement inside and instantly pushed the door in. Sure enough, he saw that the emperor, who was already asleep, had already sat up, moving his neck from side to side. "What hour is it?" "Back to your Majesty. It's just after ugly hour." It was still early for the court, but he didn't have much sleep left. This sleep was not long compared to the past, but it was comfortable. A long-lost sense of relaxation hit him. Yuan Hong smiled. This massage skill of hers was really good. It is hard to see that the second young lady of the Xiangfu has this kind of craftsmanship. Compared to the pampered noble consort Lin, she appeared much gentler and calmer. From the looks of it, there are many stories in the Xiangfu as well. Thinking of this, the expression that was still relaxed gradually became serious. And turning to Dong Yuzheng, he commanded, "Palm the lamp. I have no desire to resettle. Get up. Your Majesty, get up at this time. Will it be earlier? Outside in the dead of night. It's useless for the Emperor to get up. There is no harm. Last night's zhangzhua is not yet finished. I will continue to read it." "Yes." Slave obey the decree. After the words finished, he clapped his hands to the eunuchs and palace maids outside. And immediately came in 8 people, lined up in a row, waiting for the Emperor Yuan Hong to freshen up. Before the hour of the court dress naturally did not need to be worn. The Emperor changed into a black background embroidered gold dragon regular clothes, got up and went to the study. It was another day of diligence. Going out early in the morning, Lin Lanyi saw Mu Yi waiting in the courtyard. "Lan Chun? Why did you come over?" Mu Yixing greeted her with a smile, her round eyes full of happiness. "I heard that my sister went to bed again yesterday. So my sister came to congratulate you. And on the way, went with you to the Linto Palace to ask for peace. The matter of bedtime in the palace just can't be hidden from people. Not only was it recorded in a book, but it would also be made known with great fanfare." Although Lin Lianyi was already serving her bed for the second time, she was still shy. So she digressed and said, "I got up late. Let's go quickly. It's not good to be late." Both agreed. Neither had a sedan chair to sit in. So they walked all the way there and had a companion. Chuanqi made green plum pastry. "I want to eat again. Sister, later let me go back with you." "Okay?" Hee hee. The sly expression amused Lin Evening. "You're also a food lover. Just wait for her to make it and take some back. I knew that sister cares for me." For this self-acquainted Mu Yi, Lin Evening was quite fond of her. At least for the last time. Chuanqi didn't say anything even after asking around for several days. So she looked like she had a firm mouth. Only, the sisterhood in the harem is always thinly veiled. So Lin Wanyi likes it, but will not go so deep as to entrust it with secrets. The two gossiped and walked fast. And in a short while they were waiting inside Linto Palace. This time as soon as they entered the courtyard, Lin Wanyi felt a few unkind gazes towards her side. She didn't need to think about it to know that it must be for the matter of last night's betting. Why would she want to be a thorn in the side of others? But she couldn't possibly say that she just accompanied the Emperor for one night. In her heart, she was bitter. But her expression was as calm as ever. The person had just walked to the corridor when she heard another sharp and barbed woman's voice coming from the back. "I said this early in the morning how the chest is very tight. It turns out to be out to see the villain." While coldly snorting and walking forward, she looked at Lin Lianyi with malicious eyes, itching to stare a few holes in her body. Servant concubine Lin has met noble Lady Chu. Concubine Mu greets noble Lady Chu. The two of them both just agreed. Naturally they had to bow down when facing noble Lady Chu. As for the other palace concubines, those who should perform a half-squat salute did so. And those who should perform a flat-handed salute did so as well. Chu Guren went up to the other people are familiar with the enthusiasm is very. Coincidentally is ignored Lin Evening and Mu Lanchun 2 people. Mouth also said fiercely, "I live in the northwest. At home occasionally followed my father out hunting. The same as the animals. Some animals are very cunning. Not only will avoid arrowheads, and will even lead people into traps. Especially the fox. Listening to the old servants at home. Those cultivated into a spirit of fox spirit is the most powerful. Not only will take the heart, but also will eat the heart and lungs of the people." The meaning of her words, no one present knew. Isn't it explicitly or implicitly saying that Lin Evening is a fox that has been cultivated into a spirit? Several concubines covered their mouths with their handkerchiefs and snickered. It was Mu Lanchun who was extremely angry and went up to her, wanting to argue a few sentences, but was pulled back by Lin Wei. "Fighting with her. Hurt yourself and others. Just ignore it." Seeing Lin Evening's indifferent look, Chu Guren couldn't wait to tear apart her calm and beautiful face. His Majesty will remember this day after day. And if he doesn't pass someone to serve him in bed for a long time, she will be the first one to turn over her card. Just as she was planning to go forward and make up a few more sentences about her, she was interrupted by a clear voice. "Chu's sister, talking about this in the morning. Strange and scary. Noble Chu turned around and looked. The one who spoke was a not very eye-catching palace concubine. She had also been in the palace for some days, and naturally knew who the person in front of her was. Noble Yi is planning to teach me a lesson? The woman who was called Noble Yi. Her age looked a bit older. She was dressed appropriately and behaved in a disciplined manner. At this moment, she walked up slowly and said gently, Chu's sister again joked. You and I are both concubines in the harem. Naturally, we should know that the sun does not speak of the strange force of God. Yi Guiran, this is out of good intentions. But unfortunately, Chu Guiran in the home on the more arrogant. After entering the palace and Yi Fei protection. Is not these over-the-top concubines in the eyes? So-called snort. Eyes with a warning said. Yi nobleman has time to think about how to regain the favor of the holy bar. Do not need you to worry about my business. Obviously the same nobles. But noble person Chu had a condescending look. Noble Yi, who had originally spoken out to help, was instead pulled into the fray. Lin Lian cooled her eyes. What she disliked the most was people like Chu Guiran, who couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. So after fixing her mind, she opened her mouth and said, Chu nobleman may be unaware that the 8th day of this April is the Buddha's birthday. So April is also known as the Buddha month. This morning you say something strange and confusing. Be careful to bump into the gods and Buddhas. When the time comes, the loss of words is small. Affecting the fortune can be troublesome. Chapter 23 Grounding to eliminate disasters. You? How dare you curse me? Chu Guiran looked at Lin Lian with an overbearing air. Her eyes blazing with fire. The maidservant wouldn't dare. It's only a matter of speaking out and reminding your excellency. After saying that, she pointed to the sky and put up a pleasant look on her face again, which made noble Lady Chu unhappy. Noble person, be careful. Buddha is watching in the sky day after day. Chu Guiran was furious, but had to be concerned. Civilian officials are fine. The military family is the most believe in these. Even if she can't see Lin Lian again. At this moment also don't dare to talk nonsense. Seeing the always thunderous Chu Guiran and Lin evening hear one after another defeat. The other concubine's heart is not happy very much. But in terms of background, in terms of favor, in terms of backing, they were no match for Lin Evening E. So they could only swallow their anger even if they were unhappy. Inside the inner hall, originally intended to lift the curtain sheen, he listened carefully for a moment. His brows slightly knit. This Chu Guiran really doesn't put noble consort Lin in her eyes. She just walks around less on weekdays. But she also dares to openly provoke Lin Yi on Lin To Palace's turf. How to say that she is also the second miss of the Xiongfu? A Northwest general's daughter so wanton. Is she not putting the Xiongfu in her eyes? Or is she not putting noble consort Lin in her eyes? So 2 steps back. Towards the bedchamber to go. Leaning in the already cleaned up Lin Guifei ear, will be this matter one by one to understand. Lin Guifei, that upturned phoenix eyes. This is some careless. At this moment is born some disgust. Another crazy woman who doesn't know the heights of heaven. You go out and tell Chu Guiran that the Qin Tian supervisor has reported that her destiny coincides with a bad situation. And that she needs to eat fasting and recite sutras for half a month in the Yonghua Palace to eliminate bad luck. And during this period of time, the green headboard will be withdrawn. And without the palace's will, she may not leave the back of the Yihua Palace privately for a half a step. Yes. Slave girl, obey. The palace concubines outside were still waiting to greet noble consort Lin, who knew that the decree would come out before anyone could see it. When he finished speaking, she saw noble Lady Chu's indignation. How could my concubine's destiny have a murderous situation? Did this Qin Tian supervisor miscalculate? Noble person Chu didn't dare to directly fight with noble consort Lin, so she could only push the reason to the Qin Tian supervisor. But she also knew that this was nothing but useless. Sure enough, immediately after that he said, the present supervisor of the Qin Tian Supervision Bureau is His Majesty's personal promotion. Chu Guiran doubts the Qin Tian Supervision Bureau. Is it not doubt His Majesty? You have to be careful with your words and actions. You? A girl also dared to flaunt her authority in front of her, when it was really a fury. However, when one was under the roof, one had to bow one's head. Now she not only has to be grounded, but even the green head plate has been removed. There is a time limit for chanting sutras and reciting Buddha's name. But when will this plate be reset? She was furious. But did not dare to say anything more. Can only kneel down and kowtow to thank the grace. And then Qin, he said with impartiality. Little master, please. If it is because of your destiny that you bumped into the noble consort, I am only afraid that it will be another storm. She was exempted from her morning greeting. But noble Lady Chu did not feel happy at all. In that case, then my concubine will leave first. After saying this, she stood up and whisked her sleeves away. The other palace concubines looked at this scene and even lowered their heads. Their backgrounds were not as good as noble Lady Chu's. Right now, noble consort Lin was clearly siding with Promise Lin. So if they rushed up rashly, they would only be cannon fodder. Therefore, shutting up is the most correct choice. As usual, Yi Fei and Lan Fei still did not appear. But now Lin Guifei also have no time to pay attention to them, this kind of small matter. Her heart and eyes were full of preparations for the Dragon Boat Festival. Since the great ancestor, this Dragon Boat Festival has been taken very seriously. Princes, grandchildren, and sons of families all form teams and race dragon boats on Shonan Lake. And this year is no exception. After saying this, he purposely glanced at Lin Evening Yi. And Lin Evening Yi immediately understood. If there was a big brother's name here, it would be a boost to his future. To know, in the past years of joining the Imperial City Department, he had never even reported his name. So it was normal that he couldn't get ahead. Noble consort Lin thought that she wanted to use this matter as a condition of exchange. But I don't know what she intended to do. It looks like, later again to speak privately with noble consort Lin. The rest of the palace concubines, who also had brothers in their families, all smiled and laughed when they heard about this matter, forgetting about the little episode that just happened in the courtyard. This time the dragon boat race. If you win the first place, not only will you have the cold iron dagger given by His Majesty, you will also have the chance to be promoted to the Forbidden Guards. That's a position that His Majesty often walks around in front of the royal court. I think our sisters will have a hilarious time again. After saying this, she smiled. The concubines at the bottom saw this and opened their mouths to praise. Your Highness is right. This past year's Dragon Boat Festival was not very interesting. Since the preparation of Your Highness, everyone inside and outside the palace praised it. That's right. The Queen's idea is good. This Dragon Boat Festival is lively. Noble consort Lin listened to their praises, but it was heartwarming. When Empress Su was still around, she was always too shy to organize the feasts. Frugality was good, but when it was time to show her face, she was still like this. And naturally, the people inside and outside of the court didn't look at her. Since she took over, whether it is the Dragon Boat Festival, or Mid-Autumn Festival, or New Year's Eve, have been extraordinarily grand. The loss of money is more, but she always have a way to fill. Think of this. Lin Guifei consciously this whole palace up and down, no one more suitable than her to do the queen. So the end of the frame more and more big up. Facing the crowd when a few more points of condescension. Plus she just disposed of Chigurin. Now the authority is big. So the opening on the command. This Dragon Boat Festival feast is the most costly thought. The palace seeing concubine's sister heart fine as hair. Not at the matter will be given to you to do it. Ah? Named in concubine suddenly looked up. Originally not much presence of her has now become the target of attention. In concubine, she entered the palace in the 13th year of Yuanhe. For years earlier than Lin Evening Yi and her group. Her father is a minister of the Ministry of Rights. Elegant and modest. So the daughters raised are also like him. Since entering the palace, she did not compete, but painted a good hand of painting. Also because of this. So there are always 2 or 3 times in January to face the Holy Spirit to accompany the driver. Not a favorite concubine. But also the emperor remembers the person. In concubine was named to run this matter. According to reason is a great honor. After all, there is an example before. Follow the old example is. But if it is done brilliantly, will not be able to show your face in front of His Majesty. How many people beg not to come? But this concubine lady has a kind of like a big enemy posture. I thank you for your favor. But my seniority is shallow. And my skills are not good. If I give this matter to my concubine, I'm afraid that it will affect the feast. Please take back your order. After saying this, she made a bow. And her words were earnest and sincere. When these words came out, the other concubines laughed at her for not knowing what to fear. But it was noble consort Lin's eyes that got deeper. Even with the speech, there are 3 more probing. 3 more threatening. Chapter 24, Undertaking a Banquet. It seems that sister in concubine is not going to give this palace face. Kneeling in concubine could not help but swallow her saliva. in the face of the noble consort's pressure. More or less, she was a little afraid. But then again, fear must also be rebuffed. So clenched the handkerchief in his hand, continued to harden his head and said, "Your Highness misunderstood my concubine. How dare my concubine disrespect your Highness? It is really the ability is not good. I am afraid to do a bad job to affect your Highness's reputation. That would be my concubine's sin. Not good at it. How dare she use this as an excuse? Her father is the Minister of Rights. From a young age. I am afraid that these rules, how can even do a banquet, are excused as such. I think there must be a reason behind it." Thinking about this, Lin Guifei is a change of aggressive attitude, turned into a spring breeze and rain tone. Continued to say, "This palace and sister jokes. Since this feasting concubine sister cannot do, then I have swept over the rest of the palace concubines underneath. There is that which is eager to try. There is also deliberately avoid. Of course, there is also a face of curiosity. By ye noblemen and Du Chang in the discussion to do it. You two are serving His Majesty for many years of the old man. A number of rules are also familiar with. Especially ye noblemen. The palace remembered that you serve His Majesty before. The original is the inner court division of the people. I think the feast must be done more. Be sure to be decent and considerate. Know it?" This tone was no longer a discussion, but a direct command. Du Changji, naturally overjoyed, really chose to climb. Lin Guifei's idea is correct. If she could get the Emperor's attention again with this matter, her life in the harem could also be more comfortable. So she got up and sincerely thanked noble consort Lin. "Your Highness, don't worry. The maidservant will be careful, and will never bring disgrace to your Highness, that is." Once she said these words, noble lady, he didn't even have a way to refuse. She could only follow suit and kneel down to pay her thanks. Lin Evening, he looked at her more because of what had just happened, only to see that although she agreed painfully, her face did not have the excitement of Du Changji. I guess she was also a person who could hide her heart. I also don't know why such a person would help each other out just now. As she was thinking about it here, Mu Yi beside her looked at her instead and secretly gave a thumbs up. And Lin Wani immediately understood that she had the wrong idea. Mu Lanchun thought that this was noble consort Lin deliberately making a face for her. After all, noble Lady Chu, who had just offended her with her words, had already been grounded in disguise. And noble Lady Yi, who had helped her, had catered for the feast, which was a matter of making an effort and pleasing everyone. To behave like this was to let everyone know that Lin Wani could not be easily offended. Lin Evening Yi's heart was worried about this. If Mu Lanchun could see what was going on, everyone else naturally understood. For her, it is much less threatening. But in the face of such favors, what does noble consort Lin want from her? Before using the big brother's future as bait, and then for their own power to rise. How to see how it is like inviting the king into the jar of the bureau. She can see through it, but she can't refuse. Can only wait for Lin Guifei to show her cards. As to whether it can catch, this is Lin Liani's ability. On the matter of the Dragon Boat Festival, Lin Guifei explained a few words. On the pretext of reading the family book, she left Lin Avini behind. Mu Yi whispered a few words into her ear before she left. "Sister, take your time. I'm going to watch Chunchi make green plum pastry first." She had a lot of leisure time. And looking at herself, her future was truly uncertain. With a 12% spirit, she went to deal with noble consort Lin. After everyone left, Qin He ordered all the palace staff to wait outside, leaving only noble consort Lin and Lin Evening Yi inside the hall. Lin Evening Yi felt that this matter was definitely not trivial. As expected, noble consort Lin opened her mouth and let Lin Evening Yi be shocked. Concubining has been pregnant for 4 months. But no one in the harem knows. Concubine pregnancy is not reported. Why is this? Seeing Lin Avini's doubts, noble consort Lin explained. She has been in the palace for so long before conceiving a child. So naturally she has to be more careful. I'm sure she's already sitting on the fetus at the moment. She's just waiting for the right time to say it. Then what does the Empress mean? There are 2 pregnant concubines in the palace all of a sudden. And their status is not low. If they successfully give birth to a son, I'm afraid they will have to be promoted 1 more level. The concubine is a concubine. But it is also a concubine. In concubine for consort. But also okay. But Lan Fei Fei promoted 1 more level. Is it possible that this palace will be 2 noble ladies? This was something that had never happened before in all the dynasties. It was no wonder that noble consort Lin reacted the way she did. Now, The palace is not with you in circles. When the birth of Mingrua when the palace hurt the body. So the conditioning of so many years also do not see another pregnancy. So you into the palace is the reason why you must have guessed 7 or 8 points. Lin Guifei straight to the point. But did not have the slightest concealment. Before the melon is ripe. It's hard to say if the child can stay. Even if it's born. It's not necessarily raised in the palace. The Grand Prince and the Second Prince are an example. Fiercely mentioning the 2 emperors. Lin Lianyi became more and more alarmed. The eldest prince was born to Empress Su. And was the first son that His Majesty had high hopes for. But unfortunately, he passed away at the age of 6 or so due to an illness. Exhausting the Empress to follow suit. And dragged on for a year before he passed away. The second prince, on the other hand, was born to concubine Su. When she gave birth to him, it was difficult to give birth for 3 days before she gave birth. The child's congenital deficiencies, not to mention that even she lost her life in a hemorrhage. And the child became Consort Lin's adopted son. Noble Consort Lin said, while looking at Lin Evening Yi's face. Sure enough, it was somewhat white. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but raise a mockery. In the end, she had only just entered the palace. And she couldn't stand this little thing. But the words in his mouth didn't stop. But it is the third prince born of Ifei. Not only strong and healthy. And talented. Full of the palace over. He is a good shot. Mentioning the words capable. Lin Lian, he clearly felt noble Consort Lin's gnashing of teeth. It seemed that the third prince had long been a thorn in her side. If it wasn't for Consort Yi's tight watch. I'm afraid how many people in the harem would have to lay their hands on this able-bodied third prince. Now there are 2 more pregnant ones. If they are all princes. That would be the 4th prince and the 5th prince. The palace is much more lively. As he spoke, he seemed to be thinking back on something. His eyes becoming distant. Lin Evening Yi quietly listening. These things is not a promise she can arbitrarily interject. Moreover, in the case of Lin Guifei did not explicitly say what she is going to say. Or do not make wild guesses of the good. Hiding her clumsiness would be more comfortable for her. A few moments later, noble Consort Lin slowed down from her own thoughts. And when she looked at Lin Yuan again, there was more probing. Although you entered the palace late. But this palace sees that the momentum is good. But as yesterday that only accompanied the driver but no bedtime situation. Or less happened for good. All of a sudden was pointed out this matter. Lin Lianyi pursed lips. Embarrassed. Chapter 25, Talking Warning. She was still wondering if there was an ear witness around her. But on second thought, she understood. It must have been written on the starting note. The court affairs is originally 2 people's private matters. But in this palace has become a book on the daily record will also be people look through the public things. Lin Lianyi for this kind of thing is really both hate and helpless. She could only bow her head and listen to the lecture. The Lin family looks bright. But because the grandfather is still in the dynasty. Grandmother, and is the identity of the county princess still have some power. But in order to preserve the stability and lintel of the Lin family for generations, you and I sisters need to work together. Getting pregnant earlier is the only way out for the Lin family. And you and I. You know? Lin Lianyi coldly laughed in her heart. Saying so much. Isn't it just for her to continue to serve the emperor well to give birth to a child earlier? And it had to be an imperial son. But by then, her fate will be the same as concubine Su. In her heart, she was clear. But she couldn't show it on her face. Since noble Consort Lin had given her this statement, she was not afraid that she would guess the meaning behind it. No wonder just to repeatedly mention the Dragon Boat Festival things. The original is to use the elder brother's future. Is the younger brother's future as a threat. So that she had to yield. As expected, Rongkong Sheriff personally raised a full granddaughter. Even the means of this threat are the same. There is no such thing as backstabbing. It's all about being fast and accurate and pinpointing each other's handles. And hitting the target with a single blow. Lin Lianyi deeply feel powerless. This road whether she is willing or unwilling. Have already embarked on. As for the way out how. She also cannot see through. Concubine understands. Lin Wani has forgotten how she got out of Lin To Palace. She only felt that the bitterness of all things are by people is really unspeakable. Xia had accompanied by the side. Looking at her own little master's face getting worse and worse. She asked worriedly. Little master? What's wrong? What did your highness say to you? Lin Lianyi shook her head. Not intending to say anything to Xian. Since noble Consort Lin had sent the palace staff away. Naturally. This matter was something that she did not want the others to know about. For Xiaoan to know less would be safer for her. I want to go to the Imperial Garden for a walk. I don't want to go back to the palace. At this moment, she needs time to calm down. If she goes back to Yihua Palace, let Mu promise to see what's wrong to chase and ask. It's troublesome. Xiaoan knows that when the young master is in a bad mood at home, she likes to sit on the veranda and bask in the sun. But this is in the palace. The sunlight of the left side of the temple is not as good as the Imperial Garden. So it is normal to go for a walk. The last time I came back here, Lin Wanyi followed by a chattering Mu Lanshun. Two people talking and laughing. But lively. But now, only she walks alone in this garden full of spring colors. But it seems a lot of silence. The ground is paved with smooth pebbles in different patterns. About the symbolism of blessing, longevity and happiness. The scenery of potted flowers was lively. Bias Lin Evening however, walked straight to an ancient tree in the garden and stood fixedly, looking up to the top of the lush. Felt that it is still more comfortable to be a tree. Thinking of many things when I was young. The east courtyard of the Xiangfu. There is also such an ancient acacia tree, perched on the easternmost side of the branches and leaves. And even the light of the 3 compartments are covered tightly. Because of this, that room was changed into a good place to cool off in the summer. She had a cold illness, but was also afraid of heat. So she was raised very carefully since childhood, including the grandfather's home at 5 years. Is also to get the whole family love great. Thinking about her situation now, I don't know what it will be like outside the home. Breeze, branches and leaves shaking. After standing for half an hour, she came to her senses. Emotions calmed down quite a bit. Turned around and looked at Xiaoan before she smiled and said, Go back to the palace. Yes. The master and servant duo left the Imperial Garden. But they didn't pay attention to the pair of somewhat obscure eyes behind them that were looking at Lin Wanyi's departing figure, seemingly probing. When they returned to the left side of the hall, Mu Lanshun had already left. Chun Chi anxiously greeted her, pulling Lin Avini to look around, seeing that she was still the same as when she left. Then she was relieved. Little Lord has been gone for a long time. The slave girl is worried sick. Don't worry. I just went to the Imperial Garden to walk around. That's why I delayed a bit of the hour. It's almost time for lunch. If Little Lord doesn't come back, the slave girl will have to go to Lintou Palace to look for someone. Seeing Chun Chi's genuine concern, Lin Lianyi's heart was warmed. In this harem, at least there are people who miss her. Even for their sake, she can't be easily defeated. So she changed the topic and said, Green plum pastry is ready? Mu promised to come and fetch it yet? Little master, don't worry. Slave girl wrapped a good big portion for Inger to take away, but also left a portion, just waiting for little master and Xiaoan to come back to eat it. After saying that, he called out to little Lucy, only to see that he was disciplined enough to bring in the dish containing the green plum crisp, and bowed to leave. Since the last time he was lectured by the pergola, Xiao Luzi was more disciplined than before. On weekdays, she seldom goes in front of Lin Wei, and if she hears that they want to talk, she will only go far away, either to stay in the kitchen or water the plants in the courtyard. They don't dare to pry into the gossip at all. Lin Wanyi, before he was about to leave, called out to him to stay. This lesson is also given. Just need him to remember to live in the heart. If he was overly harsh and distant, it wouldn't be so bad. You haven't tasted this green plum cake, have you? This is Chuanchi's specialty pastry, and especially when paired with fragrant tea, it's truly a superb flavor. After saying that, he picked up a piece and handed it over. Xiao Luzi was flattered. He thought that since the last time, the young master would be estranged from him for a few days. Unexpectedly, he even gave him food. All of a sudden the emotions of moving and surprise went to his head, and there were crystals in his eyes. But still forced to hold back, voice with some suppression said, Many thanks to little Lord for the reward. Seeing this, Chuanchi also stepped forward and admonished him. This is something you save for the afternoon. Later on it will be lunch. Be careful of eating too many pastries and not being able to use the meal. Chuanchi's sister, don't worry. Slave can eat a lot. That is, after eating this plate, later can also use 2 bowls of rice. After some jokes, the few people went back to the beginning. Xiao Luzi's high-hanging heart. This is again down to earth. Lunch was eaten from what the Imperial kitchen had sent, and there was that braised 3-fish dish in it. Looking at that dish, Lin Wanyi remembered the matter of talking to the Emperor last night. It took a beat of her head to remember. I promised to sew bedclothes for His Majesty yesterday. I almost forgot about it. Chun Chi's eyes widened, and she said with some exaggeration, "Little lord, this matter can also be forgotten?" Lin Lian was a little embarrassed herself after being rambled on by her so much, and immediately commanded, "Quickly go and search for materials. His Majesty's bedclothes must not be sloppy." Chapter 26. Selection of Materials. Yes. Now. Chun Chi could be much more energetic than just now. The young master has just entered the palace, and can sew bedclothes for His Majesty. It seems that the holy favor is really strong. Only after opening the cupboard door and carefully searching through it, he mumbled again, "Young master, we didn't bring any materials to the palace, and the fabrics sent are all for women. What should we do?" Lin Lian thought about it, and called Xiao Luzi to ask, "Is the inner court division responsible for sewing fabrics in the palace?" Xiao Luzi nodded, then respectfully replied, "Inside the inner court division there are 6 libraries, 7 works and 2 rooms. The fabric goes to the satin library. The embroiderer goes to the embroidery works. And if there is something to be sewn, it is taken to the needle and thread room. The palace can be true. A bedclothes can involve so many people. That's natural. The palace, whether it's the master or the palace people, every year in spring, summer, autumn and winter, all have to order new clothes. If there is a reward, is not to delay. So look at just a piece of clothing. But the people involved in it have gone to the sea," Xiao Luzi explained. "In the past in the Fei's house, there are also embroiderers. But the craftsmanship is not as good as the Grand Madame's." Saying this, she deliberately picked up the pomegranate-colored scented bag that she had hung on her body, and showed off it towards Xian and Xiao Luzi. "You guys see? This is what the First Lady rewarded me with." Xian had seen it many times, so she was used to it. But it was Xiao Luzi who took it, and took a closer look, her eyes showing a bit of surprise. "Big Madame's craftsmanship is really good. I see that it's even better than the embroiderers in the palace." Hearing the others praise the Grand Madame, Chuanqi also followed suit, and was very happy. "Then if I want to sew bedclothes for His Majesty, I should look for materials in the satin store. Right? Back to little lord. That's correct. But I've never done a similar errand before, so I'm not too sure." He originally wanted to say that he could go and ask Eunuch Qin, but he swallowed back his words, afraid that he would make the young master worry too much. Lin Lian had a plan in her heart. It looked like she still had to ask the treasurer of the satin warehouse to come over. So to Xiao Luzi then commanded, "You are fast on your feet. Your face is also familiar. Now run to the satin warehouse. If the treasurer is in, then ask him to come over. If the treasurer is not in, then ask, 'Can there be water-light brocade sent from Jiangnan?' Shui Guangjin. Well, that fabric is made with Jiangnan's unique water silk. Comfortable and light in color. It's the most suitable to be used for bedclothes. I have made a note of it. I will go and look for it." As he spoke, he trotted off. Chuanqi asked curiously when he came in front of Lin Evening, "Little master isn't afraid that he'll go to the inner court division and then talk to Eunuch Qin again?" Lin Evening smiled and said without much care. He was originally Eunuch Qin's disciple. "It's normal to contact Eunuch Qin. It's just that I don't like him to pass my words here to the outside. If he can keep his mouth shut, it's really a good one. These days," she looked carefully, "this small road is really good. Not very old, but in the palace is also regarded as the old man. But a little bit of pandering and bullying habits are not stained. It seems that this Eunuch Qin is really good to him. So, in the palace also kept a little heart. Just Eunuch Qin really think so highly of her? Will their own care for a long-time disciple to her here to send?" This point is to let Lin Evening more than a little surprised. With Xiao Luzi, it was more or less convenient for her to be with the inner court department, so she would not really give up Xiao Luzi after she had knocked him down. Chuanqi had an expression of "I see," but it was Xian who, through this matter, vaguely felt that the young master was somewhat different from before. If it was in the past, she was not concerned about these things. Why today, after coming out from Lin To Palace, she seemed to have more thoughts about His Majesty's matters, thinking about the fact that she had said that she was pregnant some time ago. Xian Xian felt slightly uneasy, just looking at Lin Wanyi, who was still as calm as before. She didn't say anything more. Not long after, Xiao Luzi rushed back from the inner court division. Behind him was an elderly sister. Clean and tidy not to mention. Even the clothes were ironed very flat. It seems to be a dignified character. Slave servant Inner Court Division Satin Depot Master Fan Baoju meets the young master. Please bless the young master with peace. The master of the satin storehouse. It's no wonder that he would be dressed like this. Reaching out without a smile. Lin Lianyi still had a request to make. Naturally. She would not put on airs. So she said with a gentle smile, Sister Fan, please get up. Chuinchi. Served tea to the sister. That Sister Fan was a bit stunned and intended to open her mouth to refuse. Who knew that Lin Lianyi would continue to say, I'm shallow in the palace. And I'm still not too clear on a number of things. So I'll have to speak with sister more often. Young master is polite. Since that's the case, then the slave girl will refuse. Reaching out to accept the tea chun she brought. He sat on the round stool and chatted with Lin Lianyi, who was sitting on the bright window couch. The slave girl heard Xiao Luzi say that the young master wants the water light brocade? Well, His Majesty ordered me to make a bedclothes. Thought about it and felt that the material was good. That's why I asked Xiao Luzi to go and look for it. Unfortunately, last year's Shui Guang brocade only paid tribute to 6. All were rewarded out by His Majesty. This year's has not yet been delivered. So the satin warehouse also does not have this material. Then raising his hand, the palace maids waiting outside the door walked in, all holding different materials in their hands. Since it is for His Majesty to make bedclothes, so the slave girl will dare to pick some. The material is soft and silky. The color is also plain and elegant. Thinking that with a water light brocade is not much different. The material sent to Lin Lianyi's face. But it is a bright spot in front of people's eyes. I have to say, the goods in the palace is better than the outside. If they were to be sold outside, I'm afraid that every one of them would be worth a lot of money. And some of them would be rarer than the water light brocade. But Lin Lianyi looked at them, and didn't choose any. Finally pointing to a simple silk brocade. She opened her mouth and said, just leave this one. The others were unsure. Obviously there were better and more expensive ones. Why did they leave this most common one? On the contrary, this sister fan of the Satin Depot had to give Lin Lianyi a high look, with a few more points of appreciation. The young master has good eyes. This silk brocade looks ordinary, but it is the most cool and absorbs sweat. It seems that summer is coming. If it is made into bedclothes for His Majesty to wear, it will be comfortable. She was in charge of the satin warehouse for many years. What kind of material has what kind of use? Is most clear. Originally did not intend to bring, because the embroidery for His Majesty to make bedclothes never choose this silk brocade, but thought that since Lin promised to choose the water light brocade, about this silk brocade will also be interested in it. Unexpectedly, the two of them really thought of the same thing. When Lin Lianyi was at her grandfather's house, she had seen this kind of silk brocade. Grandmother was also good at knitting and embroidery, and said that this silk brocade could be used as a flat substitute for the Shui Guang brocade. Ordinary people who couldn't afford aqua brocade would use this silk brocade as a substitute. The effect was naturally not as good as aqua brocade, but it wasn't that bad. Chapter 27 The First Disciple. She just didn't think that there would be this kind of material in the palace. Half convinced, she opened her mouth and asked, Sister Fan, this material wouldn't be for other people. Other people? She is most afraid that this is for the palace people to prepare. If let a person seize the handle, said, she take to the palace people with the material for the emperor to do bedding. I'm afraid that not half a day. She will have to go to the cold palace to spend the day. She did not enter the palace to go to the cold palace. So everything must be more careful. Sister Fan smiled. She had been through a lot, and naturally heard the meaning. Little master, don't worry. What the slave girl brought today are all the materials used by the nobles. That silk brocade is also from the tribute. Only it's not so conspicuous in the crowd of materials. Hearing her say this, Lin Lianyi is also relieved. Come to think of it, the satin storehouse master bringing over the material for the courtiers to make clothes. Is it because he thinks his life is too long? With Sister Fan's words, I'm much more relieved. And then, Sister Fan brought over a bunch of silk threads that matched. There was lake blue. There was azure. They were all plain colors, used to match that silk brocade. It was most appropriate. At the same time, she also took out a piece of paper and handed it over. This is the size of His Majesty's bedclothes. Before coming here, the slave girl specially went to the embroidery to bring it, thinking that the little master will use it. Lin Lianyi's impression of the people in the palace really went up another level. Each one of them has a delicate heart. Obviously they only asked for fabrics. But they sent a lot of them. Every single one of them was useful. Not to mention that they were also very well matched. Sister Fan's exquisite heart. I'm here to thank you. Young master is polite. I used to stay at the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion before I entered the palace. So I'm quite related to young master. Cloud Embroidery Pavilion. That was the property of Lin Eveningyi's maternal grandfather's family. In Shangjing City and Jiangnan area is very prestigious. The embroidery made out of it. All of them are outstanding generation. So it is not strange that they will be selected into the palace. Just Lin Wanyi did not expect. Actually we'll meet the old man here. So while she was surprised, there was also some delight. So Sister Fan is from the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion. It's really a coincidence. The words of the two were not said through. But that meaning was already understood. Although the satin storehouse was not an important place in the palace. But to have such a person in the palace was not a bad thing for Lin Wanyi. Chun Chi's eyesight was good. So he greeted the others and retired, leaving her own young master and Sister Fan the opportunity to speak. Outsiders all say that the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion is the Dong family's property. But in fact that is the grandmother Du's family left behind. Originally to fall. But by the great-grandmother to revitalize the mother's generation. The development of more and more good. So the First Lady Dong's name is only the wife of the big house of the Xiangfu. But in fact, it is still the head of the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion. This was not known to those who were not close to her. I wonder who Sister Fan learned from. What generation in the line? Under the tutelage of Lady Du. In the line of the stream character generation. Flow character generation. Madame Du. This Sister Fan is actually. It's the eyes of the late generation that are clumsy. I never thought that Sister Fan would be the direct disciple of grandmother. Sister Fan's eyes revealed a smile. And she looked at Lin Lianyi with more love in her eyes. Then she straightened her expression, and handed Lin Eveningyi an embroidered copper coin pattern disc buckle. This was something that her grandmother had taught her to embroider. And few outsiders knew about it. To be able to obtain this item. It looked like she was really someone who had a great relationship with her grandmother. Little master lift up slave girl. Thanks to the master that year to teach. Only let me in the palace selection in the first place. But also for the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion to compete for a lot of face. Only later. Is that I am ashamed of the master's cultivation. Sister Fan did not say what the cause. But Lin Eveningyi know. Must be calculated by someone. Otherwise to Fan's ability and capacity. How can be nested in a small satin library to do a master? At least must be embroidered as the premier embroiderer master. Just Lin Evening opinion she did not want to mention. Naturally did not ask more. So Sister Fan came here to be? The meaning of grandmother? The little master is really as smart as the master said. Half a month ago, I went out to pick up fabric. Got invited by the master to know that the little master has been in the palace. So I have explained that if I can help, I must help. Thinking of her maternal grandfather's family. Lin Lianyi's heart warmed. Grandmother still loves me as much as before. It's just that I'm tired of her old man having to worry about these things. I'm a little overjoyed. Little master is relieved. Slave girl looks at master's face and spirit are very good. Think is also blessed long life people. Just a little master really have more worries. The slave girl originally wanted to find an opportunity to see the little master. Who knows but encountered a small road to find material. So only rushed to take this journey. Just thinking to be able to meet with the little master. Sister Fan's expression was amiable. Although the slave girl is not a character in the harem. But more or less also knows some of the internal rules. The little master can never be polite with the slave girl on the line. After she entered the palace, she only had a younger brother outside, who also worked in the Dong family. Over the years, in the Dong master's help, not only to start a family and have children, and now there is a family business. The days are prosperous. So whether it's for the sake of her friendship with her master, or for the sake of her brother's future, she will sincerely help Lin Wanyi. Lin Lianyi also smiled back and said, if Sister Fan says so, then I won't be polite. In the palace, it's lively, but it's also cold. So if I can get this from you, my heart is much more secure. Sister Fan wasn't someone who could speak in a superficial manner. Sincerity was the most important. The two borrowed the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion things, and talked for a while. If it is not against the rules of the palace, Lin Wanyi is afraid to stay here to eat dinner with Grandma Fan. Only after Xiao Luzi respectfully sent the person away did Chun Chi and Xiaoying come up. Young master. What is this Sister Fan's background? Why are you talking to her for so long? She is also a member of the Dong family. The Dong family. When just those two words came out, both Chuanqi and Xian were surprised. Old master is really capable. He can even arrange someone in the palace. Lin Lian he couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. It's just old accumulated karma. If grandfather was really that powerful, I'm afraid the name of Imperial merchant would have been taken long ago. Chuanqi beamed. Anyway, in her eyes, old master Dong was the most powerful. More powerful than everyone in the Xiangfu. Hearing this, Xian was genuinely happy for Lin Evening Yi. With this Sister Fan here, we won't lack good materials in the future. After one sentence, all three of them laughed. Yes, there may not be anything else, but there will be no shortage of good materials. Tossing around this afternoon, we are all a little hungry. Xia and you will put away the materials and silk thread. I will do it again tomorrow. Yes, little lord. Seeing Xia and take away the things. Only then did Lin Even Yi turn to Chun Chi and ask, "What are we going to eat for dinner this evening?" Chapter 28, Sewing Bedclothes. No matter what time of the year, eating was the most important. This was a habit Lin Evening Yi had developed over the years. Chun Chi knew that she loved to eat. So she immediately broke her fingers and said, "The Imperial catering room sent some horseshoe powder today. The slave girl made it into a cake. Fry it in oil later, and it's just right with the nectar. In addition, half a pig's trotter stewed in a small pot. Slave girl added some material to the inside. The soup has become white. The little master into the palace these days. Very tired. Eat some soup could make up. The most important thing is, slave girl made a dipping dish today. Is sour and spicy mouth. Eat this pig's trotters not only to relieve fatigue, but also increase the taste of it." Lin Wanyi only used to listen. Her stomach rumbled. Around the time she was in the palace, there was nothing else to do. So Chunqi's research on this dish was getting more and more colorful. If you go out of the palace and open a restaurant, I'm afraid you'll make a fortune, Lin Lian said in jest. Chun-Chi was unimpressed. The slave girl doesn't want to go out of the palace. She has to stay with little master all the time. Silly girl. When you get married, is it possible that you will also have to stay by my side day in and day out? Then what about your husband and child? Little lord. Chun-Chi wasn't that old. And suddenly being brought up by her about this, she was a bit shy. Stomping her feet, she ran out. Lin Lian picked up the warm water next to her and took a sip, and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. She had really had an up and down day. As Xian looked at her, her mood was also sometimes low, sometimes high, and it was good to be able to relax now. So she quietly waited at the side. After the three of them had their evening meal, it didn't take long before they went to bed early. In the next few days, Lin Lani lived more freely than before. Maybe it is after Lin Guifei help. All the people are interested in avoiding her. Less people looking for trouble. She here naturally clean. But clean does not mean idle. The emperor's bedclothes is Lin Liani currently to do the top priority. Her embroidery was handed down from her mother, so embroidery was not a problem. When she was at home, she had also made clothes and socks for her father, brother and sister. So tailoring was not a problem either. But this bedclothes is to be worn on the most honorable person under the sky. So there is no room for sloppiness. Just this point, Lin Wani had to spend 120,000 efforts. She remembered that His Majesty once mentioned that the main reason why the current bedclothes were eye-catching was because the bright yellow fabric was embroidered with a mixture of gold and pearl-colored threads to create the dragon pattern. Honorable was honorable, but it was also too bright. So naturally it shook the eyes. So this time, she chose silk brocade and silk thread in plain colors. After thinking about it, the pattern was finally decided to be a cloud pattern. This cloud pattern is good to embroider. But Lin Evening added a little thought inside. On the surface and other cloud pattern is no difference. But if you look carefully, you can find that there is a dragon body hidden inside. The dragon's head is invisible. But on this bedclothes, it becomes a dragon hiding in the clouds. Rather, it is in line with this son of heaven bedclothes. The dragon's body should appear to be there, but also shuttle in the clouds. Therefore, before each kneel down to think carefully about the final landing. Therefore, Lin Wani embroidered extra slowly. Even Chun-Chi couldn't help but smack her lips when she watched from the side and said, "I've been serving little master for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen you move so slowly. It's true. Slow work makes fine work. What the First Lady said is really right. In the past, not to mention the bedclothes that were embroidered only on the cuffs and trouser legs. Even the outer smock and tunic. Lin Evening he would be able to finish it in half a month at most. On the contrary, this bedclothes, embroidered for 4 or 5 days, only managed to sew a cuff. But there were advantages to being slow. Chuanchi picked it up and examined it from side to side, her mouth never stopping in admiration. If the first mistress saw how hard the young master is working, she would definitely be happy. The slave girl has never seen such a nice embroidery pattern. Xian, who was helping thread the needle at the side, also couldn't stop praising. That's just it. The slave girl also thinks it looks good and is very comfortable. Yes, comfortable. The silk thread Lin Wani used was light in color, but the layers were distinct. The most important thing was that before she embroidered the pattern, she smoked the silk thread with a flavor of incense wood, so a faint scent came from the cuffs. Without a careful sniff, it could not be smelled. But it was also this scent that could make the person wearing this dress feel relaxed. It was because she remembered the emperor's tightly furrowed brow and sleeping face that night when she was serving him in bed that she used this ingenious idea. These cuffs are for proofing, and embroidering the rest will be simple, Lin Wani explained. With this one spot stitch going, the rest was naturally fast. In about 3 or 2 days, she would be able to embroider it. Just how is she going to present it? Bring it with her when she went to bed? Or send someone to deliver it? Neither seemed like the best method. It was too eye-catching, and not good for her right now. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw Xiao Luzi quickly walk in from outside, and then said with some excitement, "Young master, Eunuch Dong is here." Oh! How could Eunuch Dong appear at such a time? The heart thought as such, but the mouth still commanded, "Quickly please." Both Chuanchi and Xian knew that this Eunuch Dong was a person who served before the Imperial court. So naturally, they had to be well entertained. So those who made tea, and those who moved stools. It was quite lively. As soon as Dong Yuzhong walked in, he saw Lin Wani holding a bedclothes embroidery, with a smile on his face. He said, "His Majesty and the little master is really the same mind." Yesterday His Majesty also read to let the slave to ask the little master bedclothes how to do it. Lin Lianyi rejoiced. This would save her the trouble. So she put down the silk thread in her hands, and said politely to Dong Yuzhong, "Eunuch Dong came in time. This bedclothes another 3 days will be ready. Then as I send someone to send over? Or?" Lin Evening he didn't say the words through. But Dong Yuzhong, how could he not know what Lin Evening he had in mind? So picking up the words he said, "Don't bother the little master's sidekick to run this trip. I will send Xiaoming to pick it up at that time." Eunuch Dong is thoughtful. This is very good. After resolving the matter of delivering the bedclothes, Lin Lianyi continued to ask, "What is Eunuch Dong here for? Look at this memory of my slave. It's because His Majesty has obtained a new party of good ink, and asked my slave to invite young master over to take a look at it." Good ink? Invite her over to take a look? Lin Wani was really puzzled by this imperial decree. She had never shown her talent in front of His Majesty. Why would he ask her to go? But since she was invited, she couldn't refuse. So she put on a decent smile and said, "Please also ask Eunuch Dong to wait for a moment. After I freshen up, I will immediately go with you to meet the emperor." "Yes, slave will just wait outside." After saying that, he respectfully retreated and led the others to stand in the middle of the courtyard. Xiao Luzi brought a round stool out for him, and Dong Yuzhong gave it a refusal, which has the master in front of the reasoning of the slave's seat. "You are diligent. Is the rule still need to learn by heart?" Chapter 29 Study accompanied by driving. If the other person heard this, I'm afraid that would have been scared into a sieve. After all, Dong Yuzhong is the imperial chief eunuch position. In the great palace, even the chief of the inner court division Quan Fu have to be in front of him in order to do. Not to mention the similar small Luzi such as no great eunuchs. Xiao Luzi, however, was overjoyed and immediately bowed and said, "Many thanks to Eunuch Dong for his guidance." Xiao Luzi has remembered. Dong Yuzhong could not help but look at him one more time, feeling in his heart that he was a cultivatable seedling. Only, it was still early today. He hadn't even made it to the eunuch position beside Lin Gongyi, let alone the others. Even if Dong Yuzhong had the intention to promote him, it wasn't the right time. So he just spoke out to remind him. Well, learn well. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Getting such a sentence. Xiao Luzi also understood in his heart. No wonder Master wanted to send him to Lin Yi. It looks like following Lin Yi. The future is really good. So in his heart, he added a few more points to his loyalty to Lin Evening Yi. In the inner room, Xuanqi and Xian were busy dressing Lin Evening Yi. They had no time to pay attention to the things outside. But Lin Evening Yi felt that the two of them were like enemies. A little exaggerated. So she said soothingly, I'm just going to the Imperial court to accompany the Emperor. It's not like I'm going to some feast. Just dress up as usual. Don't bother too much. Eunuch Dong is still waiting. Young master. You used to go to serve the bed. That candlelight is gray. Who knows if His Majesty has a good look at what you look like? Chun-Chi said, while doing her best to comb Lin Evening Yi's hair. In her head, she also kept thinking about how to match the hairpin to achieve the final effect. The sun is so good today. The light is so sufficient. If you don't take advantage of this time to dress up properly, when does young master want to dress up? Xian was also of the same mind. So she picked slightly more colorful ones from the palace dresses. But Lin Evening Yi opened her mouth and rejected it. As you guys said, the sun is so nice. If I dress up in gold, won't it shake people's eyes? Don't you all know what His Majesty hates? Saying that, he pointed at the bedclothes. Xuanqi thought about it and said, all right. Then the slave girl will give the young lady's hair bun a simpler comb. Anyway, the young master is naturally beautiful. How to dress up will look good. Lin Lianyi smiled. This girl is really sweet-talking. Just take the set I wore when I first entered the palace. And bring the jeweler box that mother made for me. I'll pick it out. Yes. Slave girl will go find it. Xian put down the clothes in her hand and went to the back cabinet to rummage through that jeweler box. The box was specially made by the Grand Madam. Looking not big, but inside there is a whole world. A total of 3 layers. Put her some not expensive, but innovative hairpin earrings. And the lowest layer is put some small denomination of silver tickets. It was inconvenient to bring things to the palace. But rewards were inevitable. Lin Wanyi picked a set of dragonfly hairpins made of shells and inlays with the same type of earrings. Look ordinary. But walking in the sunlight, the shell will be folded back 7 colors to look at the glitter. When creating, deliberately did not add other gems to the surrounding. So the light soft is just right. The face is also only smeared some peach powder. Traced the mountain dye. In the lips and teeth with jade face cream. Then went out the door. When Dong Yuzhong saw Lin Wanyi's beautiful and elegant outfit, the appreciation in his eyes became even more obvious. The late emperor died early. So the current saint was only 8 years old when he ascended the throne as emperor. 16 years old and Empress Su wedding. The palace of women will appear one after another. There are some beautiful women with stunning colors. And there are some with unparalleled talent. But such as Lin Wui, so clear water hibiscus-like is the first one. So he rushed forward and said, Young master, please lead the way. Eunuch Dong. At the entrance of Yihua Palace, the palanquin that came to pick up Lin Evening Yi was parked. And the 4 of them stood in one corner each, with a rattan chair in the middle. Lin Evening Yi frowned, hesitant to go forward. In the palace, concubines above the consort to have a palanquin ride. She a small promise. If really sit on it. I'm afraid that tomorrow the threshold of the Yihua Palace are going to be stepped through. So opened his mouth to Dong Yuzhong said with some scruples. Eunuch Dong. Let's go on foot. I'm quite fast on my feet. This palanquin is not necessary. Young lord. This is a royal gift from His Majesty. There is no harm in sitting on it. Thank you for His Majesty's great favor. It's just that I'm in a lowly position. It's not good for me to overstep the palace rules. Please ask for Eunuch Dong's understanding. Dong Yuzhong nodded, naturally understanding her concerns. Since this is the case, then young master should follow my slave to go over quickly. Fortunately the journey is not far, so it's not a big deal. Eunuch please. Little lord please. Yihua Palace was indeed not too far from Qianan Palace. And after only walking for a while, they arrived. The past 2 times when they came, it was late in the evening and the sky was dark. But now that the sun was high in the sky, Lin Lianyi was able to see the grandeur of this Qianan Palace. Glazed tiles in the daylight irradiation brilliant. Into the eye of a brick and a wall are carefully taken care of. The face of 9. 5 deep. Even the base is with alabaster stone for the pedestal. Through the emperor's dignity. This is the main hall is usually used by the emperor to receive courtiers. The palace consort is not allowed to enter by imperial decree. So Dowager guided her to the side hall, where the emperor reads and reviews his medals. When she opened the curtain, Lin Lianyi felt a faint sandalwood flavor. This stuff is usually used by people who are old and love to worship Buddha. How come there is one here? Just before she could think, a low voice came from inside. But Lin promised to arrive? Dowager said with a respectful greeting as he brought Lin Wu inside. Back to your majesty. Lin Yi has arrived. Concubine Lin invites your majesty to greet her. This was Lin Eveningyi's third time seeing the emperor. But what caught her eye was still the regimental flower brocade blanket on the floor. Well, I'll rise. Dowager rose, and then retreated softly towards the outside. The emperor took the tea at hand and got up, taking a light sip before saying slowly to Lin Eveningyi, I have a headache. You come and rub it for me. Didn't he say that he came to enjoy the ink? How to enter the door to send her to do massage? Lin Eveningyi, although some confused, but do not dare to refuse, a few steps forward, walked in front of the emperor and said, the servant girl has cleaned her hands before coming. Please sit under the bright window. The desk in front of the emperor has not finished the folders. She rashly passed inappropriate. If anything went wrong in the future, she couldn't afford it. Therefore, the couch under the bright window was more appropriate. The emperor raised his head to look at her. Some strange this initiative, but saw that she kept her head lowered. Did not dare to look directly, but it was a bit of understanding. Well, the rules learnt well. Then those a warbler always come to his side to pester send food concubines much better. So he got up and walked to the couch, took off his shoes and got on the couch, and also signaled Lin Eveningyi to come over. Chapter 30. First meeting in the warm pavilion. Lin Lianyi obediently walked forward, looking at the emperor. This posture. He did not take off his shoes on the couch is not able to give him a head press, so he could only follow suit. When the soft rays fell on the emperor's left and right temples, his tense body gradually relaxed. Both of them were silent and speechless, one concentrating on pressing, the other seriously receiving. Borrowing the daylight, Lin Eveningyi took another careful look at the emperor. Compared to the other day, he seemed to be a lot more tired. She didn't know if it was because of the distraction of political affairs, but she saw faint wrinkles between the emperor's brows. That was caused by frowning a lot. So during the massage, she reached out and gave him a stretch to both sides of the brow peak. The emperor felt soothed, so naturally he didn't stop it, instead enjoying it at ease. There are things to do. This hour passes faster. When he came, the sun was still hanging high, but in the blink of an eye, it was already approaching Shenzhen time. Lin Wanyi's hands are pressed numb. Then the emperor also occasionally commanded her. After pressing the head, also press the shoulder. After pressing the shoulder and press the back. Almost didn't give him legs and feet. The emperor is comfortable to enjoy. Is bitter Lin Eveningyi. The cost of accompanying the driver is also too big. If she went back today, she was afraid that her hand would be ruined. Feeling the force gradually become smaller, the emperor slowly opened his mouth. His voice more than a few points of lethargy and casualness. What hour is it? Back to your majesty. It's almost Shen time. Hearing this, Emperor Yuanhong opened his eyes all of a sudden, and with a slight 3/10 of anger, he shouted towards the outside. Dong Yuzhong. Only to see that eunuch Dong immediately bow and come in. Your majesty. Slave is here. Has fourth imperial uncle come? Back to the emperor. The fourth prince has been waiting in the side hall for a long time. Emperor Yuanhong slapped his head, seemingly chagrined, and said to himself, I promised imperial uncle that I would go to the smooth sound pavilion to watch the theater, and now I've delayed the hour. Lin Lianyi silently. This is not her business, but also hope that the emperor in front of her can reward and punish clearly. See, on the basis of her massage for so long, cannot cure her offense is good. Servant, this will get the emperor to put on the shoes. Emperor, you slow down. The emperor this time looking for the fourth imperial uncle to listen to the theater. There is still a great deal behind it. It is not good to delay. People are fast walking 2 steps, only to remember that this Lin Eveningyi is still sitting on the couch. So turned back to her and explained. You go to the warm cabinet to sit. There is something to call them to wait on. And so I come back together with the meal. After explaining, he left in a hurry. Lin Wanyi fell on the couch, really angry and funny. The mouth of the servant girl obey the decree have not yet had time to say. The person will go far away. Hey, the official is really big. But the emperor is also much bigger than her. What can she do? After the emperor left, a eunuch came in. Or her old acquaintance. Servant Chiu Ming. Please bless the young master. Eunuch Chiu. Please rise. How do I get to the warm pavilion? I'll take you there. Leaving the study and walking towards the east corridor. She thought it was here as she passed by the inner hall where she used to serve her bed. But Chiu Ming turned to the left with her and walked straight to a row of houses with glazed tiles as roofs and red lacquered wood as pillars, before leading her inside. As soon as she entered, she saw a plaque placed in the middle of the room, which read, Wenguju. What is the meaning of this? And only then did she hear Chiu Ming say, This is His Majesty's sleeping quarters. Please sit down. I'll have them send some tea and snacks. The sleeping quarters? Then what was the inner hall where she slept? Her big question was written on her face. Chiu Ming immediately answered with a smile. The inner hall is the place where all the little lords serve His Majesty. And the warm residence is the place where His Majesty rests when he is alone. Little lord, this is a supreme favor, I have served His Majesty for many years. But I haven't seen a few little lords being able to get in here. Lin Lianyi's face was a bit stiff. Neither smiling nor not smiling. Listening to Chiu Ming's words. Those who can enter this place are those who have some favors. But she is not the only one. She is not the only one. Is this considered to be a labor of love to obtain the opportunity to accompany the emperor to eat? And get the favor? But this price is too painful. Raise your hand up to see. Only to see the abdomen of the finger has been a red. The arm is also very painful. She is not so pampered. Just do not stop massaging for more than an hour. Is Xian to come? She cannot stand. Not to mention Lin Lianyi. Many thanks to Eunuch Chiu for clearing up my confusion. I wonder if there is warm water. I want to purify my hands. Yes, there is. Little lord, sit at ease. I'll send someone to bring it. After saying that, he bowed and left the place. Lin Lianyi looked around and saw that this place looked very different from the inner hall. Everywhere was warm and unusual. The room was not big. Only a little bigger than the left side of the hall where she was. Leaning left is the bedchamber, with black lacquer and gold lantern frame partition and the hall separated. Leaning right is placed a small Namu carved table, on top of which there is a side of the ink stone, and a jade engraved quill. Pen holder. The flat also unfolded a piece of rice paper. Seems to have not yet finished writing the word. Lin Lianyi was afraid of what military secrets were inside, and did not dare to go up and take a closer look. But the celadon vase placed under the window is a very beautiful vessel. Here things are elegant. And the most important thing is that there are many less bright yellow embellishments. Bright yellow is naturally a symbol of the emperor, but at the same time also let a person more than some constraints. As if the frame, there cannot have overstepped the rules of behavior. At any time to keep in mind their own identity. And the sense of coziness that was born here is about to let people relax. After thinking about it, Lin Lianyi felt that her bedclothes were made at the right time. If she were to wear it here, the bright yellow bedclothes would be a bit eye-catching. Just as she was thinking about it, a palace maid came in from outside. I don't know what the young master likes to drink, so I ordered them to prepare Jianqi Spring. The stone grinders lightly fly in the dust, and the milk flour cooks out the Jianqi Spring. This Jianqi Spring, said Jian tea, because produced in Fujian Jianqi Basin and named, which Beiyuan tribute tea is world famous. In addition to the palace, I'm afraid that only a few princely mansions under the sky can have this thing. Lin Lianyi had never even had a cup of it in Rongatang. Who knew that in the emperor's warm pavilion, he would get a pot of it for nothing. It instantly relieved a lot of fatigue. The tea was served with green bean cake and chestnut cake. But Lin Lianyi felt that if it was served with the buttermilk and peach blossom cake made by Chuanqi, it would be even more flavorful. The original nervousness was reduced a lot during this tea tasting process. She even forgot that she had to wait for the emperor to have his dinner. So she should have an empty stomach. Tea does not relieve hunger, but will make people feel full. When the emperor came on the moon, she fell asleep on the table. Hair such as ink, skin white than snow, cheeks some scarlet, eyes closed, such as fluttering fan general eyelashes rooted. Pushing the door to see the scene, the emperor's heart could not help but tremble. Chapter 31, A Warm Gathering. But see her 3 times only. Each time, but have a different feeling. Beautiful but not enchanting. Decent but not pedantic. Sometimes easy to be shy. Sometimes generous and powerful. Said her rules are good, but now told her to wait. But dared to this warm cabinet in the self-conscious sleepover. Do not know who gave her the courage. Dong Yuzhong saw, but as if he did not see, immediately retreated out, and gently closed the door before leaving. The movement is not big. Did not wake up Lin Lianyi. The emperor could not help but sit next to her, and even so quietly watched. Did not say a word. Originally still sleepy Lin Evening seems to have encountered something difficult in the dream. For a while, she frowned, and for a while, she showed her face, until she suddenly shouted, "Mother!" Lin Lianyi then completely woke up from her sleep. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Emperor Yuanhong's huge face in front of her, scaring her so much that she stood up with a carp. As a result, her knee knocked at the corner of that table, and it hurt so much that tears rolled out of her eyes. "What are you panicking about? I won't eat anyone." Yuanhong looked at her anxious appearance, not at all real when she was asleep, and in his heart, he was a bit sulky. But look at her red face and ears, still biting her lips, and refused to open her mouth to cry out in pain, but also felt that she was pitiful. Then he pulled her to sit down, and skillfully lifted up the trouser leg. Sure enough, there was a bruise on the knee, not to mention that there was some blood in the middle of the place. The Nanmo was the hardest. Not to mention that just now, when Lin Evening got up, she was too eager, and naturally had a lot of force. So when she saw the red, swollen and bruised knees, she was also secretly chagrined. She was really unlucky today. To the emperor as a courtesan for 1 or 2 hours, not to mention, has not eaten the evening meal, only used a few tea, left and right, and so on, not come to the emperor. But she waited to fall asleep, woke up and hurt her foot. It is not good. Muttering, but cannot vent their dissatisfaction, can only stare at the kneecap, silent tears. Yuanhong carefully looked at, but did not hurt the bones. So faintly said, "I have the medicine here to activate blood circulation and remove bruises. Applying it for 2 days will make a big difference," said, while walking to the cabinet against the wall of the bedchamber. Took a 2-layer box over. Inside the bottles and jars put a number of things. Lightly from the inside took a bottle of green cans, with a bamboo slice picked inside the white moist cream gently thick in Lin Evening's knees. The refreshing coolness spread all over the body at once, and the fiery feeling subsided instantly. After applying the ointment, it was wrapped with gauze again. "Don't touch the water for a few days, and later bring this ointment back with you." "Many thanks, Your Majesty." Lin Lianyi was so shy, and didn't know if it was because she bumped her leg in front of the emperor. Her head stayed low. It was only after this outburst that Emperor Yuanhong heard a slight crying tone. "You're crying?" Saying this, he lifted Lin Evening's head up, and sure enough, his eyes were slightly red and tearful. "I didn't say I would punish you. Why are you crying?" The emperor thought that she was afraid that she would be sentenced because of the fact that she fell asleep early. But in fact Lin Lianyi, that was pain. She has been using medicine to regulate over the years because of her cold. The cold is gradually better. But the other problems, it's not a big problem. But it's just that injuries are more painful than others. So the eldest lady has always been very careful. Chuanchi, they also serve diligently. Similar to this kind of bruise, the next person maybe 2 or 3 days can be good. But she is not necessarily. It may take 10 days and half a month. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a serious injury just after bumping into it. These words, Lin Lianyi naturally will not speak with the emperor, can only follow his words, and said, "The maidservant didn't mean to fall asleep." Really, she was a little embarrassed, and the emperor could see it, remembering that it is now past the 11th hour. It is true that he arrived late. So he also said along the steps, "The 4th Imperial uncle is happy today. So more than 2 plays," which delayed some time. "The original also want to have a meal with me. But I think you are still not used. So I hurriedly rushed back." The emperor's explanation. But it is to let Lin Evening to eliminate a lot of anger. In the eyes of outsiders, the cold-hearted and decisive emperor will come back hungry because he misses that she is still waiting, which really makes Lin Evening a bit surprised. However, on second thought, about the concubines in the harem, the emperor, as the rain and dew are scattered people, naturally know how to coax people. So this is true or false? Who knows? The little bit of emotion in his heart was extinguished before it could germinate. Dong Yuzhong. None is here. Pass the meal. Yes. Soon. The Nanmu square table in front of Lin Lianyi and the emperor was set with food. It was all made according to the emperor's tastes. On the lighter side, and Lin Lianyi didn't use much of it, At first thought that she is because of the constraints, so the emperor only left Dong Yuzhong cloth dishes. The rest of the people have retired. Who knows? Did not see her eat more. Yuan Hong's heart started to doubt. Since she came here at noon, she hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. Wasn't her stomach hungry? You have a small meal? Lin Lian was drinking soup. When she heard this sentence from the emperor, she almost didn't spray out. But her good dining habits made her elegantly put down the spoon and asked curiously back. Why does your majesty say this? I see you but ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Drank a few mouthfuls of soup. Chopsticks are not seen to move. Dong Yuzhong cloth dishes are also still piled up. So is not a small meal? After saying this, not waiting for Lin Evening to answer, he said to himself again, then it's that you don't like these dishes. Lin Evening also didn't know why. Talking with this emperor, who ascended to the throne at a young age and took charge of the country, as a teenager was always just one topic. What do you like to eat? What don't you like to eat? It was as if she came to the palace just to dine with the emperor. After thinking about it, she felt something was wrong. So she cautiously opened her mouth and said, the maidservant just drank tea. So I'm a bit full. I'm hungry. But I can't eat much. The meals made by the Imperial kitchen are full of color and flavor. It's just that the servant girl loves spicy food. So this light dish is instead a little unsure of how to move the chopsticks. You love spicy food? I remember that Minister Lin is also from Shenjing. The dishes within Shenjing city were basically fresh and clear. One is that this place doesn't produce chili, so it's less spicy. One is that Shenjing is cold and dry, so it's easy to get on fire if you eat too much spice. Therefore, if one was born and raised in Shenjing, they basically did not eat spicy food. The reason why Lin Wan ate spicy food was entirely because of the habits she had developed during those 5 years in her grandfather's house, and following them around the southern states. Maybe it also has something to do with her cold. Eating spicy can make her body hot. So over time, she also fell in love with the taste. Chapter 32, Night Talking Bashan. Back to your majesty. When I was young, I stayed at my grandfather's house for a few years, and then I followed them around. And the southern people eat all spicy food. So I developed this habit. I see. The emperor ate fast and ate a lot. And in a short while, most of these meals went down. It was obvious that he was really hungry. Lin Lian was full herself. But it wasn't good for her to rest her chopsticks. So she took over the chopsticks in Dong Yuzhong's hand and gave the emperor a cloth dish. To say that this cloth vegetables is also have cloth vegetables. Everything should be twisted a little, but also take into account the emperor's taste. Choose what he loves to eat. After this meal, Lin Wan found it hard to tell what he liked and what he didn't like. Truly the emperor of the world. Even his meals were so balanced. After the meal was full, the emperor got up and walked around, feeling a little propped up. He summoned Dong Yuzhong and planned to go for a walk. Dong Yuzhong, however, had a difficult look on his face, and pointing outside, he said, Your Majesty, outside the wind is very strong. I see that I am afraid to rain. This spring rain stretches on and on. Fall down only afraid of hard to stop. For the sake of your Majesty's holy body, or don't go out of the good, although against the emperor's wishes. But Dong Yuzhong is also good intentions. Lin Lian but see that the emperor's face is a bit wrong. Seems to want to go out again, but also feel unable to get off the stage. So he opened his mouth to relieve Dong Yuzhong and said, I wonder if your Majesty has ever heard of Bashan night rain. Emperor Yuan Hong looked at her in puzzlement. Isn't this a phrase from Night Rain Sends North? What's wrong? When the servant girl was at home, there were quite a few bananas planted in the backyard. So every time it rained at night, my parents would bring us siblings to listen to the rain fall in the house. And the family would sit around and talk. Which was interesting. Talk about what? Saying everything. Sometimes saying the anecdotes that Big Brother heard in the neighborhood. Sometimes saying that father and mother met when they were young. Or saying that the maidservant followed Grandpa's family on their travels. The family as well. There are always endless things to say. Lin Wani mentioned her family. Her eyes became much gentler. Yuan Hong could see that their family's relationship was good. His eyelids drooped, and he didn't say a word. Unfortunately, this kind of warm family atmosphere was something he wanted but couldn't have. Born in the royal family, destined to be indifferent to affection, Lin Evening Opinion Emperor no longer reply, and then looked up and looked over. But look at his face is not very good. Can't it be that he said something wrong? Is worried about it. just to hear the emperor said faintly, "Tell me about those things you traveled in the south." The voice was distant, but no emotion could be heard. At this moment, Lin Lianyi seemed to see a different emperor. There was no high and mighty, full of silence and loneliness. Lin Evening sat quietly on the edge of the couch. And after thinking about it, she picked an interesting topic to tell a story. Maidservant concubine maternal grandfather's family is the accumulation of years of merchants and merchants. From the ancestor began to walk the streets and lanes of business. Generation after generation so passed down. Have had great-great-grandfather's generation. From the spirit state family migrated to Shengjing City, which settled down. Grandfather followed great-great-grandfather to do all kinds of business in the marketplace since he was young. So he knew a lot about business. One year, second uncle was going to Yao to pick up medicines. And it just so happened that maternal grandfather was also going to pick up some. So maternal grandmother and I went with him. Yaozhou is mostly local Yao people. And we rarely see people from the Central Plains. So when we first entered the boundaries of Yaozhou, we changed into their clothing and used Yao language when we talked to strangers. Grandfather said that if you want to eat someone else's food, you naturally have to gather firewood to make up someone else's pot. I thought it was some local slang. But who knew that grandfather really took us to buy a cart of firewood and went to a local walled village to find an elder for dinner. I was curious when I saw the cart of firewood. But then I entered the elder's house and realized that it was really a local rule. Take grandfather brought firewood to make a fire. Burn the meal. Hot and lively meal. Grandfather only to buy the list of handover. The second uncle said with me, the other people think, and Yao people business is the most difficult. Do not know that they are in fact the most simple and kind. Only you sincerely for them to solve the problem. Then the rest of the natural good to talk about. Lin Lianyi's words caused Emperor Yuan Hong to fall into deep thought. Only after a moment did he open his mouth and ask, so why do those Yao people want firewood? Because those Yao people are actually from the Fire Yao tribe. They have believed in the fire god for generations. And if they come with firewood, then they are the messengers of the fire god. They naturally sweep their couches to welcome them. And if they want to do something, they will also do their best to help. The emperor was surprised, his eyes revealing unbelief. There is even such a thing? Yes. The servant girl also felt unbelievable when she heard it at first. Then how did your maternal grandfather know about this? Lin Lianyi covered her mouth and snickered. This was her maternal grandfather's big secret. So she moved to deliberately tease the emperor. Does your majesty want to know the real one or the external one? What about the external one? What about the real one? The external one is naturally that maternal grandfather's family has been in business for many years and has many doors and roads. As for that really, Lin Lianyi deliberately dragged his voice long, hanging on to the emperor's appetite. Seeing that he was a little anxious, only then did he open his mouth to explain. When maternal grandfather was young, he was fawned upon by a girl from the Fire Yao tribe, and was almost asked to be a door-to-door son-in-law. So he naturally knows some of the rules of the Fire tribe. After hearing this, Yuan Hong also laughed lightly along with her. I don't know if it was because she was arranging her grandfather, but her wry expression reminded him of some of his youthful past. Before he ascended the throne, he also had some happy times. The late emperor loved him like a treasure in his hands. And even if the court was busy, he would still accompany him to laugh and play. Unfortunately, all of these became memories as the late emperor became seriously ill and passed away. And then, there was the helplessness and pain of being forced to grow up since he ascended the throne. There were always people reminding him how to be a famous emperor. But no one cared that he was still a young boy. The night was deep, and the dew was heavy. And outside, just as Dong Yuzhong had said, it soon started to rain. The spring rain was like oil, hanging down from the sky like a thin curtain of pearls. It hit the ground, splashing up puddle after puddle. And the branches in the courtyard were also whacked down. The candlelight cast the shadows of the two of them on the bright window. One listening carefully, the other talking amusingly. Every now and then some laughter would come out. Not loud, but relaxing to listen to. Dong Yuzhong stood outside the door, holding the duster he had used for many years in his hand, and also closed his eyes to enjoy this moment of tranquility. It was Chiu Ming who came over, and seeing him like this, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Chapter 33, Leaving the Chamberlain Behind. Master, is this Lin promised to stay overnight? Now it's past midnight. If it's not sent back, I'm afraid it's going to stay overnight. If it's staying overnight, where should it be? The inner hall? Or this warm residence? He did not know. So he came to ask for advice. Dong Yuzhong opened his eyes with some impatience, and hit him on the head with his duster, then lowered his voice and taught him. You really don't understand. If you go in and disturb His Majesty during this kind of warmth, let's see what kind of good fruit you can have. Yes, Master's lesson is right. Seeing his pious attitude, Dong Yuzhong then taught him with all his heart. You send someone to prepare the soft sedan chair first. 2 people a lift will be fine. Let the 2 carrying the sedan chair clean the soles of their shoes for me. Don't fall on Lin Xiaozu. Master just did not say. Don't worry. Your master I have been serving His Majesty for so many years. I have not yet seen him violate the ancestral system of time. See, not long Lin little master should come out. Chiao Ming nodded. He hadn't served at the Imperial court for as long as his master. So what his master said was bound to be right. Sure enough, not long after the 2 of them had finished speaking, they heard Emperor Yuan Hong's voice from inside. Dong Yuzhong, find someone to send Lin Yi back to the palace. Yes. Slave obeys the order. Chiao Ming's admiration for his master rose to another level, and he hurriedly went to make arrangements. When Dong Yuzhong walked into the inner room, he was looking at Lin Yi putting on her shoes. He also saw the box of medicines next to him, and instantly frowned. Your Majesty, little lord, what's going on? Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. After all, the matter of her hitting her knee was also a little humiliating, so she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Instead, it was the Emperor who spoke up to relieve her, saying, Get a sedan chair too. Lin promised foot injury is inconvenient to walk back. In addition, these days do not need to go to Lin To Palace to ask for peace. You have people to go to say to Lin noble consort is. Lin Yi wanted to refuse, but thought that after all, it is the Emperor's golden words, and there are outsiders in. So top back is not good. So rested his mind to the Emperor and said back, Many thanks to your Majesty's great kindness. Maidservant keep in mind, she today in this Qianan palace from noon to most of the night. Even if she wants to be good to people, I'm afraid it's also difficult. Instead of going to the Lin To Palace to listen to those sour words again, it would be better to stay in the palace to recuperate her injuries. Therefore, Lin Yi said goodbye and was assisted by Chiao Ming before she went out and got into the sedan chair, and went all the way towards Yihua Palace. Outside because of the rain, so the air is particularly crisp. Just too late. So some cold. The sedan chair is not big, but inside the soft cushion and soft pillow, there is a lambswool blanket, used to cover is to resist some of the cold. I have to say, this Imperial people do is careful, whether it's the preparation of the sedan chair, or the things placed inside. All of them made Lin Yi feel both comfortable and at ease. The palanquin was sent to the entrance of Yihua Palace. This moment, not only did Chun Qi and Xian stand here waiting for her, even Xiao Luzi was there. You haven't returned to the inner court department? Lin Yi asked curiously, only to see Xiao Luzi say with unconcealed excitement. Not long after little lord went to Qian Hall. Master sent someone to say that in the future, all the slaves will serve in little lord. There's no need to go back. After saying this, even Lin Yi was a little surprised. On second thought, she looked at Chiao Ming who was standing next to her. Eunuch Chiao. This is... Little lord, don't worry. This is the Emperor's intention. It's not a rule to not have a eunuch serving in this palace. So I let the master arrange it. I see. I'm tired of His Majesty being annoyed. After she finished speaking, she saw that Chiao Ming grow more and more respectful. Only after Chun Qi and Xia and assisted Lin Yi to walk through the door, did he walk over to Xiao Luzi and point out a few things. You are a blessed one. In the future when you follow little Master Lin, you need to serve with all your heart and soul. Understand? How could Xiao Luzi not know that this was pie in the sky falling down? Eunuch Chiao, don't worry. There's nothing I won't do. Only after the explanation was done did Chiao Ming lead the people back. In the left side of the hall, Chun Qi and Xian were both heartbroken. How could the young master be so careless? This injury is so serious. I'm afraid it won't heal without half a month. It's fine. It's just a little bit troublesome to walk. But nothing else is in the way. You don't know that I saw His Majesty's face when I woke up. I was scared to death. So naturally I was badly hit. AI. Slave girl doesn't even know how to say it. Chun-Chi looked at Lin Wani both angrily and helplessly, while Xiaoan opened the bottle and sniffed it carefully. It really is an imperial gift. There are several herbs in it that activate the blood and remove blockages. Expensive? Lin Lianyi smiled. This medicine was indeed good. The pain was greatly reduced after she used it. Otherwise, how could she have the spirit to gossip with the emperor for so long? Taking a deep breath, Lin Wani had to hide that little bit of her heart deeper. With her ability, if she wanted to stand firm in the harem, it would take years of planning to do so. But now, the whole family's future, their own lives have been used by her to do blackmail. If you just let it pinch, I'm afraid that will not end well. Therefore, the reason why today she will talk about those old things is also stored some other thoughts. At least, the favor can let her temporary stability is not it. They are stable in the harem. That in the outside of the family is also a good thing. Just more or less inside is stored a bit of the emperor's use. She thought of this. Heart cannot bear. Fetch water. Settle down? Good. Chun-Chi and Xiaoan got busy, while Lin Lianyi looked at the moon hanging high outside, somewhat disillusioned. Perhaps it was because she had a guilty conscience. She didn't sleep very soundly this night. When she got up in the morning, there were dark circles under her eyes. Xiaoan passed a cup of warm water over and asked with concern, "Little master, but the wound hurts badly." "Slave girl, see you are very tired." Lin Lianyi's mind. It was not good for outsiders to know. Even if the other party is Chun-Chi and Xiaoan, it's the same. One less person knowing can be more safe. So she had to follow her words. "It's quite painful." Xiaoan walked over and lifted the trouser leg to take a look. And as expected, the bruise spread even more. An entire knee could not be seen. And those who didn't know would think she had been tortured. After washing up later, the slave girl will give little lord medicine first. Okay. But how will little lord go to ask for peace later? It's not good to go limping. Lin Lianyi originally wanted to say the matter that His Majesty had exempted her from inviting the peace. But she heard Chun-Chi, who had just walked in from outside, say, coincidentally, someone from Lin To Palace just sent a message over, saying that the 6 concubines don't have to go to pay respects to your highness before the Dragon Boat Festival. So we'll wait until the festival is over. Oh! This was a coincidence. But this is good. She also less noticeable things, since do not have to ask for peace. Then peacefully in the palace to stay it. Chapter 34. Looking for trouble at the door. The days of recuperating. Lin Lianyi lived a lazy life. Neither need to get up early to ask for peace. Also do not need to go down the couch to eat. The whole one is like waste. By the spring Chi and Xiaoan detained in the couch. If it wasn't for the fact that the work to be done was related to the emperor, I'm afraid they would have to raise Lin Yuanyi as a pig. It was best to eat and sleep. And sleep and eat. The days are free. The bedclothes are naturally sewn fast. And before the 3 days are up, Lin Evening Yi has finished. Will this chic bedclothes unfolded look? Lin Wani on their own craft is still quite some pride. Xiao Luzi, who was in the harem, had never seen Lin Avini's embroidery work. So she praised this bedclothes and said, "Little master this skill. I'm afraid the embroidery master is not as good as you." Chun-Chi had seen more. Naturally not as surprised as he was. But his own little master's embroidery was indeed nothing to write home about. So he hemmed and hawed and laughed. "Little master, the green plum on the slave girl's handkerchief is always poorly embroidered with a stamen heart. Or do you want to give it a palm?" After saying that, he looked with an expectant look. Anyway, Lin Lianyi had nothing to do right now. So she asked her to bring it over. A side of the pad is just. Lin Wani hand to hand. Only a few strokes of the brush. The green plum seemed to come to life. Looking very exquisite. Alive. Alive. Xiao Luzi's unseen appearance. But the master and servant 3 people amused. They were laughing and joking in this left side of the hall. But at this time, the back hall was as quiet as a cicada. You see, and the others fell to their knees. All of them shivering, fearing that a single word from them would become the object of their master's anger. In front of Chu Guiran was already a field of debris. While Yu Bai, who was closest to her, had her arm splashed by the hot tea, and was already red and swollen as far as the eye could see. But she bit down on it, and didn't dare to say a word. Humph. It really is a demonic charm to confuse the Lord, relying on the fact that she has 3 colors. She dares to act like this, thinking that she can do whatever she wants just because she has entered the palace. Does she think that everyone up and down the palace is a fool? who Chu Guiran was cursing in her mouth. People with clear eyes knew. Although she was in the same palace, she had never competed with Lin Evening E. At first it was disdain. Then later it was being pressed by concubine E. And immediately after that it was noble consort Lin who disguised her as a footlooker. So one thing led to another, and delayed until today. After the news of Lin Lian accompanying the driver reached her ears, she could no longer sit still. Why she entered the palace late can still get the emperor's favor. In the end is not because of that face, and behind the Lin family. She also pretended to be uncontested, which is what Chu Guiran hates the most. Therefore, today, no matter what, she had to teach her a lesson, so that Lin Evening E would know how much she weighed. After saying that, she swished and stood up. The corners of his mouth seemed to smile as he said, "Since I entered the palace, I haven't greeted the two sisters of the side halls yet. Today's day is good, so let's take a walk." Yu Si did not dare to block. Just glanced at Yu Bai, nodded towards her, and then walked to Chu Guiran and then whispered, "Little master, Moon White's clothes are wet. If you go with the little master, I'm afraid it's not right. Don't let her go back to change one." Slave girl and Moon pay wait for the little master to go over to the left side of the temple. How? Chu noble talent does not care. A maid only. So coldly said, "Next time you are on duty, if you are this hairy, you will have good fruit to eat." Being named Yu Bai forced down the aggression and pain, and could only kowtow uncontrollably to Chu Guiran. While kowtowing he also said respectfully, "Many thanks, little lord. Many thanks, little lord." Frowning and slanting her brows, she looked at Yu Bai, who was still kneeling at the back, and said with great impatience, "Let's go. This is to meet them." "Yes." Waiting for Chu Guiran and her group to walk out a long way, that Yu Bai's stiff back only relaxed. Tears fell down in large drops, struggling to lift the left sleeve. Sure enough, a large area was red and swollen. Not to mention, there were also a few severely burned places that seemed to have blisters. This time, it is certain to leave a scar. Moon White dared not say anything. Remembered that he was also accompanied by the young master, grew up together. But these years scolded and punished are commonplace. Do not know whether he can live to the age of the palace. Even if they can, I'm afraid they won't be released. No greater sorrow than the heart is dead. Can only sit on the ground and cry in secret. A mess. Side of the temple, and the back of the temple between the moon door is never closed. Today Chu Guiran rashly come, but here ate a closed door. That heart's anger don't mention how high. So viciously to the palace people then said, "Give me not to open this door." Yihua Palace in the head is not the turn of her a small promise so wanton. Without the permission of the palace, even the moon door dared to quietly lock. Really is not the palace in the eyes. Chu Guiran's position. She is not when the palace this self-proclaimed. At least also to the concubines above. But now in order to strengthen the momentum, she opened her mouth a palace. Closed her mouth a palace. The people underneath her did not dare to say anything more. The moon door is not actually locked. Just with the latch knocking. Where can withstand such a kick? So not 3 or 2 kicked open. In the courtyard heard the movement of the small Luzi. Immediately put down the hand of the bonsai. Immediately rushed over. Only to see Chu nobleman aggressively brought people broke in. Seeing Xiao Luzi come over, he kicked up, hitting him squarely in the heart. Instantly kicking Xiao Luzi to cover his heart and rolling on the ground. Where did the dog slave come from? Also dared to block this palace's way. After saying that, he crossed over from his side. Xiao Luzi forced himself to endure the pain in his heart and said in a hurry, little lord. Words are not waiting for him to finish. Chu Guiran came up towards his back and kicked again. She was originally a person who had learnt martial arts, so she naturally knew where it hurt the most to hit. These 2 kicks went. Xiao Luzi will have to lie down for a few days, to say the least. With a roll of her eyes, she walked towards the corridor and walked into the courtyard. At this moment Lin Evening E is taking a lunch break, but in a half-wakeful, half-dreaming, heard a not small movement outside. Inside the house just walked out of the Xia and see Chu nobleman, a group of people to come. Eyes are staring at the boss. A look at the person is not good, but she had to go forward to rush to stop. Slave girl didn't know that noble person Chu had come to visit. Please be more patient. Yo. Lin promises rack is really big. This palace has come and is still hiding and not seeing it. Just send such a maid to come. Is it looking down on this palace? Noble lady Chu's voice. Not to mention Lin Evening E in the inner room. Even Chun-Chi, who was busy in the small kitchen, heard it. She put down the things in her hand and immediately walked out. Who knew that she would see Xian kneeling on the ground, while the noblewoman standing in front of her was towering over others, looking at them with her nostrils. Frowning, she immediately quickly stepped forward. Slave girl greets noble person. Humph. Another maid? Feelings that all the maids live in this left side hall? The words were all making up Lin Evening E. Chapter 35. Defending each other. Lin Evening E was in the inner room and heard clearly. Her face also sank. Chu Guiran was not on good terms with her. That was the beam that had been formed since she entered the palace. Now, she came to their side of the temple to play a big show. Really is to be this beam, not deeper. So she immediately got out of bed and changed her clothes. Then she gritted her teeth and walked out, trying not to lose the wind in front of Chu Guiran. Chu's sister's honored guest. Is the younger sister's fault. Failed to welcome. Pleased Chu's sister's anger. And then kneeling on the ground, Chun-Chi and Xian scolded said, "What are you two kneeling here for? Why don't you quickly go and prepare tea?" Chun-Chi reacted quickly and immediately said back, "It's all the slave girl's fault. I'll pour tea for your honor to make amends." The words just fell. Want to get up and leave. But the result is Chu nobleman a wink look over. Followed by the side of the moon, she immediately went forward and pressed her to kneel down again. Chun-Chi struggled to no avail. You see, and you pay both pressed down on her, raising her hands back up high, pouting so much that her face turned white, and she couldn't speak in pain. In the end, they were from the family of a military general. And this method of punishing people was really one match for another. Lin Evening opinion this. Eyes with a huff. The tone is also not good up. Chu nobleman, what is this doing? Has this girl of mine offended you? This palace is the highest position of Yihua Palace. Naturally have the right to teach you and move promise room maid. When the moon door are dare to lock. Cause this palace want to speak with sister have to make a big fuss. You say that these as a slave should not be punished. After saying this, she glanced at Xia and who was bowing her head. You see quickly understand Chu nobleman's meaning. Immediately went forward and dragged over. Then cracked her 4 or 5 mouths. Each palm was used with force. And Xiao's face was swollen high up. And blood came out from the corner of her mouth. Stop! Lin Lianyi's anger in her heart was already at its peak at this moment. But she knew that if she had a fit at this moment, instead of being able to save the several of them, she would also fall into the position of bumping into a nobleman. Therefore, walk straight to the front of Chu Guiran, said with sulky eyes. The moon door is not locked. Only need to find the inner court department to check and know. As for Chu Guiran want to speak with me, send a maid to say is. Servant girl concubine position is low. When not Chu Guiran, this raising a large number of people to do. Your Highness is now exempting the whole palace from paying respects. In order to prepare for the Dragon Boat Festival. If there are any bad rumors spreading at this time, I'm afraid that we'll get into trouble at that time. After saying this, Lin Lianyi then turned to look at Yusi and said in a cold tone, how the others will end up. I'm not sure, but when your Highness was still at home, she was most disgusted with those unruly slaves who were dogfighting. If in order to clean up the harem, picking 1 or 2 top-notch ones to make an example of, it's not out of the question. The words do not bring the word you see, but scared her trembling. Lin Guifei's mean she has never seen. But can be in this people do not spit out bones in the palace mixed to today's position. How can it is merciful and soft generation? She was still young, and didn't want to become the person that noble consort Lin took out her anger on because she offended Lin Yi. Her own young master had the old master and Lady Yi protecting her. So naturally nothing would happen to her. But she, if it came to the point of no choice but to push someone out to take the blame. With their little master Chu Guiran's nature, she would never stay with her. Yusi was so scared that she backed away. And even Yu Pei, who was still pressing down on Chun-Chi's wrist, immediately loosened her hand. She stood in place with her head hung low, completely lacking the domineering behavior she had just displayed when she arrived. One sentence let follow Chu Guiran to those lackey slave girls all booed. Goaded, Chu Guiran will receive this kind of idle anger. Immediately on the attack. Yo, I don't know Lin promised to have such a skill. Your concubine have to listen to your call? It's really a thief's heart. Lin Evening cold face. Also lazy, and Chu Guiran again with the snake. Lowered his voice and said, Chu Guiran's ability to hit a rake in reverse is what made the servant girl open her eyes. It's about the time that your Highness let you go to the Yonhua Hall to recite sutras and pray for blessings is still too short. So this hostility on your body hasn't faded away yet. Seeing who bites who. It's really powerful. What? You dare to say that I am a dog? Chu Gairen's eyes went up and her voice was sharp. Obviously infuriated by Lin Evening Yi's words. Good. This palace is not someone like you who is good at sophistry. In that case, I'll let you see what it means to contradict this palace's consequences. Said. Then from the waist pulled out a soft satin belt to gently shake. Even became like a thorn-like sharp weapon. Lin Lian Yi's eyes darkened and immediately shouted. How dare you bring a weapon into the palace? After saying this, she saw Noble Chu raise her whip and was about to hit her. She wanted to back away to avoid it. But as a result, her knees hurt and she fell to the ground. Seeing that the thorny soft satin was about to hit Lin Evening Yi, Chun-Chi swooped over and the whip hit her back hard. Immediately, blood stains seeped out of her clothes. It hurt so much that Chun-Chi drew in a breath of cold air, tears welling up in her eyes. Chun-Chi, little lord, are you all right? Chun-Chi's face was white. Xiaoan immediately pounced over, kneeling in front of noble Lady Chu. She unfolded her arms and said, Chu nobleman, if you want to find someone to take it out on, looking for slave girl is. If you want to beat or punish will never say a word. But the little master and you are also his majesty's pillow. If there is a mistake, the body fell on the trace. His majesty saw only afraid to seek your unhappy. Then it is not trouble? Eyes firm. Tone resounding. Noble Lady Chu, no matter how big her temper was, she still had some scruples. What Xiaoan said fell on her scruples. Staring viciously at Lin Evening Yi, noble person Chu snorted coldly and collected the soft satin. Since sister's body is not feeling well, then this palace will come back to find you some other day to catch up. Just one thing. If next time the moon gate is still locked, blocking this palace's path, then don't blame this palace for being merciless. And then lowered herself to Lin Evening Yi and said threateningly, there are only 3 lackeys around you. If I want to clean up, it will only take a moment. Next time, don't be eloquent in front of this palace. Understand? Lin Lian Yi clenched her hands into fists and did not utter a word. But with a firm gaze, she calmly said to Noble Chu, what your excellency said today, the maidservant will keep it in mind. Seeing that Lin Hui had lost her previous sharpness, Chu Gairen stood up, shook the dust from her body, and then said, hot day. Tired of this palace sweat. Go. Go back to the water to wait for this palace bath. Bath. Change. Clothes. Every word spoken carried absolute might and mockery. They are a group of windy. Go frankly. Leaving only the left side of the temple aground wounded soldiers. Chapter 36, Wounded and Bruised. Quickly. Xiaoan. See where Xiao Luzi is. Lin Lian Yi commanded while looking at Chun-Chi's injuries. The worry in her eyes was very obvious. On the contrary, Chun-Chi was afraid that she was worried, and she strongly braced herself to get up, her mouth still chanting, young master. Slave girl is fine. Lin Lian Yi was touched. Chun-Chi was not only a maid who had accompanied her for many years, but also a playmate and even a family member. Now in order to defend herself, she was brutally attacked by noble Lady Chu. This revenge she remembered. Let's go. I'll help you in. The master servant duo assisted into the inner room. And on the other end, Xiaoan also found Xiao Luzi, who was kicked unconscious. Looking at the shallow footprints on his chest, Xiaoan immediately went forward to check his pulse. Her and Chun-Chi's injuries were only serious, but in the end, they were only external injuries. But Xiao Luzi's were internal injuries, and they looked very serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fainted. After checking her pulse, it was just as Xiaoan expected. Taking off the hairpin on her head, she gently twisted it at the position of the bead jewelry, and a small red pill fell out from the inside. After helping Xiao Luzi up, he hurriedly gave it to him. Not long after, he woke up. Only his chest hurt terribly. Sister Xiaoan. Ouch. Don't exert yourself. You can't get better if you don't sleep for a few days with this kick injury. After saying that, he helped him stand up and slowly walked towards the inner room of the left side of the hall, looking at Xiaoan's high swollen cheeks and the blood at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Luzi was furious, but as soon as he was angry, his chest was tugging with pain, and he originally wanted to speak to comfort Xiaoan, but in the end, he gasped for breath before he could open his mouth. Into the inner room, see Chun-Chi behind a blood-seeping whip marks. Xiao Luzi's eyes flared with anger. Chu nobleman is really Before the words were finished, the person couldn't hold himself up and slept on the floor. Xiaoan helped him to sit on the round stool, handed him a cup of warm water, and instructed, "Your injuries are the heaviest. Move less." Then quickly walked to the side of Chuanqi. The whip marks broke the clothes. Xiaoan didn't need to look to know that the soft satin must have put a lot of fine pieces of iron inside. That's why it caused this injury. Noble Chu had struck viciously, and without mercy. Luckily it was only a whip. Otherwise it was unknown if Chuanqi had a life to live. The bruises on her wrists were a piece of cake compared to her back. Xiaoan first medicated her wrists, and then went to fetch hot water. Lin Lianyi's knee was originally injured. Twisted so a bit, although not as bad as Chuanqi's whip and slaps and kicks. But also made the original injury has not yet healed more serious. But now she has no time to care about herself. Help Chuanqi to lie on her bed. Carefully take off the clothes. Through the screen and silk veil. But also will not be outside lying out shall Luzi see. Clothes off. Xiaoan also took the medicinal powder. Lin Lianyi took the handkerchief and cleaned her wound. Green and red intertwined, not to mention. The skin looks like it is cracked. Although it is not like a knife wound that is like skin and flesh. But it looks like it is also not good to anywhere. Bear with it. This medicinal powder will have a stinging sensation when it is sprinkled on it. But it works wonders. And the most important thing is that it won't leave a scar. Sprinkle it. I can endure it. Xiaoan handed over a clean piece of hanky for her to bite on. And then she handled her wound. Feeling Chuanqi's emotions as she gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Lin Lianyi's anger blazed in her chest. Getting up, she limped towards the outer room. And Xiaoan thought that she couldn't bear to watch. Until she heard Xiao Luzi let out a blistering cry. "Master!" And then hurriedly rushed over. Only to see Lin Eveningyi standing on the steps, and then ruthlessly tilted her foot. The whole ankle immediately presented a dislocated appearance. It hurt so much that Lin Eveningyi directly fell down. And her arm also hit the intersection of the stone steps and the veranda, adding another injury. "Young master, what are you doing?" Xiaoan helped Lin Eveningyi up and immediately lifted her sleeve to look. The abrasion on her arm was fine. The wound wasn't very serious. Just a slight bruise and faint blood. But the ankle was different. She saw the difference at a glance. Took off her shoes and socks to take a look. And sure enough, it was dislocated. Immediately, her face was serious. Her fingers flexibly and gently pinched. And when she was about to connect her ankle back, she was stopped by Lin Eveningyi. Throughout the entire process, Lin Eveningyi didn't say a word. But Xiaoan knew deep down that her physique was different from the next person. So the pain would only be more intense. So he asked uneasily, "Why is little lord doing this?" Only to see Lin Wanyi look up at Xiaoan. Her eyes were calm. But it made people a little scared. Xiaoan helped her into the inner room. Looking at a room full of individual bruises. Lin Lianyi's tone of voice was flat and then explained. "Xiaoan, you go to the inner court division later. Go trouble Eunuch Qin to find us a medical officer to take a look. Little lord, just do as I say." "Yes." And then Lin Lianyi continued to command to Xiao Luzi. "If your master comes later, what to say? You don't need me to teach you. Little master, don't worry. Slave knows." Xiao Luzi was filled with anger and had nowhere to spread it. Naturally, she wanted to add a few more points. Anyway, the ones who were injured were all people in their house. Whoever came to see it would not be biased. As for Chuanqi, we'll move back to rest later. You're seriously injured. It's normal that you can't get out of bed. Chuanqi had been serving Lin Wanyi for the longest time. And just by hearing her command, she knew what Lin Wanyi was going to do. So she nodded. If it was needed, it was fine for her to be in a state of unconsciousness. After arranging everything, Lin Eveningyi dragged her injured leg to the couch and sat down, closing her eyes to recuperate. When Eunuch Qin, followed by Xiaoan, hurriedly arrived, he saw a room full of injured soldiers. Especially that Lin Eveningyi sitting on the couch with her eyes lifeless, wanting to cry without tears. It was really heartbreaking to see. Little lord. Quickly walking in front of Lin Eveningyi, he said softly. Lin Eveningyi seemed to be frightened. Her body was a bit wooden. And when she saw Qin approaching, she subconsciously shrank back a bit. It didn't matter if she shrunk back. The pain at her ankle that had already gone numb revived. Lin Wanyi instantly fainted from the pain. Qin was shocked. And turning his head, he looked at the medical officer and said, "Quickly come and take a look at little lord. What's going on here?" That medical officer was a steady-tempered man. Looking young. His features were not very outstanding. But his complexion was good. It seemed that he had self-conditioned himself well on weekdays. Firstly, he took his pulse, and then examined it. When he saw the dislocation of the ankle, he took a handkerchief to cover it, and gave it back with a click. The fainted Lin evening he knew nothing about this. But the sweat on her forehead, and her tightly knit brows were revealing the pain she was in at the moment. Little Lord, this sprain is very serious. It looks like it was caused by being pushed vigorously, and then pressing a heavy object. The reason why she fainted should be caused by overstimulation and mental strain. Chapter 37, Seeking Help. Then what should be done? Will it be alright with medicine? Eunuch Qin, don't worry. The little master has a good foundation. More conditioning will recover. Just this ankle injury. I'm afraid it will take a while to recuperate. You immediately go and write a prescription. Right. There are other people in the house who have also been injured. By the way, give them a look as well. Yes. The medical officer was only a 9th rank in the Imperial Hospital. But Eunuch Qin was a 7th rank deputy governor of the Inner Court Department. So that medical officer was respectful and disciplined in front of Eunuch Qin. After looking at Xian, and then went to look at Chun Chi. And finally it was Xiao Luzi's turn. Looking at his chest and back, footprints after removing his clothes had been bruised. Eunuch Qin was angry and difficult to hold. He was only concerned about the presence of the medical officer and could not say anything, waiting for the person to finish diagnosis. Left here, Eunuch Qin only immediately walked to Xiao Luzi's side. Heartbroken look at him. What happened? Master didn't see how big of a battle that Noble Chu was. It was clear that she was coming to pick a fight. That's why she used the moon gate being locked as an excuse to directly teach all the people in the courtyard a lesson. Came up and gave me 2 kicks that almost didn't kill me. And the 2 elder sisters also suffered like this because they were trying to protect little Lord. Look at their faces and the injuries on their bodies. Noble Chu's strikes were also too vicious. Then how did little Lord's injuries come about? I heard Sister Xian say that it was Noble Chu who pushed the little Lord and intended to whip her, only to be blocked by Sister Chunchi. And that's about when she sprained her foot. Xiao Luzi knew the real truth, but did not say it out loud. This was the first time he had lied to his master, but he did not regret it at all. The young master was in a difficult situation in the harem. If no one was there to protect her, I was afraid that things like this would happen again in the future, since he was now a lackey of the left side of the palace. He was bent on sharing the little Lord's worries. Therefore, he doesn't feel that he is exaggerating at all, and only feels that he is telling the truth. After hearing this, Qinan's face did not look too good. The palace head of the masters have bad blood. Put on the surface there. Secretly set up there. But so reckless to come to the door is a beating. Or the first time to see. There is also a concealed weapon. Simply regard the palace rules and nothing. So calm face on the small road said, "You and endure. I will go to find Eunuch Dong." This time, Xiao Luzi sort of understood why his own young master wanted to make such an arrangement. Noble person Chu was relying on her high position to clean them up as easily as she could. But it wasn't up to her to say what she wanted to do in this palace. Since she wants to use her power to suppress people, then let her eat her own evil. Outside the Qianan palace, Dong Yuzhong was shocked after hearing Qin An's report. In the past, this was nothing more than jealousy between concubines. But if it is a bigger picture, that is the Chu noblewoman from the northwest does not put the palace rules in her eyes. Then is it that in the northwest, she knows that it is her family, who also does not put the imperial power in her eyes? A small storm involves the former dynasty. Dong Yuzhong cannot dare not to report. But if he reported it upwards so blatantly, he was afraid that it would be too eye-catching. So he spoke to Qinan in a low voice. "I know about this matter. You can go back and send someone to take care of little Lord Lin." Good. Qinan couldn't fathom Dong Yuzhong's thoughts. The words were ambiguous, and he wasn't sure if His Holiness would be aware of it, or if he would help Lin promise to stand up for him. However, the prudence he had cultivated over the years allowed him to respectfully retreat. Only after he left did Dong Yuzhong find Xiaoming and whisper a few words. In the Imperial study room, Emperor Yuanhong had already spent most of the day reviewing the Zhangzi, and was very tired. When he lifted the tea in his hand and tried to drink it, he found that it had already reached the bottom, and shouted out to the outside, "Dong Yuzhong, slave in. Refill the tea." "Yes." And then he saw the emperor pinching the bridge of his nose again. That Dong Yuzhong then obediently asked, "Is the emperor tired again?" After a day of reading the folders, everywhere does not let me save my mind. Then slave to give you a massage? Speaking of massage, the Emperor did immediately think of Lin Evening E. Where is Lin E? Pass her over to serve. Yes. Just as he was about to retreat, he saw Dong Yuzhong fold over again and say, Your Majesty, it seems like it's about to be time for dinner. Why don't you move to Yihua Palace and take a look? On one hand, you can also take a break. On the other hand, it is convenient to have your meal at Little Master Lin's place. And I have heard that Little Master Lin's bedclothes sewn for you are almost ready. So why don't you go and try them on? The Emperor raised his head to look at the evening afterglow. This is a good idea. Thus, the Holy Spirit personally went to the Yihua Palace. Along the way, the scenery on this road was not bad. And the Emperor said to Dong Yuzhong, who was serving next to him, Tell the people in the Imperial catering room to make a few more dishes from Shu. Lin promised to love spicy food. A2. Slave obeyed the order. If Lin promised to know about this intention of your Majesty, he will surely rejoice. Yuan Hong let out a light laugh, but did not speak again. Arriving at the entrance of Yihua Palace, he should have seen Lin Wani waiting here. But right now there was only Chiu Ming, who had just come to deliver a message, kneeling on the ground with a scared look on his face. Dong Yuzhong immediately chided. Didn't I ask you to come and send a message to little Lord Lin to receive him? Why are you kneeling here? Your Majesty. Little Lord Lin. Little Lord Lin, she was injured. Now people are still sleeping. Cannot receive the driving. Injured? Then what about those lackeys and slave girls serving in the courtyard? How are they serving? They're the same. They're all lying down and can't get up. Dong Yuzhong was shocked, acting as if he had never known this news before. Hurriedly, he said to the Emperor, Your Majesty, what should we do? Should we summon the Imperial doctor to take a look? Yuan Hong also did not expect. Obviously 2 or 3 days ago are still good and their own in talking people. At this moment on the bed cannot get up. The first reaction is that she with the other concubines also store the heart of the competition for favor. Deliberately show weakness. But then thought, he came over, but the pleasure on the head. She did not have 1,000 miles of eyes and ears. How could know in advance and arrangements? So his face sank. Said in a calm tone, Pass the eunuch. I advance to see. Yes. Dong Yuzhong said to Chiu Ming. Go ask Imperial Dr. Wang to come over. Chiu Ming looked up at Dong Yuzhong and immediately understood the meaning. So he nodded his head in agreement and ran towards the Imperial Hospital with quick steps. It was still the first time the Emperor had come to where Lin Lani lived. But right now, do not care about the left and right to take a closer look. Straight to the inner room inside. Only see a few days ago also vivid and dynamic storyteller. Now pale, sweaty forehead, a weak look lying on the bed. Seems to have some nightmares. Eyebrows have been tightly clustered. And the one who took care of Lin Wani was none other than Xian. Chapter 38, Chastisement by Decree. Her cheeks were swollen even worse than before, and looked a bit hideous. You're the only one serving? When Emperor Yuan Hong's low voice sounded beside Xia An's ears, she was taken aback. When she turned around and saw the Emperor in his bright yellow dragon robe, she immediately fell to her knees and prostrated herself to greet him. Slave servant Xia An of the left side hall of Yihua Palace. Please Emperor, all hail. Immediately after that, he said. Originally there were also palace maid Chun Chi and eunuch Xiao Luzi serving. Now the two of them. One of them suffered from a whip wound and the other from a kick wound. Both of them are lying on the bed and can't get off. So here only the slave girl is serving. After hearing Xia An's reply, Yuan Hong's face was gloomy. Walking forward, he glanced at Lin Wani. 2 days ago, there was only a wound on her knee. How come today even her hands and feet were bandaged up? Gently lifting the quilt to take a look, he was shocked by the appearance in front of him. Dislocation of the ankle leads to the blood vessels do not pass. The knee has an old injury. The original white and tender calf a hole all have a faint greenish purple. The ankle was swollen high. Even if it had been medicated and bandaged, it could be seen that this place had been devastated. Where is the medicine that I gave Lin promised a few days ago? Little Lord ordered the slave girl to carefully put it away. I'll go get it now. Xia An searched for the medicine in the cabinet and came out, immediately handing it over, turning to serve hot water and get a handkerchief. When she returned, she only saw that the Emperor had already removed the bandage from her ankle with a sharp hand. Potsy. Yes. The emperor gently used the paddle to wipe off the ointment on it, and then washed it off with warm water. The redness and swelling was still worse than before even if they were careful. Medicine. Good. Receiving the bottle of medicine that he had given to Lin Lanyi, Emperor Yuanhong reapplied the medicine to her bit by bit, not pretending to be someone else's hand at all. Xiaoan looked carefully from the side. This His Majesty's technique of treating injuries was extraordinarily skillful. Why is this? But these words could only be hidden in his heart. He didn't dare to let them out at all. After all the treatment was given to Lin Evening, the bottle of medicine was handed back to Xiaoan. Take some for yourself and rub it on your face. You'll be fine tomorrow. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Xiaoan carried the copper basin and cleaned up everything before slowly exiting the door. Only just as he appeared, he saw Chiu Ming come up to help. Dong Yuzhong at the side lowered his voice and said, His Majesty is here with the young master. I'll just serve. You quickly go down with Chiu Ming and treat your injuries first. I'm sorry to trouble eunuch Dong. Xiaoan looked through the curtains and glanced inside. Worrying no more would not help. He could only follow Chiu Ming to go down first. Maybe there would be a tough battle to fight later. In the inner room, Emperor Yuanhong quietly sat by the bed, looking at Lin Wanyi's slightly relaxed eyebrows. Remembering that when she gave herself a massage, she used her fingertips to stretch this area. So he also learned to open her eyebrows for her, but ended up waking up Lin Evening instead. And the force between her forehead was not well grasped, reddening a small patch. You're awake? Your Majesty? Why are you here? Lin Evening was ready to get up and greet her, and the pain in the small half of her leg returned with this movement. But it was also permeated with a sense of coolness, very similar to the one in her knee at first. Some puzzled to look at the emperor, but it is Yuanhong to see the face shallow, so coughed 2 times to move the topic away. What happened? A room full of people injured like this? When Lin Lianyi heard this, she lowered her eyes before speaking bluntly. Chu noblewoman came to the door looking for trouble, using the moon door being locked as the reason. Kicked and injured Xiao Luzi, and slapped Xiaoan. The servant girl couldn't see it, and noblewoman contradicted 2 sentences. As a result, she was pushed to the ground, sprained her foot, not to mention that she also took out the soft satin at her waist and wanted to whip me. Chuanchi was to protect me before she was injured. There was a clarity in her eyes. No fear at all. There was also no crying or adding fuel to the fire. As if she was an outsider, calmly telling everything. The emperor raised an eyebrow and looked at her. The person was still the same person, but there was something he couldn't understand. The 2 sat in silence for a moment, 2 by 2 looking at each other. After a while, Emperor Yuanhong raised his voice and shouted outside. Dong Yuzhong. None is here. Only to see Dong Yuzhong walking quickly, bowing slightly to follow his orders. I'll leave this matter to you to investigate. If what Lin promised to say, then all the lackeys and palace maidens beside Noble Chu will be caned for 30. With the leader said to do hard labor in the Youyu court. As for Noble Chu, send 2 royal teaching sisters over to teach her the rules properly. Yes, I will obey. This some chastisement of the holy decree down. But is real to give Chu Guiran a loud slap. The other not to say. The cane 30 cannot keep life are 2 words, but also be sent to do hard labor. This life have no day to get out of the head. It is also considered to give them, these enablers of the palace people, a warning. Lin Evening and other people at noon was beaten. The evening when the emperor personally to see. And after that will be rumored Chu Guiran and its side waiters were chastised news. The news spread throughout the 6 palaces as if it had legs. The first to visit Lin Lianyi, naturally, is the queen consort side of the big palace maiden Qin He. As soon as she entered, she said with a pleasant face and a little bit of heartache, After your highness heard about what happened to little master here, she was so anxious that she was on fire. And because there are so many things waiting for her highness to deal with at the Dragon Boat Festival, she sent her slave girl to bring something over to see little master. Saying that, he pointed to those rewards behind him. Injury medicine, tonic, everything. And at the back there were also some cloths and jewelry. It didn't look like they were given to Lin Evening. When the Empress heard about the slaves in Little Lord's palace being loyal and protective of their master, she was happy in her heart. So she specially rewarded little Luzi with a horse of cloud silk brocade, and Chuanchi and Xian with red gold jewelry, in recognition of their merits. Xian was waiting at the side, and when she heard this, she looked up at Lin Evening. There was both surprise and doubt in her eyes. Take it. Since it's the Empress's intention, Then you guys will go with me to the Lin To Palace in a few days to pay your respects to Empress Dowager. Yes. Slave girl obeys. Xiaoan turned to Qin He and performed a half-squatting salute. Then respectfully accepted all the things she brought. Lin Lianyi looked at Qin He and revealed a somewhat apologetic smile. Troublesome Qin He girl to go on a trip. I now have a leg injury that is not yet healed. It's really not good to go and greet the Empress. I still hope that you can explain it for me in front of the Empress. What is it that young master is saying? Your Highness is anxious and happy when she knows about this. And then when she approached to Lin Evening, she opened her mouth and whispered. The Empress said, Little Lord is amazing when she doesn't make a move. Those courtesans who served Chu Guiran were ruined for a large part. Even she herself was trapped at the teaching sisters. Little Lord, you didn't see it. Lady Yi face awe. It can be ugly. Chapter 39, Giving Away in Turn. In the palace, it has long been no secret that noble consort Lin and concubine Yi are not on good terms. And Lin Evening Yi has shot on the abolition of Yi Fei's henchman Chu Guiran, which the whole palace naturally do not dare to underestimate her again. Although Chu Guiran did not receive any actual punishment, but hit the face. Chu Guiran not to mention now. In the future is to go out only to be afraid of people to talk about 2 sentences. She some days ago, in the harem of the cumulative prestige is gone. Even with the face of Yi Fei are given some loss of face. Luckily, the matter of going to Lin To Palace to ask for peace has been temporarily stopped. Otherwise I am afraid that consort Yi will have to face Lin Evening Yi. These things, before she shot, Lin Evening Yi had already thought of it. But for the humiliation of the people around her, she also had to do it. This was completely different from the situation she encountered in the Xiangfu. In the palace, grandfather didn't care about the affairs of the back house. Everything was decided by Rongkong Sheriff. So their big house could only live well by doing small things. But now in the palace, the one who can make the decision is the emperor. The other is Lin Guifei. If such a good card fell into her hands, and she still let people bully her to such an extent, then she is the one who is weak and incompetent. That's why she did this. But at the same time, she also left herself a way out, borrowing eunuch Qin's hand to report it to Dong Yuzhong. With her understanding of these chamberlains, the emperor will take the bait. Just did not expect Dong Yuzhong work so fast. Only after a few hours will be brought to the emperor. But good. Just what she wanted. Lend a hand. Knocking the mountain to shake the tiger. This is to hit the face of Chu Guiran. But at the same time is also to let the harem those who have quite a few words for her to converge some. The truth of the weak and the strong was something she had learnt at a very young age. Hearing Qin He's words, Lin Evening Yi didn't deliberately try to cater for it. She just smiled lightly. Seeing that Lin Evening Yi didn't answer, Qin He wasn't annoyed. So she clapped her hands, and from outside walked in a broad-faced, square-faced sister who looked very shrewd and capable. Slave servant Chui Mingyun has met young Master Lin. Please bless young master. This one is? Lin Lianyi's heart thumped. Here it comes. Qin He smiled more and more on his face, and hurriedly introduced. This is a second-class sister within the Lin To Palace, who had previously also served close to your highness. The things that happened here to the young master are a bit appalling. So your highness has specially sent Sister Chui over, just for the young master to use. With her here, the rest of the young masters in the palace will more or less give her the benefit of the doubt. And the young master will be able to feel more at ease as she recovers. As expected, a chain of sets came from her. Noble consort Lin both praised her for dealing with noble Lady Chu. But at the same time, she was also jealous of the emperor's favor towards her. So this Chui sister looks on the surface is sent to serve her, but in fact is to monitor. By the way, but also when to knock some of her. To say the future of the wind is full. The nature of the wild. Lin Wan Yi if the rise and Lin Guifei against. That is not to raise a tiger is not it. Lin Evening Yi looked at this Chui sister. How to see will not be an oil lamp. And then put away the measuring eyes. Was about to open his mouth. Then she heard someone coming from outside. Servant Qiu Ming has met little lord. Please bless little lord. Eunuch Qiu. Please rise quickly. Why did you come over so quickly? Having the favor of little lord has delayed slave for 2 days. Otherwise, I should have come over the night before last. Eunuch Qiu is polite. Qiu Ming was a man of the Imperial court. Much more noble in status than some second-class palace man. Sister Chui. Even Qin He had to accompany him with a smile when she saw him. She stood on the side listening to Lin Wan Yi and Qiu Ming talking somewhat confused. So she tentatively asked, Is eunuch Chiu also the same as me, having received His Majesty's decree to send something over? Xiao Ming's nature was calm and steady, and his speech was even more watertight. During the years he served in the Imperial court, he was also well trained by Dong Yuzhong. So when facing Qin he was neither arrogant nor self-effacing. It just opened its mouth faintly and said, "The Emperor sympathizes with the young master, so he sent me over to be the eunuch in charge of the young master's palace. 2 days ago, I should have come over. Because of personal matters delayed. Now only formally come to give the little master to ask for peace." Coincidentally met Qin He girl. When Qin He heard this, his face instantly became unable to hang on. The Emperor even gave his sidekick over, who would not give face to Lin Gongyi in the future. They had wanted to install a sister Cui, but it turned out that an eunuch Chiu had come along. It was really a bad move. When she opened her mouth and was about to say something, she saw Xiao Ming reply respectfully to Lin Evening Yi. "Young master, since I'm here, I'll be in charge of the chores in the left side of the hall from now on. If there's something I'm not doing well, young master can just chastise me." Lin Wanyi smiled. This Xiao Ming came in such a timely manner. She was too happy. How could she chastise? Immediately replying, she said, "Eunuch Chiu is a person who has served in front of the Imperial court. The rules are clearer than I know. You just let go and do it. If there is any disobedience to the command of the left side of the hall, just dispose of it according to the rules of the palace, and there is no need to report it to me." The newly promoted master and servant duo sang in unison, leaving Qin He and Sister Cui to hang out to dry. Now that Xiao Luzi and Miss Chuanqi are both recuperating from their injuries, it's not good for them to serve the young master. But the rules of the palace and the young master's position are set out there, and it's not good for the slave to overstep. So they just borrowed 2 people from the inner court division to help out for half a month, and then sent them back to the inner court division as soon as the days are up, which is feasible now. And eunuch Chiu's move is very good. It's true that people who have served in the Imperial court are considerate. Qin He saw them talking. He couldn't even insert his own mouth. Seeing that the matter of arranging for Sister Cui was about to be brushed aside, he immediately spoke up and said, "Young master, then Sister Cui this." Lin Lian pretended to be difficult, looked at Xiao Ming and said, "Eunuch Chiu, what can be done about this? Your Highness sympathized with the fact that I have no one to take care of me, and specially sent Sister Cui to help out. But in this way, isn't the manpower in our courtyard a bit too much?" Xiao Ming had a business-like appearance and immediately replied, "Young master, the people that slave borrowed have all been recorded in the inner court division. If we send them back now, I'm afraid it's a bit of a hassle. Is this Sister Cui's palace file still in your Highness's Lin To palace?" Yes. The slave girl's file has always been in your Highness palace," Sister Cui interjected, saying that she could not see the Imperial court within Lin To palace, so she naturally had to be more attentive at this moment. Since that's the case, then let's look at it after some days. Miss Qin He also knows that it's not good to change things in the palace archives randomly. Xiao Ming's sentence does not leave the palace rules. Qin He did not dare to go out with him, only to say with a sarcastic smile, "Eunuch Chiu is right. Then Sister Cui will come back some days later." Hearing this, Xiao Ming pretended to be deaf, his eyes lowered in an attitude of following orders. Chapter 40. Xiao Ming teaching. "Miss Qin He, please return first. It's time for little lord to take her medicine." Seeing Xiao carrying the bowl of medicine through the door, Xiao Ming said calmly, but in the expression he looked at Qin He, it was serious. Qin He was just as thick-skinned as he could be, but he couldn't stay any longer, and could only grayly lead Sister Cui away. Lin Lian took the medicine bowl and drank it all in one go. Her movements were so smooth and flowing that there was no hesitation at all. She had been accustomed to taking medicine since she was a child, and this bowl of medicine was naturally nothing to worry about. Xiao Ming looked in her eyes, and instead felt that this Lin young master must be a quick-tempered person, unlike other palace concubines, who drank medicine as if their lives depended on it, and either wanted the emperor's company or had to put on a show. It's very troublesome. The medicine has the ingredient of engine in it. Xiao Ming came, and she has nothing to worry about, so she simply rested. Seeing Lin Yuan sleeping, Xiao Ming and Xian retreated from the inner room. Miss is the one who serves beside the young master as he grows old. So in the future, you will still have to pay more attention to your food, clothing, and shelter. Even if eunuch Chiu doesn't say it, the slave girl knows it. Well, In the days to come, you can discuss with me about the left side of the palace. And I'm older than all of you here and entered the palace earlier. So there are some things that can be done and some things that can't be done. And the rules still need to be set up first. Xian nodded his head, feeling that Chiu Ming's move was very reasonable. But as eunuch Chiu commands, the first thing to remember is that no matter who comes to see you, you should take the young master's wishes as the main concern. If she wants to see you, she can naturally come in. But if she doesn't want to see you, you should use the right reason to block you out. Got it? Xian slightly opened her mouth, not expecting that Chiu Ming's first command to come would be this. Eunuch Chiu. But our little lord is in a lowly position. As in today's case, Sister Qin, he is a great palace made beside your highness. If we stop it, won't we be causing trouble for our little lord? This stopping people also has rules and sayings for stopping people. This is all out of practice. For those who are slaves. If we can't share our master's worries, then wouldn't it be useless to keep us here? After saying these words, Xian snapped out of it like a bolt from the blue. Take today's matter as an example. The young master does not want to see this Qinhe girl. She will certainly come to have something difficult for the young master. So it is best to keep people out of the door, not into the ears of the young master. And naturally in the future cannot be cynical to the head of the young master. Do you understand? Xian never knew that being a lackey can still be so responsive to the people above. Can't help but sigh. Really still in the Imperial front served. This bottom is more than the other side of the foot. Although the young master is now only the position of promise. But the master is the master. The slave is the slave. Qin he is so reckless and threatening in front of the young master. The war is just behind the power. But also bad rules. The face that should be given naturally have to be given. But the suppression of the momentum should not be fueled. Do you understand? Xian desperately nodded her head. She felt that this moment was the most peaceful time since she entered the palace. Before they even entered the palace, they were always taught to be careful in all things, to be extra cautious, to be respectful in their attitudes, and to have a low stance. Unfortunately, this was in the palace, and the scene of worshipping the high and stepping on the low happened every day. You want others to look up to. First of all, you have to walk right and sit upright, so that others cannot pick the wrong. Bending over backwards and giving in will only make people feel that you are good to take. Noble Lady Chu's matter was one example. Noble Consort Lin's matter was another. Of course, I'm not saying that I'm letting you have to go on hard and fast. That's also the stupid method. The human mouth has two skins. It can say lively words. Naturally, it can also say cruel words. Neither can let the young master feel difficult. Also, don't let the others pick out the wrong. The words here, Xian understand is to understand. But do up must still be a little difficult. Chiu Ming today is just the reason to say through. Specifically how to do. Look at the end of the future it. Anyway, the mountain high water long. Slowly learn is. The left side of the temple came to the eunuch in charge. Everything has to be re-established rules. In the past, there was only Chunchi Xian and a new small road. So Lin Wani did not be too harsh on their rules. Only emphasized loyalty. But after Chiu Ming came, it is not like that. The rules are the rules. If it is out of line, whether it is the new or the old house, all of them will be disposed of. This kind of reward and punishment of the palace rules. But the left side of the palace up and down to the shock. Even Lin Evening he felt that this Chiu Ming is really a character. The two he picked from the inner court division are also honest and generous. The courtesan called Yinner. The eunuch called Xiao Hizi. They are very hard-working and quick in their work. Chunchi lying in bed these days. That Yinner is also responsible for her wound medicine. Considerate and careful. In a few days, Chunchi and Yinner had become close. Yinner, how much of the palace rules and regulations that eunuch Chiu talked about last time do you remember? Yinner, who had been named, cocked her head and thought for a moment before answering honestly. I remember 70 to 80% of it. Didn't eunuch Chiu say that he would randomly check? So I wouldn't dare not memorize it. Chunchi cried with a sad face. She was most afraid of memorizing books since she was a child. Being able to read a few words was still something that Miss forced her to learn. If she was asked to memorize all these rules and regulations, it would be even harder than hitting her with a few more cane slaps. Geez. Chunchi hated Chu Guiran even more at this time. Why didn't she beat her more in the first place? So that she was pretending to be sick also like some. The left side of the temple to get His Majesty's personal care. 2 hospital up and down who do not dare to neglect. Not to mention the little master. That is, she and Xiao Luzi place. Every day there are medical officers and medical girls to consult and check. The medicine is not stingy. So this is only 4 or 5 days' time. Bruises have long been scattered. Slightly a few wounds also scabbed. About the reason why she has a good physique. She can already get out of bed and walk around. If it is not Xiaoming eunuch outside the control, she would like to sneak to the small kitchenette. After a few days of not moving pots and pans, her hands itched. Little Lord hasn't eaten my cooking for a while now. I don't know if she's lost weight. Chuanqi's sister, don't worry. The Imperial catering room sends meals on time every day. The slave girl sees that the young master uses a lot. Chuanqi muttered, thinking that the young master is really pitiful. Obviously injured, but still can't eat what she likes. And with eunuch Xiaoming around, she doesn't even have the freedom to eat, and has to force herself to eat more. Thinking of this, I can't wait to get out of bed immediately to primp. But she was afraid that if she went out, she would be caught by eunuch Xiao. Other things are fine. If she is picked on 3 or 2 palace rules, then she would rather hide in the house. It was better not to see. On the other end of the spectrum, Xiao Luzi and Chun Qi were the complete opposite. When he learnt that Xiaoming had been transferred to the left side of the palace as the eunuch in charge, he was so excited. He had thought that he would be lucky to be taught by eunuch Dong. Now, although it is not eunuch Dong, but we all know that Xiaoming is eunuch Dong's disciple, can be taught by him. In the end, and eunuch Dong on the line. Chapter 41, Dragon Boat List. So, he kept asking the medical officer who came to see him every day when he could get off the ground. When will he be able to go out? When will he be able to serve the little lord normally? The medical officer was helpless by his question. And his injuries are also very fast. So he said loosely, 2 more days of rest will be able to go out. The happy little Luzi. Day after day holding the palace rules, keep reading. I'm trying to make a good impression in front of eunuch Xiao. With him to live with the secondment to the small Heezy do not understand why he is this action. Being a eunuch is pathetic enough. Why would anyone want to be a diligent and hard-working eunuch? I have to say, this is how the gap between people opens up. With Xiaoming in the room, Lin Wanyi was able to recover from her illness with peace of mind. It is also a problem of her own constitution. Obviously Xiao Luzi and Chuanqi's injuries are more serious than hers. But both of them have been allowed to go down to the ground. And she is still resting on the bed or couch day after day. The bruises on her legs are also slow to disappear. And this has been over for several days. Still looking hideous. Even the medication of the doctor shook his head frequently. The formula is not a problem. The medicine is not a problem. How not good it. Lin Lianyi was mild-tempered. And comforted the doctor. I played a small body bones are weak. So about this reason. Then the same as the other people's disease are to delay on 2 days before it will be good. Fong doctor, don't be anxious. Slowly cure is. And then gently touched himself. Continued. You see? Is not all useless. I now touch is not much pain it. Fong eunuch's white beard was so angry that he shook 3 times. But he had no choice but to follow Lin Lianyi's words and said, what the young master said is right. It's about related to the individual's physique. After saying that, after checking the pulse finished, he went back to the Imperial hospital. Xiaoan came up and continued to change her medicine. The movement was still so light. But Lin Evening pulled her hand and pressed it hard. And then snickered. I lied to Imperial Dr. Fong. It stopped hurting a long time ago. This injury just looks serious. I can feel it myself. It's actually about to get better. Xiaoan inclined her head to look outside. Seeing no one. Before continuing to whisper to Lin Evening, why did young master lie to Imperial Dr. Fong? Wouldn't it be better to heal earlier? I don't want to go watch the dragon boat race. If it's a leg injury, maybe I can still use it as an excuse to muddle through. Xiaoan was curious. Lin Wanyi sighed softly. These few days have been comfortable. This left side of the temple is just like an iron barrel surrounded by the realm of the immortals. I don't want to go outside to break into that earthly purgatory just. After hearing her words, Xiaoan suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, this little master was still of the same nature as before. The way she treated herself before was just to vent her anger for them. Who would have thought that it would trigger this chain of events? I'm not going to say anything about the knot. But I'm afraid that noble consort Lin, who couldn't get a hold of her, is still angry. Lin Wanyi this out. I think there will not be any good fruit to eat. No wonder Lin Wanyi is cowering and refusing to go out. Xiaoan understood her. but felt that this method would not work. Young master, it's not good to keep dragging your foot injury. Sooner or later, your highness will still have to come. Have you forgotten her expectations of you? A word woke up the dreamer. How could Lin Lian not know that she was lying to herself for fun? This time it was just stuffing a sister Cui. If she pissed off noble consort Lin and came directly to her door in person, then she would still be cleaned up all the same. People under the roof have to bow their heads. Lin Lian was tangled up here, but she heard Xiao Ming's voice coming from outside. Young master. What is it? Eunuch Dong is here. Quickly please. This Dong Yuzhong didn't come to the 3 treasure halls for nothing. But since his disciple was transferred to the left side hall, the number of times he came to pay his respects to Lin Wani had increased quite a bit. This Dong Yuzhong was all smiles as soon as he entered. His mouth was still chanting. Young master. Is your injury any better? Much better. Eunuch Fang is taking very good care of it. Eunuch Qiu is thoughtful and careful. It's made me feel at ease to recuperate. That's good. While saying this, he asked the eunuch standing at the back to come forward. The bedclothes that young master made last time. His Majesty is full of praise. These days in the warm residence often wear. Said it is very comfortable. This is not. Sent a slave to specially inform young master. Let young master have time to make a few more. Bedclothes or shoes and socks. Even if it's a purse is all right. Lin Lian smiled on her face. But in her heart, she cursed the emperor. When he first came to the left side of the temple to give himself justice, Lin Wani also felt that the emperor is really a clear reward and punishment of the saint. Now it seems, 80% is to treat her as a dining companion, courtesan, plus private embroiderer. I have time to make a few more bodies. This few bodies counted finished. She had an unsettling feeling that this needlework would continue indefinitely after this. As long as your majesty likes it. I was afraid that the color and style would not be to your liking. Now that I am idle, I will start sewing for your majesty later on. That's good. I'll return to his majesty. Eunuch Dong smiled happily. And Lin Wani smiled even more happily. By the way, this is only a few days away from the Dragon Boat Festival. It would be good if the young master could get off the ground. I heard that there is also a young master from the Xiangfu house in the list of dragon boat races this time. In previous years, I have not seen his style. This time, I am afraid that the slaves will be able to feast their eyes on him. Big brother? He was actually on the list for the dragon boat race. Lin evening incomparable surprise. To know that in previous years they in the Roncong County Lord their made some silver are not able to do. How did he even go up this time? Eunuch Dong. Is this news true? Where did you hear it? It was Jiang Hiching. Who served your highness? Who mentioned it to me in passing when your highness invited his majesty. Sure enough, this noble consort Lin really knew where her lifeline was. If she couldn't get her brother to go out, she used her brother to force her to go out. This bait was thrown out. It was a straight hook. And she, the big fish, was going to pounce on it. I haven't seen my family for a few days. So if I can see my big brother's style, I'll go even if I'm limping. After Dong Yuzhong heard her say this, his face was still as smiling as it was just now. But in his heart, he already understood that it looked like this was a fight between noble consort Lin and promise Lin. The Lin family's secrets were really quite a lot. So he found an excuse and left. When he left, that Xiao Ming just respectfully returned the salute according to the rules. He didn't say a word to Dong Yuzhong. At this point, he did better than Xiao Luzi. After thinking carefully, Lin Wani called Xiao Ming in. Eunuch Xiao, please run and go to Lin To Palace to report to your highness that I will definitely be there for the dragon boat race at the Dragon Boat Festival. And please ask her to arrange a place for me. Chapter 42, Master of Embroidery. After hearing this, Xiao Ming immediately replied yes, and then quickly walked towards Lin To Palace. Xiaoan looked at Lin Wani in the room, her eyes full of worry. Little lord, after all, it was me who thought it was simple, thinking that I could enjoy peaceful days by cowering. That's just it. Quickly help me up and walk around. I haven't been on the ground for a few days. My legs are a bit out of control. In the left side of the hall, Xiaoan assisted Lin Wani inside the house, walking back and forth. The movements were not too big. It's just that after several days of not getting out of bed and walking so violently for a while, the legs and feet were a bit sore. Little master, or don't try to be brave. As the old saying goes, it takes 100 days to injure your bones. Be careful to fall in the future. When it's cold and raining, your bones hurt. Don't worry. I'll be careful with my own body. Lin Lianyi took a break, and then let Xia and gently pinch her legs for her to loosen her tendons. In the next few days, as if by appointment, the masters and servants in the left side of the hall all began to walk on the ground from their reclining condition. The one who recovered the fastest and best was Xiao Luzi, who only got the medical officer's approval and immediately changed into a set of spirited clothes, and then packed up and followed to come before Qiu Ming. Eunuch Qiu, I've done my best. From now on, if you have any orders, just ask. Qiu Ming saw his face rosy. These days good soup and good water serving the spirit is also very good, so said with a light smile. In the end, being young, recovery is faster. Xiao Luzi hemmed and hawed, and immediately asked in a regular manner, Eunuch Qiu, why don't I recite the newly drafted palace rules for you? These days, I haven't been idle at all. Memorizing isn't necessary. I've pretty much listened to it when I passed by your room door these past 2 days. But you must know that memorizing it is only one thing. Keeping it in mind is the most important thing. Don't worry, Eunuch Qiu. I will definitely keep it in mind. That's good. The way Qiu Ming looked at Xiao Luzi, there were a few moments of appreciation. Those who were human lackeys were most afraid of being high-minded, and also afraid of breaking the mold. They had been stabbed and were doing the lowest level of work in the harem. So if they even looked down on themselves, how could the others look down on them? Xiao Luzi's talent is good. If properly cultivated, there will be great opportunities in the future. When Qiu Ming thought of this, he spoke. His Majesty likes the bedclothes made by the little master, and ordered to have a few more. You go to the inner court department. Go to find the satin warehouse and embroidery master over, together with reference. By the way, go and give your master a peace report. He is worried these days the corners of his mouth are long blisters. Xiao Luzi fiercely heard these words. His heart was both sad and happy at the same time. Ever since he entered the palace, he had been under the care of Eunuch Qinan. These few years down the line, it was also considered that he had established a deep bond. In fact, the young master hadn't objected to him getting in touch with Eunuch Qin. She just didn't like the fact that he was talking nonsense about the words of the left side of the temple. Thinking of this, he nodded his head. Many thanks to Eunuch Qiu for reminding me. Slave knows. After the words were said, he walked quickly towards the inner court division. After using it for a short while, that satin depot and embroidery's lead sisters came together. The satin treasury's sister fam was one they had dealt with for a long time, while the one next to her, who looked a little thin but had a shrewd look between her brows, was the embroidery's current attending sister. Slave girl Fan Baoju has met young master. Please bless young master. Nurse servant Chang Hai greets little lord. Please bless little lord. Lin Lianyi's legs were not easy, so she was sitting under the bright window couch with a thin blanket covering her legs. Two sisters. Please rise. Thank you, little lord. Thank you, little lord. That changing sister of embroidery raised her head and sized up Lin Lianyi, only to see that she had a gentle temperament and was smiling slightly in a way that made people unable to resist being close to her at first glance. In her heart, she thought to herself, no wonder she has only been in the palace for more than half a month. But she has become the person on the tip of the emperor's heart. Sure enough. Good posture. Good ability. So a little sloppy also dare not play. Immediately said politely. Little master called the slave girls over. But for the matter of sewing bedclothes for his majesty? This standing sister is straightforward. Come up to the words to make it clear. Just do not know this straightforwardness. And how much sincerity in this straightforwardness. So Lin Lianyi did not show her face, and opened her mouth to reply. Standing sister is quick to speak. Then I won't beat around the bush. Since I'm sewing clothes for his majesty, the materials and silk threads have to be chosen with care. But I don't know what the palace has in stock. So I purposely looked for the two sisters to ask. That standing sister looked like she knew what she was talking about, and immediately said back, little master asking this is considered to be asking the right person. Slave girl, this will put the situation of embroidery with you to say. And then began to explain the situation of the embroidery one by one. Up to the glory, down to the registered embroiderer. He almost showed the embroidery's background. But Lin Yuanyi didn't hear what she wanted to know. That Chang's sister was still talking with her eyebrows raised, when she coughed twice. Qiu Ming, who was standing next to her, immediately understood what she meant. Turning to the embroidered Chang's sister. she then said. Sister picked the key point to say. The young master is now weak. Not much time to gossip with you guys here. The tone was a bit unkind. That Chang's sister was also accustomed to seeing Chiu Ming in front of the Imperial court and knew that his nature was cold. So she didn't dare to take liberties. Only then did she open her mouth to talk about silk thread. Nowadays embroidery roll. Roughly 3 kinds of silk thread. Silk thread and ice silk thread. The color of a total of 394. Are dyed with plants. Not only bright color, but also durable. Can there be tirpa and honey dyes? As soon as these words came out, that Chang's sister put away the complacency she had just felt. It turned out that this Lin promised to be a connoisseur, coming up to ask for these 2 types of silk threads. So she said with some difficulty, most of the embroidery threads in the palace are from tribute. The tear peroxide and honey dyed ones take too long. So some of them are in short supply. There are, but there is not much in stock. If the little master needs it, you can fetch some of them. Just if you want to use it for sewing. I'm afraid it's not enough. If there is, then it's fine. Xiao Lu Zi and Xiao He Zi will accompany you later to take some over. If there are brocade white threads and copper red threads, then give me some more to match. Lin Wanyi opened her mouth. But it fixed Chang Ma. The things she wanted were not expensive, but they were complicated and rarely used by the embroiders. They preferred to use silk threads that had bright colors and would shine when walking in daylight. So that whether they were embroidering a golden dragon for His Majesty or embroidering patterns for the concubines, they would all be eye-catching. Standing Sister was about to say a few more words, but was interrupted by Lin Evening Yi. She looked to the other side of the room and said to Sister Fan, who had not yet spoken, "What about the satin warehouse's inventory?" Sister Fan wasn't like Chang's sister's side, who couldn't get to the point, and immediately took out a booklet from her sleeve. Chapter 43, Visiting. What's written here are the existing materials in the satin storehouse. Please have a look at them. Young master. Rigorous in her work. Few words. Sister Fan's style of doing so was compared to Chang's sister, who had a lot of words and couldn't get to the point. Lin Lian carefully looked through it, and then revealed a smile. Sister Fan is careful. Just send it over according to your notes. Yes. The two of them talked back and forth in just 3 or 2 sentences, and the matter was done. Seeing this, Chiu Ming called Xiao Lu Zi and Xiao He Zi to enter the door, and said to the 2 of them faintly, "You follow the 2 sisters back and bring back all the things. Make sure to be careful. Don't get dirty and lose them." Got it? Yes. Slave obeys. With this 1-2 punch. Even if Sister Chang wanted to say a few more words, she couldn't get a word in. Moreover, as Fan's sister had retreated, she could not stand in the inner room and could only follow and leave. When she left, she was a bit reluctant, always feeling that she hadn't said enough about her own skills. Fan Ma did not care about her heart. Rushed back to prepare materials. After the people left, the courtyard was cleaned up. Xiaoan brought a cup of red date and ginger tea over to Lin Wanyi to warm her body, before she curiously asked, "Little master, will these silk threads be too little?" The slave girl looked at what was left of the one sent by Sister Fan last time. "Don't worry. Sister Fan knows what I mean. Since I didn't choose many threads from the embroidery, she will prepare them for me. And the threads that can pass her eyes will not be worse than the ones from the embroidery." The threads that Lin Wanyi asked for from the embroidery were all hard to find. She would be better off taking ordinary threads of common colors from Sister Fan. The satin warehouse also had silk thread in stock, just not as much as the embroidery. So people gradually forgot about it. Last time, Sister Fan had sent so much in one go, so she was sure that she would be able to send some more this time. Sure enough, when Xiao Luzi came back, she brought more than 10 pairs of materials and a high stack of silk threads. There weren't many colors, just 20 or 30, but each of them was exactly what Lin Lian had in mind. As a matter of fact, it is grandmother's own disciple. Whether it is vision or brain is much better than the next person. It was a pity to be nestled in the satin warehouse as a master. "Little lord, where do I put these things?" Xiaoan has already tied up a cabinet. "Put it in there first, and then take it when you need to use it." Xiao Luzi brought Xiao Hezi and stuffed the cabinet to the brim before stopping. Luckily the cabinet was big enough. Otherwise so many things would not be enough. Xiaoan brought Lin Evening pen, ink, paper and inkstone. She thought about sketching a few patterns on the paper. About has been to once Wengu residence. So she this time to do up the emperor's clothes is some ingenuity on the inside. A moment a shape. A moment a note. By the time she had finished her tracing, Chiao Ming walked in quickly. Young master. The Qianan Palace has sent word that His Majesty will be here in a moment. Lin Lianyi's almond eyes widened slightly, filled with surprise. These days she hadn't seen the emperor come. How come she would be free today? Got it. Xiao An helped me freshen up. Yes. She is still sick now. Said to dress up is only to make her hair more regular. And then the clothes pulled flat just. She was helped off the couch by Xiao An and slowly moved to the corridor. Just happened to see the Emperor Yuan Hong strides. The sun reflects under his. Quite majestic. Maiden concubine Lin's please Emperor Wanan. You have injuries on your feet. Don't be formal. Saying that, he went forward to help her. And after standing still, he let go of his hand again. In front of so many palace people, Lin Wani didn't like to show how sticky she was with the Emperor. She always felt that it was for others to see. And it was tiring to put on an act. When she entered the inner room, the person waiting for her was replaced by Chiao Ming, sitting on the couch. He took a sip of the tea Chiao Ming sent over. Originally thought it was just for quenching thirst, but did not expect it to be unexpectedly good. What kind of tea is this? Back to your majesty. It's fruit tea. The maidservant had them blend some grapes in with the jasmine tea. So it tastes like it has both the fragrance of jasmine and the sweetness of grapes. How can there be grapes in this season? The emperor was curious. The grapes from previous years would never be able to stay until now. And there wouldn't be fresh grapes at this time of the year either. Lin Lianyi smiled. This is the honey jar that the maidservant concubine brought from her own home. There are 6 kinds of fruit honey in it, all made in advance. These grapes are picked in the wild. Eating is not great, but making fruit honey comes with its own sweet and sour taste. So on weekdays when the maidservant concubine drinks tea, she will add some. I thought you just loved spicy food. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty. The 5 flavors of the earth. The servant girl loves spicy food, but she doesn't reject the other 4 flavors either. The emperor listened to her words and began to ponder again. For some reason, she would always say something with a Zen meaning. And the emperor loved to think about the deep meaning behind it when he heard it. Lin Yuanyi didn't disturb her, but continued to draw with her brush. Such a comfortable appearance. But let a group of waiting palace people have retreated out. Only the 2 of them stayed quietly in front of the window. What is the drawing? It's the clothes pattern that I'm going to sew for your majesty. Your majesty, take a look. Do you still like it? The emperor took it over. And Lin Lianyi explained at the side. This maidservant intends to use purple mixed with gold together embroidery, plus some black satin and lake blue. The dragon's head is both noble, and a few more points of solemnity. Hit the seed embroidery technique can also highlight the dragon's scales. Embroidered out must be beautiful. There is also this. The servant girl imitates Wang Ximing's 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains with color scheme. The rivers are vast. The mountains are undulating. Finely embroidered near the disc buckle. It has a distinctive flavor. Although Yuan Hong did not understand the embroidery method, but listening to her speak seriously, her mind actually had a picture. These skillful hands of hers and the ingenuity in her head were really quite different from those of embroidery. Earlier you said you learned a little. I thought you were afraid of showing your shyness, so you casually talked about it. I didn't expect it to be self-effacing. With such good craftsmanship. It's hard to believe that you're the second young lady out of the Fei's house. One sentence. But Lin Eveningyi's interest was lost. Originally, there was still some excitement between her eyebrows. But after hearing the emperor say this, it all dispersed. Yuan Hong carefully looked at her expression, not missing a beat. You don't like me mentioning the Xiangfu? Hearing this, Lin Lianyi looked up at the emperor. Her eyes both puzzled and somewhat tentative. She wasn't sure how much the emperor knew about what was going on in the Xiangfu. But the same as the identity of the first daughter to enter the palace. Lin Guifei was a concubine. But she was only a promise. If she said that the emperor could not see the cats and dogs, she did not believe it. So Lin Lianyi just looked at him so fixedly before saying word by word. Your majesty is mistaken. The Xiangfu is the root of the servant girl. How could I not like your majesty mentioning it? Chapter 44. The name of the Imperial Palace. This is very good. Minister Lin is the backbone of my way. And his granddaughters should be just like him. Doing their best for the royal family. Do your best? When Lin Yuanyi heard this, she was a bit confused. What is this good reason to bring up doing one's best? about to see Lin of Indy's confused face. The emperor then mentioned a mouthful. Your concubine met me a few days ago, and said that after your leg heals, you should serve as soon as possible. It looks like this eldest sister of yours has high hopes for you. The emperor said this, and Lin Lian was terrified in her heart. But thinking about it left and right, she felt that this noble consort Lin's tactics were really clever. Firstly, she borrowed her brother's entry into the dragon boat list as bait, so that she took the initiative to propose to participate in the dragon boat festival, and then mentioned the matter of serving the bed again in front of the emperor. Then outsiders look at it. Naturally, she is this newly promoted favored promise worrying about losing favor after a long illness. That's why there are so many making efforts. Once such news is spread, whether outsiders believe it or not is not important. What mattered was how the emperor viewed her. Fortunately, these days she did not rush to find the Qianan palace to go. If there is that one action, I'm afraid that this crime will be for her to sit down. See, she did not reply for a long time. The emperor is pursued over. Lin Lian picked up the patterned paper and said, concubine like nowadays, before in the house, have no time to do these. The whole day is not to help the mother accounting management, is to go to grandmother room to listen to the rules of the training. A day busy down do not know what busy. But now is a lot of free and easy. She didn't answer the emperor's words positively, but she also made her intentions clear. She was sent in by the Lin family, yes, but she was also a living person. She was not a doll or a pendulum in the hands of noble consort Lin. She had to do whatever she was told to do, and even her good or bad reputation in the palace had to be decided by noble consort Lin. This kind of puppet days. The big house has lived for many years. Their whole family has lived for many years. In the future, however, she did not want to live it anymore. Your Highness is the grandmother's full granddaughter. Since childhood has been honored and favored, acting and speaking more grandmother's attitude. But the servant girl is different. The pro-grandmother died early. Grandmother's family is just an ordinary merchant. Since childhood to speak and do things will have to be more cautious and careful. The bird is not a swan. The servant girl has neither the ambition of the green clouds, nor the power of the flat steppe. So it is better to keep a good acre of land in front of you. If it was in the past, Lin Wani would never open her mouth. Inside, there was a three-quarter gambling tone. And the emperor was a fool who could hear it, looking at her somewhat exasperated appearance. The trace of temptation and doubt in his heart was dispelled. I see also so. All the way. Just you this left side of the temple cleaned up comfortable. Seeing that she is still not replying. So he interjected and said, this side hall does not have a name. Maidservant concubine do not know. Since come are called the left side of the temple. Then I will give a hall name today. Turning to look at the study at the other end, he walked straight over. Dong Yuzhong and Xiaoming rushed forward. One serving the brush and ink, the other stretching out the rice paper. The emperor raised his eyes to look at Lin Lanyi, and his mouth recited the words. The path is self-sufficient in the Dan Dan Dao. The heart is idle, and the sky and the earth are originally wide. This poem matches you. So let's call it the Hall of Idle Intentions. The Hall of Idle Intentions. It quite matches her state of mind. Lin Lian thought so. And also read it to herself. Mao said a few times. The more he said, the more he liked. And the emperor's side has also inscribed the words. Order the inner court divisions to make the plaque good. Immediately give Lin promise to hang it up. Save me from looking at the bare top every time I come. It's so boring. Yes. Slave obeys the order. Xiaoming will be the Imperial pen handwritten ink treasure immediately carefully mounted. Rush to personally send to the inner court department. Being so interrupted, the bit of irritation Lin Wani had just felt dissipated. Before I came, I ordered the Imperial catering room to make a few more shudi dishes, thinking that you love to eat. I also instructed them to add more chilies. Thank you, Your Majesty, for hanging around. And then he walked to her again, gently lifting the trouser leg to look at the injury, rather than the bruises of the previous 2 days to disperse a bit. Just not completely well clear. You are really tender skin. This point of injury also delayed so long. In my place, I'm afraid that 3 or 2 days will go down to the ground. Your Majesty's dragon body is golden. How could you get injured? Great Wei's military and martial state. Every emperor must learn how to control a horse from a young age. So during this practice, there were times when they fell off the horse's back. So injuries were unavoidable. Only to see the emperor's eyes darken, seemingly avoiding this topic. And then shallowly said, I fell from riding a horse when I was a child. Lin Lianyi also did not pursue the question. She was not a person who loved to talk too much. This point of eyesight is still there. The topic also transferred to some family matters. In the leisurely Yi hall until the end of the dinner, the emperor rinsed his mouth with tea before taking people away. During these 2 to 3 hours, it was Lin Evening-Yi who was tired and accompanied carefully all the time. Only after the emperor left did Xiao and come close to serve her, massaging her shoulders and neck, closing her eyes and feeling Xiaoyan's force. Lin Evening-Yi in her mind will just say the words to go over, confirming that she has no out-of-the-ordinary initiatives, which is completely relaxed down in front of the emperor to play sex. She is also a soldier's risky move. If not at this moment, will be their own situation in the house of the open. I'm afraid that in the future this kind of temptation is still more it. Instead of raising the soup to stop the boil, it is better to take away the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron, up to show that she and Lin Guifei is not all the way people's cards. Perhaps can let the emperor also less worried. The woman of the important minister's family into the palace. To say something good is the glory of the family. But if it is true from the emperor's point of view, I'm afraid that it is also more scruples than favor. Especially in the case of children. That is an absolute threat to imperial power. Because of the relatives' interference in the previous dynasty is common. Who is not willing to do that, puppet emperor? Out of the hall of idle intentions, Emperor Yuanhong's face added a few points of gravity. Go. Bring Geng Kaiyu to me. Yes. That being said, this Geng Kaiyu was the commander of the canonical school division. From the imperial family down to the commoners. There was no secret that the canonical school division couldn't find out. This secret guard agency was directly under the successive emperors, and was also one of the sharpest hidden weapons in the hands of the emperor of the Great Wei. In the Qianan Hall, Geng Kaiyu knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted towards Emperor Yuanhong. His whole body was wrapped in black brocade, and his face was half covered with an iron mask, so he couldn't see the slightest fluctuation of emotions. My humble servant Geng Kaiyu has met the emperor. Please be at peace. Seeing him arrive, the emperor only spoke softly, but his voice carried some thick seriousness. You go and look into the matter of the Songfu's big house. The more detailed the better. Yes. Slave, lead the way. After waiting for the person to leave, the emperor's thoughts returned to many years ago. Chapter 45. Auxiliary Ministers. In the 8th year of Jianwu, Yuanhong at that time was still only 6 years old. Yet he was already the crown prince. It was thought that he could still be guided by the emperor until he became an adult before saying anything else. Who knows that the disease is like a mountain fall? But just 2 years. The original tall and powerful Emperor Yuanzhan was sick only of bone. Seeing that he is going to die, so desperately last breath to find 4 people appointed as auxiliary ministers. They are Master Lin, Prince Zhan, Duke Su and Marquis of Northwest China. At that time, the Lin Sheng master is also the master of the crown prince. So the two have both the courtesy of the king and his subjects, but also the friendship of master and disciple. Among the 4, the one who was closest to Yuanhong was also Master Lin, and Prince Zhan on behalf of the royal family, the Northwest Marquis on behalf of the military forces. The 2 factions of people earlier in the year there are disagreements, so at the same time to help the 2 of them on the throne, but also to play a balance of power. As for Duke Su, he is a loyal and upright person, and has devoted his life to the Wei dynasty. His granddaughter is the crown princess appointed by the emperor. In the 10th year of Jianwu, the late emperor died, and in the 6th month of the same year, Prince Yuanhong formally ascended the throne as emperor, changing the name of the year to Yuanhe, which is known as the 1st year of Yuanhe. Since then, Yuanhong no longer knew what childhood was and what happiness was. Every day, he woke up early to go to the court to listen to some political affairs that he was ignorant of. After returning to the palace from the court, he had to study hard again, in front of the auxiliary minister's supervision. After the Empress Dowager's supervision and inspection, he is not a kind of fish and meat feeling. So when Lin Evening-Yi mentioned his past in the Xiangfu, he was somewhat touched. Everyone envied him for ascending the throne at a young age and enjoying peace and glory for the ages. But how many people knew the fear behind it and the loneliness that went deep into his bones? It seems that he has all the people under the sky. 3,000 beauties. Many children. But in these, how many people who really and truly adore him? Since the death of Empress Su, there is no one in the palace. Now comes this Lin Evening-Yi. But let Yuanhong feel some stability. Therefore, Lin Avini's background should be checked. His side could no longer withstand any more tossing and turning. After receiving the news of building the Hall of Idle Intentions, the Internal Court Department immediately set about it. Selection of wood. Carve the Imperial characters. Brush gold paint. A step are not dare to sloppy, but also to be careful and fast. Woodwork people are busy. A day and night froze the plaque to rush out. When it was sent to the left side of the temple, Chuanqi and Lin Wei both came out to see it. The left side of the hall used to be an ordinary palace, and it didn't sound special. But after this plaque was put up, it became a home. Lin Wani was very fond of this plaque. Outsiders see this as a symbol of divine favor. After all, there are not many plaques in the harem that have been inscribed by the emperor himself. But Lin Evening hard but feel that this is the first belong to their own place. To be honest, in the past, in the time of the Xiangfu, the east courtyard in their big house is just a landing place. There was no warmth in the house at all. During the years at grandfather's house, there was a sense of belonging. But it couldn't last forever. But the Hall of Idle Will is different. Whether she was willing or not, after entering the palace, she would never want to go out again. Therefore, this place will be her home forever, regardless of whether or not she would move to another place in the future due to her promotion or downfall. This place would be one of the fondest memories in her heart. His Majesty must really like little Lord. That's why the name of this hall contains your name. Chun-Chi whispered beside Lin Evenyi's ear. Lin Evening didn't know how to reply when she heard this. It had only been a month since she entered the palace, and she had managed to be so sociable with the emperor. Whether she liked it or not, she probably couldn't say, but it was about being a little different from the others. Standing in front of the door of the palace, she looked at it for a while, and was about to go in when she heard someone coming from outside. Sister, I came uninvited. You won't be unhappy. The person who came was none other than Mu Promise, who she hadn't seen in a long time. She walked in at a quick pace since outside, which caused Chiu Ming and the others to frown. Mu Lanchun was fast and rushed to Lin Evening intimately took her hand and said with a smile, Sister is truly blessed. My sister has heard all about it in the right side hall. After saying that, she looked at the high-hanging plaque. An envy flashed in her eyes. Before I heard that sister was injured. Sister would like to come to see, but also think that you are recuperating also inconvenient to disturb more. So only delayed to today. Sister will not blame me, right? Mu Lanchun said it in a condescending way. But Lin Lianyi felt it was nothing. Anyway, the two of them were just talking a few more words of friendship. There was no talk of disappointment. Sister has the heart is good. Some days ago you were here. I cannot see. Day after day to take medicine are sleeping to recuperate. These 2 days to get off the couch to walk. Hearing this, Mu Lanchun turned back to her maid Inger and waved. This is my family's ancestral bruise cream. If sister doesn't mind, you can use it. Sister has taken the trouble. Saying this, he signaled for Xiaoan to take it. Seeing this, Mu Lanchun took over the burden of supporting Lin Lianyi and helped her into the inner room together. The two of them sat in the main hall. Chiu Ming let someone serve tea. After Mu Lanchun took a sip, she said with surprise in her eyes, No wonder His Majesty loves to come to sister's place. Even this tea is different. This is said somewhat against the heart, because Chiu Ming to Mu Lanchun on the ordinary tea, and not fruit tea. So to say that the tea is a bit different. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that it is just a polite remark. Lin Lianyi but smiled without saying anything. She believes that Mu promised not to visit her on a whim. There must be something behind it. But she is also inconvenient to take the initiative to ask. Eat half a cup of tea, and gossip for a while. That Mu promised to be a little difficult to open the mouth to say. My sister heard that my sister is going to watch the dragon boat race during the dragon boat festival. I wonder if I can bring my sister along. This watching the dragon boat race, in fact, is the people in the harem can go. Mu promised that since she also has a position, naturally she can go. But after saying this, it makes Lin Evening puzzled. Could it be? Mu Lanchun's eyes contained disappointment. Some unwillingness, but did not dare to show too much. Sister wholly favor thick dependence. Naturally can accompany the driver around. But such is my such inconspicuous promise. That is followed to go. But also at most stand in the very back. Not to mention the dragon boat. I'm afraid that even the competition of the lake cannot see clearly. Sister I. Still please Sister Mercy. Mu Lanchun this person is very interesting. Every time she comes back, she has her purpose. And it was not hidden. but rather told the truth. She didn't want to spend her life in the palace in obscurity. Even if she couldn't be a favorite concubine. At least, she didn't want to be the kind of palace concubine that no one asked for. That was why she begged to come to Lin Evening E. Chuanchi was obviously not satisfied with such a rude request from her. Chapter 46. Palace rules are above. This palace favor is just like the pancake in the pot. One person eats one. Two people share only half. The little master has just shown his face in front of the emperor. This Mu promised to come to grab the favor. Chuanchi sleep these days. Is worried about a body of strength did not make use of it. Open mouth went to that Mu promise to dislike back. But he was stopped by Chiu Ming. He took 2 steps forward and said seriously to Mu Yisan. Little Lord Mu, please be careful with your words. My little lord and you are the same promise. How can you make arrangements for the Dragon Boat Festival? Little lord is looking for the wrong person. Eunuch Chiu. Me. Mu Lanshan had an innocent face. Looking at Chiu Ming's face with both fear and regret. She had only served in the Imperial court once. And at that time, she was still too nervous to remember anything. And she didn't even have much of an impression of this eunuch Chiu Ming. Now that she was interrupted by him, she was a little afraid. I have to say, when Chiu Ming said this, it saved Lin Wei a lot of trouble. If Lin Wei shrugged it off, then Mu Lanshan might be cynical. If Lin Wei accepted, then it might be rumored that Lin Wei was a bully, and even wanted to interfere with the position of watching the competition at the Dragon Boat Festival. Either way, it would not be a good outcome for Lin Wei. Chiu Ming was true to what he had taught Xian. That no matter what, they should be the ones to stand in front of their master first. Chun Chi and Xian looked at Chiu Ming with adoration in their eyes. And stood beside Lin Wei like guardians. Such a battle. But let Mu Lanshan originally only 3 points of momentum instantly dissolved. Could only say sardonically, Sister. It's sister, I'm being abrupt. There is no harm. My sister is also in a hurry. But the palace rules are on top. My sister I can't cross over. Please be understanding. Mu Lanshan smiled awkwardly. Looking at Chiu Ming's serious face. She was also embarrassed to sit here anymore. So she found an excuse and left the hall of idle intentions. On the contrary, after she left, Chiu Ming immediately brought up Xiao Hezi over and scolded him sharply. I told you to guard the palace gate. How come you let people in? You can't even handle this little thing? What else can I give you to do in the future? Inside the courtyard, Chiu Ming stood on the steps while that little Hezi stood at the bottom with his head bowed low. He was already weak in terms of his aura. But at this moment, he was even more scolded and couldn't even raise his head. Xiao Luzi looked at him, and there was a bit of pity in his eyes. But the corners of his mouth were pursed to death. Just as eunuch Chiu Ming said, they are the iron barrel of this idle intention hall. If they let people come and go as they please, they are useless. Today's matter? If Xiao Hezi had stopped Mugongi outside, then it could have been dispelled. Now, this is to add more chaos to the master. In the harem, the wind and clouds are moving, and no one is sure when someone will have a chance. If one day Mu promised to go up, and this matter in mind, then the difficulty is not their idle intention of the palace of people. Little Hezi also had a bitter feeling in his heart. He happened to go to urinate. Who knew that this Mu promised to scurry out? Scared him still in a cold sweat. He was caught and scolded by eunuch Chiu Ming. It was really bad luck. Forget it. You and Yin are first returned to the inner court department. This is to second you for half a month. This is still a few days short of it, doesn't matter. Now Xiao Luzi and Chunchi is also almost good. The little master here is also enough to serve. Xiao Hezi was so scared that he immediately fell to his knees and said without tears, Eunuch Chiu, I really didn't mean to do it. If we are sent back because of this matter, then it will be hard to get a good place in the future. Please be generous and spare me this time. His cries were so loud that Lin Liani and the girls heard them even as they stood in the inner room. Yinner stood inside and listened to this moment, also gritting her teeth, desperately trying to hold back her tears. In the palace as a subordinate, cannot be mixed out of personal appearance. A look at their own skills. The second look at the master's luck. In the beginning, when she came to the palace of Idle Willow, she didn't think much about it. But these few days of time, personally see this many favors. Natural heart will also have plans. Yinner originally thought that she could not let eunuch Chiu Ming accommodate, so that she, too, as Xilu Zi in the beginning, in the name of secondment to stay in the palace of idle intentions. As time went on, there was naturally the possibility of staying here. especially with little lord's favor. She might be promoted to the throne at some point. At that time she would be able to logically stay. But now? Little Heezy's fault was even sent back with her. Seeing the future go from good to great and back to square one. No matter who it was, there would be a sense of discrepancy. Yennefer was naturally no exception. During these days, Chuanchi was taken care of by Yennefer. And when she saw Yennefer in this state, she naturally felt a lot of heartache. Looking towards Lin Evening, she whispered, "Young master, this matter has nothing to do with Yennefer. Can we let her stay for a few more days?" Yennefer heard this and immediately looked up at Lin Evening, her eyes full of hope. However, she was chided out by Xia and who was at the side. Confused, Eunuch Qiu Ming is now the eunuch in charge of the Palace of Idle Intentions. Everything is handed over to him. So naturally his arrangements should prevail. Chuanchi, you've been sick for a few days. Have you forgotten the rules again? Xia and now had Qiu Ming's words firmly in her mind. When Chuanchi spoke up like this, it was Lin Evening who was in trouble. Her own young master's position was only a promise. And nowadays, having 4 people serving in the palace was already the top of the list. That little Heezy and Yennefer are definitely going to be sent back. And what is the use of rashly leaving people with this period of hope? Chuanchi listened to Xia An's words, and also realized that she was wrong. Watching Yennefer's eyes change from expectation to disappointment, and then to a final gloom. It was impossible for Lin Wani to say that there were no ripples in her heart. It was just that since she had already delegated authority to Qiu Ming to take charge of the palace affairs, she could not say today that she would change it on the next day. Otherwise, not only Qiu Ming has no authority, she is also difficult to control. What's more, Qiu Ming did all of this for her future plans as a master. If she opened her mouth, wouldn't she be chilling Qiu Ming's heart? So she couldn't and wouldn't. It wasn't until Yennefer and Xiao Heezy packed up their traveling clothes and came to the inner room to bid her farewell. Only then did she slowly say, "Although you and I have only known each other for a few days, but there is some affection in the future in the palace. If there are any difficulties that I can help in the Palace of Idle Intentions, I will certainly do my best." And then let Chuanchi gave them 2 wallets. Small Heezy received the wallet is to thank seriously, while Yennefer's eyes are still some sadness. After sending the 2 away, Qiu Ming once again got the remaining 3 out and reiterated the rules. We should all learn from this incident. When you are on duty in the future, you must not take it lightly. Understand? Yes. Xiao Luzi and Xia answered loudly. Chuanchi felt in her heart that Qiu Ming was a bit too pedantic. This look of only speaking rules without mercy was really scary. So the voice of her answer was not as loud as the other 2. Qiu Ming, what kind of ear? Immediately Chuanchi pulled out. Chapter 47, Subduing Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi, are you unconvinced? Qiu Ming's words did not carry a trace of emotion. But Xiao Luzi had spent more time with him, and looking at his expression, he could tell that he was somewhat angered. Chuanchi suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Qiu Ming and replied seriously. Eunuch Qiu is the head eunuch of the Palace of Idle Intentions. The young master did not say anything. How would the slave girl dare to be unconvinced? These words were a bit conspiratorial in there as soon as I heard them. Qiu Ming had served in the Imperial court for so long. What scenes hadn't been seen before? His left hand held his right wrist, naturally hanging down in front of his body. And then he said seriously to Chuanchi, "You are the little master from the family brought people. In theory then the other to understand some reasoning is right. But I see you this temper. Not like a slave girl, but like to be the master of the family. The little master used to spoil you. That is to see you lively and lovely. But you have to know, the palace is not short of lively and lovely master, but rarely see lively and lovely slave girl. Do you know why?" His words made Chun-Chi grit her teeth. But she couldn't go back on her words. Because none of the lively and lovely slave girls will have a good ending. Either they will be provoked to death, or they will be expelled from the palace. Either way, I don't think you're happy to take it. You? Chun-Chi was furious at the moment. She had grown up with Lin Wani since she was young. And the masters of the big house were all amiable, and rarely bound their subordinates with rules. So most of the maids and servants in the East Crossing courtyard could keep their own nature. And very few of them were oppressed growing up. When she came to the palace, although she was careful, but saw how fast Lin Wani gained favor, Chuanchi's temperament also followed the lively up. I always think that they worked together to bring down a nobleman. And now they are in the spring breeze. So it didn't matter if they had more privileges. But in Qiu Ming's eyes, all of this was just sand. and there was no room for it. Seeing that Chuanqi's eyes were filled with tears, and she was aggrieved to no end by his words, he changed his stern attitude and turned to be gentle and gentle. You for the little master blocked this whip wound. Enough to see your loyalty. That is heaven and earth can table. Little Lord has also mentioned your many benefits in front of us from time to time. But Chuanqi, I will only ask you one thing. If Little Lord is one day behind bars, because of this rotten heart of yours, will your self-reproach and remorse still be of any use? Chuanqi was immediately dumbfounded by his question. In this palace, those of us who are lackeys, we say that we are lowly. Just a weed. But we say that we are also important. Our every word and deed, in the eyes of outsiders, represents the attitude of the Idlewild Palace and the young master. If you are not careful, when you give the little master to invite trouble back, you are not even aware of it. Is it really possible that you have to wait until the time of great trouble before you cry bitterly? I'm just asking you. Does it work? Chuanqi burst out crying, her heart in shock and fear. She always thought that these were trivial matters. But she had forgotten that there were no trivial matters in the palace, and that the slightest leverage in someone's hands could turn into a sharp weapon that could stab a person in the heart. The young master used to admonish her, but she always remembered for 3 days, and forgot for 2. This time, after being lectured by Qiuming and chastised to her face, her mind cleared up quite a bit. With red eyes, she immediately made a half bow to Qiuming. Eunuch Qiu's words today. Chuanqi wrote them down. Good medicine tastes bitter. Good words go against the ear. But I'm not the kind of person who can't tell the difference between loyalty and treachery. So I understand that Eunuch Qiu is doing this for the good of the little master, and for the good of the slave girl as well. In the future, I will listen to Eunuch Qiu's instructions on all matters in and around the Idlewild Hall, and will never make the same mistake as today again. Qiuming smiled and immediately helped Chuanqi up. He was rarely seen to be amiable, and said to the 3 people present, the 4 of us are serving by the side of the young master. We go out on behalf of the young master's face, so there must not be any mistakes. Do you understand? Don't worry, Eunuch Qiu. The slave girl will remember. Don't worry, Eunuch Qiu. Your servant will remember. Don't worry, Eunuch Qiu. I'll remember. Lin Lianyi sat under the bright window, listening to Qiuming's words outside, and also arched her eyebrows. This Qiuming was indeed the disciple that Eunuch Dong personally taught. His skills were not to be underestimated. There were only 3 subordinates in the Idlewild Hall, but their methods of subduing them were completely different. To Xian, they were moved by emotion and reasoned with. To Xiaoluzi, she was more trusting and let go of her training. To Chuanqi, it was a combination of grace and authority, attacking her weaknesses. I have to say, even Lin Eveney doesn't seem to be able to have such a powerful imperial skill. This palace is really a powerful hidden dragon and tiger. Oh. Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but recall the emperor's instructions when he said Qiuming over. Your foundation in the palace is too weak. When it comes to things you don't even have the ability to defend yourself back. I'd better use more of my heart, so that I don't have any bedclothes to wear in the future. Puffing and laughing, Lin Wanyi's heart warmed up. So when it came to laying the needle, it was more and more serious. Time flies. A white horse passes by. This afternoon, Lin Wanyi as usual, sewing bedclothes for the emperor. Xian and Chuanqi on the side, accompanied by the thread. But then, he heard Qiuming's voice from outside. Young lord, Eunuch Jiang from Lin To Palace is here, saying that he is sending you things to use for the Dragon Boat Festival on behalf of your highness. Please ask Eunuch Jiang to come in. Yes. And then hitting the curtain then led Jiang hitching in. Behind him were 2 eunuchs with plates in their hands, piling up quite a few things. None Jiang hitching. Please bless little lord with peace. Eunuch Jiang is courteous again. In such a hot day. I'm tired of you traveling. It's strange to say that this year's summer entered early. It's only the beginning of May. And the sun is so hot that people are melting. It didn't rain for a few days in a row. And the palace was stuffy. Idle intention of the palace is not bad. Before and after the courtyard are planted a lot of flowers and plants. If the back window is open, the wind on both ends of the blowing up, but also quite cool. But all the way from the Linto Palace walked Ginger and Qing. That hat around the brim have a fine sweat. Xian brought a bowl of herbal tea up, sent to Jiang hitching in front. He is not polite. On the drink. And then wiped the corners of his mouth and said, This full palace on the little master, this herbal tea refreshing. This hot day to a bowl. Really is comfortable. Eunuch Jiang loved to drink. Later led Chuanqi to bring you some tea back. Water, and then cooled on it. That's a good feeling. Slave will thank young master. Lin Lian guffawed. Befriending Jiang Hiqing was also disguised as sending a message to noble consort. No matter how much she disliked it privately. But her brother's future was still in noble consort Lin's hands. And until the competition was over, that brother's name could be crossed out at any time. So she had to deal with it carefully. Jiang Hiqing was also a smiling man. And after drinking his tea, he opened his mouth and said, "This is what the Empress commanded her servant to send specially to the young master. Inside there are incense packs to ward off evil spirits and dispel the plague. There are also 5 colored silk threads to wrap around the wrists. And there is also a 5-poison donut fan, which is most appropriate for the occasion." Chapter 48. The 5 Poison Fans. After Jiang Hiqing finished speaking, he had the people present all the things. Fragrance bag and silk thread. Look, or the palace head system example. There is nothing strange. But that 5 poison fan is different. Black silk with silk thread embroidered with 5 poisons: scorpion, gecko, toad, centipede and snake. The bamboo handle position was cold to the touch. A rare good thing. It just shouldn't be used by someone in her position. Lin Lian smiled lightly, picked up the black silk group fan and said, "Many thanks to the Empress for the reward." The servant girl's heart is not very happy. Then she glanced at Chiu Ming, only to see him come forward and say, "Your Highness, good clever mind. This 5 poisonous group fan looks like last year's Shuzhou tribute to the handle. I remember when the Emperor said this fan gorgeous ingenuity. Then gave your Highness. I did not think that now can also see a time it. Oh, there is actually such a chance." Lin Lian was shocked and hurriedly said, "If it's really a gift from His Majesty, then the servant girl wouldn't dare to accept it. But please ask Eunuch Jian to bring it back. Little master, don't worry. This thing's been sent to the little master. That is the blessing of the little master. Most of the things in the hands of your Highness are imperial gifts. If one cannot be given away, that is not contrary to the heavenly family generosity and virtue. So the young master can accept it as much as you want." After Jiang Hiqing said this, he turned to Chiu Ming and continued, "Eunuch Chiu has also been on duty in front of the Imperial court in the past. Are the rules I just mentioned correct?" Jiang Hiqing was the chief eunuch of the noble consort's palace. And according to the current situation, his status was second only to Dong Yuzhong. So Chiu Ming was not in a good position to confront him head-on. He could only reply in a calm tone. "Eunuch Jiang is right." Lin Lian gave Jiang Hiqing a deep look. It looked like this fan was something that had to be accepted by all means. Since that's the case, then I won't be too modest. Please ask the eunuch to convey my gratitude on my behalf. Young lord is polite. Slave will definitely bring it. Jiang Hiqing came respectfully and left happily. After he left, Lin Wan and Chiu Ming however both fretted. Both master and servant were quite wary of the fan. "Little master, black silk and whey is only used by honorable people. To say a word of arrogance. In the palace even concubine can't use it at will. If at the Dragon Boat Festival feast, little master really used this fan, I'm afraid that the charge of committing a crime against the superior will come down." Chiu Ming knew a lot about what was going on in the palace. So as soon as he opened his mouth, he pointed out the details. After the few people here heard this, their eyes widened. Then, "Your Highness even sent it to little lord on purpose. Is it hard to believe that it was meant to make a fool out of you?" Chun Chi anxiously inquired. "Make a fool of myself? That's not necessarily true. It's to make me wind up even more." Lin Lian looked carefully at the black silk fan. And noble consort Lin's mind was guessed by her. But Lin noble consort is not afraid of her to guess through. Clearly is to make things difficult for her. Only a few days ago, in front of the Emperor, Lin evening followed by the delivery of this good thing. Moreover, Chiu Ming has already done the case of the eunuch in charge of the Palace of Idle Intentions. She is still so dignified to let Jiang Hiqing to send over the 5 poisonous fans. Really is not afraid of being uncovered at all. This made it difficult for Lin evening to ride the tiger. If this fan is used, the wind will be great, and at the same time will make the people in the harem more and more jealous of her. And in front of the Emperor will also fall into a powerful and crazy impression. It is really troublesome. But if you don't use this fan, that's contempt for the noble consort. She also can't get any good fruit to eat. Lin Wani left and right to think. All feel that the front cannot retreat. using her power to exert pressure. She had used her status as a noble consort to the fullest. Eunuch Chio, please take a trip to Qianan Palace to see if His Majesty can come to the Palace of Idle Intentions for the evening meal, if he has nothing to do. This was the first time since Lin Lanyi entered the palace that she had sent someone to walk around the imperial court. Chiu Ming looked up at Lin Avinyi and quickly understood what she meant. Immediately, he nodded and said, I'll go do it now. After Chiu Ming left, Lin Avinyi instructed Chun Chi again. You go and make a few dishes for the festival. The simpler the better. Preferably ones that are commonly eaten in people's homes. Although Chun Chi didn't understand what her own young master wanted to do, but it was always right to listen. So she hurriedly nodded her head and said yes, and walked towards the outside. As for Xiao Luzi, she naturally followed Chun Chi to help out, while Xiaoan stayed in the inner room, serving Lin Wanyi as usual. Young master, would it be too much of an eyesore to invite the emperor at this time? Couldn't care less. It's better than letting everyone inside and outside the palace see me as a powerful and arrogant promise under the eyes of everyone. Xiaoan's heart was also half hanging by a thread. The days in the palace were really one wave after another. After Chiu Ming returned from the Qianan Palace, he brought good news. Around the time, both the emperor and Dong Yuzhong were a little curious that Lin Wanyi would be so proactive. So they agreed to it in one go. So, for an afternoon, the entire Idle Intentions Hall was preparing for the emperor to arrive. The Imperial catering room had also received the news early, so they sent the meal orders to the Palace of Idle Willow. Lin Evening took a general look at it. It was all the usual dishes that the emperor loved to eat. And there were also 2 dishes that Lin Evening loved to eat. It had to be said that the people in the Imperial catering room were also very resourceful. Every time they eat the remaining amount of food to make a record, so you can know what you like, what you don't like. Slowly and naturally made out of the dishes are in line with the taste of the dishes. Lin Wanyi deducted his favorite food, and some big meat dishes. Today's meal was supposed to be simpler, so that it would be better to act. That's why there was such an action. Chiu Ming took a look, and his heart did not ripple. However, when Eunuch Pan of the Imperial catering room got the list, there was more confusion on his round face. Young master, the meal list is so vegetarian. Can the emperor eat it? Eunuch Pan, just do as you are told. Chuanchi also made some other small dishes. Don't waste them too much. AI. Slave knows. By the looks of it, this Lin Yi's palace wanted to show his hand, so he just went along with it. At the end of an hour, the emperor came over early instead. Lin Yi's legs and feet were a little better than the previous 2 days, so she could already walk to the palace entrance to welcome him. As soon as she saw the emperor's imperial carriage, she bowed early and said in a disciplined manner, Concubine Lin invites the emperor to rest in peace. Get up. The leg injury is not even fully healed yet. Why bother waiting here? After saying this, she got down from the step carriage and stood still in front of Lin Evening. She seems to be even more clean today, but the more she doesn't put on any makeup, the more it highlights her freshness and elegance. Thinking of the heavily made-up look of some concubines in the past, it was a bit boring. Being so proactive today. Is something wrong? The 2 of them walked all the way from the entrance of the palace to the inner room, only to see that there were those incense packets and silk threads that noble consort Lin had sent someone to send to the inner room just in time. Chapter 49. An Ordinary Family Feast. I'd like to invite you to have a meal with me. The servant girl thought that in a few days will be the Dragon Boat Festival. The feast in the palace your majesty can eat every year. I don't know the common people's Dragon Boat Festival. Have you ever eaten? Hearing her finish, Emperor Yuan Hong's mind was immediately hooked up, followed into the inner room, picked up the incense packet placed on the table and asked, Is this also used in the people's homes? Your majesty is joking. This is what your consort sent in the afternoon, saying that the whole palace has it. Saying that, she picked up the colorful silk thread, and then skillfully wove a wrist rope with a rui knot, looking very delicate. When the servant girl at home, mother also often in the Dragon Boat Festival before the wrist rope. Father, brother, everyone has. The whole family to bring this wrist rope. And so on the 24th of June, and the end of the fire pot to burn, in order to the whole year's peace and prosperity. Oh, the 24th of June? What kind of festival is this? This is a festival of the people in the southwestern part of the country near Suzhou. And it is said that the 24th of June every year is their Lunar New Year. So bonfires and torches are lit for 3 days before and after the festival to celebrate. Grandfather had seen their people burning wrist ropes like this, so he taught his family as well. Your maternal grandfather has seen a lot. Lin Lianyi smiled. And then she tied the already finished wrist rope on her right wrist, looking more ingenious than an ordinary wrist rope. When the emperor saw this flowing action of hers, he raised his eyebrows and asked, I have not. Your Majesty jokes. This custom is just to protect the peace and joy of ordinary people. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven. No need these things also, since when long live auspicious, such as peace and prosperity. Being heard this complimentary words, the emperor gave a light laugh. In the past, I also said that you have a stupid mouth. But now I see that you are very eloquent. Lin Lianyi reached out in the copper basin and twisted a piece of handkerchief and handed it to the emperor, and then brought mouthwash over. Your Majesty, and sit for a while. Servant girl ordered them to serve the food. Good. Having received an affirmative answer from the emperor, Qiuming and the others had long since prepared things. The Imperial catering room delivered oil-blasted eel and green dumplings stuffed with bean paste, plus a serving of 3-bean soup. What Chuanchi prepared was even simpler. A dish of salted duck eggs and a few AI buns. Looking ordinary, but arousing the emperor's curiosity. Raising his eyes in doubt, he looked at Lin Lianyi, only to see her smiling softly as she narrated. Duanwu Festival food dumplings. Hanging calamus. Drink Xiongwang wine. These are familiar to your Majesty. But in folklore, the people also have the habit of eating salted duck eggs and matzo buns. These things are prepared early. Duck eggs are salted in advance. When you want to eat, directly on the pot is steamed, and then cut into 4 petals, used with white rice to eat the most flavorful. That good duck eggs will even flow oil. Your Majesty, look. This piece is good? Said, then twisted a piece to the emperor in front of the white porcelain plate. Is set off that duck eggs really golden. There is also this matzo bun. It is kneaded with matzo juice mixed into the flour. The servant girl asked Chuanchi to add some lard and sugar to it, and use the method of making broken pastry buns to make it, so it tastes like layers of crispy texture. So your Majesty can taste it. Reaching out, he skimmed half of it, and sent the same to the emperor. These 2 kinds of food, both of which he had not tasted before. So full of curiosity, he took a bite. The wonderful taste made the emperor couldn't stop, and even ate a small half plate before stopping. What the people eat are back to basics. Here is certainly a reason to save trouble and convenience. But there is also a tribute. Homage? How do you say this? Dragon Boat Festival. The original is to commemorate the Chu Daifu and set up. Swim in the river. Dragon boat racing. Dumplings and the customs of the night has been continued to this day. In terms of the people, this is not only a festival. It is not forgetting the ancestor of the move. So the complexity of the simpler, to highlight the original intention. Simplify the complexity. Highlight the original intention. The emperor had also heard this from the mouth of the late Empress Su. He couldn't help but recall some past events. Empress Su was the eldest granddaughter of Su Guodong, who had been raised by the public. Not only was she virtuous and dignified, but she was also diligent and thrifty. When she was alive, the harem always advocated simplicity, in order to give the world as an example. Do not forget the heart. But since the death of Queen Su, the political affairs of the harem is Lin Guifei in charge. Therefore, the annual festival also changed the former simple style. Extravagant not to talk about, but also time-consuming and exhausting much. Lin Guifei had to show the majesty of the heavenly family as a reason to block the mouth of those who are quite critical. Gradually, the whole palace is also used to this style of behavior. Today, Lin Wui's unintentional words woke her up. The emperor took a deep look at Lin Evening, saw her still as quiet as usual. The corner of his mouth involuntarily raised. The people still know for respect. I, the Lord of the world, should also set an example. The words were not said through. But Lin Evening's high-hanging heart fell. There is the emperor's words as an example. Think of the Dragon Boat Festival feast. No one dares to make a big show of flowers and branches that Lin Guifei gifted her with the 5 poisons fan, which was so valuable. Naturally, it would not be able to appear. Thinking of this, she smiled more and more sincerely. The staff also more and more diligent to the emperor cloth up the dishes. This meal is satisfied. The emperor did not stay in the concubine's harem. This was a rule set by the old ancestors. And Lin Evening is still injured in the body. Naturally inconvenient to serve the bed. So after the meal, The Emperor left. Seeing his silhouette go far away, Lin Evening he took a long breath. Supported by Xia and Chun-Chi, went back to the inner room, and Xiaoming followed behind her. Also walking, the depth in his eyes a few more points. No wonder the master and the chief of the inner court division had placed their bets on the young master. He finally understood at this moment. It turned out to be a divine resemblance to a deceased person. When he thought of the deceased Empress Su, her face was a bit blurred, but her calm nature and peaceful smile were long imprinted in Xiaoming's mind. Lin Wadi did not know that she had hit the right target, but only felt that she had passed another difficult hurdle. The mind temporarily relaxed, and then it murmured, "It would be good if I could see my brother. She has been in the palace for more than a month. Not to mention meeting. Even the message did not dare to send out recklessly. She was afraid that she would cause trouble for her family, and also cause trouble for herself. Now that she thought of being able to see her brother openly, she was looking forward to the dragon boat race this time. Young master should get well quickly. Otherwise, if the eldest young master sees that you have trouble with your legs and feet, won't he be worried? Don't worry. Big brother will be on the dragon boat then. At least a dozen feet away from me. As long as I don't walk fast, he won't be able to see clearly." Lin Lianyi smiled, but that smile had some bitterness in it. Chapter 50. The palace is so clean. Little master, don't worry. If you are in a higher position, you can call your family into the palace to meet with you when you are pregnant. This is also a rule set by the old ancestors. Xiaoming opened his mouth to console him. Lin Lianyi was well aware of his good intentions, but didn't pick up on it. Being pregnant was something she couldn't possibly carry right now. So this day of meeting her family was afraid to be far away again. It is better to wait for some more days. Wait for the wind to pass. There is a chance to borrow the hand of Sister Fan to send some news out to the grandmother. Then the mother and the girls can naturally know. Like this thought, the heart is on the dragon boat race things, and ignited the hope. Day by day, soon came to the dragon boat festival day. Early in the morning, Lin Wani got up and started to freshen up for breakfast. After being disciplined by Xiaoming for a period of time, Chun-Chi was also a little more calm. Before she put her hands on Lin Aveni's hair, she said, "Young master, today the slave girl will give you a peach heart bun, and then pin on the peachwood hairpin, with a few yuanbei beads at the sideburns. Neither too conspicuous nor too plain. What do you think?" Lin Lianyi had always recognized Chun-Chi's craftsmanship. "You watch the comb. It's quite good." At the same time, Xian also took out her palace dress. An aqua green plain makeup flower satin pleated skirt, covered with a long shirt with moon white folded branches. Lin Lianyi glanced at it, the corners of her mouth rising, suddenly remembering yesterday afternoon, Noble Yi and Du Chengzhai's visit. Lin promised that this is really a place of tranquility and freedom. Outside are bustling into what kind of? Just you hear as if a fairyland. No one dares to disturb. Du Chengzhai just entered the door said like a joke. Since the order of the noble consort began to take charge of this dragon boat festival things too. She is a wash of the past low profile. Now see who are smiling research. Yi Guiran is not a talkative person. She only glanced at Lin Aveni smoothly and said, "Sister Lin is well." Lin Evening he had been recuperating from her illness for many days, and had not been seeing any guests. The reason why she received the two of them today was entirely because the Emperor had sent down a decree. He said that he missed the frugality of Empress Su's reign, so the whole palace should do a mourning, and shall no longer be wasteful to organize all kinds of festivals. But this dragon boat festival looks imminent. Want to change is also inconvenient. So the palace concubines can only in their own clothing as low-key as possible. The two sisters have been working hard in recent days. First have a cup of tea to moisturize your throat. With that, he invited the two to enter the room and sit down. Sister has been sick. We are not in a good position to disturb more. Today is to send the bamboo branch group fan over, which is why I have the cheek to come and disturb," said. Let the courtesan who followed at the back brought up. Lin Evening he picked up and looked. This silk surface simple. Only embroidered a few ancient orchids. And two playful butterflies. Looks like an ordinary thing. Seeing Lin Huai looking at the fan, Du Chengzhai began to speak again. This fan has been very busy for the embroidery people. His Majesty decreed a few days ago not to waste money. So your Highness specially ordered the embroidery people to make this plain fan for tomorrow's palace banquet. Sister, look. The flower patterns on it are embroidered with the palace flowers that your Highness rewarded us with that day. Your Majesty's ingenuity. The servant girl is very fond of it. This fan was much more common than the previous 5 poisons fan made of black silk. But it was such a common thing that Lin Evening he was holding in her hands, which made her feel at ease. Yes, your Highness has always been compassionate to us concubines. I can't wait to go and greet her Highness in the morning. Du Chengzai did hang on to noble consort Lin from time to time, itching for the whole world to know that she was the person that noble consort Lin had brought up. Yi Guiran only smiled faintly from beginning to end, accompanying and never making a show of herself. Obviously, her position is higher than Du Chengzai's, but she keeps a low profile as if she is the one with the lower position. I was just thinking about it, but I saw Chuanqi reach out her hand in front of her and shouted, "Little Lord." Only then did Lin Lianyi pull herself out of her thoughts and looked at Chun-Chi curiously. What is Little Lord thinking about? You didn't even hear the slave girl talking to you. What's wrong? The slave girl is asking which pair of earrings to use for these. After saying that, she handed 2 pairs up. Both plain styles, not showing off. Lin Lianyi casually pointed to the pair on the left. Her mouth said calmly, and without waves, "This one." Yes. Dressing up from head to toe, Lin Lianyi only took her breakfast. Today was the first time she went to have an audience with noble consort Lin and other palace concubines after she recovered from her illness. So she couldn't be late. Before leaving the door, she took the veiled fan that noble consort Lin rewarded her with, and the corner of her mouth lifted before she slowly said, "Go." In Lintou Palace, all the palace concubines who did not meet for some days waited in the courtyard early. Lin Lianyi arrived not too early and not too late, and after giving greetings to the people with high status in a regular manner, she stood under the corridor. Sure enough, the Emperor's decree, the original competition in the palace concubines, have begun to walk up the line of elegant as chrysanthemum. In the past is a person then flowers. Today is a race with a clean. Even the color of the palace dress are with the appointment as if not light pink, is water green, or goose yellow. Not even a color out of the ordinary. Each person knows. Hand are holding a bamboo fan rewarded by the princess, in order to recognize the grace. Not long after, the palace people outside came to report. Consort E has arrived. Concubine Lan has arrived. Concubining has arrived. A sliver of high-ranking concubines were all present. So even though Lintou Palace's palace was large, it seemed a bit crowded at the moment. The crowd stood in a disciplined manner and immediately greeted the 3 of them. Concubine E and Concubine Ing. Lin Wadi has seen before, but this pregnant concubine Lan is the first time to see. She was wearing a green satin embroidered osmanthus flowers and regroup pattern long skirt. A snowy green satin for piping. The top is also embroidered with a melon and gourd pattern. And she has some rounded and slightly convex stomach is consistent with the early May morning sunlight lightly sprinkled on her body, setting her off softly and peacefully. Lin Lianyi glanced at her, and was attracted by those eyes that were brimming with autumn waves, like a clear spring. No wonder she had won the Emperor's favor. The beauties in this harem really had their own style. Get up. Consort E was the most honorable of the 3. So after she spoke, Lin Lianyi and the others naturally stood up. Coincidentally, Lin Noble Consort Side's Grand Palace Maiden Sheen, he this lifted the curtain and came out, walking in front of me concubine and the others to salute, before respectfully saying, "Your Highness has prepared refreshments. Please ask Lady Concubine, Lady Lan Concubine, and all the young masters to go in and catch up." Consort E glanced at Qin He, full of disdain, lifting her foot. She was the first to step into the main hall, and only after that did the crowd follow in a line. And Lin Evening E didn't miss a stern light behind her. It was the Chu Guiran who had just been unsealed from the ban. Chapter 51 Meeting Consort Lan for the first time. When she looked at Lin Evening E, her eyes were luridly hostile. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she was afraid that she would come up and tear Lin Evening E's face off. When Lin Evening E turned back to see noble Lady Chu, she didn't have the slightest fear. Anyway, their faces are torn. There is no need to pretend what sisterly love. Afterwards, she took the first step into the main hall and took her seat. Chu Guiran convergence through the body of the anger, and then follow the rules of the seat. In a crowd of concubines, but also inconspicuous. Only see today's Lin Guifei is sitting in the middle of the throne, with a gold-colored lawn bird towards the phoenix embroidered skirt. Gorgeous, graceful. Your Highness, this dress is not in tune with our sisters. Yifei today are very low-key. But see Lin Guifei this intentionally dressed appearance. The heart of the nest in the gasset. Feelings there these people are here to give Lin Guifei due furnishings. Lining her is more than flowers. But also shine. Lin Guifei smiled with her eyes flowing. And then said, today the palace is going to go with the emperor to sacrifice the river. So I wore this Chaofenghua dress. Yifei's sister thinks it is good, ah? Good is good. Is that I don't know what the emperor said just a few days ago to do mourning for Empress Su. How does your majesty feel about it? Mourning to honor the face of the Wei royal family should also be taken into account. I think that Empress Su in heaven also should be sympathetic to me as a sister's heart will not blame is. The two of you back and forth. From the time they entered the palace did not stop. So other people are as a wall to watch. Do not dare to mess a word. Yifei eyes flooded with cold. For Lin Guifei, this side do not like from the heart. But in the way of the identity. Also had to snort and no longer choke back. Seeing her laying down her ground. Noble consort Lin then aimed at consort Lan's head. Sister has not seen for some days. Recently recuperated well? Thank you for your consort's care. My concubine is fine. The eunuch said that the child in my abdomen is also well behaved. So my concubine did not suffer. Well behaved? That's good. It seems that this palace's Mingrua will have another sister to keep her company. Hearing these words, consort Lan's face was shy. And then she said softly, I also look forward to a well-behaved little princess. So that I can also be my companion. Noble consort Lin saw her expression sincere. For a moment she felt that she was speaking from the heart. But years of fighting in the palace heart has long been practiced oil and salt. So she put up a warm smile and looked at consort Lan and said, the palace here is a jade goddess of mercy. Is born Mingru when grandmother specially begged for. If not for the blessing of the Bodhisattva. I'm afraid that at that time will not be able to get out of bed. Where there is the opportunity to speak with all sisters today. This will be given to the sister. And hope that you can also be a smooth delivery. To fulfill their wishes. Said then let the big palace maid Qin Lu end of the brocade box out. Jade goddess of mercy is stored in it. At first glance it is the top grade Hitian jade made. The carving is also natural. The goddess of mercy's face carving is very compassionate and serene. Consort Lan immediately took it with a smile. Your Highness's gift really is sent to the heart of my concubine. After going back will be enshrined in the palace. Day and night praying for the Bodhisattva to protect the child to grow up peacefully is. And then the crowd followed. The maidservant concubines and others congratulate concubine Lan on a smooth delivery and fulfillment of her heart's desire. Consort Lan was beaming with joy. Reaching out to touch her stomach. Her eyes full of love. However, Lin Evening did not miss that under concubine's somewhat white clothes. Her hands had been covering her stomach. Obviously she is also pregnant. But this is the past how many days have not burst out. Concubine in the end waiting for what? For a while Lin Lian was also a little puzzled. Today was the Dragon Boat Festival. Everyone had to attend the palace banquet. So even if they wanted to tangle with noble consort Lin and Lin Evening they had to endure it now. Consort glanced towards Lin Evening side, and saw that her outfit was also low-key. The deep meaning in her eyes became more apparent. In the Lin To Palace to sit and talk for a while. A group of people will go to the palace banquet place, Haiyan Island. Said island, in fact, is a Shonan lake with boulders and wooden pillars built into a flat land. This Haiyan Island has an excellent view, on which is located a magnificent palace, called Qingyuan. Carved beams and painted buildings. Jade pillars in the sky. And all sides are protected by fences. Safe at the same time also enjoy the cool breeze. This is very comfortable for the concubines of the bitter summer. Qingyuan face 5 rooms. Can put down dozens of low table for banquets. In the center, a rosewood screen was used as a barrier. On the left side were the royal family and their families. And on the right side were the harem concubines. When noble consort Ling came with her concubines, the left side was already half full. Among them, the 4th Wangfei as the honor, the 9th Wangfei and Zhang Wangfei as the side. The rest are either princesses and extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, or the princess consort. It was very lively. Seeing noble consort Lin come over, several destined women crossed that screen to salute noble consort Lin and said, concubines have met noble consort Lin, and have met all the young masters. 4th Wangfei quickly please rise. You are the emperor's elder. Naturally you are also the elder of this palace. There is no need to be polite in the future. The one at the head was the fourth prince's main wife, the emperor's fourth uncle, and also the person with the highest grant amongst the ladies outside the palace. Therefore, noble consort Lin had always focused on drawing her in, and would never use her power to suppress her. Thank you for your empathy. But the rules must not be abolished. This fourth Wangfei's reputation both inside and outside the palace was good. Not only was she virtuous and noble, but she was also virtuous and dignified. So all the ladies standing behind her took her as their honor. Fourth Wangfei and sit well. Later on, His Majesty and several royal uncles should come over. Then we will watch the dragon boat race. Your Highness is right. And then everyone retired to their respective places. Noble consort Lin naturally sat on top of the phoenix chair, looking out over the entire Shonan Lake and Shou Mountain in the distance. The mountains were brimming with light, and the water was sparkling, all of which was an excellent view. Since she took charge of the palace seal, is the deputy queen of the honor. If the queen is still here, naturally, it is not her turn to sit here. But nowadays the people in the harem, no one is more qualified than her. So her back is straight, jaw slightly raised, the gesture to do enough. Lan Fei is pregnant, so her position is arranged in the middle of the left position. Not only will not have the risk of falling into the water, but also will be able to see the scene of the dragon boat race. It was an excellent position. Consort Lan was extremely grateful for noble consort Lin's thorough arrangements, and at the same time, she sat down with peace of mind. Concubine Yi was sitting in the center alongside her, while concubine Ying was on the far left, near the lake. On the table were some seasonal fruits and melons, looking fresh, especially the lychee set only in Lingnan. See people drooling? Harem concubines not every rank can eat. But today everyone's table is placed. Just how much of a problem? Therefore, with Du Chongzai taking the lead, there was another burst of praise for noble consort Lin. Chapter 52, Dragon Boat Festival Banquet. In accordance with the rules, Lin Wanyi and the others also sat at the end of this palace banquet, also close to the lake. When the breeze gusts came, there was a feeling that penetrated the heart. Promise this row. A total of 4 people, in addition to Lin evening accident, is Mu Lanchun, and new to the palace Shangwan promise, and into the palace for many years of Han promise, are people with few words. Today saw this lively scene. Also dare not look more. Lin Wanyi is sitting next to Mu Yi. She looked at this scene, but some sorry walked to Lin Evening Yi here and said, a few days ago, my sister was blinded by lard, and even made things difficult for my sister. I hope my sister won't be estranged from me because of this. After saying that, some sorrowful looking at Lin Evening Yi, that tears be said to fall. This caused a few of the surrounding ladies to look over, each with curiosity and incomprehension in their eyes. Lin Lian Yi used a handkerchief to wipe away her teardrops, and then said in a good-natured manner, your tears are a bit unproductive. There's no wind or sand. I can't even find a good excuse to cover up for you. Being teased by Lin Gui, Mu Lanchun snorted out another laugh. It's good that Sister Lin doesn't blame me. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. I heard that today's dumplings are sweet and salty. If you really feel bad, just eat 2 more for me. Sister does not like dumplings? I don't really like to eat glutinous food. I always feel that after eating it, my stomach will fall very much. I see. Then sister, don't worry. Sister, I will help you to solve all the table is. Mu Lanchun was still as close to Lin Evening Yi as in the past. It was Chun Chi and Xiaoan who stood at the back, but there was a flash of caution in their eyes. Sitting at the back of the duo were 4 or 5 disciplined ladies, who weren't even considered concubines, but only the emperor's bedchamber attendants. One of them with a pretty face and a lively nature was drinking tea while talking to the person next to her. Jiang Maiden. This dragon boat festival banquet you have participated in the past? Twice. Once in the 7th year of Yuanhe, and once in the 14th year of Yuanhe. Oh! Then you've been in the palace for so long. You must know what to pay attention to at this palace banquet. I'll follow you in a while. I'll do whatever you do. That Jiang Yangzi glanced sideways at the person who spoke, wanting to refuse, but not being able to say the words to death. She could only say with a faint smile, Maiden He, you're just new to the palace. It doesn't matter if you know less about the rules. I've been in the palace for so long, and I'm still just a maiden. I can't be taken so seriously by you. The person who was called Hin Yangzi immediately muttered her mouth. In her heart she was not happy, but on her face, she still had to behave in a pleasing manner. Turning to Nyang Zijiang, she then said, "Don't worry. I'm only saying this for fear of breaking the rules. I won't really do anything to affect you." After hearing her words, that Jiang Nyangzi also closed her mouth. Anyway, they were all sitting at the end of the room, and it was good to be able to see the emperor's background from afar. Who would pay attention to the rules or not? When Nyangzi he saw that she no longer spoke, she also closed her mouth and turned to look at the shimmering surface of the lake to ease her embarrassment. That fourth Wangfei accompanied noble consort Lin to say some words. When she heard voices from outside the Qingyuan, "His Majesty has arrived," the eunuch let out a sharp voice. But at this moment, it was like heavenly music, and everyone immediately got up to greet the holy emperor. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" And then saw the emperor walked over with a tiger step, wearing a bright yellow cord dress, full of majesty, behind followed by a few aged some long men. Look as with the emperor has 2 points of similarity. Walked into the Qingyuan. The emperor saw Lin Guifei's dress at first glance, slightly frowned, and then relaxed. Without Wei said, "Flatten yourself." "Thank you, Your Majesty." And the several middle-aged men behind him also clasped their fists and said, "I and the others have met noble consort Lin. Several royal uncles are polite. Please rise quickly." Noble consort Lin even made a gesture of false support before she stood and settled beside the emperor, showing a generous and dignified appearance. Lin Lianyi and the others were far away, so they couldn't clearly see the appearance of those imperial uncles. But listen to the voice can be known. A too very bright look is also full of people in the air. The emperor settled in the dragon chair. The rest of the people also found a position to sit down. Lin Guifei raised her hand. There will be a group of eunuchs up to move away those rosewood screen. The left and right sides were symmetrical. Today is a palace banquet as well as a family banquet. I invite all of you to come and watch this dragon boat race together. May the heavens bless my great way with eternal prosperity and 1,000 autumns. Emperor Yuehong raised his cup, and all of the people also raised their cups of wine in front of them and drank it all in one go. Rituals and music together. This dragon boat festival banquet began. Originally, at the behest of noble consort Lin, noble Yi, and Du Chongzai had arranged for a lot of fine wines and delicacies. But the emperor's imperial decree. It is a lot of simple, but then plain. This seat on the surface of the surface or have to have. Just like that 5 square honey date dumplings and cloud leg meat dumplings are placed in the exquisite 8 treasure plate. 1 person a dish. Look is delicious. Just Lin one eat gently with a hand touch. Only left the residual temperature. If she eats this kind of glutinous food, she is afraid that she will have to lie down for the next 2 days. So she looked at Mu Lanchan on the side, only to see that her plate had long been swept away. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at Lin Wan Yi. "Eat, but don't choke." "I know. Sister, don't worry, that's it. I have an iron stomach here. I can eat anything." They were far away from the main table, and they deliberately lowered their voices, so the people next to them didn't notice. On the contrary, it was the emperor sitting in the middle, who casually scanned Lin Hui for a glance, and then continued to talk with the several imperial uncles, pushing cups and exchanging drinks. Noble consort Lin liked this kind of scene, because she was the only one qualified to accompany the emperor. Just as they were talking lively here, a burst of cheers came from outside on Shonan Lake. "Your Majesty, it looks like the sons and daughters are ready." The old minister is listening to all the sounds of boiling blood. The one who spoke was none other than Emperor Yuanhong's 4th uncle, the late emperor's brother Yuanqian, over 50 years of age. Talking not to say, people are also like the great generals of the past dynasties. Physical fitness, full of whiskers. Lin Lianyi had heard his elder brother mention this 4th prince, his eyes full of admiration and yearning. He said that he was a loyal and righteous man with an open heart. He also said that he was in the royal family, but never coveted royal power, and preferred military life. So he withdrew from the way of seizing the throne early. Not only blessed the late emperor all the way to the supreme position, but also very loyal to today's His Majesty. Therefore, 6 years ago, he was awarded the title of Prince of Wei, enjoying the honor of being exempted from death, which is unavailable to all princes. Chapter 53, Brother and Sister Meet. The Imperial Armor Army led by him is one of the Great Wei twins. Speaking of the Great Wei double heroes, it refers to the fact that there are 2 armies in the Great Wei that are the most powerful. One is the Northwest Marquis of the Northwest Army, inherited from generation to generation, since the ancestor period is by the Liu family in charge. Now to the 5th generation. The current Northwest Marquis is the Marshal of the Northwest Army. Since the beginning of the talk in the military walk, so far there have been more than 60 years. He has been in the army since he could speak, and has been in the army for more than 60 years now. He has been very successful in battle, and has a great military record. The 600,000 soldiers in his hands are hoarded in the 16 northwestern states, blocking the iron cavalry of the northern T and western Rhone for the entire way. Nowadays, more than half of his children, grandchildren and relatives are scattered in the key positions in the Northwest Army. So this Northwestern Army, in folklore, also have Liu Ho Army. And the other is the 4th Prince personally in charge of the Royal Armor Army. Although only 200,000 people, but everyone is layer by layer screening, from the mountain of bodies under the cold knife to break out of the generals. Their fighting strength was not weaker than the core army of the Northwest. So all these years stationed in Huazhou, blessing the Wei Shungjing city and the surrounding plains, and has never let the flames of war burn into the Shungjing city. One south and one north. The two males stand side by side. Therefore, Wei's hot-blooded men, all to be able to enter these two military camps for the lifelong honor of the move. When everyone heard this 4th prince's words, they all also looked sideways, only to see that Shonan Lake was indeed crowded with people. Dragon boat racing is a grand event. This year's especially for the most. There are 8 teams of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple and white, with the color of the team tied to the arms of the participants, and embroidered balls of the same color hanging on the very sides of the dragon boats to differentiate them. Lin Wani stretched her neck to see, but found that she was too far away, not to mention her brother. She couldn't even see the dragon boat very clearly. Anxious look. Not a trace fell in the eyes of the emperor, only to see him cough twice, then said, 4th royal uncle, sitting here to see so not enjoyable. Why not move to the front? How? That 4th prince slammed his thigh and immediately said, good. The old minister will accompany his majesty. The emperor smiled, and then said to all present, the pomp and circumstance is in front of us. Everyone doesn't need to be polite. Those who want to go forward to see it will be. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out. Sure enough, from the hall walked to the leaning rail in front. The vision is more open. Standing here to Shonan Lake to see. Even the expression on the faces of those children can see it clear. The emperor's mouth hook. Hands in front of the fence. Looking at way so many young people's vigorous heart is also very ambitious. With the emperor taking the lead, Lin Guifei naturally wanted to make a good name for herself. Immediately brought people just stood up. Gentle and skillful. Said, since his majesty has given the word, then we sisters will also go and take a look. After saying this, the first one followed and walked over, followed by consort E and consort Lan, and the 4th one Fei and others. As someone in front of her took the lead, Lin Wani naturally wouldn't miss this good opportunity to see her brother. So she also got up and walked over. The good thing is that the leaning rail is very long, so it can accommodate all the people to watch together. Soon, Lin Wani found her long-awaited brother in the youth team. Once upon a time, she had seen him day in and day out, and didn't feel that her longing would be so heavy. Now, just looking at his figure from afar, she felt her eyes burning and her nose souring. Good thing I brought a fan. Lin Liani covered her eyes, used a handkerchief to wipe away the tears that were about to come out of the corner of her eyes, and let out a sob before she looked carefully again. Mu Lanchun, who was not moving an inch from her, looked at her and asked curiously, what's wrong with Sister Lin? My eyes just tear up against the wind, and it just blew hard. That's why it's like this. Mu Lanchun smiled and said jokingly, Sister Lin's problem is comparable to my grandmother's. I used to think that this kind of thing like shedding tears against the wind would only happen to old people. Lin Liani smiled, but didn't take her words. At this moment, Lin Xingji, who was standing in the pile of people, was also constantly looking at Qingyu inside. Beside him stood a young man with a clear face who looked a little frail, but his eyes were filled with an unusual calmness. Brother Hasong, is your sister really up there? How come I can't find it? Hasong was Lin Xingji's little word, and only people close to him would address him as such. And the one who addressed him was no one else but Jiang Huanqing, the only grandson of the Rongcheng Earl's house. He was obviously 17 years old, but he looked very sophisticated. the only grandson of the Earl's house. Sounds like how many people trough the envy of the title. Can be added in front of the word Rongcheng. Will become a taboo. That said, when the Rongcheng Earl's house is also a high family compound. The power of the rich and powerful. Originally in John Wangfu has been fixed marriage. The result is out of filial piety in favor of concubine sordid things. John Wangfu angrily destroyed the marriage. And fell hard words. To Rongcheng Earl house 3 generations shall not head. So the Rongcheng Earldom is a generation weaker than a generation. Seeing the John Wangfu children and grandchildren. The power of the heavens. On the contrary. They are the Earl's family withered poor. To this generation is so a single seedling. More than 17 years old. Also do not see any way out. And the Lin family elder brother into the same end of the world of the fallen brother. So I learnt that today to see the dragon boat race can see Lin evening e. Lin Xingji is to think of all the ways. And finally, or to the Rongcheng Earl's house of people. Only into this team. The thin camel is bigger than a horse. And not to arrange Lin Xingji to be an official. Get a person into the team to follow the rowing. Is not too difficult. These were Jiang Huanqing's exact words. Of course. She's the Emperor's promise. She should be there for this kind of occasion as well. The anxiety in Lin Xingji's eyes was all over the place. But it all turned into surprise the moment he saw Lin Lianyi. Over there. The direction his finger was pointing was precisely Lin Lianyi. Lin Huai also saw her brother pointing. The brother and sister separated by Shonan Lake. Speechless. Because the Emperor was there. Everyone was saving up their minds to perform well. This time might be a good opportunity for them to rise to the top. Lin Xingji, however, did not care about the others. They had thought of many ways to not be able to contact the palace. It was not easy to see Lin Huanyi. He naturally cared about this end. Lin Huanyi also expects to be able to see and talk with her brother, but also knows that it is just a luxury. In her heart, she hoped that her brother could grasp this opportunity. Not to say that she wanted to reach heaven in a single step, but it would be good to leave some impression in the eyes of the people. Otherwise, a lifetime of nothing really is a loss of his character and talent. The siblings care about each other. And on the other side of the Chu Guiran into a stark contrast. Today's noblewoman Chu had an arrogant expression on her face, completely putting the conflict with Lin Evening Yi behind her. And all she could see was her brother, Chu Xian, who was standing at the bottom. Look, you guys, that's my brother. After saying this, condescendingly, she couldn't even put her eyebrows down. As if her brother was some kind of heavenly descendant. Chapter 54, Jumping off the boat to survive. Chu Guiran's brother, Chu Xian, was currently standing at the head of the white team. And his clothes were also a little different from the others. So it was obvious at a glance that he was the leader of the white team. He had a face similar to Chu Guiran's, but was even more burly. Looking at him, he was also very spirited. But in his eyes, like Chu Guiran's, he always had 3 points of mockery in his eyes. Worthy of being a brother and sister. View of the two people style. About can also see this family head discipline is a kind of what? Today's dragon boat team. The white team are from the Northwest people. More or less are father and brother in the Northwest Army some official position. Therefore, they are imperative for today's success or failure. Chu Xian is now 25 years old. Is the oldest among the crowd. And has already emerged in the Northwest Army. So he came to do the leader. No one questioned. So look at that. Chu Xian stood on top of the white team's dragon boat, raised his arm, and called out, "Sons and daughters of the Northwest. Today can be a good performance. Let the Emperor see our ability. And don't disgrace the cultivation of the Northwest Marquis." Yes. The white team took the lead in opening their mouths. And the rest of the teams followed suit, shouting slogans as well. The scene became more and more lively, with excitement and thrill on everyone's face. On the contrary, only Lin Xingji and Jiang Huanqing were out of place among them. One of them came to see his sister. The other came to accompany his brother to see his sister. So naturally their minds were different from the others. However, unlike Lin Xingji's eyes, which were filled with his sister, Jiang Huanqing was not very old. But his speech was very old-fashioned. Chu Xian's face that hated to tell everyone in the world to know his skills, fell in Jiang Huanqing's eyes. Really poked his eyes. With a roll of his white eyes, he immediately pulled over Lin Xingji and said, "Song brother, quickly prepare it. Your sister is not also in the above watching it. You see people's brother this confidence in the look. Want to know his sister in the palace is how big face it. Although Jiang Huanqing has not been to the palace. But between the words is the things in the palace to see the understanding. So this exit reminder is all key. Lin Xingyi glanced at him, and also felt that this is very right. So he looked at Lin Lianyi's direction and nodded. And then started the pulling exercise. Although he and Jiang Huanqing were both halfway arranged to go in. They hadn't been lazy at all during the training. Otherwise the duo wouldn't have been oiled by the sun. No one from the youth team was very talkative. And of course their strength wasn't the best amongst the 8 teams, not being any kind of favorites to win the championship. But because of this, they didn't have much mental baggage of competing to win. So everyone was calm. While the other teams were still shouting slogans in a frenzy. The people from the green team had already settled down in the dragon boat, closing their eyes and adjusting their breath. They concentrated on the lake waves and paddles. Such calmness fell into the eyes of the emperor and the 4th prince, only to see that both of them narrowed their eyes, looking at the grungy green team with more than a few smiles in their eyes. The reason why the 4th prince was invited over today was that the purpose was to screen recruits for the Imperial Armor Army for enlistment. Similar to the white team, like this has long been the Northwestern Army. The 4th prince is not at all intended. He led the army as the most taboo is overly out of the ordinary and high self-esteem. Therefore, when he saw those who were bouncing around and being awesome, he crossed them out with a glance. On the contrary, it was the green team's move that made him look twice more. And he wondered what the results would be with such concentration. The war drums were beating. Everyone was seated within the dragon boat, ready to go. Compared to the determination of Chu Xian and the others, Lin Xingyi was more composed. For him, how to cooperate with his teammates to make the dragon boat move forward more steadily was the most important thing. Therefore, when the signal fell, the entire youth team showed extreme harmony and cooperation. The slogans shouted from their mouths were also in unison. The drummer, who sat at the front, was unmoved and concentrated on beating the drums of his dragon boat. And the paddling crowd was also undistracted. A force of energy just staring at the drummer's rhythm. Hey yo! Hey yo! Hey yo! The following dragon boats scrambled towards the finish line. The first to rush out was naturally the white team, followed by the red team. The 2 teams are going at the same speed, and they can't afford to leave each other behind. The green team was only in 3rd place. As for the other teams, they were a bit slow at the beginning. So halfway through the journey, they were already half a boat length behind. And there was no way back. Chu Xian sat at the front of the dragon boat. He was both the leader and the first person to paddle. His rhythm was crucial. When practicing on weekdays, the crowd also took his rhythm as the standard. But today, the red team sat and the paddler is also refused to lose the temperament. Came up to speed up the rhythm of paddling. So the boat slightly more than the white team. Chu Xian saw. Where can still sit down. With a roar, he disregarded the drum beat and accelerated himself, which disrupted the rhythm of the whole dragon boat. The back of the people did not react. Followed the chaotic paddling up. Seeing that the speed of the paddles were inconsistent, the dragon boat naturally slowed down. It was like a person running at full speed. Suddenly his hands and feet became uncoordinated. So naturally he would fall. The white team saw that they were a stone's throw behind the red team. So how could Chu Xian tolerate such a situation? In a violent rage, he shouted at the people behind him. Are all blind? Row! Where have the others seen this kind of scene? By the Chu Xian, who has already killed the red-eyed Chu Xian, was so scared that the paddle in his hand almost couldn't hold it, and fell into the water. Seeing that the place of an arrow gradually became half of the boat's body, let alone winning the championship, they were afraid that they would be at the bottom of the list. At the leaning rail beside the Chu Gairen's face has long been green and white. To the following then ignored the occasion and shouted, Brother, row faster, ah. With this cry from her, the other palace concubines with family members also on the dragon boat. The clansmen also followed and shouted out. And the scene was instantly chaotic. At this moment, the green team was like a crackerjack, rapidly heading towards the finish line. The red team was not far behind. And from the perspective of the top, it was slightly earlier than the green team. Chu Xian saw that the championship will not be able to horizontal or a skimming. Creating a boat overturned, people fell into the water scene. It also crashed through the stern of the red team's boat in the process. The red team that lost its balance. All of a sudden the drum beat went haywire and spun around in the lake, implicating the purple and blue teams next to them. Ouch. The hull of the red team's boat had a strong draft, and that water was huffing and puffing into the boat from the broken hole in the stern, adding to the fact that the people sitting inside were all people of weight. So the water added up even faster. Not long after, can only jump out of the boat to survive. Good dragon boat race. In the race half of the position, but floating full of people and playing crossboat. Chu Xian looked at the front with a fury in his heart. Soon, a dragon boat broke through the finish line. The crowd on the stands resounded with cheers. Chapter 55. The Imperial Disorder. The green team was surprisingly the first to cross the finish line, which surprised the crowd. The original most favored white team and red team had fallen, but it was this inconspicuous green team that had succeeded in picking up the slack. Chu Nobleman was so angry that her teeth itched, and with her mouth open, she pointed down and shouted, "The race start over. Start over. That white team dragon boat must have been tampered with. Otherwise how could it capsize? Having a team capsize and still continue the race. The green team won. She was used to being rude in the Northwest, but she had only been in Shunjing for a while, and she still hadn't been taught a good lesson. With her mouth open and her mouth shut, she is going to command the others to do things. But a small nobleman. Even so, words and behavior. This is not rushing to find death?" Sure enough, noble consort Lin let out an angry shout. "How dare you! In front of His Majesty and the fourth prince. Is it your turn for a cheap servant girl to talk too much? Don't forget your own identity." As soon as the word cheap servant girl was uttered, that noble Lady Chu became enraged. She completely forgot about this occasion and her identity. Immediately, she said back, "Your Highness is so big. Things are not fair and still do not let people say. In the past few years, it was my Northwest Dragon Boat team that won the championship. This year, how can it be so coincidental that the boat capsized? Maybe there's some jealousy behind it. I ask your Majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly. Give justice to my sons and daughters of the Northwest." She was used to finding her own way down. Lin noble consort pursed her lips, looked viciously at the kneeling Chuguren. If she dared to be so reckless in her own Lintou palace, she would have to teach her a good lesson. Just today the clan all in. She virtuous reputation or to protect. Therefore, suppressed his temper and said, "All the dragon boat building is responsible for the inner court department." Chu nobleman so bad language. Is that the inner court department in the head of the spies do not? Also, don't a mouth of your Northwest children. Your Northwest team. Under the sky. Not Imperial soil. Obviously are my Wei's descendants. Fell into your mouth into the Northwest. The palace looked afraid to first carefully check your own line. Afraid not someone up to descent. So will raise this kind of mouth without a cover-up of the generation it. Noble consort Lin didn't want to simply clean up a noble Lady Chu, since she is from the Northwest. Her family and the Northwest Marquis of the relationship is so close. Naturally is to kill and kill the heart. Good implicates some to do. So after finishing his words, he looked at the calm and self-possessed Yifei, to see how she reacted, only to see Yifei smiled back at Lin Guifei a glance, and then said to the Emperor that direction, "Your Highness is right. Under the sky is not the Emperor's land. My Lu family for generations for the Wei guarding the Northwest. Since the generation of the great ancestor counting, there have been 189 relatives of the blood-stained sands, horse leather wrapped in corpses. If such a price have to be exchanged for the other people's suspicion and dissatisfaction, I'm afraid that will be the cold sands of the heart of the generals." Seeing the Emperor did not say a word, Yifei walked to Chuguren in front of his a hard slap. "Grandfather at home is how to teach us. General Chu, even if you only care about being loyal to His Majesty, you should also find someone to teach you the rules. Such an occasion also dare to talk back to your consort. Really do not want to die. Why don't you make amends and apologize to your Highness?" She was good at turning big problems into small problems. Obviously that Chuguren had already been stimulated by noble consort Lin's speech and mannerisms were a bit out of character, and was about to be punished. But at this moment, she was woken up by a slap from concubine Yi. Her right cheek was swollen high, but she had always been afraid of consort Yi's power and methods, so she only dared to hold back and didn't dare to scream anymore. Looking at consort Yi's warning eyes, she had to bow her head to noble consort Lin even if she wasn't happy about it. "Your Highness, forgive me. It was the servant girl who just ate 2 more Xionghuang wine, so she was a little drunk and not sober. And only then did she contradict your Highness. Noble consort Lin also breathed a long sigh of relief seeing this, since she couldn't be pressed to death. Then, there was only forgiveness. So she put on a generous smile, and said to the kneeling Chuguiran, "Since Chuguiran drank too much, then go back early to rest. Last time let you copy the Buddhist scriptures for the palace has not yet seen descend. When the wine sobered up, then continue to copy it. Quiet mind is also good." Yes. Where did Chuguiran get the decree that she was to copy the Buddhist scriptures for Lin Guifei? This is not a disguised ban on her feet again? Indignant. But there was nothing she could do. Good thing that has won the championship of the green team in the outside waiting to ask to see the emperor. Her embarrassment is lifted. Quietly, she stood up and retreated to the back, not daring to open her mouth again carelessly. Compared to her disillusionment, Lin Wanyi was overflowing with excitement. Big brother. That's big brother. There was actually a big brother in the youth team. She had just been so focused on looking at her big brother that she hadn't even paid much attention to which team he was on. Only now did she see clearly, and had long since been in tears, pursing her lips to prevent herself from crying out in excitement. The emperor today invited the fourth prince to the purpose, which all the people in their hearts are somewhat aware of. The green team was waiting outside. Naturally summoned. Quickly summon! Summon the green team for an audience, Dong Yuzhong shouted, only to see the team of the green team respectfully walk in from outside. More than 20 people stood neatly in 2 rows, facing the emperor's direction and kneeling down to ask for an audience. Subjects have met the emperor. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The voice was grand and majestic. The emperor looked at it, but it was a rare eye with a smile. To the lower head of the crowd then said, "Get up." "Thank you, emperor." "Not bad. Not bad. The emperor governs the dynasty for many years. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. Even these of us, the clan children, the nobles and the relatives of the clan have not been raised into arrogance. All calm and steady. When it is really good all." The fourth prince complimented people on the point. The emperor happily laughed out loud. Noble consort Lin glanced sideways, her expression filled with complexity. Today's dragon boat race. But let me and the fourth royal uncle, as well as all of you have opened their eyes calmly cope. Work together. The green team is really good. Who is the leader? Only see a broad and rigid, serious look of the person. Immediately got up and walked out, and then once again kneeled down. To the emperor then said, "My father is Feng Jichuan, the vice-captain of the Imperial City Division, and my humble servant is now a lieutenant in the Imperial Armor Army. So it is somewhat under the account of the fourth Imperial uncle. No wonder he is so courageous and resourceful." This compliment from the emperor caused the fourth prince to smile cheerfully, but caused the Prince John on the side to show a sullen expression, raising his head to stare at the springy fourth prince. His heart was filled with disbelief. When the late emperor's deathbed set the auxiliary ministers. Obviously there is no fourth prince. The royal family has always been for the Zhan Wang Fu look forward to. But after the emperor's wedding, but gradually alienated them, these auxiliary ministers, and turned to be in the military camp for many years of the four princes extraordinarily close. If it is not because of the four princes' hand in charge of the Royal Armor Army, he would have started to deal with, where it is still his turn to support the face here. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do. Chapter 56 reduced to promise. Not bad. The youth team can achieve today's results. You are leading the team well. Give cold iron dagger. The rest of the people are each promoted 1 level. As expected. Once these words were uttered, the people around them were in an uproar. They were all born in a family of clansmen and nobles, and had already started out higher than the others. And now that they could be promoted 1 more level, it would be an honor to the family and themselves. Noble consort Lin narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Xingji. Her heart was a bit scared. He was originally an unranked guard of the Imperial City Department, and was promoted to the 9th rank. Not even a palace guard. But over the years, the second house has become a habit of suppressing the big house. Cold let him promote a level. Naturally some unhappy. But the holy mouth has been opened. The holy decree has been given. She is no longer happy has already been made. Lin Lianyi heard this. Stood at the back of the heart happy. Finally! Finally! Brother is finally with his own skills some of the simmering out of the head. Although now only have a grade. Not compared to others. But this is at least a good start. Just thinking about it. Suddenly felt that the waist was trapped by something. Pulling backward. All of a sudden detached from the side of the crowd. Her feet slipped, and her body was about to fall to the side. And don't know when. She stood beside actually becoming concubine. She was pregnant. If she lost her pregnancy in this fall, then her days in the harem would be over. Big Brother only got His Majesty's eyes in the front foot. If something happened to her in the back foot, would it not make the whole family's hope be dashed? Can't think too much. Slightly crooked body, padded in the concubine underneath, not waiting for her to cry out. She saw the floor, and the railing where they were standing suddenly broke, and the whole person fell downwards. All she could think of was that concubine couldn't be in trouble because of her. Therefore, she backhanded and used her greatest strength to push her upwards. Concubine was just stuck at the edge, so scared that she couldn't even speak. But Lin Huai planted her whole body into the Shonan lake, and even some stakes and stones also fell down. Little Lord. Shallow. Lin Xingji was originally standing at the back, not far from Lin Huai's position. When he heard the commotion, he was the first to react, wanting to reach out and grab it. Unfortunately, he didn't touch Lin Huai's falling hand, and as he watched her fall, he couldn't think of anything else, and leapt down with her in a single bound. Help! Help! Jiang Huanqing shouted as he jumped into the water. With that said, the people from the youth team just now all jumped into the Shonan lake one after another, moving away those floating stakes to make way for Lin Xingji. Lin Lianyi didn't know how to teal. This was something that everyone in the Lin family knew. So Lin Xingji's first reaction, the moment she fell, was to jump in and save her. Luckily, this place is at the edge of Shonan Lake. The water is not too deep, about 1 foot, and Lin Xingji's speed is extremely fast. A hand will be her from the water out. So Lin Lianyi just choked a few mouths of water, and there is no serious harm. On the contrary, that was saved in concubine. Because of the shock, people fainted. Fainted a fall into the water. A good festival suddenly became chaotic. Those close to the two concubines and maids screamed in fear. Fortunately, they were far away. Otherwise, they would not also fall into the water. Chun Chi and Xiaoan quickly ran towards the shore, taking off their own outer shirts as they went, ready to put them on Lin Evening E, falling into the water in full view of everyone. If their young master was not careful, she would be branded as shameless. How could they allow such a thing to happen? They would think so. And so would everyone else. Especially Noble Chu, who had a deep grudge against Lin Evening E, immediately jumped out and shouted, "Heavens! Lin promised to cuddle with that foreign man. It's simply unseemly." The moment she shouted this, everyone's eyes looked over. Although it was a case of rescuing and being rescued, in ways kind of folklore that was somewhat conservative, it did cause the crowd to talk about it. The Emperor looked at Noble Lady Chu with cold eyes, clearly very unhappy with this sudden opening of hers. Although Lin Noble Consort is also slightly scornful of Lin Evening E's siblings, but at this moment, cannot let the reputation of the Lin family damaged. Immediately said anxiously, "Chu noble woman, don't talk nonsense. That is the big brother of this palace, and Lin promise to be a brother to see his sister fall into the water. Should he see death to save her? It was Lin promise older brother. That it's not considered a foreign male. Besides, noble consort Lin was right. Is it better for a brother to be indifferent even when he sees his sister fall into the water?" The crowd then looked at Noble Chu with condemning eyes, which in turn caused her to be at a loss for words all of a sudden. She gritted her teeth at both the Lin siblings. It was true that this Lin family and the Chu family did not get along with each other. The one who was the younger sister was against her at all times, and the one who was the older brother stole his own brother's limelight. Humph! A family of sluts. With a twisted face, even the Emperor could see her defiance. With a cold snort, he said sternly, "Noble Lady Chu's words and behavior are unruly. She is demoted to a promise and grounded for 3 months." The moment these words came out, everyone present was shocked. For one thing, they didn't expect this to happen on a good day. The second is that Chu Guiran is a newcomer who only entered the palace 2 months ago, which lost favor in front of the Emperor, and could not help but feel pity. But the thought of her just those repeated 3 times. The crowd also cold eyes. Do not say a word. Yi Fei looked at Chu Guiran. Also feel that she is unable to help the bucket. But in the end is the northwest out of the people. If it is really so waste. But also some pity. So she opened her mouth and wanted to plead for her. The result was interrupted by Lin Guifei. To the concubine inside of the doctor said, "Doctor, how is it? Is there anything wrong with concubine's sister? That eunuch has been carefully checking her pulse since just now, and only after repeatedly determining that there is no doubt about it, did he say with a joyful smile on his face, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Concubining is already 5 months pregnant." What? When these words came out, the one who was most shocked was still consort Lan, who was also pregnant. With this pregnancy, her status in the harem had increased quite a bit, and she thought that she was uniquely favored. But she didn't expect that this concubine was also pregnant, or 5 months so long. She hid well enough that pair of brimming autumn eyes through a trace of venom. Looking at the surplus concubine's stomach, bore a few points of resentment, but it was only a flash. And then she stood up, deliberately revealing her stomach in front of everyone's eyes, smiling warmly and saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This concubine's sister is also pregnant. It looks like at the end of the year, the palace is going to have 2 more children all of a sudden." The moment her words came out, everyone just reacted. The faces of the palace concubines were surprised, envious, and naturally sour. But no one could compare to the neglected noble Chu. She originally wanted to say something, but the eunuchs who came up blocked her mouth and knocked her unconscious and dragged her down. Chapter 57. Concubine is happy. Now this pile of great joy in front of, who still care about her. That is to have the heart to plead for her 2 sentences of Ife. At the moment, also in the heart of the very angry, this concubine looked soft and weak, did not think so calm, froze until the fetus is not stable before bursting out. Really is a person with a heart. Then glanced at Lin Guifei. This look looks like a feigned surprise. In the palace head fight for so many years, she and Lin Guifei to each other's understanding of the deep variant. What is this behavior in front of us? To force concubining to reveal her pregnancy? Or do you want to borrow her hand to help Lin Evening E to the throne? Looking carefully at noble concubine Lin's every move, she was somewhat at a loss as to why. Quickly, sending concubine's sister back to her inviting the moon palace. And Lin promised. She in order to saving concubine's sister fell into the water in shock. I'm afraid that choking. The eunuchs also quickly go to look at it. Lin Guifei's sentence. Will the crowd side again shifted to Lin Promise head. Yes. That scene just now. Anyone who watched it had to say that it was indeed Lin E who saved concubine Ing. If she didn't have that push before falling into the water, I'm afraid that concubine would have fallen into the water just like her. Not to mention the other things. I'm afraid that the child may not be saved. This save, but is to save 2 people's lives. Concubine is still in a coma. Has been Lin Guifei ordered to send back to invite the moon palace. Lin Evening E before and after draped in the outer shirt of Chuanqi and Xian. The whole body is soaked, cold and shivering. Although it was summer, the lake water was not considered ice. However, Lin Wei had a cold sickness, and was already afraid of the cold. And now with water dripping from the top and bottom, she naturally did not feel well. Seeing her lips trembling up and down, Lin Xingji couldn't wait to carry her across to change clean clothes, but was stopped by Lin Evening E. Big brother, this is the Imperial Palace. Although you and I are brother and sister, we can't be impolite. Remember? Don't ruin your hard-earned future for the sake of impulse. Shallow. The brother and sister duo didn't even have time to say a few more words before Lin Lian Yi was sent away by noble consort Lin to send her back to Yihua Palace. Looking at her back as she was helped away by the maids, Lin Xingji clenched his fists. Sister even fell into the water are still remembering his future. Really let him heartache like a strangled. Future prospects. Mileage. Yes. If he is today as the 4th prince and the Northwest Marquis-like characters, sister in the harem will still be bullied? No way. Look at Princess Lin standing next to the emperor, that unbeatable look. Obviously are the Lin family's daughter. Why she can stand in the highest place, wearing gorgeous clothes, and the fate of the women to talk, while my sister is just a district of the end of the line promised. Fell into the water, but also be pointed out. Isn't it because she has a powerful grandmother and the Zhan royal family to back her up? Thinking of this, Lin Xingji's heart crossed, and an idea was born. Although noble consort Lin was annoyed that this good feast had gone awry, she could only clean up the mess quickly now. This clear garden under the support stakes is about the lake erosion for a long time. Some rotten, so almost harmed the 2 sisters. This palace go back to order the inner court division to check and repair. So fortunately nothing happened. Otherwise my concubine would have committed a great sin. She knelt at the emperor and made a tearful appearance. The emperor looked at her, then slowly said, "The harem is full of things. Your concubine has worked hard. Today's matter ends here. Arrange carriages and horses to send everyone back to their homes. I want to go and see concubine Ing. Yes. I will obey the decree. The emperor was just about to lift his foot to leave when he was stopped by the fourth prince. Looking at his anxious face, he then remembered that he had just left his words unfinished. If there are any people up and down the green team who are willing to join the Imperial Army, they should just join the camp immediately. And they should start as a captain. The old minister thanks His Majesty for the reward on behalf of those children. Only after these words, the fourth prince let go of his hand. The emperor saw this and left the Qing Yuan in large strides. Lin Guifei and the others just couldn't stay even if they wanted to. Looked at the soaking wet Lin Xingji standing there, brows lightly knit, but also not good to say anything. Then hurriedly left to arrange other things. The fourth prince is not a person who is not sticking to the smallest detail. Lifting his steps and walking towards the lake. Everyone in the green team fell into the lake. Naturally, they were all dripping and drenched in water. He walked in front of the crowd and loudly just asked, His Majesty has granted everyone permission. If any of you want to join the Imperial Army, you can start as a captain. You boys, who is willing to come? The fourth prince didn't bully others with his power, coming up and asking everyone to join. Instead, he had a consultative tone, which really made the people present feel somewhat flattered. The others were still thinking about it. But Lin Xingji was the first to step forward. Thanks to the fourth prince's indifference, Lin Xingji of the Xiangfu province has volunteered to join the Imperial Army and be the first to fight for the Great Way. His face was firm. His eyes were even more determined. And his tone was as clear as the blue sky. The fourth prince looked very satisfied, and immediately gave him a hand in vain, saying, Good. Minister Lin even has a grandson like you. Never heard of it before. Lin Xingji was silent, thinking of the big house's past obscurity and his sister's difficult steps in the harem. He had never been as certain as he was now. Seeing him in such an attitude, Jiang Huanqing next to him similarly knelt on one knee. Fourth prince above, Jiang Huanqing of the Rongcheng earldom has also volunteered to join the Imperial Army and to be the first to fight for the Great Way. Good. Good. Another good son. Jiang Huanqing's situation was no better than Lin Xingji's. Instead of living his life in Shengjing City in such a muddled state, he would rather go for a fight. Seeing that both of them were so determined, the rest of the green team also knelt down for the most part, all of them expressing their willingness to join the Imperial Army. The fourth prince suddenly laughed out loud. This king really wasn't wrong. All good. All good. Thus, after the dragon boat race, the green team became the final winner. Not only did they win the top spot in the race, but quite a few of them were enrolled in the Imperial Army. Compared to the Northwest Army where they had to fight to the death against foreign enemies, the peaceful days in the Central Plains in the past few years had made the powerful nobles feel that the Imperial Army was a good place to train. There is no danger to life, and can earn a bright future for their career. Why not? So, all of a sudden, the news of these dozen people joining the Imperial Army spread. In the Lin Xiong mansion, the Rongkong County Lord was naturally the first person to get this news. I didn't expect this big brother's son to be so insightful. Having gained face in front of the fourth prince, even if I step in, I don't think I can stop it. The second Madame Wang, who was sitting below, was a bit furious. If the big house really rocked up because of this, wouldn't that be dangerous? Not to mention the other things. But both sisters' life in the palace is afraid to be bet. If she can't suppress Lin Wani, that girl, are we not sending a scourge into the palace? Mother-in-law, what should we do? What are you panicking about? Rongkong County Princess sitting calmly on the couch. This is not worried at all. Chapter 58. Reasons for joining the army. Even if he joins the Imperial Army, so what? He's just a captain. Not to mention whether he can move up or not. If he is unfortunate enough to meet his death in the process of fighting bandits or attacking roving bandits, it's a bit of a pity for this Lin family's first grandson. Hearing this, the second madam's eyes mischievously lit up. What mother-in-law said is true. It's my daughter-in-law who thought too much. County Lord Rongkong squinted at this daughter-in-law Wang. A person who wasn't very smart. But her family lineage was not bad. Therefore sometimes she just turned a blind eye to it. Things in the big house, you worry less, have their own trials and tribulations to go through. How is Guangji? Is schooling at the state prison okay? The Lin Guangji in the mouth of the Rongkong County Lord. is the second young master of the Xiongfu. At the same time is also the only grandson of the Roncong County Lord's lineage. So the Lin family up and down all attach great importance to it. Only since childhood raised too delicate. But some playboy temperament. So Roncong County Lord only idea to send him into the state prison to sharpen 1 or 2. Go to have 2 months. But do not see to send any news back. Love grandchildren eager Roncong County Lord day to care. Just afraid to miss any letter. Wang's mention of her own son. That is naturally joyful. Mother-in-law, don't worry. Guangji, the child is what kind of heart you are still not clear. Vibrant and endearing in nature. It is said that everyone up and down the State Scholarship Academy is polite to him. I mean, how is Guangji learning? Sheriff Roncong snorted coldly. The person sent in by the Zhan Wangfu. And the grandson of the Lin Xiangfu, who was held in his heart, was enrolled in school. So it's hard to believe that there would still be people looking for him to be unhappy. This second daughter-in-law really doesn't have much of a brain. Guangji learns fast. Just playful. In time will be able to achieve great things. A loving mother has many defeated children. This saying is really true. He is not too old now. So I will give him an errand to do after he passes the crown. And his temperament will naturally improve as he wears down. Thinking of this, County Head Roncong also relaxed a little. And Wang's and Shunjing City on the lively talk to go. On the other hand, in the East Courtyard, when Dong heard the news that Lin Xingji was going to join the army, she almost lost her breath. You're crazy. Shallow is now in the palace. It will be difficult to see you in the future. Your father and I will be accompanied by you 2 brothers. If you leave, what will we do? That battlefield swords have no eyes. If you ask me and your father how to live? The first wife Dong cried and scolded at the same time. Lin Xingji knelt on the ground and let it be said. But the firmness of his face was such that it was useless for anyone to say it. Eldest Master Lin Guangzu also looked at his son with a sad face. Several times the words came to his lips, but could not be said. On the contrary, the younger son Lin Muji stood aside and came out. First pulled the First Lady Dong's seat, and then handed the handkerchief over. In a low voice, he said, Mother, Big Brother is not the kind of impulsive people. He must have a reason to do so. You would listen well, and then make a decision how? Don't look at Lin Muji's young age. But his speech was very convincing. The boyish face of a young man with a lot more calm and collected. Lin family, these grandchildren. If we talk about looks, he is the most like Lin Xiang. Just a pity. Was born in the east of the courtyard. Since childhood to grandfather's attention is very little. Now he is about 13 years old. And he has seen only a few of his grandfather's faces. Not to mention any cultivation and teaching. The child is right. Let's hear what Hasong has to say. Master Lin also persuaded his wife. A family where there is no enmity. The words are good. Dongzi father and son said reasonable. Then slowly stopped crying. Red eyes looking at the eldest son then said, Tell me yourself. Why in the world do you have to go from this army? Lin Xingji took a deep breath and looked at his relatives with a serious face. Especially his mother. Compared to the second lady in the next door West Crossing courtyard. She was so worried that she was showing some age. So he slowly said, Mother, I saw Shallow during the dragon boat race. What? How is she? Is the person okay? Has she lost weight? A few questions were thrown out one after another. And Lin Xingji didn't even have the mouth to reply. But seeing First Lady Dong's face in a hurry, although he could not bear it, he had to tell the truth. Not good. I see that she has lost some weight. And even though she didn't speak, I saw that her legs and feet were a bit inconvenient. About being in recovery from a sprain. When the eldest madam heard this, she directly went limp on the stool. If it wasn't for Lin Muji holding her up next to her, she would have fallen to the ground. Instantly. There is no greater sorrow than death in the heart. My son, how is it that each and every one of them has suffered a sin? She cried sadly. But Lin Xingji didn't stop and continued to rub salt into her wounds. And on that day, she was also framed and fell into the water. If I wasn't there to fish her out, I'm afraid that what we're hearing now is bad news. What? Grandmaster Lin was so angry that he slammed his fist on the corner of the table and immediately stood up and wanted to rush outside. Father, where are you going? I'm going to the next courtyard to ask nicely. Isn't there girl in the palace as a noble consort? How can she watch her own sister being bullied and humiliated like this? How can they watch their sister being bullied like this? They're all Lin's bloodline. Don't they care about their family? Hearing this, Lin Xingji gave a mocking smile. Father, can't you see what's going on now? When did the Western Crossing Court and Rongha Tang see us as a family? Forcing Shallow to enter the palace. Fixing favor for noble consort Lin. Suppressing my brother and I. Not letting us have a day to shine. Coupled with seeking mother's unhappiness day in and day out. After all these years, apart from giving us a smile when we ask for money, when have they ever looked at the people of this East Crossing courtyard in the right way? Aren't you going to argue? Would you like to see if second uncle would care about you, or if second aunt would? Or will second auntie care about you? One of them is the left minister of the Ministry of Justice. And the other is the daughter of the Minister of War. Look at the people in this courtyard. Our mother is the daughter of a merchant. And you are just an 8th grade official who hangs out at the Qin Tian Supervisory Bureau. So what are we going to do to compete with the other side? How can we compete with each other? Lin Xingji reddened his eyes and laid out all the facts of how the whole family had been bullied and humiliated over the years. Everyone in the room was flabbergasted by him. Especially Master Lin, who stayed where he was and didn't dare move. Mother asked me why I wanted to join the army. It's because my son no longer wants to be fish and meat on the chopping block. If we still don't think about climbing up the ladder, still nestled in this 4-square sky, then sooner or later my younger brother and I will all become stepping stones in the next courtyard. And Shallow, a harem concubine with no family to fall back on. Do you know what kind of life you'll be living? Today she may still be of some use to your highness, and be able to save her life. But who knows what will happen in the future? Is it possible that she will have to rely on your highness for the rest of her life? Think about it yourselves. Can you rely on her? Chapter 59. Let's work together. Lin Xingji said fire. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. As soon as he closed his eyes, he thought back to Lin Lian's fall into the water. Obviously the water is her. Suffered a lot of aggression is also her. But also be those people trampled. Take her reputation. As for her, there are only 2 people around her. Xuanqi and Xian. And she can't even see a medical officer. He couldn't believe it. If the one who fell into the water was noble consort Lin, or any other concubine with a powerful family, would she still be spoken of in such a way? Therefore, Lin Xingji was not only for his own future, but more for his sister to be able to live as she wanted in the palace. This army he must go from. And he has to make a name for himself. Let the big house is no longer by the Rongha Tang and the Western Courtyard people oppression, so that both parents and younger siblings can hold their heads up high. After learning of his intentions, First Lady Dong no longer had the words to keep Lin Xingji from joining the army. A child has to fight for his life in the battlefield. In the final analysis, is it not also because of their parents do not compete? The origin cannot be changed. But if the opportunity to turn around cannot be grasped, this life can be so. Lin Xingji in the Imperial City Division, for many years, have not seen the head to see want to go up the road in Shengjing City is basically blocked by the next door. In this case, it is better to give up these ties, to go to the barracks, rely on their own real sword to fight to the pain. If God favors me and really lets me kill my way out, then the people in our courtyard will have something to look forward to. And Shallow in the palace will also have something to look forward to. If the heavens don't favor me and I really have an accident, then it's still my son's life. At least it's better than living a miserable life. Seeing him so determined, the eldest lady clenched her teeth and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Grandmaster Lin. Good. A good child of my Lin family. Grandmaster Lin looked at his eldest son with tears in his eyes. He had now grown half a head taller than himself, and had long since ceased to be the young pup that still needed them to protect him. So he spoke. Hasong is right. Instead of being bullied into this wimpy appearance, it is better to let him go out to break into the world. This opportunity can be rare, but also in front of the 4th prince got the face. We do parents to support it. He has been a wimp all his life. Firstly, it is because of his character. He can't throw much of a tantrum. Secondly, his ability is not good. His father had given him a chance. Just he can't catch it. Thirdly, the most important, Zhang Wangfu and Rongkong County Lord Powerful. Behind them, and no one to rely on. Rashly with the counterweight, is tantamount to a praying mantis. Seeking death. Now that his children have grown up, he has less to worry about. As his son said, he should really think about how to plan for the children's future. The first time I saw him, I saw his eyes full of hope. And the family embraced each other and cried. Everything is in the words. Outside the palace. See the hilarious, see the hilarious. Make up your mind to make up your mind. Inside the palace. At this moment is also worship high, worship high. Step on low, step on low. When Lin Wani woke up, the first thing she saw was Chun-Chi and Xian. When the two girls saw her eyes open, their faces changed from anxious to elated. Little lord, you're awake? Coughing. Lin Wani was still choking on a few mouthfuls of water, and at the moment felt uncomfortable in her throat and heart and lungs. Xian immediately brought warm water. Lin Wani drank most of it before coming back to her senses. Has brother left the palace? Well, the eldest young master went back first along with the crowd. That's good. There's a lot of right and wrong in the palace. It's best if he can get less involved. Especially now, with his wings not yet full. It was better to stay away from noble consort Lin. Otherwise, let her see what's fishy, and take action against his brother again. How is it on concubine Ying's side? Now that she is awake, her first reaction is to ask her. She is the one carrying the dragon seed. If something happens, I am afraid that she will not be able to fall well. Hearing her ask, Chun-Chi's face flickered. Looking anxious, she turned to Xian and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Xian was straightforward. Anyway, the young master would have to know sooner or later. It was useless to hide it for a moment. Lady Ying concubine is fine. Was found to be pregnant already in May. The emperor accompanied back to the inviting moon palace. I heard that at that time the decree was passed out. Promoted to noble concubine. This was similar to what Lin Liani thought. Except that there was no direct step to consort. Probably intending to leave it until she gave birth and then ennobled her. That would make sense. In this case, Ngui concubine's promotion to concubine is a matter of course. But the child in her belly is afraid to be in the way of many people's eyes at the moment. Seeing that she did not say anything, Chun-Chi thought that she was sad. Immediately said comfortingly, "Little master, don't worry. Your bedtime is still early. No child is also normal, such as recuperating the disease. Let the Imperial Hospital's doctor to prescribe a few pairs of the best fetus medicine to. Will be able to think of things." After saying this, he felt that it was not enough and added another sentence. "Besides, your child, the emperor will definitely like it too," she said with certainty. And in the end, in order to make Lin Evening believe it, she even deliberately nodded her head heavily. That look rather made Lin Evening laugh. Silly girl. Right now, it was an eventful time. She wouldn't bump into it at this time. Pregnant? Let's talk about it after some days. She wasn't even standing still. How could she protect herself and her child in the palace? Just as she was thinking, she heard Xiaoming's voice from outside. "Young lord, eunuch Dong has come over. Quickly pass it on." She was still lying in bed today and was not in a position to see anyone. So Chun-Chi and Xian lowered the tent on the bed. Dong Yuzhong smiled as soon as he entered, his eyes full of joy. Turning to Lin Evening Yi's bed, he then saluted and said, "Nuns greet young master." Young master's great joy. Lin Evening Yi's face was full of doubts. But at the moment, her doubts could not be seen by Dong Yuzhong. So she asked out loud, "What did the eunuch say?" "The emperor has just issued a decree. In order to reward the little master to saving Ngui concubine meritorious, specially promoted to standing in it. The little master can now be regarded as a serious master. Blessings are still in the future." "Changzi? How long has she been in the palace? Is it appropriate to be promoted so soon?" Lin Wanyi's head was full of thoughts about this. But outside Xian and Chun-Chi were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Chun-Chi immediately thanked eunuch Dong. "Thank you, eunuch, for coming to deliver the decree. This little token of appreciation is for the little lord to treat you to tea. I hope you don't mind." Saying that, he went forward to send a purse. Not heavy. Again with silver checks placed inside. Dong Yuzhong is never refused. No matter whose bounty are happy to continue. And then continued, "Little master, good health is," the emperor said. "Tomorrow will come to see you." Hearing this, Lin Lian did not mind. Chapter 60. The newly promoted Changsha. This emperor didn't come over tonight, and thought he knew why. There was another concubine in this palace, who was going to add to his family. So naturally, he had to be well appeased. So good-temperedly returned. "Labor eunuch, go back and say to his majesty, I hear everything is good. All things to Ngui concubines place first on the line. Little lord is generous. Slave knows." Saying this, He intended to exit, and then stopped, seemingly remembering something, and then said, "By the way, the back of the temple Chu nobleman was demoted to promise. The emperor ordered her to move to the side of Chongning Palace. This back of the temple is empty. Little Lord's position is enough today. Does she need to move there? A promotion and a demotion. This Yihua Palace is really lively." Chu noblewoman being demoted to promise was nothing happy or unhappy for Lin Evening E. As long as her father was still working for Wei. Then it was only a matter of time before this reset noblewoman thing happened. At the moment, it's just a moment of distress. She wasn't that stupid to rush to give noble person Chu a hard time. I'm used to living in this leisurely hall, and it's troublesome to move around to recuperate. So thank you for eunuch Dong's kind words. Dong Yuzhong smiled. He actually knew before he opened his mouth that Lin Avini would reply like this. It's just that when working in the palace, it's never wrong to ask one more question. In that case, then I will return to the chief of the inner court department and tell him to just go take care of Chongning Palace. After saying that, only then did he slowly back out and turn around to leave. Xiao Ming and Xiao Luzi stood guard outside. One responsible for decocting the medicine, the other responsible for guarding the door. No one would want to come and exploit the loopholes at this time. Chun Chi and Xiao lifted the tent and hung it left and right. Especially Chun Chi, the excitement on that face showed very clearly. Young master, you become a permanent resident? The slave girl remembers that Du Changzheng has been in the palace for several years, and was only promoted during the annual festival. I didn't expect you to be promoted so smoothly. She is in a very good mood. Originally on the Ngui concubine pregnant thing, there are a few points of reluctance. Now feel really thanks to her blessing it. Standing position. That among the newly promoted palace concubines, in addition to Ming Chongzai, it's just you, little master. It's indeed a great joy. Xiaoan was also happy. Only her emotions weren't as outward as Chun Chi's. Lin Lian Yi was not as happy as them. If the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Not to mention the fact that there was still noble consort Lin watching over her from above. She has been promoted to the next level here, and her brother has also shown his face in front of the clansmen and nobles, which is a good thing for the big house. But I'm afraid that the idea of the West Crossing courtyard to seek out her mother is not as good as she would like it to be. And that would be troublesome. Help me call eunuch Qiao in. Yes. Qiao Ming followed Xia and walked in a disciplined manner. And then he greeted him. Young lord, what are your orders? Eunuch Qiao. Since I entered the palace, I haven't had any contact with my family yet. I'm worried that my mother is sick with longing. Do you have any method for me to send a couple of words out? Lin Wani could actually help send a letter through the satin warehouse's sister Fan when she went out. But she always felt that it was better to use this step with caution. Nowadays, people in the palace didn't know about her relationship with Sister Fan, so it wouldn't be good to cause any trouble. That's why she found Qiao Ming. Qiao Ming is a person who has served in front of the Imperial court. The doorway is naturally much more than she. A new concubine in the palace. The most important thing is, through him to do this thing, in disguise, is equal to an eunuch Dong left a bottom. In the future, if someone wants to do something tricky here, she also had the opportunity to self-certify just. Qiao Ming thought for a moment, then respectfully replied, every other month. The inner court division has to go out of the palace to do the work. If the young master just wants to take a message home, it is possible to trouble eunuch Qin to make a trip arranged by him. Then we do it ourselves are much more appropriate. Lin Lian Yi had initially decided on this idea as well, but it was still more appropriate to say it from Qiao Ming's mouth. Well, this is very good. Then let Xiao Luzi make a trip. And by the way, bring some of His Majesty's rewarded tea to eunuch Qin. He's been in the palace for the past few days. He's been troubled many times. Yes, slave will go and make arrangements. After Qiao Ming left, Chun Chi let out a long sigh. When I saw the eldest young master today, the slave girl's heart was really a little bit sad. Little lord, you said that the person that you could see day after day before is now so difficult to even say a word or pass a message across a palace wall. The red wall is blocked by the sky, and the smoke in the blue sea is locked. This is the most helpless thing. The master-servant duo were in a state of lamentation. However, Chuinchi is not a person who is sad about the spring and autumn. Only sad for a short while. Then said with some complacency, Humph. Let that Chu promise to be unbeatable, but also bully to the head of the little master. Now her position is still below the little master. See how she still play the wind? Her words were true. Xiaoan also thought so in her heart. Only not as fast as her mouth. Chu Promise is not someone to be messed with. You guys should be more careful. Didn't you say you want to move the palace? These few days you also less go out to go. Otherwise bumped into still do not know what to come out of it. Little lord, don't worry. I'm just saying a few words. With eunuch Xiao Ming around. How would a slave girl dare to cause trouble? Chun Chi tilted her body to look at the outside. Xiao Ming is not there. Then lowered her voice and said, the slave girl doesn't want to copy the palace rules. A thick pile of them. It gives me a headache to memorize them. Let alone having to copy them. Lin Lian he was amused by her and laughed non-stop. All those small illnesses and pains on her body seemed to be much better. 3 days later, Chongning Palace was packed up. When the subordinates came to ask Chu Yi to move over, she threw a huge tantrum. Since she entered the palace, she has not been happy at all. The emperor, in addition to the beginning to pass her to serve the Bedouins, it seems to forget her in the harem. Anyhow, she to Qianan Palace to send news, to send food or not a following. So she just entered the palace can get the emperor's attention. Lin evening he so hate. Looking at these gorgeous decorations in the back of Yihua Palace, she was even more furious. Crackling and smashing not to mention. But also at the palace of idle intentions non-stop cursing. Followed her into the palace of the moon. She has been sent to the tucked away court. Early no hope. And the moon pei and moon white was caned after the body bones are not yet good clear to her to serve. But you promise that there is always something not as good. To them is a beating and kicking. The days lived in fear. But called the sky. Called the ground. Looking at the ground broken porcelain. Chongning Palace in charge of the sister and Hui eyes through a disdain to another master with a big temper but no brain. The one who asked her to move the palace is the emperor. Who is she doing by smashing plates and bowls here? If someone will report this matter to the Imperial court. She thought she can still have any good fruit to eat, not. Simply ridiculous. So with a cold face, she said. Chapter 61, Moving the Palace Furor. Chu Promise. Let's go over quickly. That side hall although packed properly. But moving the palace is not a small matter. There is still some time to collect. Delayed for a long time. Outside the gossip to the top. In the small master is also troublesome. Is not it? Are you teaching me to do something? Chu promised that she was worried about not having a place to vent her temper. But she also dared to come to teach her a lesson. Her round eyes widened angrily, and she immediately seated. Picking up a tea light in her hand, and smashing it towards that sister-in. Tea splashed all over the place. The broken porcelain of the tea light nearly broke the hand of sister-in. She forced down the anger in her heart. And looked at Chu promised to be even more serious in her expression. Little master here with the old slave angry is useless. Move the palace is the emperor under the decree of the matter. If you are not moved on the old slave will not blame reported upwards. You dare? The old slave is according to the rules of the palace to do things. If wrong send someone to punish. No need to threaten the little master here. Rather, the young master should think about it. This palace is not compared to at home. And what can you do if you try to be strong at all times? Being counted down by sister-in. Chu promised that her momentum was actually suppressed. It was probably because she was so traumatized by the successive groundings and relegations that such a proud person actually cried and became sad. Unfortunately, sister-in was not a vegetarian, and she never took pity on such tears. To the eunuchs who came outside to help move the palace, she said, "Move it." Yes. In the end, Chu promised to move away from Yihua Palace to the remote Chongning Palace side hall. When she left, the most excited person besides the people in the idol hall was Mui in the right side hall. Ing, the maid standing by her side, was also happy and said, "Young master, this Chu promise has finally left. We no longer have to be careful in what we do. Whenever the slave girl thinks of having her in the palace, she can't sleep at night without peace of mind." Mu Lanchun glanced at Inger. Her eyes also filled with relief. Who says it isn't? Letting her flail around looking for trouble all day long. And now that she's fallen on hard times, she doesn't even have anyone to help her out. That's right. Now that there's only us and little Master Lin from across the street in this Yihua Palace, it'll be much better in the future. Mentioning Lin Wan Yi, Mu Lanchuan's eyes revealed a lot of brimming envy. I entered the palace earlier than her, and now she has become the much-loved Lin Chongjai. But I'm still an unquestioned yes. The sour words were said in a way that even Inger could hear. Hasn't the relationship between little lord and the Lin Chongzai next door always been good? If we go over there day after day to sit, we might meet his majesty at some point. Do you think I don't want to? That eunuch Qiu Ming has guarded the Hall of Idle Intentions so tightly that you've sent a message over there several times saying that we want to go over there to take a look. But it didn't work out. Did it? Mu Lanchuan's eyes showed a hint of chagrin. I also blame myself for being too impulsive the first 2 times. Always thought that they were all wandering in the harem. And there was always something to look forward to when they were united. Who knows that Lin Lianyi is a smooth transition. But he is still deep in the mud and feet. Inger frowned left and right, thinking up. Suddenly remembered something. And then opened his mouth and said, "Little master, why don't we also go and climb other high branches?" Simple to say. You think those favored concubines in the harem who will be happy to see us? Look at Qigong. When she lost her power. Didn't Lady Yifei not say anything? Then let's go burn Ngui's new stove. Inger's words reminded Mu Lanchun. This Ngui concubine is now the holy favor is strong. And pregnant. If you can have the opportunity to go to her palace. It is not a good method. Eyes lit up. And then said to Inger. Go and take out the peace button that mother prepared for me. Let's go and see Ngui concubine. The peace button is the most valuable thing in Mu Lanchuan's hand. So easily given away. Inger is heartbroken. The child can't be set up. If we can take this opportunity to step on Ngui concubine to the throne. And so on the emperor's favor. There is still no good things to worry about. When she said this, Mu Lanchun thought of those decorations in noble concubine Lin's palace. In her heart, she secretly vowed that she too must live like that in the days of 10,000 people. Afterwards, the two of them dressed up and headed towards the Moon Inviting Palace. Inside the Moon Inviting Palace, Qiu Ming, who was also from Yihua Palace, was being received. Because of Lin Wanyi's injury, she only said Qiu Ming to send some congratulatory gifts to Ngui concubine according to the rules of the palace. On the other hand, all the people in Inviting Moon Palace were extremely polite when they saw Qiu Ming. For one thing, he used to be the person who served in front of the Imperial court. And he might go back again at any time. So it's always right to be courteous. Secondly, they also cared about Lin Evening Yi's rescue. If she did not fall down to the top to push Ngui concubine. I'm afraid that now, she will not have the opportunity to promote to Ngui concubine. Is Sister Lin okay? This palace heard that she choked on water and triggered an old illness. It's hard to feel in her heart. Thank you for your concern. The young master's illness needs to be recuperated. The doctor said that at most 1 month will be able to recover as in the past. And then come back to be your companion. Very good. Very good. And then Ngui concubine let the palace maid Rongla take mini tonic out and instructed Qiu Ming. Take these things back to Sister Lin to replenish her body. And then go to the door to see her when this palace is ready. Yes. Slave thanked your concubine mother for the young master. When Qiu Ming was leaving, he bumped into Mu Yi, who just arrived at the entrance of the Moon Inviting Palace. She was scared to see Qiu Ming, but she had to pretend to be polite on her face. Eunuch Qiu, what a coincidence. Are you coming to see your concubine Empress for your sister? Back to young master. Exactly. But I'm still in a hurry to return to the palace to work as an officer. So I'll go ahead. Eunuch Qiu, take your time. When Sister Lin gets better, I'll go see her again. Yes. And then Qiu Ming brought someone to take things back to the Hall of Leisurely Intentions, while Mu Lanchun lifted her skirt and went into the Inviting Moon Palace. In the Hall of Idle Intentions, Lin Wanyi looked at the tonic that Ngui concubine had sent. But she felt a little weak. People to her is a sincere thanks. But she began to store the other thoughts. Strange, embarrassed. In the end, her position as a permanent resident and this life-saving kindness was an accident. Qiu Ming and other people do not know this. To Lin Evening he said, I have served in the palace for many years. Concubine is a rare gentle nature. The little master has the opportunity to make friends with her. Is also a good thing. Lin Lianyi had never heard Qiu Ming praising someone so bluntly. Especially when the words also revealed the meaning that she could befriend Ngui concubine. This surprised her a little. It looked like Ngui concubine's reputation in the palace was really good. Smiling, she then replied, since Eunuch Qiu said so, then I have a number in my heart. After I get well, I can often go to Inviting the Moon Palace to sit down. Chapter 62, Worrying about the Prospect. While speaking, Xiaoan brought another bowl of medicine over. That medicine was to cure her choking problem. So she could not drink it. tilting her head back and drinking it all in one go. Lin Wanyi took a slice of sour plum preserves and held it in her mouth to melt away the bitterness. Just now Qian Palace sent a message over, saying that His Majesty is coming to have lunch. Chun Chi is already preparing the dishes. Let Xiao Luzi make a run to the Imperial catering room. Let them send a few less dishes. Don't waste them. I know. Slave. I'll go do it now. Waiting for Qiu Ming to go out. Lin Wanyi's originally straightened body resumed softening, looking at the book in her hand in deep thought. The words that Chu promised to curse the palace of idle intentions before he left. Lin Lianyi did not put them in her heart at all. For her, there are more important things right now. Noble consort Lin sent a message that her brother was going to join the army. Lin Lianyi was anxious when she heard. The sword is blind. The battlefield is dangerous. If the brother does not return, then let the whole family how to do. She originally thought that her brother is just in the Imperial City Division to promote a level. Did not expect him to be so determined. Think also know what it is for. So Lin Lianyi heart more uneasy. Always thought that if there is a chance, she would like to meet her brother. If she can persuade him is the best. So, she thought about it. Or planned to explore the Emperor's mouth before saying anything else. Coincidentally, the Qianan Palace sent the news. So Lin Lianyi ordered Chuanqi to prepare a table of dishes early in the morning. The Emperor loves to eat sheep's hooves, bamboo shoots, Weinstein chicken, and dongpa tofu. In addition with red beans, barley mixed with rice, cooked pot of rice. Fragrant. Before lunchtime, the Emperor in his regular clothes walked into the Idlewill Hall. Lin Lianyi just choking. Legs and feet on the problem is much better. So waiting for the Emperor's simple comb wash is not too much of a problem. With warm water wringing a handkerchief. With his forehead on the fine sweat one by one wipe clean. And then clean the hand. Only then did he let the people bring all the hot dishes onto the table. All that was prepared today is what His Majesty loves to eat. You taste it. Lin Lianyi spoke while laying out the dishes for the Emperor. He took a taste, and the corners of his mouth rose. The flavor is good. This little kitchen of yours has made it a bit more refreshing than the Imperial kitchens. The Emperor was naturally happy with his meal. And Dong Yuzhong, who was serving at the side, also smiled and said, the meals in the little lord's palace are really well made. Every time His Majesty comes, he has to use more of it. It's good that His Majesty loves to eat. And then after serving him, he used up all of the large bowl of rice in the bowl. Before he started to talk about something else. Your Majesty, on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, the matter of the servant girl losing her footing and falling into the water didn't disturb you nobles, did it? She spoke carefully. But the Emperor stopped his chopsticks and looked at her to scrutinize her carefully. The probing intent in his eyes made Lin Evening a little uncomfortable. She just simply said a sentence. It's hard to believe that the Emperor is so vigilant. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard the Emperor say, Qing Yuan thing. I have ordered people to check properly. Indeed is the stake some rotten so will not support. About to see the competition ferry when people stand more. So it is loosened to cause you to fall into the water. The inner court division and its related people have been chastised. If you are still not relieved, I call them to give you to thank you. This explanation from Emperor Yuan Hong really made Lin Evening speechless at once. It looked like the Emperor was thinking left, and thought that she was beating around the bush to ask about falling into the water. So helplessly said. The Emperor misunderstood. What the servant girl wanted to say is not this. Then what do you want to say? The Emperor's sudden bluntness caught Lin Evening a little off guard. And after thinking about it, she thought forget it. It's better to tell it straight, so as not to get into trouble by guessing. Your Highness has sent someone to send a message saying that brother is going to join the army. The servant girl is a little worried. So I want to ask. The Emperor also thought why. It turned out to be this. So he slowly said, it's a blessing for your brother to be able to go to the Imperial Army for training. Lin Lianyi also knew that this statement was not false. Although she didn't know much about the Imperial Army, she had still heard of the name of the Great Wei twins. Especially that fourth prince, who was originally a figure that her brother boasted about even in his mouth. To be able to have a chance to practice in his army tent. It was too late to be happy. The maidservant knows. It's just, you're worried about him getting hurt? The answer is quite dry. Can you forget your status nowadays? Lin Lianyi was puzzled. It's hard to believe that a woman who has become an emperor can't care about her family. This wasn't an outside man. Lin Xingji was his full brother. Seeing that she had a few moments of displeasure, the emperor only said with a faint smile, Tease you just. You can rest assured. The Imperial army these years nothing to fight. Just the military training will inevitably have the possibility of injury. The male child ambition in all directions. If you really want to go to the army, you worry is useless. The Emperor's sentence. But it is Lin evening to wake up. If this matter was what her brother wanted to do, it would be useless for them to talk about it. That brother's temperament was already stubborn. Since even noble consort Lin had sent the news, it was evident that this matter had been nailed down, and she was powerless to do anything about it. So she could only let out a deep sigh. The Emperor was drinking soup while waiting to hear her speak. But the result was that he did not see her open her mouth for a few moments. Then see her expression some sadness. Plus remember that day, in the Winguju she fell asleep in the mouth are still shouting mother look. The heart is a little soft. Rarely good-tempered to Lin evening comforted. Your brother is a good seedling. If you are stuck at home, not only in his own no good, for you also lost the dependence, is not it? After the Emperor said this, Lin Wani fell silent. How could she not know her brother's feelings? But it was because she knew that she was even more upset. How she wished that she could also be strong enough to protect her family, instead of having to go to the front line to fight for her life when her family was still holding on to her. Two people look at each other speechless. Originally a good meal. Eat to the end of the two are silent. Before the Emperor left, looked at the bright window under the clothes that are sewing. Said one more time, you are still careful body some now. This clothes push back all right. Knowing that he is concerned about himself, Lin Wani stood up and smiled. Her mood also came out a bit from the melancholy just now. Thank you for your majesty's concern. Maidservant knows. Well, get well soon. Only in a few days will you be able to follow to the palace. After saying this, the Emperor left the Hall of Idle Intentions with large strides, leaving Lin Wani standing alone and somewhat confused. Going to the palace? What is this situation? Rushing to find Xiaoming. It was only when he asked that he realized. Every year from June to October the Emperor will go to the palace to escape the summer heat. That palace is 30 miles away in the north of the city, backed by the rich mountains, not to mention that there are also many artificially excavated river curves in it. So living in it in the summer is most enjoyable. And then added another sentence. The palace concubines brought will also not be many. If according to the usual practice, it will be about 10 or so. Chapter 63, The Eve of the List. Around 10. Not much. Lin Wani was silent. However, on second thought, when she thought of the people who filled the seats on that day of the Dragon Boat Festival, she felt that Xiaoming's words were very reasonable. Today's matter? You tell everyone not to spread the word. But it's just something that His Majesty said on a whim. It's not good to let outsiders know. No need to think that our Idle Intentions Palace is rushing to it. Understand? Little Lord, don't worry. This matter will be explained by the slave. She is now a permanent resident. And according to reason, she can add 1 or 2 more coarse palace maids or eunuchs. However, Lin Wei felt that 4 people were enough to serve her. And with so many mouths to feed, it would be better to be less involved. Xiaoming persuaded her, and asked the internal court department to prepare and send the suitable ones. The person in charge was naturally entrusted to Eunuch Qin. The little master's position is far more than this. In the future, it is inevitable to enter some people. Good and willing to learn the servants of the palace cannot be easy to find. So it is better to let Eunuch Qin first phase to watch it, so as not to let a person drill a loophole. Drilling a hole. Almost did not explicitly say Lin Guifei last time to send people things. Xiaoming's reminder made Lin Evening alert. Indeed, if there was a lackey in the palace who had turned his back on his master, it was the same as leaving his back to the enemy. She didn't want to die so early, so she immediately nodded and agreed to Xiaoming's suggestion. Throughout the month of May, Shengjing City seemed to be baked in a furnace, sinking into a heat wave. Some places in the Imperial City are on ice, but it's just a drop in the bucket. Palace concubines, everyone in their own palace to hide lazy. The whole palace is a rare calm. Lin Liani because of the cause of the injury. So even the door did not go out much. Weekdays are not to do needlework. Is to take good care of the body. For the things outside the window do not ask. Straight to wait until the emperor to go to the palace after the news spread. The palace crowd seems to have found a new boiling point and lively. The purpose is not for anything else. Is to hope that they can become one of the candidates to accompany the driver. Lin Noble Concubine and E Concubine naturally went without saying, while the pregnant Lan Concubine and Ing Noble Concubine were also going to go. This time there were no more 4 slots. And the remaining ones naturally became the target of the crowd scrambling. Lin Lianyi's name also appeared in the list. Not surprisingly, by now, most of the places had gone. On this day, Qiu Ming walked straight to the kitchen and brought a bowl of cool water and went straight down. The beads of sweat on his forehead were wiped off at any time, and his face darkened quite a bit compared to the previous few days. Chuanqi was afraid of being scolded, and hurriedly handed over the green bean soup to cool down the heat. Eunuch Qiu, why don't you use a bowl of green bean soup? You didn't say so earlier. Qiu Ming frowned and took it over and drank it all in one go. This green bean soup can be more comfortable than cool water in the stomach. Instantly feeling that the heat on his body has come down. Hee. I didn't have time to do this? You're not afraid of diarrhea if you're pouring cool water as soon as you enter the door? Now, Chuanqi and Qiu Ming were quite familiar with each other. Even jokes like "you old man" could be said from time to time. I just sent Lady He away, and my throat hurts from talking. In these few days, Qiu Ming had blocked many other concubines who wanted to come to see Lin Evening, and there was no need to say why they wanted to do so. Where is Xiao Luzi? Still not back from the Imperial kitchen? No. The little master sent him by the way to the satin warehouse to get some silk thread back. The Emperor's regular use of thread used more, so some not enough. Originally he was sent to do something else, but in the end he had to make a trip to the satin warehouse. It was no wonder that he hadn't returned after so long. As the two of them were talking, Xian walked in from outside. She is a person who seldom sweats on a regular basis, but in these 2 days, she is also hot and always wipes her forehead and temples with a handkerchief. So she is really bored. Eunuch Qiu, you are also here? Well, come over and have a bowl of green bean soup. Chuanqi listened to the two of them talking and also passed a bowl to Xian in passing. Your green bean soup is something I boiled separately. No sugar added. Taste it. Xian smiled. Chuanqi looked like she had a big nature, but in reality, she was as meticulous as a hare, especially when it came to food. She remembered everyone's preferences and taboos clearly. A bowl of green bean soup without sugar went down. Xian also felt much more comfortable. As soon as the young master woke up, he wanted to find you, saying that he asked you how the green plums were prepared? Xiao Luzi hasn't come back yet, so I don't know how much of the green plums I can get back. Chuanqi beamed, looking at Xia, and then asked curiously, why does little lord suddenly want to make this green plum wine? Who knows? It's about remembering things from the old days. Many of the things from the past were unknown to Xian. And Yuan Chuanqi had grown up with Lin Evening, so she should know more. As a result, when she opened her mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. Coming. Finally back. Xiao Luzi's figure whirled in from outside, holding wrapped silk threads in her hands, and a not-so-large basket on her back, in which was placed the very plums that Lin Evening had asked for. Seeing that all three were here, Xiao Luzi wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve and immediately handed the parcel of silk thread to Xian. Sister Xian, send it to little lord. I'm covered in stinky sweat, don't smoke her. Okay. You also quickly rest for a while. Running for so long on a hot day. It's fine. It's just too hot outside. But it'll be fine when we get to the palace. Qiu Ming glanced at Xiao Luzi, and his face became serious again. What did I explain before? Forgotten again? Xiao Luzi immediately shushed, not daring to make a move. Qiu Ming is not a harsh person, although this matter has been known to the whole palace. But it is still better to say less from their mouths. Otherwise it is like having something excessively attracting attention. Chuanqi and Xian had to admire Qiu Ming's rules. At all times, the palace rules are great to set an example. Alright. After drinking the green bean soup, guard the palace entrance? I see that He Nyangzi is not a person who is easy to get rid of. I can't say when she will come again. Yes. Qiu Ming leaves first. Xiao Luzi spits out her tongue with an okay look, making Chuanqi and Xian laugh. Eunuch Qiu's ability to block people's way is really impressive. Not only do you have to rebuff, but you can't make people feel uncomfortable. You guys weren't around to listen. The words that were said, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to say them even if I were to be reborn again. Xiao Luzi's words were from the bottom of his heart. When working under Qiu Ming, you can really learn a lot of things. So he hurriedly drank the green bean soup and ran outside again. Xian shook his head, still childlike. You and I together will give the things to the young master to take a look. Okay. This green plum looks like a good color. The little lord will probably like it. The two of them carried each other towards the main house. One hand holding a basket. The other hand holding silk thread. Chapter 64 Brewing Plum Wine. In the main house. Lin Wani was looking through a book of miscellaneous notes on brewing wine. Not only does it clearly state how to brew plum wine, it also records many recipes for brewing other fruit wines. Anyway, if she stayed in the palace, she had plenty of time, so she could take her time to develop these. When she was almost done reading this, Chun-Chi and Xiao also just happened to enter the house. Little master, quickly look. This is the plums that Xiao Luzi just brought from the Imperial kitchen. The slave girl looks very good. Fresh and very. As he spoke, he took some plums out of the basket. Lin Wani fixed her eyes to look closely. Really green and green. Even the head is about the same size. It seems to be carefully selected with care. The people in the Imperial cuisine room are careful. Not bad. Not bad. You go fetch some salt and ginger sugar cubes. Yes. There is also white wine and porcelain jars. Young master. How come you suddenly remembered to make plum wine? Lin Lianyi smiled, remembering a playful remark her brother had once made. When can I drink the green plum wine brewed by Xiao's hands? Then my brother will have no regrets in this life. It was because of these words that Lin even thought of brewing this wine, so that when her brother returned from the Imperial Army next time, she might be able to send it out for him to try. Isn't brother going to go from the army? When this wine is brewed to the point where it's drinkable, about the time my brother will be back to visit his family. So when it's time to send it out of the palace for him to taste, it's also considered a little bit of my heart as a younger sister. I see. Since it's brewed for the eldest young master, it must be the best. Chun-Chi smiled wryly, and then said, last time, the Imperial catering room sent a jar of good wine. His Majesty didn't drink it, so it was put away by the slave girl. This time, it's just right to use it to brew this. After saying that, he turned around and left to prepare something. Xiaoan smiled and handed over the silk thread. Lin Wani took it and looked at it. Her eyes were also full of joy. Every time Sister Fan sends me silk thread, it's just what I want. It's true that I'm the disciple that grandmother taught with all her heart. After saying that, she let Xiaoan sort it out by color, and then put it into a box to be used in the future. Chun-Chi rushed to take all the things to the pavilion in the courtyard, which was cleaned daily by Xiao Luzi. Lin Lianyi and Xiaoan came out together and joined her in tidying up. The grapevines in the backyard in Chun-Chi and Xiao Luzi day after day carefully irrigated. Already has the height of 2 palms. Although the distance from climbing on the shelves is still very early. But look at this vibrant life. All of us are also very happy. In this harem, if you don't find something to do for yourself, I'm afraid that it will be like a year. If the mind is focused on competing for favors and waiting to be blessed, it's even more strange not to go crazy. Lin Lianyi is afraid that she will also become a person who calculates all day long like noble consort Lin and the others. So in her spare time, she still does some manual work to clean up her heart. Qingmei was washed twice with clean water, then added salt and rubbed it repeatedly. Chun-Chi and Xiaoan were afraid that Lin Wui's hands wouldn't be able to withstand the salt water, so the two of them rubbed vigorously. While rubbing, they also asked, young master, what is this for? Going astringent. Oh! You rubbed almost. Let it soak. Half an hour later, then pull out the plum tip and rinse with water. Okay. Accounted for the two. Lin Evening also did not idle. The porcelain jar again seriously cleaned again. And then with a clean handkerchief to wipe with a little water stains are gone. These plums, I'm afraid to fill 3 jars to put down. Lin Lianyi is also the first time to do. Always think in case a bad one can still have 2 cans. So when using materials are separated. For example, a jar with ginger sugar cubes, a jar with rock sugar cubes, and a jar directly with the blended sugar water, and a few pieces of dried perilla leaves. The book says that perilla leaves can enhance the flavor, but Lin Wani is not sure, so she only put it in one of the jars. Time passes quickly when doing something. Soon half an hour passed. Chun-Chi brought a flat bamboo basket and poured the plums on it to drain the water, and Lin Wui wiped them one by one with a cloth until the fuzz of the plums could be seen in the sunlight, and only then put them into the jar, and then added that imperial wine to it. The jar containing the plums was not large, so after pouring 3 full, there was still half a cup of the imperial wine left. Lin Wani picked it up and smelled it. It was fragrant and thick, so she drank it all in one go. Her drinking capacity was unknown to outsiders. But Chun-Chi and Xiaoan had seen it before. The Lin family's father and son together couldn't even drink more than her. Lin Lian's grandfather loved to drink, and was very good at it. He always had a lot of good wine at home. And when he was not doing anything, he would take Lin Evening Yi to drink a few sips. Over time, Lin Evening Yi's ability to drink had been honed. It really is good wine. The emperor is the emperor. Even this wine is unusual. Chun-Chi smiled at this. In his hand, he instead sealed the mouth on the jar with oiled leather paper, so that the wine would ferment well. Put it in a cool place. After half a month, then add some sugar and then personally pen with a red paper to write down the word Xingmei. And then paste it on the jar. The white jar with ink characters. So interesting. When everything was done, the sun gradually fell. Lin Lianyi raised her head to look at the sky that was somewhat orange and red because of the evening sun. And her heart was filled with infinite emotions. If only I could watch a sunset from the city tower. You want to watch the sunset? Coldly. Someone behind her made a sound. And Lin Wanyi was startled. Turning around, she saw the emperor in his regular clothes, standing in the middle of the backyard with his hands folded. The distance between the two was only 2 steps. But she did not realize that there was someone behind her. The emperor is here. Why don't you see anyone to pass on the message? But seeing Qiu Ming and Xiao Luzi both standing behind Dong Yuzhong with their heads bowed, while Chun-Chi and Xiaoan were half crouching under the veranda in the backyard to salute. She also understood the general idea. The servant girl has missed her manners. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. Get up. I just came over to take a look. So I didn't let them inform. Lin Lianyi got up. The pavilion still has the mess after they brewed plum wine. A little uncomfortable. So she said to the emperor, Your Majesty, please move to the main room. This place is a mess. What are you doing? Making plum wine. The servant girl thought that nowadays is the time when plums are delicious. If brewed into fruit wine, it can be stored for a longer period of time. You do have a taste for it. I remember the last time I drank fruit tea in your palace. Lin Lianyi smiled. Her face like a peach blossom blooming in March. Your Majesty has a good memory. Well, when this plum wine is ready, send it to me for a taste. Fruit wine is rare. Lin Lianyi let out a long sigh in her heart. It was clearly prepared for her brother. But now it was cut off by His Majesty. Even if she wasn't happy, she couldn't open her mouth to rebuff it. Luckily she had the foresight to make 3 jars. Otherwise if the emperor had missed it, how could she take this wine to her big brother? Chapter 65. Love is hard to suppress. The maidservant complies. The two of them return from the backyard to the main house. Under the bright window, there is still a half dozen of the emperor's regular clothes. The emperor is not polite. Go up to pick up on the detailed look, only to see this time embroidered but not the dragon pattern. Yuan Hong curiously asked a question. This is the blessing and longevity and happiness pattern. The servant girl embroidered some gourds in the head. Not yet finished. So about not easy to see. It may be the reason that she used color chic. Obviously similar patterns. Bias her embroidery is to be extraordinarily good looking. The emperor could not wait to wear it. When will the embroidery be ready? Another 5 or 6 days. The servant girl made a few cool shirts for the emperor. Summer wear is not so sticky. Later, let eunuch Dong take them back to His Majesty to try. If there is something that doesn't fit, the servant girl will be able to alter them. After saying that, she let Xiaoan go and get it. The material used for that cool shirt is woven by Sister Fan herself, with some ice silk mixed, touching some cool feeling. And this weaving method is the secret of the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion. Few people understand. About 2 pieces of clothing weighed as much as 1 piece of other clothing. So it was even more comfortable to wear. The style of the cool shirt was simple. And Lin Wanyi only sewed some bamboo leaf patterns on the cuffs, which added a few more points of coolness to the clothes. I will try it here. You can also alter it. Lin Wanyi was stunned. Is it appropriate for the emperor to undress here in her? If people outside knew, they were afraid to say that she was pandering to the Lord again. But before she thought of opening her mouth to reject the words, the emperor had already reached out and opened his hand waiting for Lin Evening Yi to come up and undress. She had no choice but to do as she was told. Dong Yuzhong glanced at the lackeys in the room, and all of them immediately shunned. The footsteps were so light that even Lin Huai didn't react. When she took off the emperor's outer robe and prepared to wear the cool shirt, she realized that only 2 people were in the room. The original coolness of the room was soaked up by the gusts of rising heat. Lin Lianyi's cheeks were slightly red, and she was a little uncomfortable. Just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, she was pulled into the Emperor's arms in a flash. Feeling the temperature of his body, and the sound of his breath under his nose, Lin Lianyi timidly shouted, "Your Majesty." Originally, she wanted to exhort the Emperor to be calmer, but who knew that it sounded as if love strings were entangled to Emperor Yuanhong's ears, and her breathing gradually increased in urgency. When Lin Yuanyi reacted, the person was already lying on the bed. Hibiscus spring light half a day warm. Lin Evening knows that there are still people standing outside, so she has been suppressing herself not to dare to make a sound. Nay, when the Emperor saw her like this, he was even more in love. Dong Yuzhong waved his hand, only to see Chiu Ming walk in and immediately command in a low voice, "Have them pack a room out, and bathe and dress His Majesty and little lord later." "Yes, slave understands." And then he himself took a few steps back and stood under the corridor, with his back to the door of the main house. He stared at the courtyard and looked around left, right, and left, seeing that no one dared to approach at will. He then closed his eyes and rested his mind, until the sky gradually darkened. One after another outside the lights, Lin Lianyi woke up from fatigue. Reaching out, she touched the Emperor's still somewhat hot body, and immediately shrank back in fear. Then she buried her head in the quilt and refused to come out. When the Emperor saw this look of hers, he was amused. "It's not your first time serving the bed. What are you shy about?" Lin Lianyi was covered in the quilt. The day was already hot, and in no time at all, she was even more out of breath. Rather, she refused to burrow out. Okay, I still have Zhanzhua to approve. You just hide here. Just remember to have your meal after I leave." After saying that, he got up and got off the couch, took his bedclothes and put them on himself. And only then did he call out to the outside, "Dong Yuzhong, none is here. Come in and serve." Yes. It wasn't long before the door to that main room was pushed open, and it seemed that Dong Yuzhong was the only one to come in. After he served the Emperor to get fully dressed and briefly freshen up, he asked softly, "Your Majesty, may I ask my slaves to pass the meal?" "Pass it on. Have them send one to the Qianan Hall and one to the Hall of Idle Will. I still have things to do, so I won't use it here," said, glanced at the tent that had never been opened, with a light smile. He then said, "Go." Dong Yuzhong kept his head lowered until the time he left, when he turned back to look at the door of the main house, the corners of his mouth rising up in a powerful way. Xiaoan and Chun Qi had been sitting in their house. Only when Xiao Luzi from outside came to call did the two of them rush to the main house to serve. As soon as they entered, they could smell the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. The two of them were both untouched, but they also understood what this meant, and naturally they were overjoyed, especially Chun Qi. She immediately said to Lin Evening, "My little master, why are you still hiding inside and not coming out? The Emperor has gone far away. Come out quickly, come out quickly." Then he went to hang up the tent, and saw Lin Huai shrinking into a ball under the brocade quilt. He gently went to pull the brocade quilt, but was rebuffed by Lin Evening. Instead, it was Xiaoan who said softly from the side, "Little master, come out quickly. Slave girl prepared hot water for you to freshen up. The weather is hot. How can you sleep when you are covered in sweat?" Lin Huai heard this until it was useless to struggle. Only then did she get out from under the quilt. Seeing the two of them cover their mouths and snicker, she instantly became horizontal. "Dare to mock your little master? I'll have eunuch Chiu punish you for memorizing the palace rules. Punish me. If His Majesty comes to the palace of idle intentions every day to look for little lord, then I'll punish the slave girl for memorizing the rules 800 times. Chun Qi's teasing made Lin Evening giggle, only to see her lips red and crystalline. It looked like they had been ravaged. Seeing the sticky hair between her eyebrows, Xiaoan hurriedly said, "Little master, get up quickly. Let's go bathe first, and then have our meal. Otherwise you will not be able to consume your food again if you are late. Stretching one's head is a knife. Shrinking one's head is also a knife." Lin Lianyi simply closed her eyes and let the two maids serve her at will. People sitting in the barrel, being soaked in hot water, that body's sticky feeling and soreness slowly get relief. Do not know what is wrong with the Emperor today. She is not the first time to serve bed, but today is the most tired. If the Emperor did not get up to go, I am afraid that she will sleep until dawn. On the other hand, back to the Qianan palace of the emperor also did not immediately on the meal. But the big water served first bath finished. The hot air made him seem to think of Lin Evening Yi again. Obviously just a palace concubine with some beauty. How could he let him lose control and break the rules? He closed his eyes and rested. But his mind was still filled with Lin Evening Yi's gritted teeth and refusal to make a sound. And his throat couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This water was getting hotter and hotter the more he soaked in it. And in the end, he shouted in a fury. Dong Yuzhong. Ask someone to bring cold water. Why is this water so hot today? Chapter 66 The person who accompanies the driver. Dong Yuzhong frowned and touched the temperature of the water. Normal. Nothing different from weekdays. But the mouth still said with a continuous confession. Your Majesty, forgive me. I'll let them change the water. Tossed most of the night. Finally washed and meal. The window is already dark. As a result, the emperor only remembered what he had to say today when he went to find Lin Evening Yi, picking up the folders in his hand. After thinking for a long time, he said, Dong Yuzhong, you make a run to the Hall of Idle Intentions. Go and bring back Lin Chongzai's sewn cool shirt. And after that, tell her that her brother is arranged to be a personal guard beside the 4th Imperial uncle. And tell her to rest assured that it's just. Yes. Slave complies. After waiting for the people to leave, the emperor only took a deep breath, and then concentrated on reading the Zhang folders again. In the Hall of Idle Intentions, Dong Yuzhong came just as Lin Lianyi had just finished her meal. So he came to make his intentions clear. And Lin Wanyi immediately commanded, Xian, wrap the cool shirt for eunuch Dong. Yes. It's even deeper and dewy. So I'm troubling eunuch Dong to make a trip. Young lord is polite. This is what a slave should do. Learning where her brother was going. Lin Lianyi also understood that it must be because the emperor was concerned about her that he had made this arrangement. So she sincerely thanked and said, Please also ask the eunuch to thank his majesty for me. Dong Yuzhong smiled. This Lin Chongji was now a big celebrity. Her errand naturally had to be done well. Not to mention the matter of giving thanks to the emperor. He was naturally happy to go ahead and ask. Don't worry, little master. This word slave will definitely bring it. Xian also delivered the cool shirts in due time. And when Dong Yuzhong got the things, he immediately bid farewell and left. After he left, Lin Wanyi inclined her head to look at the moon hanging high outside. She revealed a bright and reassuring smile. The following afternoon, Lin Guifei in Lin To Palace looked at the records on the rising note. Her face dark and uncertain, closing up that booklet, and then turning to eunuch He of the ceremony room. She then asked, These days the emperor has only summoned Lin Chongzai? None of the rest of the concubines? Back to your highness. Ming Chongzai and Mu Gongyi have accompanied the emperor twice. But they were in the study waiting for pen and ink. Lady Lan and Ing have been there a few times. But they left after a little while. But Lin Chongjing not only accompanied the driver, but also waited for the holy driver yesterday evening. Said this when that he Gong Non also full of heart full of eyes thought your consort is happy. After all, Lin Chongzai was her own sister, who knew that when he looked up at noble consort Lin, he only saw that her face was even more serious than usual. Frightened, eunuch He immediately restrained the upturned corners of his mouth and returned to a calm and unruffled appearance. A moment later, only then did he hear noble consort Lin command. This time, the palace consort, who accompanied the driver to the palace, is ready? Back to your highness. All prepared? Well, remember to bring concubine Bai's green head plate as well. Eunuch He frowned. Why was concubine Bai suddenly mentioned? But with noble consort Lin's decree on the line, he wouldn't dare disobey, and immediately replied, Yes. After arranging everything, he sent eunuch He away. Grand Palace Mei Qin he brought over a cup of tea before asking in a low voice, Your Highness, concubine Bai was disrespectful to you many times before. We managed to bring her down and detained her in Zhongzi Palace. Why do we still want to release her this time? Noble consort Lin raised her eyebrows and smiled. Everyone in the harem is hostile. But if there is a need, they can also be allies. Can't they? Seeing the Qin, he was somewhat confused. Noble consort Lin opened her mouth again and continued to explain. With all the concubines in the palace standing together, who else can compare their looks with Lin Evening Yi? Qin he came to a realization. For noble consort Lin, what she needed was just a lower-ranked palace concubine who was pregnant and gave birth to a child. Not someone who was pampered by the emperor. Therefore, pampering could be had, But excessive pampering would not do. When she thought that when concubine Bai entered the palace, she was also in great favor for a while. Noble consort Lin couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth rise. Her eyes revealed a state of watching a good show. Soon enough, the list of accompanying drivers was spread to the various palaces. In addition to Lin Wanyi, there were also noble Lady Yi, Ming Chongzai, Du Chongzai, Mu Yi, and He Nyangzi who accompanied her. This Du Chongzai ride is Lin Guifei's line. Yi Guiran and Ming Chongzai in the harem, although not much favor, but in the end is still the emperor, remembered the palace consort. So accompanying is not strange. But Mu promised any maiden. Which doorway is it? This made Lin Gui curious. Xiaoming had also heard about this list, and quickly recalled the incident, where he saw Mu Yi outside of the moon inviting palace that day. So he opened his mouth and said a thing or two. I really didn't see it. This little Lord Mu is so sweet-tongued. I'm afraid that even the birds in the trees can be coaxed down. Chuichi was very displeased with this kind of person, who thought of ways to move up. But in her heart, she also knew that there were too many people like her, who wanted to live in the harem. So disliked as disliked. She didn't say anything in a conspiratorial manner. Little master, there is something that slave is also randomly listened to the subordinates talk about. I do not know if it is true or not. Xiaoming has always been very careful about what he says. He never bites into anything. Therefore, Lin Lian was even more curious. What is it? I heard that Mu Yi and Ingui concubine are very much in tune with each other, and seem to be showing signs of moving away from Yihua Palace to inviting the Moon Palace. Hearing this, Lin Wanyi fell into deep thought. How this Mu Promise's mind was. A discerning person could tell at once. It was just a matter of wanting to take advantage of the emperor visiting Ingui concubine while venturing out on his own. It wasn't even anything important. But what made Lin Evening not understand was that since Mu Promise's mind was blatantly obvious, given that Ingui concubine had been in the palace for so many years, she didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to see it. Is there any movement on Ingui concubine's side? The news just came out from the inviting Moon Palace, and it is said that it has already started cleaning the back hall. The back hall? That was a position above the rank of permanent resident to be eligible to stay there. So this meant that Mu Lanchun was going to be promoted to permanent resident as well? Xiaoan and Chun Chi also heard the trickery, and immediately frowned at Lin Evening Yi. In terms of favor, none of the new concubines in the palace could compete with their own young master. This Mu promised to show her face occasionally in front of the emperor. How could she climb so fast? Little lord, why is this? The former dynasty and the harem have always been related. So the palace concubines are not necessarily favored themselves, but may also be linked to their families. It seems that Mu Yunchuan's father and brother must have had political achievements in the former dynasty. That's why such news has been spread. Mu Lanchuan's father was only a governor of Huayang. It was inevitably a bit difficult to make any earth-shattering moves. So there was also the possibility that the Mu family had hitched a ride with some princes and nobles. And that's why they had a place to show off their skills. Just as the Chu family had climbed up to the northwest Marquis Lu family was the same thing. Hearing Lin of India explaining this, several people came to understand. Chapter 67 Palace Arrangements. It was Chiu Ming who gave Lin Evening a deep look, as if he did not expect that she, a new concubine in the palace at such a young age, would have such old-fashioned insights. He couldn't help but caution himself that he would have to be more attentive in the future. In the right side of Yihua Palace, Inger was packing up the boxes. Mu Lanchun sat in front of the 8 immortal table and played with the tips of her hair in boredom, revealing a hint of frustration. Young master, what's wrong with you? Nothing. It's just that when I think of going to the palace with His Majesty in a few days, I have some indescribable feelings. This is a good thing. If the master and madam know that you have such a good reputation in the palace, they must be happy too. And maybe when we come back from the palace, we will have to move the palace to the inviting the Moon Palace, with someone as good as Ingui concubine as the main seat. The young master's life will definitely be comfortable. Inger is happier than anyone else. But Mu Lanchun doesn't smile much when she hears this. It's all just a matter of no shadow. Which woman in the harem would want to share her favor with the others? It's all a precautionary measure. Ingui concubine isn't a fool, but she's just saying a few words in her spare time. And I don't believe it until the day of the real relocation of the palace. There is also, go to invite the Moon Palace also does not necessarily then any what palace days comfortable. They are not much in this huge palace in the main position in the top support. If you climb fast, that the main hall's so magnificent house will become a bag of goods. Only, not her hand in the bag, but Lin Lianyi. This point of self-awareness she still has. In terms of favor and the power behind the family, Lin Lianyi is very likely to become the head of Yihua Palace. She did have the intention to flatter her. But unfortunately, people were not happy to have her. Forget it. Quickly prepare the traveling clothes. This trip to the palace will be 3 months at least. All kinds of things are more prepared. Little master, don't worry. Slave girl knows. The next few days, to accompany the driving to the palace, concubines are all packing boxes and cages. Although the palace is also complete. But things are still used to the good. Especially pregnant Lan Fei and Ingui concubine. That basically with the whole palace to move, not much difference. Carriages have already set off a little bit. Will be large boxes and cages sent over. Some of the lighter and simpler packages follow the group. Xiao Luzi and Chun Chi went ahead to set up the palace, while Xiaoan and Qiuming accompanied Lin Hui to stay in the palace, waiting for the second day to depart with a large group of people. Changming Palace was demoted and grounded. Chu promised to listen to the bustling sounds outside. The heart is like a cat scratching like itchy. But this palace in charge of the sister is the most upright. Bribe with money also cannot. With the power to pressure also cannot. The whole is not into the main salt. Simply let a person cannot start. Moving the palace to this has been some days. At first there is some resentment. Now more is worried and afraid. She is full counting is 16 years old. So noiselessly disappeared in the head of the palace. How can she be willing? So now listening to the movement outside. More anxious to death. The emperor took people to the palace. Ago is a few months. And so back not long forgotten her to the clouds outside. So for the first time, she begged that Sister, I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me. I really have an urgent matter to see Empress. Please be accommodating. Saying that, she took off the ruby red gold bracelet on her wrist and handed it to that sister. Unfortunately, she still had that stereotypical expression. Without the slightest bit of relief. Little master, this is difficult for slave girl. The emperor himself said. Want little master to be grounded for 3 months. Slave girl, if let you go out. Then not half a moment. Disobedience of the emperor's order of the board will be hit on the slave girl. At that time, even the little master is only afraid of can't escape. So you are still at ease with the grounding it. After saying that, then turned around and left. Looking at her back as she walked away. Chu promised to hate her teeth. Dog slaves. Seeing that I lost my power once dared to trample on me like this. Wait and see. My Chu family is by no means something to be messed with. She believed that if her father and brother outside knew about her situation, they would definitely think of ways to help her. So the worry in her heart is slightly less. Looking up at the sky above the 4 directions, revealing a murderous aura. The next day, the sky light and clouds. It is a good time of cool breeze. The palace's large group of people then traveled all the way from the Imperial city towards the direction of the palace. The journey wasn't too far, but because the number of people was too large, it took most of the day to walk. Lin Lianyi followed the rules of the palace and sat in the carriage at the back of the group. It wasn't very spacious, but it was still enough to sit her and Xian. The carriage rocked all the way, and Lin Lianyi was able to see the mountains and rivers outside of the Imperial city through the curtains. Around the time, her state of mind was different. So the scenery she saw also felt different. Before I entered the palace, I had followed my grandfather's family around for a few years. And at that time, when I looked at these mountains and landscapes, I felt that they were the most ordinary. But now that I've seen more of the palace's luxury and refinement, I feel that the simplicity of the mountains and landscapes and the naturalness of the mountains and landscapes have a unique flavor to them. Little master said yes. Nowadays it's really the time for all flowers to bloom. The mountains and waters are in full bloom. The slave girl also feels that the scenery is infinitely good. Lin Lianyi smiled, closing her eyes to use her sense of smell and hearing to feel this freedom. After tossing and turning for most of the day, and using pastries on the carriage twice, they finally arrived at the palace. These concubines are arranged to move into their own courtyard. The emperor is honored, naturally, is to stay in the proximity hall. Here is the center of the entire palace. Landscape die-dye, flowers and plants. Especially here also built a 3-story building, standing at the top, but can glance at the palace scenery, and even far view of the lights. And Lin Guifei live is the closest to the emperor. is also the best view of a place, called Yaotai Pavilion, surrounded by water on 3 sides, backed by the immortal mountain, full of flowers as far as the eye can see. From a distance, is not the heaven on earth? As for the rest of the concubines, also have their own place. Lin Wanyi followed the palace responsible for guiding the palace made all the way to the west, winding through many stone roads, only to come to a quite secluded place. Hui Fanya Yuan has arrived. Little Master Lin, please. Xiaoan assisted Lin Wanyi straight into the courtyard, only to see that the courtyard is the shape of the 2 courtyards. The entrance has a wall cover, and then is the courtyard. The courtyard is not big, but it is clean and elegant. The main house of the same 3 houses. White walls and green tiles, red columns and wooden doors. Compared with the palace is a lot of low-key. Lin Lianyi look around. Next to each have a house. Look is not big. About to the palace people live. Her favorite thing is that the back of this courtyard planted some banana trees. Cannot help but remind her of her own days in the east courtyard of the Xiangfu. Chapter 68 Huifang Yuan. Lin Lianyi had a smile on her lips, and her brows were full of tenderness. Slave servant greets young master. Slave servant greets young master. Only Chun Chi and Xiao Luzi immediately hurriedly came up to salute Lin Evening Yi. Get up. You guys cleaned up well. After saying that, he took 2 rings off his fingers and had Xiaoan hand them over. The duo who received the things were very happy. This reward was still secondary. Being able to let the little lord live happily and at ease was the most important thing. Thank you, little lord, for the reward. Slave girl, take little master around it. This courtyard can have some things or the emperor ordered to send over. Said that is afraid of little master lived not accustomed to. So compared to the home to change. No wonder she had a feeling of cordiality as soon as she came in. It turned out to be so. Let's go. Let's take a turn. This Huifangya courtyard was located on the west side of the palace. A courtyard closest to the Zepping continent. There was a separate courtyard on the Zepping continent, named Qiqing Hall, which was the late emperor's favorite place to stay when he was alive, only because of the continuous expansion of the royal gardens behind. But this place has become a little remote, and the palace consorts like to be close to the emperor's Procyon Hall, convenient to receive favor. So most live in the east. But this arrangement, to the mind of Lin Evening Yi, palace is not compared to the imperial city. The rules here to be looser, so more normal to move around. But to come here is to spend the summer. If also will be used in how to deal with the palace princess on too much waste. So, far away from the benefits of being far away. Noble consort Lin's initial arrangement had inadvertently fulfilled Lin Evening Yi's desire to avoid being lazy. If she knew what Lin Evening Yi was thinking at the moment, she was afraid that she would be furious. This courtyard doesn't look big, but the surrounding scenery is very good. The slave girl has already walked around. To the north, there is a lotus lake. After another month, the lake will be full of lotus flowers. Isn't the little master most fond of canoeing? We can go. To the south is the path to Zeppingzhou. Slave girl asked. There are not many people living there nowadays. If the palace concubines want to go up to take a look is also no problem. And we have a piece of the back of the peach forest. Slave girl C is also fast fruit. And so the peaches are ripe on the pick down to the little master to do honey sauce. You do not like to eat peach meat sugar water? The freshly picked peaches are the sweetest. Chuanqi walked while introducing to Lin Evening Yi. That gushing appearance did fit her nature. She was able to understand where she was going, and had made such a good arrangement. So Lin Evening Yi thought it was very good to hear her. While they were out walking around, Xiaoan was in the house putting things together. Some of the things Lin Wanyi was used to, such as pillows and quilts, as well as some books, were brought along. The most important thing was the material and silk thread for His Majesty's clothes. Before she left Lin Evening Yi asked them to bring them all out. She said bluntly that if the sun was too hot, it would be more comfortable to hide in the house to embroider and make clothes. Xiaoan laughed and didn't break down her lazy nature. After Lin Wei followed Chunqi around and came back. The whole person and in the Imperial city is already a different person. It seemed that she had returned to the days when she was in the East Courtyard. And the smile on Lin Evening Yi's face never fell. Little master, and sit down. The slave girl has already stewed a good soup in the small kitchen. Go fry 2 more dishes, and you'll be able to eat. There is also a small kitchen here? Yes. Slave girl asked. Said the palace courtyard with a small kitchen. Afraid of is the maiden little masters have a food needs. Here is not compared to the palace. The Imperial kitchen is close. Things also good to send. So if you want to do their own cooking is also no problem. Only need to go to the canteen every day to receive things is. That's convenient for you. And we'll be blessed with a mouthful of food. Chuanqi's craftsmanship was praised by the spiteful emperor. So they mostly ate her cooking when they were in the palace of idle intentions. I thought it would be inconvenient to come to this palace. But I didn't expect it to be the same as before. Lin Lianyi for this Huifanya Yuan is more and more love. Always feel live here then in the time of the palace of idle, will to be free and comfortable. Looking outside everywhere is lush scenery. Mood than all the days since entering the palace are better. After the master and servant had a full meal, Xiao Ming went over all the rules and arrangements in the palace. In the palace, the young masters only need to go to your highness on the first 15 days to ask for peace. And then, they can pass the time on their own. The annual mid-autumn banquet is held upstairs at the Wanha building. Half a month in advance there will be specific arrangements notified to each place. And at that time it may also be necessary for the young masters to make a gift to send to the emperor, as a token of appreciation. This is also a rule? Lin Lianyi was really a bit uncomfortable with this kind of public gift-giving rule. However, the palace rules were placed there, so she could only comply even if she didn't like it. But what to send can be somewhat difficult for Lin Lianyi. Can't be too outstanding, but also can't be too perfunctory. Really is a headache, so long as there are still 2 months. So she is not in a hurry. Peace of mind first-hand sewing to do a good job before the day wipe the dark. Lin Lianyi tossed a day, is ready to bathe and dress to wash up and go to bed. Who knew that outside? But saw Dong Yuzhong came from the palace of proximity to the Huifang yard. At least half an hour. Why did he come over? Eunuch Dong. Is there something urgent? Back to little lord's words. The emperor ordered tomorrow's lunch to be served upstairs at the Shengjing building in the Procyon Hall. And the concubines from the 6 palaces accompanying the party will all be present at that time. So I rushed over to deliver a message to little lord. It's a big night. So I've labored for the eunuch to make the journey. Chuanqi serves tea to the eunuch. Yes. After traveling for a while, I'm really a bit thirsty. Thank you little lord for the reward. Dong Yuzhong smiled as he took it and drank it in one go. After chatting with him for a few moments, she asked Xiao Ming to send him away. And before she left, she also instructed him to carry the palace lanterns, so as not to fall in the dark, which could hurt a lot. And then she came to the ear room to bathe and dress. Body soaked into the hot water bucket. Today's fatigue also followed the disappearance. There was some condensation in the bucket, which Chuanqi had brought from home. It was the finest magnolia gel that Madame Dong had spent a lot of money to buy back from the outside world. If you use it regularly, not only will your body smell good, but your skin will also be tender and fair. The magnolia flavor is very well blended, and does not make people feel overly sweet and greasy, only to feel at ease. Hair Xiaoan also used the same magnolia gel smooth comb wash. Looking at the hair like an ink waterfall, Xiaoan couldn't help but sigh. Little lord was born so beautiful. She still remembered that when she first saw Lin Lianyi, she was stunned by her delectable appearance. This kind of beauty was both subtle and overwhelming. It wasn't just the delicacy of her features, but also the spirituality and serenity of her aura. This kind of beauty did not have a sense of detachment or arrogance. Instead it was more approachable. And it was no wonder that His Majesty always loved to come to the young master. Chapter 69. Consort exerts her authority. About the fact that she had heard it too much since she was a child, Lin Lianyi felt that this beauty was not much of a problem for her. Instead, it was a bit of a liability. If it wasn't for this face, she wouldn't have been sent to the palace to fix her favor. Separated from her family, causing her brother to risk his life and her grandfather's family to follow and worry. Thinking of this, her excitement died all of a sudden. Get up. I'm a little tired. Good. The soft lingerie was put on. Xiaoan and Chun-Chi applied a good moisturizing jade dew to her, and then they used a handkerchief to wipe away the water stains on the strands of her hair, and then slowly combed the strands of her hair a little at a time with a comb. Lin Lianyi didn't wait for her hair to dry. She already fell into a deep sleep. A good night's sleep. The next morning, when I got up, I had a headache. After swaying from side to side, it was even harder. Xiaoan, the slave girl is here. Bring me pills. It's about the cold from yesterday. My head hurts. As soon as Xiaoan heard this, she immediately walked over to hang up the tent and frowned before taking her pulse and diagnosing it. A moment later slowly said, "Little master, next time it's better to wait for your hair to dry before you sleep. Otherwise the cool summer wind blowing on your head is bound to be unbearable." Warm water was then handed over, and Lin Lianyi drank it all in one go. "Little master hasn't used breakfast yet. It's not good to take pills on an empty stomach. It's better to wait for breakfast, after the slave girl rubs it for you." If she wasn't hung up on the fact that she had to go to Shungjing House for lunch at noon. Lin Lianyi didn't even want to get off the bed. Even after eating breakfast, massaging her head and neck didn't provide much relief. Xiaoan waited for her to take the medicine, then took Chiu Ming with her, and the three of them headed east towards the proximity hall. They were slow on their feet, and it took about half an hour to walk there. If on a normal day, Lin Wanyi would naturally be looking around curiously. But today her headache was so severe that she only wanted to finish eating and come back quickly, so that she would be more comfortable when lying in bed. Therefore, she had been rushing along, not caring about the scenery. Xiaoan saw that her face did not look good. Worriedly said, "Little master, why don't we go back? Slave girl is afraid that you can't hold on." Chiu Ming also saw that something was wrong, and was about to speak, but heard Lin Eveningyi interrupt. "Today is the first palace banquet to come to the palace. Even noble consort Lin won't be absent at will. I'm a permanent resident who just joined the palace, and I'm not going to take Joe. Isn't this going to fall into disrepute?" Pat Xiaoan's hand. Breathless mention a laugh out. "Don't worry. I just have a headache. It's fine. Walk later, and maybe it will be comfortable." Xiaoan also knows that today's occasion is important. Can only be all the way forward are supporting Lin Wanyi, afraid that her headache did not pay attention to the feet. Fall can be trouble. "Little master, why don't you borrow a step carriage for you when you come back? The rules in the palace are not that big. Even the promised lady can sit in it." Chiu Ming saw all of Lin Eveningyi's difficulties in his eyes. That's why he proposed so too. "We'll see when we come back. Let's go over first." Yes. The three masters and servants traveled all the way, and with great difficulty, they arrived at the entrance of this proximity hall. And coincidentally, they bumped into Concubine E, who had also fluttered in. The two people following behind her were more decent than before when noble Lady Chu was still here. One is exactly the face of this time to come to the He Maiden. A face of complacency. Let a person look at the heart of the displeasure. A Lin Lianyi had never seen before. But it was Chiu Ming who stood behind him, who suddenly looked serious when he saw that person. Even with the eyes had become much more solemn. And then looked at Lin Wanyi's back. Always feel that today is not good to pass. Lin Eveningyi was a fool. And also knew that consort he had a problem with her, because of what you promised. Soldiers to block. Water to cover the earth. Since met, then can only face up to it. So not much else to say. The rules do enough is always good. So immediately in accordance with the rules Tifei performed half-squat salute. "Concubine Lin's, please bless your highness, he concubine with good health. Yifei is freshly dressed today, wearing a long dress embroidered with silver silk embroidered with flowers in a precious green color, which makes her elegant and elegant. In her hand, she also clutched a string of 18 children's strings. The whole body is made of crystals, and the two symmetrical ones in the middle are rare red dongdu, with tourmaline as a pendant, and filigree enamel wrapped around along the side. Under the sun, it was called a crystal clear. See Lin Eveningyi rules salute half squatting. Yifei also does not say get up. Instead, she turned her head and said to the palace consort, who was born next to her, "Sister, by concubine has not been out for a long time, so I have not seen this new Lin Chang's eye that his majesty has taken in. That posture is comparable to the heavenly fairy down to earth it. This palace, see this full palace up and down. Also you, and she can compete 1 or 2. Lin Lianyi heart thumped. Originally thought to come to the palace can hide lazy, who knows the trouble and find the door. But right now her status can't afford her to be a hard ass. So it's better to lie low and be small. Yo, the queenness is to make my concubine curious. Lin Chang and fast raise my head to see. In the end is what superior appearance. Cause the whole palace up and down everyone trough envy? Not yet seen people." Lin Lianyi smelled the hostility. "It looks like this white concubine is a not to be messed with. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided." So she straightened her back and raised her jaw slightly, but heard a disdainful cold snort. And then, that white concubine said in a cold voice, "I thought it was a rare fairy, but I didn't think it was like this. There are 2 points for poise. But it's not something that exists in the sky or underground. Concubine E laughed lightly, looking at Concubine Bai's proud and disdainful appearance. She was somewhat watching the show. That's right. Sister Bai is the #1 beauty in Jiangnan. It's not surprising that she doesn't look at Lin Chengzai. The two of them, you and I, were both deliberately giving Lin Evening E a hard time. Lin Evening E was already unwell, and now her feet are numb from half squatting. And she is floating even more. But in front of Yifei cannot lose decorum. Otherwise it will cause trouble again. Can only shut up as if you can't hear? The attitude is respectful so that people can't pick a mistake. Sister White do not know. We these newly promoted showgirls in the head. Only Lin Chong in the most sacred heart. This is only 2 months into the palace. From the exception of the promise to be promoted to a permanent. This honor cannot be compared to a few people. The one who spoke was Yangzi. On the surface it sounded like she was complimenting Lin Avini. But in reality, she was stirring up trouble. Concubine Bai's face really sank, deadly staring at the side of Lin Avini's face. And then she said in a conspiratorial manner, "When I first entered the palace back then, I was only in the position of promise. And I survived these many years to reach the concubine position. Firstly because of the Imperial grace, and secondly because of the help of Lady Yifei. Lin Chongji is so good at what she does. It seems that Lady Noble Concubine has put in a lot of effort behind the scenes as well. The reason why Concubine Bai was grounded in Zhongzi Palace was all because she had accidentally fallen into Noble Consort Lin's trap. It was only because she annoyed the Emperor that she made a fool of herself. Now that she was released, she naturally harbored a grudge against Noble Consort Lin." Chapter 70 Shengjing Palace Banquet. Lin Evening E and her are sisters of the same lineage. So this hatred of Concubine Bai naturally also piggybacked on Lin Evening E. Thinking of this, she said with a light smile, "In the future. Less to be more with Lin Chengzai. When you do not mind me doing this, sister's trouble is." Although the words were well spoken, but the disdain and calculation in the eyes, everyone could see clearly. Lin Lian E was not looking at each other, but also understood that this was considered a war invitation. So she raised her head to look at Concubine Bai, her gaze not fearful in the slightest. When the two of them looked at each other, Lin Wan E for the first time had an understanding of her beauty. The Jiangnan area was full of beauties. This was something that had been known since ancient times. However, most of them were mainly gentle and elegant, with the temperament of a small family. This white concubine was born with a charming bone, melon face, fox eyes, small nose, red lips and white teeth. At a glance with the nine-tailed fox fairy in the picture book as a comparison, Lin Liani stood together with her. But it is indeed a bit inferior. The main reason was that Concubine Bai's beauty was too ostentatious, and could easily make everyone around her lose their colors. Whereas Lin Wui's beauty was silent, and needed to be tasted slowly. So in comparison, White Concubine is still the most beautiful person in the whole palace. This point even Lin Evening E herself does not deny. Smiling, she said, "Concubine White Lady, look up to maidservant. That maidservant should sweep the couch to welcome." Seeing the war between the two burned a little strong, Yifei this lively also knocked enough. This slowly said, "Look at me. Just focusing on talking to Sister Bai. I forgot that Lin Chengzai is still squatting. Get up." "Many thanks, Your Highness." Lin Lian E had been squatting for a long time and purposely raised her breath when she got up. Even though she already had some blackness in front of her eyes now, she had to not lose the battle at this moment. Consort E didn't have the time to tangle with Lin Lian E for a long time in this doorway, or else it would be spread to the ears of bystanders, who still didn't know how to make up a story about her bullying the small with the big. When they all walked in, the breath that Lin Evening E was holding was instantly loosened, and she hastily stepped back, shaking her head vigorously. She pressed the fingertips of both hands heavily on her temples, as a way to ease the discomfort. "Little lord." Xia An's concern was all in his eyes, but he didn't know how to persuade him when the words came out of his mouth. Fiercely remembering back when she was still in the Xiangfu, there was a time when little lord was punished for kneeling in the courtyard of Rongha Hall. The sun made her cheeks red and sweaty, but even though her face was white, she didn't see Lin Hui moaning and begging for mercy. She waited until she had knelt for enough hours before she got up and left. And when she left, her back was straight. With that breath, wait until the east side of the courtyard to see the big lady, when this only fainted. You can imagine the strength of heart. Since my little master must come to this palace banquet, there must be what she insisted on. So persuade also useless. Instead, He took out a somewhat pungent refreshing oil and sniffed it under her nose. And Lin Lianyi was quite refreshed after sniffing it. Let's go. Let's go in. Yes. This was the first time Lin Lianyi had seen the Prohyun Hall. It was the same as the Chinen Hall in the palace. The same alabaster base. With a majestic face of 9 rooms. Only surrounded by a lot of trees. But it is here to set off some extraordinary out of the ordinary. Follow the guide of the palace made all the way to the Victory downstairs. Just see this 3-story building covered with blue glazed tiles. Heavy eaves on the roof of the mountain also has a copper bell. Surrounded by corridors. The height of the staggered place cleverly planted a lot of pines and cypresses. Placed in the precious stones are also have to pay attention to. From a distance, it seems to be a fairy mountain pavilion in general. No wonder it was named Shengjing Lu. Sure enough, it is like a fairyland. Today's palace banquet is set on the first floor above the platform. Both sides of the hall has become the dining room. The smell of rice is awesome. Lin Lianyi, because of the headache, is a little bit of eating mind or not. She searched for a biased position and sat down to rest. There was a red pillar in front of this place, so she couldn't see anyone without looking closely. On the contrary, she, slightly inclined head, can see one after another come in. Now present in the highest position is naturally Yi Fei. So the palace concubines to come in to go first to ask for peace. Naturally, there was no mistaking the white concubine and Yin Yangzi behind her. White concubine is the original palace's famous favorite concubine. Plus her beauty of the heart-stopping. So to get the attention of the crowd is normal. It is this Yin Yangzi who has taken the path of concubine Yi. Lin Lianyi felt a little curious. The granddaughter of the Northwest Marquis. How powerful. How would she look up to the He maiden, who came from a merchant family? One must know that the last person who followed her around like this was the daughter of a general. Therefore, when Lin Lianyi looked at Yin Yangzi, there were 3 more probing eyes. She was so engrossed that she jumped when she was tapped on the shoulder. Turning back, she saw the 2, both with smiling faces. Why is Sister Lin hiding here? It made me look for a while. The one who spoke was none other than Mu Lanchun, who was still as delicate and lovely as before. Her round eyes were wide open as she looked at Lin Lianyi. And there was also some cunningness. Sister is joking. Where have I been hiding? And then Tang Gui concubine, who was standing next to her. She then got up and saluted, saying in a gentle tone, Concubine has met your concubine. Please be at peace. Sister, why do you need to be polite? You are my savior. Saying this, she lifted a hand in vain. And Lin Lianyi stood up obediently. Today's Ngui concubine was dressed in a somewhat grand manner, which seemed to be more in line with her current status than the low-key modesty of the past. She is pregnant and has just been promoted. Looking forward to waiting for the child in her belly to be born. The consort position is within reach. So she is also one of the objects of envy. Her figure was thin. Even if she already had a belly in May. If she didn't look closely, she really couldn't see it. Look at your concubine's color is good. It seems that she must have eaten well and slept well. Lin Lianyi never had any hostile thoughts towards Ngui concubine. Perhaps it was because she had never targeted herself. Or perhaps it was because they were both regarded as thorns in the side of noble concubine Lin. So there were more or less a few moments of pity. Ngui concubine looked at Lin Yi and was also unconsciously close to her heart. Taking the initiative, she took her hand and said, Labor sister remembered. The child is not disturbed. So I am also comfortable. Surplus a smile. But added a few points of maternal glory. Mu Lanchun standing in the middle of the two. Naturally want to interject. So with a smile, she took Ngui concubine's hand and said, Sister Lin do not know. Concubine mother's appetite can be good. A meal can eat 7 or 8 dumplings. If it is not the doctor said to eat less and more meals. So as not to avoid the dragon child is too large and difficult to give birth to. I am afraid that the mother to that big seed bowl of soup are drinking dry it. As soon as Mu Lanchun finished saying this, she was chided by Ngui concubine. You? All day long you've been making up stories about how I can eat. If you're not allowed to enter the door of the moon inviting palace in the future, I'll see how you can still seek my happiness. Good mama. Good mama. The servant girl won't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Chapter 71. White Concubine's Toast. This intimacy between the two was even more surprising to Lin Yi. She knew that Mu Lanchun is a person who can be familiar with herself. That is, only 3 points of intimacy can be shown to make outsiders feel that they are as close as sisters. But ignoble concubine this answer is also very friendly. It Is Mulanchuan really regarded as a party? How long has it been? It seems that Mulanchuan's move to the Moon Palace is not an empty rumor. Thinking of this, the smile on Lin Lianyi's lips also became a lot more decent. There were the two of her here, talking and laughing. Even if Lin Wani didn't interrupt, she could still listen to the fun. Just as they were talking to a happy place, they heard the eunuch's voice shouting from outside. His Majesty has arrived. Noble Consort Lin has arrived. Consort Lan has arrived. With so many people arriving at once, the people who were chatting in the Victory House all got up and walked to the door to greet them. Concubine E stood straight while the others saluted. Concubines and the others welcomed the Emperor. Your consort, and Consort Lan. I have to say, this warbling and swallowing room at this moment is very disciplined. Get up. Today is a family feast. No need to be polite. Thank you, Emperor. Dressed in dragon robe civilian clothes of the Emperor walked to the center. Seated on top of the dragon chair, his eyes looked around. At the time of seeing Lin Evening he paused, and then retracted his eyes. Turning to Ingui concubine, he said, Boat ride? Your concubine's body is still comfortable? Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, everything is fine with my concubine. In the harem, she had never crossed paths with anyone. And whether it was before or after her pregnancy, there were no rumors of any complacent behavior. That's why the people were more envious of her. Envious that the timing of her pregnancy was so good. Noble Consort Lin sat at the Emperor's side, and ended up with a virtuous and generous appearance. Naturally, she also had to be more concerned about the remaining palace concubines. Ing's sister and Lan's sister place. Concubines are ordered to prepare a double portion of ice. Small kitchen usage also doubled. The Emperor rest assured that, until autumn when the melon is ripe, this palace and 2 more babies it. Consort Lan was pregnant earlier in the month. So no surprise it should be her husband. At this moment, she stroked her towering belly with a proud face. And Pawsey covered her mouth and snickered a little. Your Highness is really attentive as hair. On the subject concubines have taken care of not to mention. But also to the second prince to send some gold expensive medicinal herbs. 8 to see good quite a lot of it. Useful on the line. Then later this palace again sent some people to send over. Thank you, Your Highness, for remembering. Some other day I will definitely bring the second prince to thank you. What's the point of saying this? Since this palace is in charge of the harem affairs, I will naturally show more concern for the sisters in the palace. And I only hope that you will all give birth to a son early, so that you can spread your wings for the royal family. Your Highness is right. Lin Noble Consort and Lan Concubine were singing in unison, and who present did not understand this in their hearts. However, they wanted to be virtuous and stable in front of the Emperor. After all, the noble consort was only 1 step away from the Empress position. What's more, Queen Su has been dead for more than 3 years. If the 2 years on the help Lin Guifei on the throne, it is not impossible. So everyone has a scale in their heart, all thinking about how to show their face in front of Lin Guifei. Du Chang'an is now Lin Guifei's people. Lin Guifei if really wished to ascend the throne, then she will naturally also rise. So smiling more brightly than anyone else, she hurriedly said, Your concubine mother's quality, virtue, and capacity can be the example of women in the world. Maidservant concubine and others only hope that your mother and the Emperor are in love, so that the whole palace can be bathed in the same grace and virtue. Lin Guifei smiled, but did not reply. Turned to look at the Emperor will be delicate tone said, Emperor, you see, Du Chang in this mouth is really good at talking it. Well, reward Du Chang in a cup of moonshine wine. That wine's sweet, and she is a match. Du often in a long time did not get the Emperor's praise. Suddenly heard this. Happy or a little forgetful. Immediately kneeling down and said, Concubine, thank you for the Emperor's reward. See Du Chang'an because hitched to Lin Guifei, and in front of the Emperor face. The crowd's small calculations began to knock up again. On the contrary, it was Consort Yi who looked at that Du Chang's eye, seemingly smiling, full of disdain and mockery. Then she coughed twice. Sitting behind her by concubine immediately understood. Then the end of the wine cup on the table stood up, revealing a look of joyful tears to the expression. Dainty out of the word said, Your Majesty, my concubine since last year has been in the palace to worship Buddha. A long time have not seen you, and now see you still like the past is lofty. Mighty foresees, my concubine heart on the Bodhisattva blessing. May your Majesty have a long life. Wish my way 1,000 years of perpetual prosperity. The country prosperous and people in peace. She was originally born with charming bone heavenly. So the dainty look is the beauty of that will add a few points of light. Anyone who looks at the heartache. Lin Guifei looked at a glance, but did not put on the heart. But the rest of the light is looking for Lin Evening E. I don't know how she will feel when she sees this white concubine now. Sure enough, when she saw Lin Wui's face turn white and look uncomfortable, noble consort Lin was satisfied in her heart. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. And let concubine Bai and Lin Evening fight it out. Lin Lian at the moment where to listen to what the white concubine back in the line of sight of the words from the heart. She only felt the sky spinning terribly. Elbows propped up on the table. Has been restraining their own dizziness, want to vomit that feeling. If not, the occasion is not right. She could not wait to lie down immediately to stop this uncomfortable. Concubine Bai will care about what other people think. Cannot wait to see a year of heart to tell out all the good. Look to the emperor's eyes are full of love, but also contains a few points of aggression. See her appearance. The emperor also ended the hand wine up. Low voice said. White concubine said this good. I drink a cup. Said he raised his head and drank. See him so dry. White concubine also smiled and immediately accompanied a cup. And only then slowly sat down. Looked at that Du Chengzai. The provocation and disdain in her eyes burned Du Chengzai's heart. But she only dared to twist her handkerchief and sat down. To fight with concubine Bai. She didn't think she had the guts or the ability to do so. You should know that when she entered the palace, she was favored for a long time. However, on second thought and thought of the matter of her being grounded in the palace, just now the point of embarrassment and dissipated. This again flaunted the concubine. See the noble consort not have to kneel and salute it? So this harem. The only can make the main or Lin Guifei. Holding on to her thighs is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Du Chengzai smiled again. Picking up the moonlight wine. He slowly tasted it one sip at a time. With concubine Bai taking the lead in the toast. All the concubines refused to be left behind. So one by one, they stood up and said the words of good luck and good fortune popped out. And each of them wanted to toast the emperor. Chapter 72, Sudden Vomiting. The emperor was a good drinker. And he didn't refuse. Just before eating the dishes it has already drunk 7 or 8 cups of wine. The face naturally more red. Lin Guifei immediately gave Dong Yuzhong a wink. And then said, Your Majesty, or eat some dishes first. Otherwise it's hard to get drunk on an empty stomach. Dong Yuzhong nodded and went forward, laying out the dishes for the emperor. As usual, some of everything was twisted. The emperor chose a few of them and ate them. The flavor was still pretty much the same as in the past. Instead, he suddenly remembered the meals he had eaten in the Palace of Idle Intentions, and fiercely felt a bit tasteless. Accompanying the palace concubines is not much. This meal down, the emperor did not hear Lin Wan's side of what movement. Across the pillar, he looked not quite real. Only vaguely see her side face. In his heart, he thought that she would be very lazy. Usually so good at talking to people. Today also did not see to stand up and say a few words. Emperor Yuan Hong has not yet had time to open his mouth to say a few words. Just to hear Lin Guifei take the lead to open his mouth. Emperor, don't just focus on drinking. The Imperial kitchen has made a new dish today. It's made with the best pork dripping with some osmanthus honey. The skin will be baked crispy. The Emperor and all the sisters have a taste to see. I see that it is very tasty. After saying that, I saw the palace maids come in a row and put a dish on everyone's table. Indeed, the color and luster of the crystal. Fragrant. The Emperor just drank wine. At this moment with meat pressure, a pressure is best. Eat a chopstick down. But do not feel greasy. Only crispy and light fragrance. Not bad. The Imperial kitchen did make this dish with care. Having gained the Emperor's approval, the smile on noble consort Lin's face became even more pronounced. All sisters try it as well. This dish the Emperor feels is good. Yes. And then all the palace concubines moved their chopsticks. Lin Wani looked at the dish of meat, and the original desire to vomit could no longer be held back. The smell that onlookers found fragrant in their noses. At this moment in her case, it became an emetic. And all of a sudden the sound of retching suppressed the sound of the hall full of applause. The crowd looked over. Seeing this action of Lin Wani covering her mouth with one hand and patting her heart with the other. Consort, he was the first to chide. His Majesty is here. How dare Lin Chengzai make such a scene? What does it mean? Lin Evening he heard this huge hat buckle down. opened his mouth to argue a few sentences, which know that the hand just let go. The smell of that meat into the nose again. Another burst of nausea. Fei was so angry that she was furious. What are you doing? Deliberately disgusting this palace? Making a gesture to rise up in anger. Who knew that she would be blocked by noble consort Lin? An excitement came out of her eyes. And she turned to the emperor and said, Emperor, sister, look at this appearance. Will not be pregnant. I remember when I was pregnant with Ming Rua. I was also vomiting like this. As soon as noble consort Lin finished saying this, the faces of everyone present were all wonderful. There were those who were disgusted, those who were jealous, and those who were frowning without knowing what they were thinking. On the contrary, it was noble consort Lin who was genuinely happy. Lin Wani had only been in the palace for 2 months. And she had a child so soon. The thought of giving birth to a son after 10 months of pregnancy. By then, she would be able to rightfully receive it by her side and raise it. Maybe she could even ascend to the throne of the Empress with her son as her mother. She was so happy that she immediately shouted to the outside. Quickly, summon the Imperial doctor, and then glanced at the Emperor. The leaping heart pressure cannot be suppressed. The Emperor was a little surprised at first, and then thought it was quite possible. Lin Liani, this body bones. Look weak. Did not expect to be favored just how long to conceive a dragon child. Really has underestimated her. The mouth does not say, but between the eyebrows are also happy. Dong Yuzhong. With people will Lin often in front of the meal removed, and then sent her to rest in the side hall. And so the Imperial doctor over to take a look. Servant obeys the decree. At this moment, Lin Wani was vomiting in the dark. Where to take care of it? On the contrary, it was Xiaoan who was anxious. How could the young master be pregnant when she had a cold disease? Originally, it was yesterday's cold wind before going to bed, and today's hurried journey, which led to physical discomfort. By Lin Guifei so a mess. It is like she deliberately in front of the crowd to show that she is pregnant. If the doctor comes later and finds out that Lin Wani is not pregnant, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get down. Looking at Qiu Ming, she panicked and said, Eunuch Qiu, the young master is vomiting due to a headache. This has nothing to do with pregnancy. Qiu Ming did not know. But now he cannot make the decision. Can only first stabilize her before. Don't be in a hurry. You go and serve the little lord first. I'll look for a chance to talk to master. Good. In the middle of the side hall, Lin Wani had just thrown up badly, and was even weaker at this moment. Xiaoan walked to her side, saw that no one was waiting, and immediately put his wrist on her hand to check her pulse, afraid that he would miss a little bit. A few moments later, she opened her eyes, and saw that Lin Wani was already awake. Looking at Xiaoan's eyes were filled with worry. Little master, don't worry. Did not? It was only after these words came out that Lin Lian really relaxed. She would rather be misunderstood, and said that she wanted to compete for favor to deliberately make this gesture. But she also didn't want to be really pregnant right now. Reaching out and stroking up her flat stomach, that uncomfortable energy came back. Silver pill. Can you bring it with you? Xiaoan nodded. And in her hairpin, she hid a few pills. There were both life-saving pills. And naturally, there were also poisonous pills that couldn't be used freely until it was absolutely necessary. The silver pill that Lin Wani had mentioned was the poison pill. Bring it, little lord. Since the Imperial doctor is coming to look at it, then don't let go of this opportunity. Xiaoan understood her own young master's meaning at a glance. Gritting her teeth, she immediately took it out and handed it to Lin Evening Yi. She couldn't care less about being uncomfortable and directly swallowed it. Solely that poison pill wasn't big, but it wasn't hard to swallow either. Xiaoan handed her warm water while patting her back to ease it. The silver pill was poisonous, and eating it would cause dizziness, which was in line with the situation where she had just vomited more than once due to dizziness. Most importantly, if this silver pill was to be detoxified, it had to be countered with a cool medicine. In that case, the coldness in her body would naturally return. So this matter could be discovered logically. Lin Wani cold matter. In addition to the people in the East Courtyard, and no one else knows. Over the years, she has also been cured. But in order to make her damaged body recover some more, so she has been using medicine. Therefore, during the time when Imperial Dr. Fang came to consult, he did not notice anything. For one thing, Imperial Dr. Fang mainly treated external injuries, and didn't know much about internal injuries, especially women's illnesses. The second is that Lin Hui also intentionally stopped all the medicines for fear that the Imperial doctor would notice something. But now, she was already surrounded by enemies. The only thing that could make the onlookers relax their vigilance towards her was to let the cold in her body be noticeable. In this way, everyone knows that it is difficult for her to be pregnant. Then the spearhead will naturally not be directed at her. Chapter 73 Poisoning. Not long after the master and servant duo finished these things, the Imperial doctor came. Entered the door to see. Is not the first time to her pulse diagnosis of the Imperial Dr. Feng. But aside of the birth of the person, looks about 40 or 50 years old. The body shape will be thin. Imperial Dr. Chung. You quickly give little Lord Lin a look. She just threw up in front of the temple. Is there anything wrong? Yes. At this moment, Dong Yuzhong had already received news from Chiao Ming. Since little Lord Lin was not pregnant, there might be something fishy behind such vomiting. Naturally, he had to have the eunuch take a good look. As expected, after that Imperial doctor took her pulse, she immediately frowned and didn't look too good. And Lin evening because of taking the silver pill. At this moment, the bellyache is very bad. And she started to see some strange things in front of her eyes. And even had double vision when she looked at Xiaoan. Not good. Little Lord Lin is poisoned. What? Xiaoan fell to her knees. Her ability to pretend was not as powerful as Chuanqi's, so she could only prostrate herself as if she was frightened. And Dong Yuzhong and Chiao Ming's master and disciples' faces were also hard to see at the moment. In the middle of the hall, in the middle of the palace banquet, such a thing could happen. What if the poisoner was targeting more than just Lin Wanyi? A chill immediately rose from the soles of Dong Yuzhong's feet, and immediately said seriously to Chiao Ming, "You stay here and watch. I'll go report to the emperor. Never let a bystander get close to the young master again. Understand? Master, don't worry. I know what to do." Only seeing Dong Yuzhong nodding, he quickly stepped towards the main hall. As for the main hall, at this moment, everyone tasted the same. Everyone was waiting for news. Especially noble consort Lin. She couldn't wait for the good news of Lin Wanyi's pregnancy to be delivered immediately. Seeing Dong Yuzhong arrive, she happily stood up from her seat and asked, "Is Lin Changji pregnant? How long has it been?" Although the emperor did not speak, he likewise looked at Dong Yuzhong, full of anticipation. Who knew that Dong Yuzhong would fall to his knees at once and just cry out, "Back to the emperor. Back to your highness. Little Lord Lin is not pregnant, but poisoned." What? Poisoned? Hearing this, everyone present was relieved. Luckily there was no pregnancy. Otherwise, this palace would be stirred up again. But then they felt scared. How could they be poisoned? Lin Wanyi just ate with them are the same thing. Will not they also poisoned it? All of a sudden, people were on edge again, whispering in fear. The emperor stepped straight down from the dragon chair. His face darkened, and he went towards the side hall. Seeing behind him, Lin Guifei also intends to follow. Immediately stops his footsteps. And then with a few points of anger, said, "Noble consort, this is the house you are in charge of? Still do not quickly give me to check. This poison are down to my side to come. You are still completely unaware." After saying this, he whisked his sleeve away. Lin Guifei feel aggrieved to death. Obviously they did not do anything. How she was poisoned? The first glance was towards the somewhat gloating concubine E and concubine Bai. All of a sudden full of anger has no place to vent. And then said with a smile on his face, "All people all stay in the hall. One is not allowed to leave. Immediately will Lin Chong in front of the table of things all take to check once. See where in the end is the problem. Go to the courtyards of the other concubines and search them for me. I'd like to see which ungrateful thing dares to do such a dirty thing under the eyes of this palace. Yes, I will do as I am told." As noble consort Lin said this, her eyes were fixed on concubine E. Concubine had not done anything wrong, so she was naturally not afraid of ghosts knocking on her door. Similarly looking back at noble consort Lin, she was not afraid at all. Instead, it was behind her, the He Nyangzi who was currently sitting at the end of the line, shivering terribly. She hadn't forgotten what she had said in front of concubine E before, but it was only a moment of cynicism that she had said that she wanted to poison Lin Liani to death. If concubine E and the others were to reveal what she had said, then wouldn't noble consort Lin want to kill her? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, and she shook like a sieve. The people of the hall, the hearts of the people are in fear. So her this scared look, but also not more eye-catching. In the middle of the side hall, that Chung doctor is also a forehead sweat. The Emperor looked at Lin Lianyi, who was rolling around on the bed in abdominal pain. His heart was both shocked and angry. He stepped forward and wrapped her in his arms, not afraid that she would hurt herself. Dong Yuzhong was anxious and hurriedly said to the palace maids right behind him, "Are all blind? Why don't you go up and hold down little Lord Lin?" "Yes." Xia and Head One got up, looking at Lin Wanyi's appearance after being poisoned. His heart ached to death. But right now, she could only be a gourd with a sawed-off mouth, holding all the words back and waiting for the Imperial doctor to administer the needles and medicine. It so happens that the doctor who came to Chung, proficient in women and children's diseases, for the antidote to the poison is a complete failure. So Chiu Ming rushed to find another highly respected Dr. Do. So this time, Lin Wanyi could only suffer the ravages of the poison. Lin Wanyi was already in so much pain that she was unconscious and almost bit her tongue. Fortunately, the Emperor's quick eyes and hands immediately pinched her mouth, shouting for someone to bring a handkerchief to block the side hall chaos. Dong Yuzhong looked at the Emperor that forehead protruding veins are a little afraid. His Majesty's anger was no small matter, especially when it involved Lin Changji's life. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I hope that God bless. Lin Changji must not do anything good. Otherwise, I do not know how the Emperor will be angry at. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard voices coming from far and near outside. Coming! It's coming! Dr. Do is here. Chiu Ming pulled that Do doctor all the way to run wildly. Originally has been 70 years old doctor was dragged by him is not enough breath. As soon as he entered the door and saw the Emperor, he was panting and ready to salute, but was stopped by the Emperor. No need to be polite. Quickly come and give Lin Changzai a look. What kind of poison has he been hit by? Yes. The humble minister obeys the order. That Dr. Do took a deep breath, calmed down his shortness of breath, and hurriedly stepped forward to take his pulse and diagnose. A moment later, with a serious face, he said to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, here will be handed over to me. I have my own method for the little master antidote." The Emperor, again anxious, also can only back away. That Dr. Do looked old, but his hands were very fast, accurate and ruthless. The golden needles in his hand were pushed into Lin Wanyi's acupoints one by one, and her originally struggling body slowly softened. Seeing that it was pacified, it suddenly twitched again. "Bring the basin." "Yes." The palace maid immediately brought a copper basin over. And wow! Lin Lianyi vomited again. She hadn't eaten anything. She had already vomited twice just above the Great Hall. And now she was vomiting all acidic water. The smell was awful. "Your Majesty, why don't you take shelter? You're here the Imperial physicians, and they can't diagnose and treat young Master Lin." Chapter 74, Tough Pregnancy. The Emperor frowned with a tiger's face. But the whole person did not move at all. He didn't care at all about Lin Wanyi's miserable and dirty appearance. Dong Yuzhong knew that he had found himself in a bad situation, so he had no choice but to stand behind him as well, his eyes signaling Chiu Ming. Chiu Ming immediately went to open the window to disperse the smell. Lin Wanyi threw up this time, finally a little more comfortable, but the whole stomach and throat burned badly. Her eyes were also disorientated. The poison that the young master has been poisoned with is quite overbearing. The micro-minister administering the needles is just making her spit out the poison in the part of her abdomen. Luckily the young master has not been poisoned for a long time, so her life has not been harmed. After Imperial Dr. Do said this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the Emperor. That dead clenched fist behind his back was finally loosened. It's just what? The Emperor was so shocked by Imperial Dr. Do's words that he woke up his wine. And at this moment, he was anxiously looking at him, fearing that he would say something bad. If we want to remove the remaining poison, I'm afraid that I will use some strong medicines. There are a few flavors in it that are quite cold, and it will hurt my body a bit. Pick the important ones and say it. I'm afraid it's going to be a bit difficult for little Lord Lin to get pregnant. The moment these words came out, everyone present looked at each other. There was pity and intolerance in their eyes when they looked at Lin Hui, especially Chiu Ming. He was well aware of how difficult it would be for concubines in the palace to live without children. Even more favor would not help. And when the Emperor died later, the first to be dragged to the funeral would be those favored and childless concubines. When he thought of his own young master would end up like this, He couldn't help but hate the person behind the poison. It was Xiaoan who kept her head down, her face not so anxious. She had the antidote for the silver pill's poison. Inducing a cold is inevitable, but the damage to Lin Evening's body won't be too great. After a year or two of careful nurturing, it would not be difficult to conceive. It's just that the eunuchs in the palace always have to exaggerate when they speak. Otherwise, how can they highlight their own medical skills? Who knows, but heard the emperor say faintly. There is no harm in curing Lin Chongzai's poison first. I want her to be safe and sound. The moment these words came out, not to mention Xian, even the dizzy Lin Evening was a little surprised, and even looked at him with complicated eyes. Lin Evening thought that the emperor would be very fond of children. After all, at his age, with only 2 sons and 1 daughter at his knees, the imperial heir could not be considered prosperous. Even if there were 2 pregnant concubines today, that would be nothing more than that. You have to know that when Emperor Taizu was on the throne, there were 26 imperial sons and princesses combined. Therefore, this statement made Lin Evening very puzzled, perhaps a little embarrassed by her stare. The emperor unnaturally coughed twice. Dong Yuzhong immediately understood. Looking around, seeing that the mess on the ground was almost cleaned up, he said in a low voice, Your Majesty, slave first sends eunuch Do to get a prescription. With a wave of his hand, the crowd followed him out the door. In the middle of the side hall, only the emperor and Lin Evening stayed. And at this moment, they were somewhat speechless. The one who took the lead in breaking the deadlock was the emperor, who looked at Lin Evening with what appeared to be disdain. Your body is really too weak. Since you entered the palace, how many days do you see yourself lying in bed? Lin Lianyi's eyes were slightly red. She had just thrown up so much that her internal organs were being torn. In her heart, for her own behavior of being forced to take poison to avoid trouble was already agreed. At this moment, the emperor so complained. It was even more sad. Your Majesty, this is so unreasonable. Since entering the palace, the servant girl is repeatedly either injured or fall into the water, and now even poisoned. These are the servant girl is willing to? Sick people, is to be extra bold. Said words not only will the emperor to block back, but also with a few points of blame meaning. If not for the pull of reason, Lin Lianyi was afraid that she would have to say that she is not compatible with the palace. Seeing her aggrieved appearance, the emperor's heart also softened, reaching out for her to tidy up her forehead because of sweat and some sticky hair. Some heartache said, It's okay. I promise you that I will investigate this matter thoroughly, uncover the black hand behind the scenes, and give you a fair deal. The matter of Lin Lianyi's poisoning was deliberately done in order to stir up the water. Now that he heard the emperor say this, there were a few moments of embarrassment. So he lowered his eyes and didn't pep up like he just did, but said softly, But by your Majesty's arrangement, pulled a quilt for her and covered her up. His hand also gently patted her back one by one, seemingly coaxing a child to say, If you're tired, just sleep for a while. I'll just be here to guard you. Lin Lianyi nodded. She was indeed so tired from tossing and turning this day from early morning that she was in a trance. So her eyes closed, and then she fell asleep. The emperor sat quietly next to the bed, carefully looking at Lin Lianyi. This was the second time he had seriously gazed at her sleeping. Unlike the last time she fell asleep in the Wengu residence, this time her face could be ugly. There were still a few hints of green in the whiteness, and it was clear that the remaining poison had not been cleared. God knows that when he heard Dong Yuzhong report that Lin Evening had been poisoned, that moment of panic had not been seen in many years. Since the death of the late emperor, everyone has held him in the position of supremacy. The coldness of the dragon chair and the ruthlessness of the royal family had slowly hardened his heart. Originally thinking that he would never show compassion to anyone else in his life, he never thought that he would be broken by a little girl who had been in the palace for only 2 months. The emperor couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he looked at her stoic face. He thought carefully at this moment. Lin Lianyi since entering the palace, it was indeed as if she was a target, being rubbed at will. In the end, her background was not hard enough. The first daughter of the Xiangfu family is a nice thing to say. Look at her position when she entered the palace. And her brother Lin Xingji's situation in the dragon boat race can be known roughly. Not to mention all the secrets of the court that Geng Kaiyu found out. This Lin family's big house was really not living up to expectations. Thinking of this, the emperor had some decisions in his mind, and his eyes regained some clarity. Seeing that her breathing had evened out and calmed down, He then walked out of the side hall. Seeing Dong Yuzhong waiting respectfully at the door, he immediately said, "You go. Summon Qintian Supervisor Zheng and Lin Chongzai's father to come together. I have something to ask." Servant obeys. Then find someone to send Lin Chongzai back to Weifang Yuan before she recovers from her illness. No one is allowed to disturb her, including noble consort. Got it? Yes. Slave honors this. Dong Yuzhong understood that the emperor was angry with the noble consort because of Lin Chongzai's poisoning. After all, she was in charge of all the affairs of the harem, and it was only on the second day of her arrival at the palace that the poisoning occurred. There is both the sin of carelessness on the part of noble consort Lin, as well as the stupidity of others. Chapter 75. Qintian Supervisor Zheng. Therefore, he rules and obeys the emperor's command is the most important errand. In the palace, because of Lin Guifei's extensive search of the palace, disturbed everyone. Everyone is afraid of being involved. On the contrary, the west side of the Huifang yard at this time seems particularly quiet. When Lin Lani woke up, she was already lying in her own courtyard. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chuanqi and Xian gently tinkering with something outside through the screen. Cough, cough. Hearing a movement in the bedchamber, the two hurriedly ran in, only to see Chunqi running in front of her in one swift step and kneeling down, crying with pearly blossoms. Little Lord, you've finally woken up. If anything happens to you, what can the slave girl do? She cried sadly, and Xian on the side also wept sadly because of her self-reproach. This appearance of the two of them made Lin Evening E feel guilty. All right, I'm fine. Seeing that they were still crying non-stop, Lin Evening E had no choice but to pull out her voice and say, "I'm terribly thirsty. Why don't you let me have a drink of water first before talking to you guys? Little master wants to drink water? The slave girl will go and serve it right now." Chuanqi had stewed ice sugar and snow pear water for her in this small kitchen, knowing that she had vomited and was having a hard time, so drinking this would be more comfortable. After she hurriedly left, she saw Xia and immediately take a pill out and hand it over. Anxiously, she said, "Young master, this is the antidote to the silver pill. Use it quickly." Lin Lianyi nodded, and without using water, she directly placed it in her mouth and gave it to melt. This antidote wasn't bitter at all. It was even a bit cool. So after it was contained, her throat, which was originally all a bit hoarse, was much more comfortable. Luckily there is an antidote. Otherwise the slave girl will die for it. Lin Lianyi knew that she was worried, so she pulled a smile. With 3 points of weakness. Don't worry. If there's no antidote, I wouldn't dare to take the poison lightly. Xian nodded, but there was still some shock in her eyes. How is it outside? Slave girl listened to the small road said. Your Highness was furious. Thoroughly investigated all the palace concubines' courtyard. And all the food today all one by one check. Now outside is still windy. The little master can rest assured that is. Lin Wani closed her eyes and sighed deeply. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to alarm and implicate so many people. But being forced to this point, she could only come up with the next best thing. Thinking, if noble consort Lin knew that she was suffering from a cold and could not conceive, she was afraid that she would abandon her as a pawn. She is useless. Then her parents and brothers may also be less constrained. But taking into account the emperor's temporary favor to her, but also not to be difficult to where to go. Looking for an opportunity. Still have to let grandfather idea. Would younger brother to take out of the Fei's house to go good. Otherwise stay in the palace. Not to mention the way out. Even if the way to live is difficult to find. Not long after waking up, Lin Wani has been thinking about these things. After thinking about it so much, her body started to protest a little. She had a terrible headache. After drinking the ice sugar pear water that Chuanqi brought, her entire body was much more comfortable. The original burning sensation was much less. Plus the fact that she had taken the medicine again. So her entire body started to drift off again. Xian saw her eyelids drooping, and then said softly, the little master were more rest. This a lot of tossing and turning. No wonder to recuperate again for several months. Breathing slowly calmed down. Lin Lianyi gradually fell into a deep sleep. Xian put the tent down and walked out gently, only just closing the door of the house behind her. She saw Qiuming walking over, his face more than a little worried. How is little lord? Still sleeping. Then the medicine prescribed by Imperial Dr. Do? Wait for the little lord to wake up and then drink it. It's good to be able to sleep nowadays. Chiu Ming nodded, feeling that Xian was right. After thinking about it, before speaking again, the young master there, you are still more persuasive. I privately asked Dr. Do in detail. Want to have a pregnancy is not impossible. Such is the body to get well, and then slowly adjust it is. Not in a hurry at this moment. Listening to his words, Xian from the bottom of her heart to Chiu Ming in more respect. According to reason, if a concubine couldn't give birth to a child, she wouldn't have much of a future. With Chiu Ming's status and future, it was the idol palace that was holding him back. It was originally thought that there might be other possibilities. Let's say Chiu Ming was transferred. Unexpectedly, he not only stayed in Huifangya Yuan as steady as Mount Taishan, but also cared so sincerely about the young master. Xian smiled and blessed him with a salute. Don't worry, Eunuch Chiu. We will definitely do our best to take care of the little lord there. That's good. In the Prohian Hall, the emperor looked at the two kneeling before him with a somewhat weary expression. Microch and Qin Tian supervisor Jin Shirshi kowtows to the emperor. Long live the emperor. The humble minister Lin Guangzhu, the head of the Qin Tian supervisor, kowtows to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Stand up. Yes. This Jin Shirshi was originally someone the emperor had promoted. So naturally he had faced the Holy Spirit many times. Seeing that he was about 40 years old, tall, with a firm face and a beard, the whole person looked calm and collected. But Lin Guangzhu standing next to him looked a little nervous and uneasy. He is the first time to face the saint, and there are also inextricably linked to it. So extraordinarily cautious. The emperor also saw out. So stilled his mind and said, Lin master need not be nervous. If called according to the folk, I also have to call you as father-in-law. This word out, Lin Guangzhu's forehead sweat is more thin out. Obviously in the middle of summer. How did he feel a chill behind him? Immediately shirked and said, the humble minister does not dare to be. No need to be polite. Lin often mentioned home from time to time. To parents and brothers also more miss. She is now in the palace inconvenience. I for her more care one or two should also. Jin Shirshi stood aside. Face without waves. As if he did not come with ears. Standing respectfully. Listening to the emperor and Lin Guangzhu say some commonplace words. The emperor asked casually. Lin Guangzhu answered cautiously. This 1 to 2. Although Lin Guangzhu is still some of the release, but more calm than when we first met. Seeing his shoulders slightly relaxed, the emperor only then turned the topic. How is the recent celestial phenomenon? Jin Shirshi immediately said respectfully. Back to the emperor. The sky is peaceful, but I see the west of the stars and moon seems to have been blocked by the fog trend. About there is the mother will be trapped a little. Oh! How? The west is gold. Gold grams wood. This harem and the ladies. If the family name or name with wood. About to pay attention to some. Hearing this, Lin Guangzhu frowned at Jin Shirshi. He was also quite familiar with the art of celestial phenomena. How did he not notice this celestial phenomenon Jin Shirshi was talking about? The emperor looked at Jin Shirshi, and then slowly asked, how should this be resolved? Chapter 76, Cleverly Diffusing. This is not difficult. Saying this, he deduced 1 or 2 on his fingers, and a moment later through his voice. Just need to move the ladies to a place by water. Another it can get your majesty to take care of more. Naturally can also break the situation as soon as possible. Yes, I remember when I was born to batch calculate the fate. There are high people had said that I am water life. Nourishing wood with water is a good method. Jin Shirshi bowed his body even lower, indicating his affirmation of this statement. Having obtained the answer the emperor wanted, the corners of his mouth gradually rose up instead. In that case, then make other arrangements. Dong Yuzhong. Move my bedchamber to the Qiqing Hall in Zeipingzhou, where the water vein of the palace is located. And with me sitting there, I can surely relieve the harem of the people. Yes, I will do as I am told. Hearing this, Jin Shirshi was enlightened. His guess was right. The emperor suddenly summoned him. Naturally he had something important to ask. But if he came to normal, how could he bring along an 8th-ranked master minister? Therefore, it must have something to do with the Lin house. As a person valued by the emperor, apart from having real skills, he also needed to know what words the emperor wanted to hear at the moment. Otherwise, he would not have been so young to rise to the position of Chitian supervisor. You have to know that in the past, the supervisors were basically white old men. as long as it is not against the heart. Do not scourge to the move of the court. The heavenly phenomenon of such a nebulous thing. There is always a way to round. The people present only left Lin Guangzu still puzzled. If he is old enough to enter the court, and in front of the emperor's attention to the Qintian supervisor is really big difference. Since the positive words are finished, then naturally have to say some private words. So the emperor left Lin Guangzu alone. And Jin Shirshi by Dong Yuzhong personally sent out. When he was out of the door of the Prohyun Hall, Jin Shirshi smiled at Dong Yuzhong and said, "Thank you for your guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to calculate this fortune." Jin adults say what words? Slave but just a few words. If I say ah, or adult ears and eyesight. Jin Shirshi was a bit scared to say this. Eunuch Dong served the Imperial chariot hard. The microchin there are cakes just sent from the hometown of the new tea. Drink is very moisturizing. And so I'm back to send someone to send you over. Lord Jin is courteous. Then the slave will have the audacity to accept it. The two looked at each other and smiled. Everything was in the air. In the Prohyun Hall, Lin Guangzu was facing the emperor alone. And it would be a lie to say that he wasn't anxious. Especially the matter of the harem mentioned in the words just now. Lin Guangzu always feel with his own daughter cannot get out of it. Want to ask, but do not know how to speak. Or the emperor took the lead to break the deadlock. Said to Lin Guangzu, "There are no outsiders here. So I will speak frankly. Your Majesty, please speak." Lin Chongzai was poisoned. The doctor said that if he wants to cure it, then he needs to use fierce medicine. That medicine is somewhat injurious to the body. I'm afraid that she is sad in her heart. So I thought that if I can have a family member to comfort her for a while, I'm afraid that she will get better faster. What? Poisoning? Lin Guangzu's eyes widened, completely unable to believe what he had heard. Last time, Husong made a trip to the palace and said that she had fallen into the water. Now that he had come to the palace for a walk, he again said that his daughter had been poisoned. Feelings that this palace is a place that eats people without spitting out bones. How is it so sinister? Your Majesty, is shallow. Is she all right? In the heat of the moment, Lin Guangzu accidentally shouted out Lin Evening Yi's breast name, realizing that something was wrong, and then changing his words. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I was in a hurry and said the wrong thing. Lin Chongzai, is she all right? The person is fine. Just afraid to recuperate for a few months. Hearing this, Lin Guangzu couldn't wait to have wings to quickly fly in front of his daughter for a closer inspection. He was unable to do so. So even if he was in a hurry, it wouldn't help. The emperor naturally saw his worry, and remembered the family thing she had said earlier. This family's affection was really good. Nowadays in the palace, the rules are not that big. So if Lady Lin wants to come to the palace to meet with Lin Chongzai, I can arrange it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll tell Madam when I go back. Well, then Master Lin should retire first. At that time there will be someone who will go to the residence to pick up Madam Lin and come over. Microchin obeys the decree. Only after the people were sent away did the emperor sigh. Sitting on top of the dragon chair, he propped his head up with his hand, a pang of distress showing on his face. Dong Yuzhong brought in a cup of tea, and seeing the emperor so annoyed, he said, Your Majesty, slaves sent to Huifanya courtyard asked. Lin little master sleep quite solid. If she knows the emperor so much trouble to arrange her family to see, must be happy. Happy? The emperor only felt some bitterness, thinking back to when he was sick as a child. His father always held him in his arms to comfort him. Now, even if he wanted to, it was no longer possible. That's why he got the idea to let Lin Evening Yi's family come to the palace to visit. He just didn't know if this compensation would really work for Lin Wei. He remembered the words of Imperial Dr. Do. Even if Lin Aveni had a child in the future, it would still be a difficult situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. For a while, he didn't even know where to go from here. The moon was over the trees, a place of silence. Lin Lani woke up from his dream and saw 2 palace lights burning outside. It wasn't bright, but it wasn't dim to the eyes. After this big sleep, she was much more comfortable. It was just that her hands and feet had started to get cold again, letting her know that her coldness had returned. Sion, calling out towards the outside. She only saw a figure soon appear behind the screen. Little lord, you're awake? What hour is it? It's just past the hour of midnight. Saying that, she handed her a soup granny. Lin Lianyi smiled. It was still her own maid who used it thoughtfully. Little Master's coldness has returned. Her hands and feet will definitely be cold, even in summer. So the slave girl prepared it early, just waiting for you to wake up. Feeling the warmth coming, Lin Lian Yi's heart similarly had hot springs flowing through it as if, would young master like to use something? When she stewed some snacks. Just what you love to eat. Lin Lian Yi hadn't eaten much this day, and had vomited many times. So right now she was starving. Bring it here. I'm really a bit hungry. Good. Getting out of bed, putting on a brocade cloak and sitting by the 8 immortal table. Lin Lian Yi then raised her head and looked up at the scenery outside the window. The moon was as calm and peaceful as ever. The ghostly tricks in the palace are not the same as those in the palace. Looking at the moon that was gradually getting a bit fuller, Lin Wan Yi's heart calmed down. After eating the midnight snack, and then used the medicine, the prescription had been read in advance by Xian, and it did not conflict with Lin Wan Yi's pills for treating the cold. The only trouble was that the hour of taking it needed to be avoided. Otherwise, she would have to take the medicine many times throughout the day. Medicine is 3 times poisonous. And with such a concentrated use of fierce medicine, even a good body base can't withstand it. She slept for a long time. And now she is very energetic. Chapter 77. Moving to Zepping. Lin Lani had no sleep at all. If she was embroidering at this time of night, she was afraid that it would hurt her eyes a lot. So after thinking about it, she said to Xian, "Did father bring the black and white chess pieces he made for me?" Back to the young master. "Brought is brought. But do you want to use it now?" "Well, having slept all day, I can't lie down at the moment. So I might as well take it out and play with it." "But little master, this chess game is afraid to hurt my mind a lot." "There is no harm. I myself fight with each other left and right. And not to fight to win or lose. Just looking for fun." Xian couldn't argue with Lin Wan Yi, and could only obey the order to get it. Master Lin was afraid that his daughter's visit to the palace would be boring. So at that time, he had specially prepared a number of mechanical toys, all of which were quite painstaking. It's best to use them to pass the time. Originally, Xian was thinking of bringing them to the palace for a fresh start. Unexpectedly, it will come in handy in this situation. Afraid that Lin Wan Yi hurt his eyes, so deliberately put 2 palace lamps on the left and right. The light was soft, and at the same time not overly dim. White in the left hand, black in the right. One attacking, one defending. The fun of this left and right hand fighting each other was really a good dodo time. She was playing with vigor here, when she suddenly heard an alarming sound at the door. Frowning, she looked outside. Who had come over at this time? When the visitor walked in, not to mention Xian, even Lin Lian Yi felt a little surprised. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Only to see the Emperor dressed in a black brocade embroidered golden dragon's regular clothes, stepping on the moon and coming, adding a bit more solemnity. "It's so late. Why are the lights still on in your palace?" "The maidservant slept all afternoon, and at the moment I am not sleepy. So I got up and sat down. And then Xian brought warm water to purify the Emperor's hands." "While rubbing it?" Lin Wan Yi asked. "Where is His Majesty? Shouldn't he be resting at this moment?" "I just moved to the teaching hall, and there are some things from my father's life in there. So I'm a bit frustrated to see it. So I came out to take a walk." "Out for a walk? It's so late. Is the Emperor planning to take a night tour of the palace?" However, he was the supreme ruler of the world, so no one would comment if he wanted to take a night tour. "Playing chess here in the middle of the night. You are not afraid that the more you play, the more energetic you become." Walking to the couch, he took off his shoes and went up. After a careful look, the Emperor frowned. "What kind of game is this? It doesn't look like Go." Lin Wan Yi smiled. So she walked across to him and took a look and said, "Indeed is not Weiqi. This is leisure time. Maidservant and father often play in a place. To 5 connected to win. Horizontal and vertical slant can. 5 tiles to win. This is interesting." As he spoke, he picked up the black disc, looked around, and immediately dropped a disc. Soon, the black disc's momentum was reversed, and it was white who lost the lead. Lin Lian Yi glanced at Emperor Yuan Hong in surprise. The Emperor has never played before. Never. Then this natural talent is a bit too intelligent. How did it catch on so quickly? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard the Emperor say with some interest, "Play a few games with me." "Yes." Lin Lani couldn't sleep anyway, so he simply got up his mind as well. The two of them were playing under the lamp, and seemed to have returned to the night when they had talked on a rainy night at the Wengu residence. Dong Yuzhong and Qiu Ming, who were standing outside, looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths lifted. Master, have all the arrangements been made over at Zai Pingzhou? Well, the Qiqing Hall is already cleaned from time to time, so it's just a matter of moving all of the things that the Emperor commonly uses over there. It's not troublesome. And then looked at the window imprinted with the silhouette of the two playing against each other. Slowly said, it's just that the Emperor hasn't even boarded Zephyr Island yet. But he came to Huifang Yuan first. With just this one sentence, Qiu Ming was enlightened. Then the Emperor is going to rest here in Little Lord? You kid. You're sort of following the right person. Dong Yuzhong gently patted Qiu Ming with his duster, and said with a gentle face, go prepare some light evening snacks. You'll have to stay up tonight. The moment Qiu Ming heard this, he immediately smiled and arched his eyebrows. There were few rules in the palace, so it wasn't a big deal for the Emperor to stay overnight in Huifang Yuan. Moreover, he had even found a good excuse. First of all, the Emperor moved to this Zai Pingzhou for the harem people. Secondly, the Emperor is not willing to stay in the Qiqing Hall. Also belongs to human nature. In addition, Huifang Yuan from Zeping's nearest, the Emperor live here, is also reasonable. So, Dong Yuzhong's sentence, make Huifang elegant courtyard up and down all smiles. After all, the young master was poisoned in the daytime at Shengjingla, and the Emperor came to comfort her at night. This honor and favor, amongst the harem, was considered the first of its kind. Chuanqi dared to prepare the evening meal. Can't wait to do their best dishes out is. Just this big night to eat more greasy will not digest. So thought. Then made a bowl of noodles and clear soup. On top of it were a few slices of beef that had been brined during the day. And next to it were some chopped oil peppers in a small dish, which made it look bright and appetizing. As expected, Qiu Ming will be this noodle to the Imperial front. Always rarely eats spicy Emperor. Even the soup base to drink up, although his forehead was sweating a little bit. But at this moment, he was really drunk and full of God's goodness. You this girl's handiwork. Better than my Imperial kitchen. Every time I come back, I can eat some surprises. After saying this, he wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief, while later rinsing his mouth with tea to remove the flavor. Lin Lian was not at all surprised to hear this. Chuanqi's craftsmanship that had been practiced since childhood. Whether it was better than the Imperial chef, she couldn't guess. But the Emperor had been eating all those expensive meals for years and years, occasionally coming to a simple bowl of vegetarian noodles. Naturally, he ate it with pleasure. As long as your majesty likes it. Chuanqi still has many specialized dishes, so I will do it again some other time and try it with your majesty. As she spoke, Lin Wanyi smiled wryly and rounded up the Emperor's black pieces. One wrong move in chess was a total loss. You're bold. How dare you win my chess? Even your grandfather easily wouldn't win when he was my crown prince's teacher. And you still won by so much. Your majesty can't use your status to oppress people. What father said. There is no size in chess. It's all based on skill. Lin Lian tonight was the second time he mentioned his family. The Emperor even felt that what he had seen in the daytime. Was it really the father in Lin Evening Yi's mouth? Why was there such a big difference? He is not a dim king who likes to kill. How come when Master Lin saw himself, he was in fear? So he sat down and looked at Lin Wanyi and said, it is not necessary to identity pressure you. I also kill you a piece of armor not to stay. The two of them started the game again. You chase me. You block me. So wantonly. And the chess pieces are almost full of chessboard. Lin Lian lost. And the loss was convincing. Because the Emperor in this chain game, no matter which step she took, it is the same result. It is true that the Emperor's heart is a needle under the sea. From this small chessboard can see how meticulous his mind is. But Lin Lian thought on second thought. It was normal. Chapter 78. The person who warms the couch. Who let him be the Emperor for almost 20 years. He doesn't look very old. But he's got a lot of seniority. Against the old foxes in the court with ease. Not to mention this little grasshopper that jumps happily. Lin Evening Unconsciously. Late at night, when Lin Wui was a bit tired of sitting, she realized that it was almost the ugly hour. All of a sudden startled over. To the Emperor, then apologized and said, maidservant concubine overjoyed. Delayed your majesty to the ugly hour, have not yet gone to bed. Really is a sin. Also please your majesty early to go back to settle it. Lin Lani thought that the emperor had come to her place, but only to sit down. So as she didn't go back this late at night, she was only afraid that something was going to happen. She didn't want the peace she had earned with great difficulty to be disrupted again. So opening her mouth was to send the emperor away. Yuan Hong squinted at Lin Wanyi's sincere bowing, and in his heart, he felt that it was really the Confucian son who could not be taught. If it was other concubines, they would either try to stay with him, or make a show of refusing to welcome him. She was very respectful. Just this kind of mind. I don't know where I learned. Let the emperor look at some angry. Lin Evening comments that the emperor did not open his mouth. Nor did he get up. Which is strange. Looking up curiously, she saw that the emperor was similarly sizing her up. There were some complex emotions in his eyes that she didn't understand. Call someone to fetch water. Freshen up, and then settle down. Lin Wanyi was incredulous. Your Majesty, are you going to rest in Huifanya courtyard? No. In her haste, she blurted out what was in her heart. The emperor looked at her with anger and amusement. The whole of this palace is mine. I want to stay at Huifanya Yuan. Why can't I? Lin Wanyi suddenly as saw mouth gored. There are more words cannot speak. After all, the emperor is right. Not to mention this palace. Under the sky, there is no one who is not the emperor's land. She also knows that she hastily opened her mouth and said the wrong thing. So she lowered her head, and only then said sardonically, Your Majesty is right. Dong Yuzhong waited for the emperor to simply freshen up before leading the people to retire. Once the palace lights were extinguished, the entire bedchamber was plunged into darkness. Lin Lani's bedding had several soup dumplings in it, and it was very warm at the moment. But the emperor's body was hot, and as soon as he entered, he realized that something was wrong, and then reached out and swept Lin Evening in his arms, feeling the coldness of her hands and feet, adding a few sighs. Settle down, Your Majesty. Seemingly aware of Lin Evenings's thoughts, the emperor thought for a moment and resumed speaking. Throw away all the rules and regulations in your head and sleep at ease. Hearing this, Lin Wanyi knew that it was useless to think more. She could only close her eyes and sleep, feeling the hot temperature of the person beside her. She slept peacefully. The emperor was hot enough. In the summer bedding, there is still soup. This is simply with sleeping in the furnace is not much difference. However, the temperature of Lin Huai's body, which could not be warmed up, was like the cool ice of a summer day, making him comfortable. So he slept for a while hot and a while cool. And when he got up early the next morning, there was more black and blue under his eyes. On the contrary, Lin Evening he slept well, and there was more blood on her pale face. Your Majesty didn't sleep well last night? The affairs of the country are so demanding that His Majesty can't sleep at night. Truly he is an example to the people of the world. This serious reply from Lin Lani made the emperor speechless. Get up. I still have to go to the Qiqing Hall. Qiqing Hall? Shouldn't it be the Hall of Proximity? Turning around, she suddenly remembered what the emperor said last night. Relocating to the Qiqing Hall. So this Huifanya Yuan of hers had gone from being unattended to a meat and potatoes place overnight? Lin Liani instantly felt that this poison is really a waste. Thinking so in her heart, her mouth still dared not say much. Your body still has a residual poison. Remember to take medicine. There are idle matters, less worry. Do not because of some nebulous things tired mind. Doctor said. When recuperating from illness, remember to think more. Understand? Lin Lianyi was confused by the emperor's instructions. When did she look like a person who thinks too much? But on her mouth, she still said sweetly, The servant girl knows. After waiting for the emperor to finish freshening up, she accompanied him for some breakfast. The emperor watched her drink the medicine with his own eyes before he left in satisfaction. As soon as he left, the caution that hung over the head of the entire Huifanya courtyard was only dialed up a little. Chuanqi brought over a plate of fresh chestnuts. Her hand patted her chest, and said in shock, when the emperor was around, the slave girl didn't even dare to approach the door of the young master's room for fear of making any mistakes. Seeing her in such a state as if she was in danger, Lin Lianyi guffawed. Aren't you the boldest? Isn't the slave girl afraid of causing trouble for little lord? After saying this, she also beamed, with an expression of worry for the lord. This slave girl's mouth can't speak. What if she accidentally brings trouble to little master? So it is better to hide far away. Besides, the little master has Qiu Gonglong beside him. He is reliable and calm. That is, what command. Slave girl will do it. After getting along these days, Chun-Chi was much more disciplined than before. However, Xiaoming did not completely restrict her nature. He only said that it would be good for her to move around less in front of the imperial court, which was in line with Chun-Chi's thoughts. So on weekdays, I see her walking around in front of Lingui. But as soon as the emperor comes, she hides in the small kitchen. If it's not an important matter, she doesn't go out easily. While Chun-Chi was talking, she peeled chestnuts. This fresh chestnuts originally should be until July and August, but this year the sun came early and very enough. So the chestnuts were sent to the palace half a month earlier. Chun-Chi thought that Lin Wanyi's vitality was greatly injured. If fresh chestnuts were used to make chicken soup, it would be sweet and tasty and nourishing. Lin Wanyi reached out and took a freshly peeled chestnut and smelled it. The light aroma drilled into her nose, permeated with the taste of the mountains. This was Lin Eveningyi's favorite. Are there any more of these chestnuts? Yes. The imperial kitchen sent a small basket. The slave girl took no more than 30%. Well, then grab some under the sun for 2 days. And when the moisture dries up, eat them directly raw. It's a different flavor. This way of eating. Or in her grandfather's house, second uncle taught her. Although the chestnut meat is a little soft, but it is sweeter than fresh. It's just that it's hard to peel the skin on the inside. But they have nothing to do in the palace. Peeling chestnuts is just the right way to pass the time. Chun-Chi smiled and said yes. The two of them talked for a while over the chestnut chicken soup. It wasn't until Xiaoan brought another bowl of warm water that Lin Wanyi took the pills. Chun-Chi didn't understand this. She only felt that her young master would only get better if she took more pills and rested more. So she immediately took out a bag of dried fruit like a juggler. Little master, eat this. Your mouth won't be bitter anymore. Lin Lianyi took a piece and held it in her mouth. It was indeed sour and sweet. Chapter 79. A city full of storms. The master and servant looked at each other and smiled. Then read books and peeled chestnuts. In Lin Wanyi's Huifanya courtyard, the days were comfortable and at ease. Just like going back to the time when she was recuperating in the palace of idle intentions. No one is disturbed. But outside, because of the matter of her poisoning, the city is full of noise. Noble consort Lin searched for several days. No clues. On the one hand, did not find any traces of poisoning on Lin Eveningyi's food that day. Secondly, the palace was searched extensively, and nothing was found. This time she was a bit of a loss of face. After all, the emperor in front of everyone, but reprimanded her a few sentences. Rao is those words in the onlookers here is just a momentary anger. But Lin Guifei, but feel is her loss of favor signal. Especially in the Do doctor. Heard the Lin Eveningyi medicine is very difficult to get pregnant again thing. Is even more angry smoke. She cursed the person behind the poison. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These days, Yaotai Pavilion and everyone is like walking on thin ice waiting. Afraid of a little bit of movement caused the concubine unhappy. They cannot get good fruit to eat. The sun has passed the top. The house placed 2 large tanks of ice are melting very fast. He gave noble consort Lin a fan while saying, Your Highness, don't be anxious. This poisoning matter. The emperor is not pursued. Hey, what do you know? Since the palace is in charge of the harem affairs, which day is not done properly. Coincidentally just came to the palace. Planted a heel. You did not see the face of the gloating Yifei? Your Highness is the noble consort. The most honorable woman in the palace. Lady Yifei is some small mind. That on the stage is not dare to easily confront with your Highness. Is not it? Noble consort Lin sniffed. Not happy at all. She is not against this palace. But this palace has heard that she is either taking concubine by any lady to Canoe Lotus Lake, or going to Peach Forest to play these days. What does she think? This palace would not know. Concubine E was a shrewd person. Since the emperor moved to the Qiqing Palace, the east side of the palace became the cold palace. In this hot day, the emperor has nothing to do. How would he go to their courtyard in the sun? If this is the case, is not really come to the palace of summer. That is, she is willing. Just released from the white concubine and anxious to wait for the emergence of Hinyangzi, also anxious. That's why these arrangements were made. He heard the words and immediately understood what noble consort Lin meant, and immediately said, Your Highness, don't worry, that is. Yifei, they have been round for these few days. People are tanned a circle. This is not also did not meet the emperor by chance? Hearing this sentence, Lin Guifei heart more or less a little comfort. but also know that it does not help. Early knew that there is this. At that time should not put the white concubine out. She and Ife is a nostril out of the air. Now see is more day-to-day adhesion together. And then heavily slapped the table. This Lent evening he is also to not fight. A good opportunity to miss in vain. If not she is not useful only to come to the palace was poisoned. But also not to end up in this situation. But also drag the palace to this. When it is a waste of money. Lin family things. Chin he cannot dare to squeak. Although she is followed by Lin Guife grew up together. But the things of the east courtyard will not easily abet. Only when noble consort Lin's anger was out enough did she open her mouth and say, Your Highness. Although Ife they temporarily did not succeed. But if it has been so in front of the emperor, I'm afraid that the white concubine back in favor is also sooner or later. We still have to plan as soon as possible. Ai. But this palace home, only 3 daughters. In addition to Lin Wan-yi, there is a concubine sister. Now only 9 years old. That is into the palace is useless all. The most important thing for her right now is to get a prince. Even if Lin Hui had the chance to get pregnant again, it would be too long a delay for her. Therefore, it was only right to find the next target. Slave girl. To put it mildly, among the newly promoted palace concubines this time, there are a few matrons that can be considered. You're talking about. Chin he smiled, and then began to dish out one by one. Ming Chongzai, the daughter of the Northwest governor, and Shang Wan Promise, the first daughter of a Southwest prestige family. Noble consort Lin frowned and pondered. The former fell in front of the emperor still had a few faces. But the latter did not even hear her move at all. It was as if a small stone had entered the sea without any waves. Can such a person also become a useful pawn? This Ming Chong and although also from the Northwest. But the slave girl inquired about. She was raised in Dangzhou grandfather's home. So with the Northwest of the group of military family contact is very little. You see after entering the palace, you have not seen her and Ife and Chu Guiran with the same enemy. Then no is not all the way people. Noble consort Lin nodded her head. Chin he's right in saying this. As for Shangwan Promise, right now, she is not venturing out. But don't you see that he Nyangzi also climbed the high branch of Ife to have the opportunity to come to this palace? If your highness gives that Shangwan Promise some favors, I'm afraid she won't be able to wait to climb up. Well, continue. We just pressed all our treasures on Lin Chengzai before. That's why we're so passive. This flower is not red for 100 days. How can a person have His Majesty's reign, and do for a long time? Therefore, your highness can support the two to take the throne. No matter who is pregnant first. As long as it's a prince, then it's all your highness's prince on the line. I have to say, Chin he this person's heart plan is also very deep. In the face of these harem trivia, she this outsider sometimes seen more clearly than Lin Guifei. So over the years, Lin Guifei has relied on her a lot. In Lintou Palace, Jiang Hiqing and her are both the right and left arms of noble consort Lin. Hearing this, noble consort Lin finally showed a happy face. That's right. No matter who crawls out of the belly, as long as it's a royal son, it's all this palace's. And then she glanced at Chin He, the satisfaction in her eyes flowing out. This errand was done well. Go and receive your reward. Slave servant thanks you, your highness. With things turned around, noble consort Lin didn't feel hot and dry at the moment. Her eyes were full of thoughts about how to integrate Ming Chongjai and Shangwan. On the other hand, concubine Bai, who had been in the sun for a few days, was currently sitting in an elegant pavilion beside Lotus Lake, sulking. Your highness, how many days have we been wandering around this Sepping Chow? And we don't see His Majesty coming out. My concubine is getting sunburned to the point of peeling off her skin. And then she dried out her delicate arms. And sure enough, the color was a little reddish. She this body up and down are carefully pampered. Weekdays even the sun bigger easily do not go out. Now follow Ife in the vicinity of the sun for several days. If not she was only released from the confinement. Is in need of solid favor time. This kind of sinful thing. She did not commit. Consort glanced at her, and snorted coldly through her nostrils. You these tender flesh of Jiangnan people. Really is trouble. But this point of the sun is going to put you sunshine? Want me to northwest a number of garrison generals. Not only to the sun and rain. And the gale of Jingo. If all as you like this, is not ridiculous. Chapter 80, Waiting for the Rabbit. Concubine by hated consort Yi's superior posture. But she also knows that she is far from being able to compare with her in terms of family history. So she can only rely on her. Concubine Yi's heart also does not see this kind of twisted posture of concubine Bai. But now there is no hand-in-hand to fight against Lin Guifei. So she again disliked also have to admit that the white concubine was once the favor of the 6 palaces. But no one can compare. He Nyangzi looked at the face of the two. She, a merchant's daughter, can be honored to enter the palace, has been very good. So even if not even mixed on the promise, she is still willing to do. Since she had climbed up to Yifei and followed her to the palace, she would not want to miss this opportunity. Only by gaining the emperor's favor would she be able to climb up the ladder one step at a time. Wasn't that Lin Evening a living example? 2 months after entering the palace, she was promoted from a promise to a permanent residence. Although it is still a low-level palace concubine, but in the newly promoted these showgirls already belongs to the best. If the favor can be maintained, is the nobleman, concubine, and even consort may climb up. Right now she was poisoned, since she cannot serve the bed. So they must seize this good opportunity is. So they exited and said, Sister Bai's skin is delicate, naturally afraid of the sun. Lady Yifei from the northwest is a general's tiger daughter, and we were raised in the boudoir growing up, and the women are bound to be a lot more bold. She interrupted. Yifei and concubine Bai also followed her words around. We've been here at Lotus Lake for a few days now, and we haven't been able to see His Majesty. Could it be that His Majesty isn't in Zipingzu? He Nyangzi's words had actually crossed both concubine Bai's and concubine Yi's minds. But if he wasn't in the Qiqing Palace, where would he be? There was only Huifangya Yuan in the west of here. But Lin Changzai was poisoned, and people didn't know anything about his condition. Only from the heavy face of Dr. Do's face to see about it is not good. So they did not think much. Consort also felt that this method of waiting for rabbits is a bit stupid. So she opened her mouth and said, Forget it. It's not a solution to wait so hard. Let's go back first. It looks like it's about to be the beggar's day. His Majesty will naturally appear then. What your Highness said is right. At the time of the beggar's day, my concubine will definitely endeavor. Concubine E glanced at concubine Bai, only to see a blush still hanging on her cheeks. When she looked closely, her eyes carried a few pathetic movements. With this look of hers, if the emperor saw it, he would only be hard to resist. Pity. However, everything has just begun, is not it? No matter who moved the hand. At the moment Lin Wanyi is not able to toss up. Therefore, according to the nature of Lin Guifei, must find another person. Instead of waiting here, why don't you go back and eat some ice cheese? Quietly think about what to do next. Let's go. Go back first. Yes. After leaving the Yashin Pavilion, the palace mates came to pick them up with umbrellas. This place was still a few steps away from their walking carriage, so they still had to walk a little further. Lotus Lake was not far from Huifang Yard, so it was reasonable to say that they had come here, and it was normal to go in and visit the Poison Lin Evening E. But they took a detour, because the emperor had given an order before. No one should disturb Lin Huai to recuperate. Therefore, for a useless permanent resident, concubine E and concubine Bai were not willing to take the trouble to do so. They didn't know that the emperor, whom they had been longing for, had been staying at Huifang Yayuan for several days. Even the door is not quite out. And the news was Dong Yuzhong and Xiao Ming teamed up to cover the dead, coupled with the west side of the palace. Only Qiqing Hall and Huifang Elegant Courtyard. So it is difficult to inquire. Outside people are looking forward to the moon and the stars want to get the emperor's mercy. But Lin Evening E at the moment, but hope that he can be diligent for the people. Day and night reading. Or to go to the east side of the palace. See the favorite concubines and so on. Don't keep in this Huifangya courtyard all day long. Make her even take medicine, have to hide right and left. Dr. Do's medicine. Eat down the abdomen, always have a cool feeling. As far as she is concerned, this soup lady is always in need of 2 or 3. Cover the hands of the hands. Feet of the feet. Stomach of the stomach. Every time the emperor came over from the study, he would frown. And then he would gather her in his arms, his palm covering her waist and stomach. She was much more comfortable. But the tired emperor had to bathe and change his clothes every day. Otherwise it was just a heavy sweat. Lin Evening E mentioned several times without so much trouble. But the emperor cannot be denied. Next time do as usual. Gradually, Lin Evening E also got used to it. Anyway, the tired is not her. This day at noon. While the Emperor and the consort couch lunch break, Lin Evening eat quietly out of the door. The name is to go to the kitchen to see how the food today. But in reality, it is to hide in the kitchen to use pills. Xiaoan worked closely with her. Plus the pills were easy to carry and ingest. So no one had ever found out these days. Chuanchi watched her always hide in the small kitchen to drink water, and thought that her own little master was so formal in front of the Imperial court that she didn't even dare to drink water easily. So every time, she would dry the warm water in advance, so that when Lin Lian came, she could drink it directly. Young master, how much longer is the Emperor going to stay in this courtyard of ours? Chun-Chi saw that no one was outside, so she boldly asked in a low voice. Lin Lian let out a sigh. I'm not sure. Didn't he say that he's busy with political affairs? Why do you come to watch over my medication day after day? She didn't miss the way the Emperor stared at her taking her medicine, as if he was worried that she wouldn't take the medicine. Even if she missed a small bite, she had to make it up. Only when the bowl was empty, and the medicine had all gone into Lin Evini's stomach would the Emperor withdraw his eyes in satisfaction. Lin Evening Yi's poison had actually been almost detoxified. She already had the antidote in hand, so she only needed to recuperate for a month. It's just that it's a bit more troublesome for the cold sickness to come back. But after so many years, the cold sickness was just like everyday life for her, so she should pay more attention to it. But now the Emperor guarded day by day. Her body is much better, but the heart is constrained, and always have to pay attention, for fear of a little error, affecting everyone. So these days down, she is eating and sleeping okay. Is the heart of the pressure. AI. Once upon a time, the slave girl always looked forward to. The Emperor came day after day to be good. But now, Chuanchi didn't say anything. Lin Lian knew what she was trying to express. After all, that face of wanting to cry without tears. Lin Evening empathized. The Emperor is not there. I can still find the time to embroider clothes, painting and practicing words, and then do not help to read books. Now, the whole day is either sleeping or eating, and I have to close my eyes when I wake up. I am almost moldy. This sentence Lin Evening held in her heart for a long time. I wanted to blurt it out long ago, but there are ears and eyes of the Emperor everywhere here. It is better to open less. Originally also said to take the little master to pick peaches. Right now see, is not okay. Lin Evening a burst of regret. Also do not know when he can get off the couch. Return to normal life.